On a quiet night inside the small house, light spilled across the dark room. Can I just borrow 100,000 won for now? Yeah, I know I'm asking because things are really tough. The room was pitch black now, with a few insects fluttering around, showing how damp the place was. Last time I paid on time, didn't I? I promise I'll pay before the 15th. Of course, I feel bad bothering you every time. The teenager took the phone and continued slowly. Thank you so much. Here's my account number, thanks again. I'm an extremely unlucky person, surrounded by people who, no matter how they fall, break their noses. But why does the most lifelike expression of that saying seem to be me? How does a web novel author living like this even make money that month? A 29-year-old has to call friends over 100,000 won short of rent. The teenager stretched a few times, sighed in exhaustion. I finally survived this month, that was me. He looked at the computer screen and couldn't help sighing. The comments were a mess, full of vicious remarks. My reader has even wilder imagination. How is this plot supposed to be resolved? Just get lost. Always lazy all day, you idiots. That's an omen. I'll deal with it, so be quiet. Beside him were stacks of books and scattered snacks on the desk. Honestly, you think writing web novels is easy? I found myself in an inexplicable writer's block. Then again, the readers aren't at fault. When you overwork and your nose starts to bleed slowly, I wish I could write like that, fully embody a character and rampage through the story with exhilaration. He finally realized something was wrong with him. His nose was bleeding. Tissue. Suddenly a figure spoke beside him. Are you looking for this? The teenager saw it and quickly replied, thanks. Before he could finish, he was shocked to realize he was in a somewhat strange place. The man beside him handed over a box of tissues, bowed respectfully, and said, Lee Min-chan, 29 years old, a web novel author. The cause of death was overwork. Those words immediately left the teenager stunned. The figure in front of him opened his mouth in a fearsome manner and said slowly, It is an honor to meet you. I am Yama, king of the underworld. People commonly call me the king of hell. Welcome to the netherworld. The words made the teenager gape in surprise. What, really? Yama's gaze grew colder than ever. I mean it literally, your life has just ended, but don't blame heaven too harshly. Actually, you're still rather lucky. Hearing that, the teenager asked in astonishment, lucky? I've never encountered luck in my life. The man in front answered quickly, no, truly lucky. Yama continued, you are the 7,777,777th soul to pass through the gates of the underworld. A fateful winning number. And as a reward this time, I will grant you one wish. Of course, impossible things like becoming a god are out of the question. Min-chan stood there scratching his head and smiling foolishly. No, this is so sudden. I'm on the final draft, and then suddenly. Besides, if it ended like this, the readers would, before he could finish. The man coldly interrupted, I am not one to wait long. By instinct, he panicked and took a few steps back. Wait a minute, this is terrifying. He quickly shouted in a panic, then please let me live in the world of the novel. Why? The teenager quickly listed what he'd experience. Harem, adventure, harem. The man in front of him smiled faintly, seemingly pleased. Interesting, have you picked a novel to enter? And by the way, it can't be a novel you yourself wrote. Hearing that, he started to wonder inwardly how one could even know that. After all, that would be like turning yourself into a god. But he quickly thought of a book he'd read and commented on before. I'd thought about that one too. Wait a second, I don't remember everything, but I recall a good portion of that story. Didn't the protagonist end up living pretty comfortably afterward? He shouted out quickly, become the infamous loser at the Hunter Academy. I'll choose that novel. The king of hell in front of him smiled faintly at this. Living inside a novel, it's been a long time since someone made such an interesting wish. Very well, I'll grant you 2 small additional wishes. The teenager standing in the purple magic circle looked surprised at what he'd been granted. Really? First, please send me to 2 years before the story in the novel begins. Becoming the notorious loser of the Hunter Academy, shortened to discarded hunter. The original starts when the protagonist enters high school, right? But the period of wrecking villages and causing trouble was actually during 2nd to 3rd year of middle school. From the start, he struggled to erase that useless image, so if it's handled earlier, it would be much easier later on. The man before him brightened and said straight away, fine, go live happily in that world, so what is your final wish? Hearing that, Cha Min seemed a bit shaken. Wait, give me time to think, make me a little more handsome. Then he quickly shouted before being taken away, please give me a breathtakingly beautiful face. Blend the eyes, nose, and lips of famous celebrities into my face. His whole body was quickly dissolved in that space. He slowly vanished, leaving only a streak of purple light hovering in the strange air. Someone below couldn't help but comment, truly a different kind of soul. The other replied calmly, exactly, it's outside my data. Appearance is also considered a kind of aptitude, though who would have expected it to matter so much? Normally, in cases like this, they'd request to enter the protagonist's body, wouldn't they? This situation was completely unexpected to him. He hadn't thought he'd be transferred into a body that wasn't the protagonist's. Very quickly, the original soul was replaced, transferring the substitute soul of Lee Min-chan. His next body was truly extremely handsome. His eyes opened gently and focused. He had finally entered the world of the notorious discard of the Hunter Academy. He existed in that glittering space feeling a little panicked. This felt like a dream. Am I really dead? A notification quickly appeared above his head. The soul transfer of Lee Min-chan into Kang Shin-hyuk's body is complete. He finally calmed down. Right, I'm in Kang Shin-hyuk's body, the main character, the delinquent student of the Hunter Academy. But then he realized something seemed off. Kang Shin-hyuk. He frantically looked around in a panic. The protagonist's name is Lee Jae-seong, who is Kang Shin-hyuk. A notification quickly appeared above. The memories of this subject will be implanted into your mind. A pain arose as countless memories flooded into his body. In the world of becoming the Academy's notorious discard, Hunter talent manifests at age 10. If you're rated at least low rank in the aptitude test, you can enter the Hunter Academy. But Kang Shin-hyuk hadn't taken the aptitude test because the orphanage director, where he lived secretly, hid the exam. The director reported that the children's aptitudes were the lowest, causing the kids to enter ordinary schools and live lives unrelated to becoming hunters. Later, when the law was revised, he was allowed to be retested. But with an aptitude only in the top 15% overall, he wasn't eligible to transfer into the Hunter Academy. After finishing high school at 20, Kang Shin-hyuk worked as a porter following hunters. Eventually his abilities erupted, he became a hunter, and then joined some other guild. To avoid memory overload, those memories would be unlocked in specific situations later. He hugged his head and sighed. Seems this guy's life was hardly less unlucky than mine. He scratched his head, utterly exhausted. Doesn't this feel like being deceived? No way, I really was fooled. He couldn't help but sigh. If I asked to be sent into the world of the novel, then shouldn't I naturally enter the protagonist? Like this, my second life will end up miserable too. But at that moment, something popped into his head. Thanks to the memories that had just surfaced, I suddenly remembered what kind of character this name belonged to. Kang Min-hyuk is the homeroom teacher next door who teaches swordsmanship. Basically a supporting character of a supporting character, with very little role in the novel. Thinking that, he couldn't help swearing in anger. No matter what, this isn't what I wanted. If I'd known, I'd rather have asked to be sent straight to heaven. Worn out, he slowly sat down. He wanted to go back and demand answers, but there's no way to go down to the underworld except by dying right. Then he remembered the cold look of the man he'd met earlier and couldn't stop feeling afraid. If he killed himself to complain, the only path would be straight to hell, right? A system notice quickly appeared overhead announcing, "You'll wake up soon." Good luck, Kang Shin-hyuk. The teenager wanted to curse loudly. Don't joke, living in this identity is absurd. Give me back my old life. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly sat bolt upright in astonishment. The handsome face began to change uncontrollably. He sat on the bed, gasping and utterly exhausted. This isn't a dream. The phone on the table began ringing. He looked at it with deep suspicion. When he picked up the phone, a mechanical voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk, this is the finance team of Team Chase." Hearing that name made him grit his teeth. Damn it, so I really did get into Kang Shin-hyuk's body. The robotic voice continued. "We're contacting you to confirm payment of severance. If there are any errors in the amount or any questions, please contact us here." Though angry, he replied calmly. Quickly, a bank notification arrived. Current balance is over 309 million won. His eyes landed on that number and he was stunned beyond belief. He stared at the balance notification in complete shock, eyes wide open. He couldn't help counting aloud, 110, 100, 1,000. Filled with excitement, he quickly opened the large window outside. A radiant smile spread uncontrollably across his face. "I'm Kang Shin-hyuk. Starting today, I am Kang Shin-hyuk." He began calculating. Hunters are still hunters, an account balance of 300 million won judging from his memories. His life doesn't seem all that different from mine. 300 million might be nothing to some, but for me, a third-rate writer scraping by and dying from overwork, it's unimaginable. This really was a dream sum he'd never had. The teenager looked out at the lofty sky, thrilled. Oh well, complaining won't solve anything. Even with monsters, portals, and hunters existing, nothing else changes. This is still modern South Korea. I'm 25 in this Republic of Korea, 25 with an account balance over 300 million won even. And I'm this ridiculously handsome, so excited. Amazing, the teenager couldn't help staring at himself in the mirror, getting more thrilled the longer he looked. Young, good-looking, decent skills and finances. Of course there will be plenty of B-rank hunters like Kang Shin-hyuk out there. By setup, what he lacks compared to the protagonist is wealth. Because of power inflation in the latter half, he naturally becomes a faded presence. Thinking that made him feel tired, forgotten in the story's progression as a supporting character. Still, that's not bad, he couldn't help forcing a small smile. Becoming the notorious discard of the Hunter Academy, this novel actually has two protagonists. Kim Do-hyun, the original lead of the novel's world, and Lee Jae-seong, who enters the body of an oddball in the story. Lee Jae-seong, having entered the body of a spoiled rich heir in the novel, used his knowledge of the original plot to preemptively find and monopolize the opportunities the original protagonist should have had. Moreover, he spent money on all sorts of elixirs like they were meals. By monopolizing opportunities and using those potions, he caught up to the protagonist's talent. Once I'm in Kang Shin-hyuk's body, my starting point is already different from theirs. They're on a rocket while I can only fly a paper airplane, no need to compete and not even a rival. His face grew a little weary as he sighed. From the start I had no reason to compare myself to them. Wanting to be the protagonist was only to live comfortably so. Thinking that filled him with satisfaction, a life of working enough and playing a little is doable. Then one day, when portals erupt per the original plot and crisis descends on this world, when Kim Do-hyun and Lee Jae-seong join forces to stop the Great Army. Outsiders will panic and ask whether those kids can really protect the world. Now all we can do is put our faith in them. They'll shout with resolve and endurance, those two are the world's last hope. Our job is to cheer them on. Go Lee Jae-seong, you're humanity's light. Go Kim Do-hyun, save this world. They stand there proudly shouting encouragements. You can do it, go Lee Jae-seong, go Kim Do-hyun. No matter what, the teenager standing there has to join the crowd and yell along. But this round of cheers was a bit different. Go Samsung, keep going Tesla, show us what you've got. Bottom fishing, come on, the teenager frantically tapped the phone before him. This is the apocalypse trading strategy. After all, those two will protect the world. So right now all I need to do is pile up the stocks that will surge. Money will just keep doubling like that. He held the phone, thrilled he could see his future. Living comfortably without money worries, the feeling like an office worker who just won the lottery. The young man wore a sly smile as he slowly laid out his plan. At this point, until the portal outbreak, I'll live faithfully by the rules. Now it's time to make the capital. Cut to outside a high-rise on the first day of work. In the novel, Kang Shin-hyuk is the notorious dropout of the Hunter Academy and serves as a swordsmanship instructor who is a B-rank hunter. Fortunately, the timing of my possession coincided with when Kang Shin-hyuk left the Chase Guild. Shin-hyuk rolled his suitcase straight into the upscale academy, and it was the moment he was just starting his new post at the Hunter School. A stack of the original owner's ID papers was laid out. Before taking the post I had some free time, so I investigated Kang Shin-hyuk and checked all immediately verifiable personal information like the contacts and transaction history. He pinched his chin and frowned at the phone. What's with this name, does he have issues? I discovered that Kang Shin-hyuk's social connections were hopelessly marginal. I wrote at home all the time, so not interacting with anyone was understandable. Shin-hyuk was looking through the original owner's contacts. These were numbers that had voluntarily left his life. He pictured the awkward kid with the oversized backpack being teased by friends. Hey look, there's your boyfriend, damn it, and the image made him fight back laughter until his eyes watered and his cheeks flushed. In my previous life I gave up a lot. Shin-hyuk sighed wearily, rich kids really do overdo it. In my previous life I gave up a lot. Chief among those things were love and marriage. He remembered drunkenly slurring to a drinking buddy, have I married the web novel or what? Around others he'd say relationships are a hassle and he's more comfortable alone, but that was nonsense. Though there were many reasons, including family issues, Shin-hyuk's memory now held scenes of utter misery. While drinking he had to get up and leave into the cold sleet after receiving a call. Yes, PD, I'm outside for a moment. Oh, I see, I'll come fix it right now, yes. He remembered helplessly tilting his head and exhaling a thin plume of smoke that snowy night. Being a third-rate writer just scraping by like me, dadding was out of the question. Unacceptable, totally unacceptable. His drinking buddy looked out and asked, where are you going? And of course got away from him. Sorry, yeah, totally unacceptable. But now it's different. You're Shin-hyuk, an instructor at the #1 Hunter Academy, arriving in a sharp suit. Not the protagonist I once wished to be, but I've been given a lot. Standing before the door, he silently vowed to pour everything he had into slowly doing all the things he was denied in the past. Shin-hyuk pulled the door open. A bit tense but forcing a bright smile, he introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Kang Shin-hyuk. As of today, I've been appointed first-year swordsmanship instructor. The office fell completely silent. A few teachers turned to look at him because of his enthusiastic introduction. No one reacted, making Shin-hyuk blush awkwardly. He thought he'd overdone it and felt embarrassed. Then someone finally replied, please come in. A middle-aged teacher with glasses pushed back his chair, stood up and greeted him cheerfully. You must be the new Mr. Kang Shin-hyuk arriving today. Nice to meet you, I'm Park Yeon-seok. You'll sit next to me from now on. Shin-hyuk smiled with narrowed eyes and nodded. Thank you, I look forward to your guidance. At that moment, a girl from the next cubicle peeked over with a surprised look. Teacher, no, are you really a teacher or an actor? The kids are going to go wild today. Embarrassed, Shin-hyuk scratched the back of his neck and flashed a handsome smile. Not that much, thank you, outwardly modest, but inwardly proud, of course. After all, this face cost me my life. Someone asked him, Mr. Kang, which guild were you with before? Shin-hyuk replied warmly. Before my appointment, I was with the Chase Guild. The brown-haired teacher clapped admiringly. Chase, that's a prestigious guild, wonderful. The pink-haired teacher gave a thumbs up too. Mr. Kang still looks like he's in his active hunting years. He's really impressive. Shin-hyuk was praised and could barely hide his pride. He covered his face with a hand, tilted his head to play the humble, handsome guy. It's nothing special, but inside he was ecstatic, hearing the sound of becoming famous. A male teacher with green hair suddenly appeared behind the two women and spoke up. Chase Guild, huh? Finally, the school managed to recruit talent. When the two teachers heard him, they glanced back together. The man enthusiastically introduced himself. Nice to meet you, I'm Young Hyun-sik, second-year weapons instructor. I was with Hwarang Guild and graduated from hunting school number 6. Hyun-sik grabbed Shin Hyuk's shoulder. His smile remained but was less friendly now. Mr. Kang, which hunting school did you graduate from? A handsome man like you can't be without a reputation, haha. Shin Hyuk was about to answer, well, when the pink-haired teacher piped up quickly. Let me guess, hunting school number 7, right? Hyun-sik tilted his head at her and joined the wager. I'll bet on school number 4. The brown-haired teacher stroked her chin and thought, if it were my school I'd know, so I'll bet on number 5. Shin Hyuk had to cut into their betting, teachers. He smiled awkwardly. I didn't graduate from any hunting school. The three teachers fell silent at once and looked toward him. The pink-haired teacher crossed her arms on the partition. Wait, how can you be a hunter without attending a hunting school? The brown-haired teacher pointed. Did you study abroad so you have dual citizenship? Can someone with dual citizenship apply to be a teacher? Shin Hyuk smiled and raised a finger. I'm genuinely Korean. There are hunters who didn't graduate from hunting schools. Hearing that, teacher Yeonseok stared at him in surprise. I'm one of those cases too. He finished introducing his background and the three teachers' looks changed. Contempt clear on their faces. Hyun-sik pulled his hand off Shin Hyuk's shoulder. He rubbed his hands together in disdain. Ha, so that's it, should have said so earlier. Saying that, he turned and walked away. I'm stepping out for a smoke before the meeting, what a waste of time. The two female teachers hurried after him. Hey, Mr. Young, let's go with you. As they left, they muttered, I heard Chase, so I was looking forward to it, but it's a non-hunter school. Those earlier warm welcomes left Shin Hyuk dumbfounded and at a loss for words. Teacher Yeonseok sighed as he listened with Shin Hyuk to the blunt, unkind gossip of colleagues. Isn't that right? The quota for non-hunter schools ridiculous. Shin Hyuk froze and pointed to his face. Non-hunter, so what? At that moment, the system voice suddenly rang in his head. Detected user discomfort, recalling Kang Shin Hyuk's memory. A hunter aptitude test kit. The system displayed a test kit in the interface. This is the most accurate method to test hunter aptitude. The kit contains bodily fluids of the Salaman monster and costs up to 100,000 won. The principal who embezzled the kits and reported that the kids' aptitudes were poor was arrested. The system relayed images of a disheveled, long-haired person being taken by police into a car. The former Shin Hyuk, when he was still a student with friends and later, thanks to Chang-soo's help, left the orphanage, so Kang Shin Hyuk was retested. However, people from non-hunter schools like Kang Shin Hyuk and Chang-soo couldn't integrate. They always lagged behind teammates on missions because graduates of regular schools weren't given the systematic education that hunting school graduates received. Thus, the skill gap between the two groups was inevitable, leading to protests demanding an anti-discrimination law for non-hunter school graduates. Those who had faced discrimination banded together, and the anti-discrimination law for non-hunter grads was passed. The law required hiding applicants' educational background during hearings so it couldn't be recognized. The statute explicitly prioritized national merit recipients, registered disabled persons, employment-protected groups, those with relevant professional certifications, those with field experience, and graduates of non-hunter schools for administrative office positions. But some public agencies still reserved quotas specifically to hire people from non-hunter schools. So graduate hunters are currently at a disadvantage. They began isolating non-hunter school graduates and gossiping behind their backs, and the hatred toward those from non-hunter schools grew harsher, defeating the law's purpose. The system warned him to try not to disclose to those around him that he graduated from a non-hunter school. Shin Hyuk winced against the headache from the memories the system was loading, and a reproach echoed in his head. Told you too soon, huh? Now he could explain the contemptuous looks from the three earlier. Well, I understand their position, but I feel wronged. To my recollection, I never joined any protests or signed anything. Teacher Yeonseok looked embarrassed and said, oh dear, it's already uncomfortable on the first day. Please understand, Mr. Kang, that's just how things are right now. He thought to himself that there was nothing to do. If you want a comfortable old age, you have to endure. He closed his eyes to show resignation. It's fine. Given their stance, it's understandable they dislike me. He continued, that quota system for non-hunter school graduates. How could anyone accept that? Hearing this, Yeonseok scratched his head in puzzlement. A quota system, what do you mean? Shin Hyuk looked at the person in front of him. He pointed at himself and asked me, didn't I get in through a special quota? Yeonseok, who had a bald patch at the crown, raised a hand to explain. What are you saying? You passed the teacher recruitment exam and were invited here. He reiterated that this isn't a regular school but a hunter school. There is no quota system or extra points for non-hunter school graduates. Shin Hyuk grew even more surprised at that. Maybe the teachers were misunderstanding something. Outside the staff room, Mr. Hyun-sik was smoking, exhaling thin white smoke toward the two female colleagues. They'd smoked a lot, cigarette butts filled the ashtray lid. I thought teachers were hired by quota. Our school must be short on funds. First-year sword students are really pitiful, they muttered. Anyway, first-year teaching is mostly physical training and basics, so it should be fine, he said, slicking his hair back and frowning. Maybe the school deliberately assigned them to first year. But the face is pleasant enough, the brown-haired teacher said, holding a cigarette between her fingers and smiling. Hey, Mr. Young, are you interested? The pink-haired teacher snapped, coffee in hand. Pretty face or not, if you didn't graduate a hunter school, we can tell right away how skilled you are. If they didn't attend a hunter school, they probably came from an orphanage, she said, flicking ash to the ground, present but with no roots. What a pity, what a pity. We should quietly tell the kids to find private sword tutoring. She tossed her cigarette over her shoulder and walked away. After all, once graduated, they risked their lives on the job, learning from a quack like that could be dangerous. The brown-haired teacher shut her eyes and walked on without noticing the person in black standing directly in front of her. She turned and froze when she saw Shin Hyuk. Mr. Kang, why are you here? He had overheard what she said, so his expression stiffened. He rubbed the back of his head and tried to look natural. Are you teachers? I asked Mr. Park and he said this was the smoking area. Seems there's some misunderstanding. Do you have a moment before the meeting? One of the three snapped in displeasure. Free or not, were you eavesdropping on us? Shin Hyuk forced the fakest smile he could. Oh, I didn't mean to. Inside, he kept scolding himself. Shameless, hold it, think about your investment. He tried to be friendly. I'm worried that your misunderstanding could affect the students. I didn't get this position through any quota or extra points for non-hunter school graduates. I just wanted to make that clear. Please support me going forward. The two teachers still didn't look pleased. One pressed her lips and seemed embarrassed. The other avoided his eyes and frowned. But Hyun-sik suddenly spoke coldly. Mr. Kang, I think you're misunderstanding something. He put his hands in his pockets and stepped past the two women toward Shin Hyuk. Whether it's quotas, extra points, or umbrellas, that's not why we're doing this now. He brushed past Shin Hyuk, frowning with displeasure. What matters is proper training, so don't try to squeeze your way in, you non-hunter school brat. He led the three of them away. I'll go ahead, just don't wander around silently where I can see you from now on. There are ordinary subject teachers too. If you want to socialize, go try them. They spoke without restraint. Mr. Jung is so annoying. Still, the sword instructors should at least be B rank, probably some trick. Non-hunter school grads being B rank. Shin Hyuk stood there in silence. Suddenly Hyun-sik turned back, smiling as usual but mocking. Hey Mr. King. Shin Hyuk, if you're upset, why not file a challenge for honor? He looked at Shin Hyuk's broad back in the neat black suit. I'll have my A rank assessment next month. If you challenge me after I've been promoted, it might save you some face. He stood motionless in the wind. Kang. Shin Hyuk, is this why you're being isolated? Shin Hyuk recalled his past life. This piece looked fine, a thick manuscript left on the table next to a black coffee, pancreas, liver, kidneys, author Lee Min-chan. He had been thrilled by that praise. Really, my work is getting published. But that fat guy brought his hands together under his chin and grinned nastily. Published? Don't be ridiculous, you just write slightly better than average. You didn't go to a school like mine, and you didn't even take extra lessons. He sneered. Don't dream about getting published, just write for fun. If you make writing your job, you'll end up hating it. Those harsh words made the coffee catch in his throat and drained the bearded face with panda-like dark circles even paler. The next year that name debuted with content identical to my piece. I wondered if he was doing well now. I had to read a stream of vicious comments on what had been my heartfelt intellectual work, then my piece was labeled a knockoff and plunged into ruin. Ahaha 99, stop spamming promo comments, bog e, isn't this Suvid's pancreas? Bang E00, copid nananan, can't believe it's imitating Suvid's pancreas, TNDRNF ekdect 178, not similar, exactly the same, try harder. My work was declared a fake and sank into the abyss. I had temporarily forgotten that this guy was also unlucky. His childhood alone with a gold-digging mother, shunned and isolated by peers learning swordsmanship, poor test results, and an unlucky past in work and life. This was no different from my previous life, he thought. No matter how stable things seemed, Shin Hyuk balling his hand into a fist felt anger. His whole hand trembled. What's the point of living like this? He spoke up to stop them. Mr. Jung, wait. Hyuk-sik startled and froze. Just this once, he told himself. Hyuk-sik and the brown-haired teacher turned back. What is it? This time, charge, his inner voice urged. He showed no emotion as he turned to face them. Shin Hyuk resolved, let's do the honor duel. What are you afraid of? For the sake of a comfortable future. The two teachers looked surprised and incredulous. Mr. Kang, are you serious? Hyuk-sik sneered. If you're feeling prideful because the teachers are here, I'll humor you this once. Contrary to his mocking arrogance, Shin Hyuk said seriously, I'm serious. Mr. Jung, you and I, let's have an honor duel. An honor duel, a hunter's duel. It's a system in the hunter's world where the result of a one-on-one fight settles disputes. They fight to determine the outcome by strength. Usually the side that refuses suffers significant humiliation. However, it's not wrong to decline if it's unreasonable or one side has erred. Their attitude felt like a challenge to his pride. He looked at the three of them seriously. If this is favoritism because I didn't come from a hunter training school, then the only way to prove otherwise is the one-on-one duel Mr. Jung suggested. Shin Hyuk fired back, goading Hyuk-sik. It's fine if you're scared, except after you get promoted to A. The red-haired teacher tilted her head at his attitude. He shoved his hands in his pockets and sneered, "Are you crazy? Sir, have you ever done an honor duel before?" His face went dark, smiling in a twisted way. "Honor duel, huh? But you know anything goes except murder, right? If any injuries happen, you won't take responsibility." Shin Hyuk replied coldly and sarcastically, "How generous of you." Probably because he's in charge of spear techniques, his anger deepened at the provocation. He clenched his lip and glared at the man before him. Hyuk-sik stiffened, scowling as he accepted Shin Hyuk's challenge. "Next week on Friday, we'll hold it at the spear training ground." The three of them looked down their noses at him. The two teachers will vouch for today's promise. Hyuk-sik fumed. I don't know what gives him that confidence. He'd better start looking for a new job within a week. With that they left, leaving the protagonists standing there alone. Shin Hyuk let out an irritated breath and the day passed quickly. This was Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, newly appointed today. In the morning, the kids looked at him with admiration. Every male student was delighted and surprised by his striking appearance. The worrying part was the sword lessons. When Shin Hyuk nervously lifted a sword, the Shin Hyuk of that world stood behind him like a magic shadow, eyes full of confidence. Strangely, whenever he picked up a sword, everything clicked into place. Kang Shin Hyuk's memories surfaced conditionally. He used mana fluently when holding a sword, and swordsmanship learning naturally soaked into his body. Shin Hyuk executed clean, decisive sword strikes, this then that, like so, easy, right? A radiant aura from his bearing left a string of students, both boys and girls, stunned and admiring. First-year classes focus mainly on basic sword techniques and physical training, so they're fairly easy. He only needed to record the parameters from the tests. The real issue was, "I'm Kang Shin Hyuk, newly appointed today. Let's help each other out," he announced again in class, but the students reacted with indifference and silence. By afternoon, the students looked as if they were watching someone about to die. A student asked, "Sir, is it true you'll duel with spears next week?" Shin Hyuk was writing on the board when his chalk snapped with a click. He'd expected this. The rumor must have spread. Well, the outcome's obvious. So those two probably blabbed it around, Shin Hyuk thought, recalling the two female teachers who disrespected a newcomer from a non-hunter school like him. "Are you okay, sir? He's an elite hunter specializing in spear techniques," a concerned student asked. Shin Hyuk sat at his desk and smiled in response. "Elite, ho, we shouldn't be discouraged by things like that. What's important is a heart that never gives up." Surely the rumor had spread, and everyone knew he was a sword instructor from a non-hunter training school. He candidly told the students below and received unfriendly looks. Shin Hyuk kept smiling. "Honestly, I'm not insecure at all, not even a little." He smiled, but his spirit felt crushed, meaning he's not insecure about losing. "Well, we'll know the result next week, so focus on the lesson." Shin Hyuk cheerfully set aside thoughts of winning or losing and continued his duties, surprising the students below. If anyone asked whether this was a psychological tactic through the students, they'd be half right. His morning confidence created a strange feeling. Scene cut to the bus stop. Someone called out, "Chang Sudi, give me a bus ticket to Disung Station." He boarded the bus. It was about to depart. "Please hurry aboard," though half of what he said was sincere. Shin Hyuk sat by the window, watching the dusk outside through the glass. Surely after just one night, many things would change. Born from a hunter academy, elite education. If people look down on others just for that, then I can get elite education too. It was growing dark. The bus stopped at the station and he quietly stepped off. The protagonist's first stroke of luck in becoming a hunter is an internal martial arts manual. Shin Hyuk stood alone at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the peak. "I'll sneak that internal manual." Though it feels a little removed from the usual school transmigration novels, the first fortune the protagonist gains in becoming hunter is the internal martial method of a martial hero. An old book with worn, tattered pages. He remembered how, in the original story, the main character accidentally found something precious while alone in the deep mountains at night. If that first luck had been a spirit elixir or artifact, he couldn't touch it without making Lee Jae-sung, who sees the future, suspicious. Shin Hyuk used a flashlight to light the treacherous path through the woods. However, in the original, Lee Jae-sung also seized the opportunity from Kim Do-hyun, the initial protagonist. The manual didn't wear out from being seen, so they could share its benefits. From the start, his goal wasn't to become a world-saving hero, so he didn't need to be as strong as the original protagonist. A cave deep in the mountain forest appeared. He grabbed the rock face with his hand, just need. Deep inside that cave, something hovered in the air, emitting light that illuminated a wide area. Shin Hyuk finally found what he was looking for. "I'll just get strong enough to win the fight. I've found it, the first fortune, the internal martial manual. It's a gateway to another world. Hidden beyond that gate are the internal method and talismanic arts." He decisively stepped through the gate. "Then my apologies for the intrusion." Shin Hyuk's body passed through the veil between the two spaces. He opened his eyes and looked at where he had just set foot. In front of Shin Hyuk was a forest blanketed in snow everywhere. This wasn't described in the original, so he didn't expect it. He pulled his collar tighter to block the cold wind and let out a thin breath. What a beautiful scene. He hadn't imagined Korea could have a place like this. Shin Hyuk slapped both his cheeks hard at once. No, this isn't the time to admire the view. Quickly find the martial technique and get out. But a chill ran down his back. Something large and furry was right behind him. It struck. Shin Hyuk nimbly leaped aside to dodge, face panicked, as the blow cut down and felled all the nearby trees. Shin Hyuk fell hard and lay on the ground, unable to get up. What just hit him? A man in white looked at him falling and laughed. Ho ho, though you seem weak, you dodged the first strike. You really aren't ordinary. He glanced in surprise at the person behind him. A sword point was pressed to Shin Hyuk's head. He tensed, sweating as he stared at it. State your identity and name. What sect are you from? How did you get in here? He thought to himself, Chinese. Shin Hyuk didn't understand what was happening, but somehow he could understand the speech. Kang Shin Hyuk can speak Chinese too. He knelt on the snow, raised his hands as if surrendering, and looked at the man with the sword. I am a teacher at a Korean hunter academy. I came here through a gate. The old man's hair and eyebrows were completely white, his face stern. Korea Hunter School gate, you're speaking riddles. Shin Hyuk honestly pointed toward the gate. I can't you see that white gate? The man didn't turn and said to him, the only white thing here is this hateful snowdrift. The man looked over the snow-covered mountains and said he couldn't remember how long he'd been trapped here. Since his 30th year, he'd stopped counting days. He looked up in confusion. What was the old man talking about? There was no martial manual, just a monster-like old man. Shin Hyuk suddenly thought of something. Wait, could this be him? He hesitated, unsure, and asked, Sir, is your name Cho Yuryong? The man, dressed all in white, laughed merrily. Ho ho, I didn't expect anyone to still remember my name. He asked Shin Hyuk, how do you know? Shin Hyuk was very surprised. How could I not know? The one who left the internal martial manual that the protagonist obtained inside the space gate. The man's hair and beard were completely white, but his stern, noble bearing hadn't faded. This was the man. But it's strange, when the original protagonist discovered the space gate, Cho Yuryong didn't appear. He recalled that in the source story there was only a stone covered in writing, and the will left with the martial art said the man had ascended to immortality. Shin Hyuk remembered he had asked the system to take him to the point 2 years before the novel's events began, and now his present self stood with his mouth agape in astonishment. Oh. He raised both hands above his head and knelt on the ground, looking at Yuryong with a sword pointed at him. Surely this isn't the time for Cho Yuryong to have ascended yet. He understood the situation but couldn't say he'd read it in a book. Yes, I've heard a tale he cleverly fabricated as his reason. Yuryong was slightly surprised. A story, tell me about it. Shin Hyuk slowly recounted. Long ago there was a story of a legendary swordsman who suddenly appeared in Central Plains, confronted a violent dragon that harmed many people, then vanished. The swordsman, wearing white, faced the fierce dragon head-on with his sword. The hero's appearance in that tale resembled the man. Yuryong smiled, deepening the wrinkles on his brow. Could someone really have witnessed that battle? Shin Hyuk thought to himself, success. I just stitched together what I vaguely remembered from the novel. This old man had let his guard down a little. He must be someone extremely proud of his martial skill. Shin Hyuk bowed his head and kowtowed to Yuryong, following the path of righteousness. He sincerely performed the ritual and said, Sir, I heard a peerless martial artist is hiding here, so I sought you out. I'm not a bad person. Please sheathe your sword and teach me. Yuryong returned his sword to its scabbard and looked at the young man kneeling before him. Suddenly asking me to teach you martial arts? You're ridiculous. I refuse. I'll spare your life. Go back. A spear, Shin Hyuk said. Those words made Yuryong freeze in place. His back went rigid. The man before him fell silent for a moment. Then he asked again, what did you just say? Shin Hyuk looked up honestly with pleading eyes. I have a match coming up. The opponent uses a spear. Spear versus sword, which would win? He kept his posture and asked Yuryong. Yuryong clasped his hands behind his back and tilted his head, looking at the kid kneeling on the cold snow. Compared to a shorter sword, the spear offers far superior reach. A spear is longer than a short sword. With proper training, they become powerful soldiers. Length and striking power, nothing weak about it. The answer is the spear, Yuryong explained thoroughly. Shin Hyuk frowned in surprise. Why would he admit that so easily? Having spoken, Yuryong turned, flicked his robe and prepared to leave. Understood, go home and cherish your life. Watching his retreating steps, Shin Hyuk thought, hey, you can't just leave like that. I talked big. If I was meant to go home, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. Shin Hyuk quickly acted to block the man's cold steps, pounding the snow in mock anger. Oh no. Yuryong stopped and listened. Indeed, a sword cannot beat a spear. I rushed here hoping to find an answer, but next week I have to duel many people one-on-one. I should hurry back and practice begging techniques. Shin Hyuk mocked himself with those words and pushed himself up. He covered the true feeling in his eyes and kept blurting out demoralizing lines to himself. I don't know how to beg. Should I wet my pants first to show surrender, then figure it out? What do I say to snuff out the killing intent of the spear instructor? Shin Hyuk hunched and covered his face, muttering to himself loud enough for Yuryong to hear. As the representative sword instructor, I hereby acknowledge the superiority of spear techniques. Before your heavy spear, my sword is nothing but firewood, no more like a tooth. He kept insulting his own swordsmanship without shame. Right, toothpick is better. Yuryong, a swordsman with his sword at his side, spoke. That's just a general matter of sword versus spear. I don't know how skilled the spear user you're facing really is. Yuryong's eyes reddened with anger at Shin Hyuk's words. My sword could split a dragon in two. Daring to compare sword to spear in front of me, are you prepared to die? He said coldly. I admire your courage, so I'll give you special help. Shin Hyuk, still exhaling frosty breath, stood there hiding his face. So stop crying, Yuryong said, and the face hidden under Shin Hyuk's arm contorted into a crazed, drooling smile. Shin Hyuk was ecstatic. It worked. He wiped drool from his mouth and kept saying, thank you, Mr. Cho Yuryong. So what do you mean by help exactly? A hidden manual, a spirit elixir, whatever it is, thank you, he added. Hearing those words, Yuryong quickly pointed excitedly and asked, what are you talking about? There's something far better. With that, Yuryong struck countless acupuncture points on Shin Hyuk's body. Shin Hyuk's face twisted in pain as he screamed, ah. Shin Hyuk collapsed onto the white snow, burning hot as if beaten all over with a club. Yuryong's hand released the last pressure point. You're a martial artist, but you have no chi in your danshin. I've transmitted a small amount of warm yang chi into your meridians. In 4 days your danshin will be fully opened, and in 6 days you'll feel your body change. A hot current churned at Shin Hyuk's danshin. He gritted his teeth, face flushed and body trembling from the heat. Yuryong's voice rang out across the icy, snowy forest where the white gate still stood. I don't know how skilled that spear user is, but at this level you'll never be helpless in a fight again in your life. Shin Hyuk thought to himself, this is it. This nonsense is my fortune. He puffed out a breath in the freezing air. Wait a minute. If you win the match, come back to find me, Yuryong said calmly as he walked away without looking back, hands clasped behind his back. I cannot leave this place. When you return to your world, be sure to declare that swordsmanship is supreme. The scene shifted to the arena where Shin Hyuk and Hyun-sik faced off. The duel swordsman versus spearman drew a packed crowd in the stands. 1 week later, the spear training grounds. 2 teachers from one faction saw Hyun-sik sitting in the stands eating popcorn, looking down at the arena with a smug air. Kang, bold of you to show up instead of hiding. Have you found a new job this week? Behind them, teacher Yeonseok sat pale, silently watching the match. Shin Hyuk frowned, displeased. Teachers still talkative as ever, start already. Hearing his impatience, Hyun-sik laughed, ha ha ha, ridiculous. Full of confident contempt, he pointed the spear's tip at Shin Hyuk, deliberately allowing teacher Kang to strike first. Please, teacher. Of course, the spear also has the advantage of striking second. Shin Hyuk took up his sword stance and breath. Thank you, then I won't refuse. He felt a lightness in his body. He took the remark to mean he'd grown strong enough not to be utterly crushed anywhere. He leapt from his starting spot, but with only this much strength, there was no way he'd win against that guy. Even if he ended up maimed in this match, Shin Hyuk shouted from above, intending to bring his sword down on Hyun-sik's head in one stroke. He vowed he would never live cowardly again. With that resolve, Shin Hyuk's spirit burned with the desire to win. He became a different person, fully focused on the path of his sword. With a single downward slash, Hyun-sik's spear snapped in two. A patch of his hair was shaved off and his clothes were split open by the sword wind, exposing his funny little yellow SpongeBob underpants. He looked utterly pathetic. The 2 female teachers were completely shocked, popcorn flying everywhere. The referee couldn't believe his eyes and stared at the arena, face drained. Hyun-sik's silly SpongeBob underpants were displayed before hundreds of onlookers. He was struck bald on top, spat out a mouthful of blood, and collapsed to the ground. Shin Hyuk was surprised at the effect of his single strike, staring blankly, Hyun-sik lay unconscious, showing off his SpongeBob underwear on the arena floor. The referee signaled the end. Match over. Teacher Kang. Shin Hyuk wins. Then someone rushed over to support Hyun-sik, calling for an ambulance. He's badly injured, damn it, stretcher, bring a stretcher now. Meanwhile, Shin Hyuk could only stand there wide-eyed, still not fully aware. He trembled as he remembered Yuryong's words. In 4 days your danshin will be fully opened, and in 6 days you will feel your body change. You will never be helpless in a fight again. He bit his lower lip and looked down at the sword in his hand, sweating all over. That crazy old man, what did he do to my body? He recalled the original. Lee Jae-sung, the protagonist-turned-hunter, achieved extraordinary growth after learning martial arts and lived in luxury, soaking in a golden bath surrounded by rare herbs. Sure, partly because he drank elixirs like water, but he was already quite strong beforehand. Panic rose as he stared at his hand. Right, I knew it, but isn't this a bit too much? Teacher Kang, a loud call rang out. Teacher Yeonseok hurried over, the rush of wind lifting his fringe and revealing his rather high forehead. Teacher Kang, are you hurt anywhere? Shin Hyuk looked dazed at him. Oh, Teacher Park. He sheepishly scratched his head and asked with a grin, did you see the match? Bald Teacher Yeonseok looked up in admiration. Of course. I didn't even see what happened. Teacher Kang vanished in a flash and the wind blew my underwear right off like this. Indeed, ordinary department teachers probably looked like that. He inspected Yeonseok from head to toe. The man was indescribably elated and oddly relieved. Maybe he had a lot on his mind. The two on that side kept encouraging each other. At least the teacher is okay, that's lucky. This can't be let slide, I'll treat everyone today. On the other side, Hyun Sik in his yellow SpongeBob underwear was being placed on a stretcher by the medical staff and carried off the arena. While the defeated, bruised, naked man was carried to the hospital, people kept asking about Shin Hyuk. Oh my god, Teacher Park, I want to go too, let me join, what's on the menu? The two female teachers on Hyun Sik's side were mortified but still put on airs, arms crossed in disdain as Yeonseok and Shin Hyuk left the stands. Below, sign-ups kept coming, me too, I'll go. Seeing the growing crowd, Yeonseok panicked a bit. Folks, I'll collect 20,000 won from each person. They went to celebrate together. Yeonseok grabbed the main character's arm and raised it like a victory proclamation, making Shin Hyuk bashful as both were pleasantly tipsy. The two grew closer and toasted chilled draft beers together. Then everyone went for round 2 to celebrate. Shin Hyuk showed off his singing, forcing the other teachers to clamp their hands over their ears. Then he went home and slept like a log, not even bothering to change his clothes. Shin Hyuk even drooled in his sleep and giggled, stop, don't pour anymore, coming home at 4 in the morning drunk out of his mind. A normal person would have suffered horrible hangover nausea the next day, but while he slept soundly, his danchin began to glow. Kang Shin Hyuk's danchin had undergone a transformation and started a self-purification process. The light from his danchin made Shin Hyuk sweat profusely, soaking his shirt as if he'd just stepped out of a shower. The heat woke him, eyes half open. Kang Shin Hyuk found his physical abilities had far exceeded expectations. Being drunk was nothing now. Shin Hyuk sat up, bewildered as he felt his body had changed. His skin gleamed oddly. What happened to the hangover? He felt compelled to return to the person who had altered his body. He grabbed a gift basket and stepped back through the gate. Shin Hyuk grimaced. He hadn't expected to come here again, but since the man had saved his life, he had to offer his thanks. Beyond the gate, the scene was the same, snow falling pure and white as when he first entered. Shin Hyuk walked through the snow layer. Everything was white. The only things visible were snow and trees. That old man, didn't he say he couldn't leave the gate? He peered around as he walked. There wasn't a single animal. Even though it felt like a novel, the landscape was brutally harsh. Your back, a voice said. Shin Hyuk turned toward it. Yuryong was meditating on a rock with his back to him. He turned half his face and asked, so you beat that spear user, right? A system-like prompt reintroduced the character, Cho Yuryong. Shin Hyuk eagerly approached. Of course I won one strike and his underwear was exposed. Yuryong stroked his silver beard. Really? That spear user was weaker than I thought. He hurriedly said, no sir. The spear user is actually well regarded, but I'm here to ask you about something else. What exactly did you do to my body that day? Yuryong looked at him quizzically. Do what? I only opened your danchin just enough so you wouldn't be utterly wrecked. What martial art did you use? How much inner power did that spear user have? He added, suddenly bored. Come tell me the story. Shin Hyuk froze at Yuryong's request. Watching Yuryong training, he wondered about martial arts, and now he understood why he'd become unusually strong. Why hadn't he thought of Cho Yuryong's manual as the catalyst for becoming a hunter? Lee Jae-sung had to train painfully to break his danchin, while he had a top master directly unlock his. He remembered Yuryong pressing the acupoints to open his danchin that day. Shin Hyuk admitted honestly, sir, sorry to interrupt, but I didn't study any martial art. Yuryong seemed skeptical. What do you mean you didn't learn any martial art? Your danchin was clearly sealed, but there's a small amount of inner energy. Shin Hyuk looked at his glowing danchin and touched it, confessing, it just accumulated naturally when I swung my sword in fights. In wuxia novels, inner energy accumulates through martial training, but hunters are different. He thought that to himself and then heard Yuryong scold. That's a crude way to put it. Shin Hyuk stepped closer and asked, do you remember the name of the country you lived in before coming here? Yuryong answered immediately, of course, Great Ming. The emperor was Zhu Yuanzhang, the Hongwu emperor. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk felt he'd found answers to his doubts. No wonder hunters awakened only recently in his world, and Yuryong had been isolated beyond the gate, so it's natural he wouldn't know about outside events. Cho Yuryong turned out to be from a completely different world. He bowed his head, slightly saddened. I've always been interested in old tales, and I knew of the legendary swordsman Cho Yuryong. He told him the truth, sir. In the outside world, martial arts no longer exist. The words struck Yuryong like lightning. He froze. What? Outside, a lot of time has passed. Another kind of power emerged and martial arts gradually faded away. Shin Hyuk sketched out how the flow of time changed everything. Skyscrapers, cars, and highways replaced the old ways. He thought explaining it as another world would be better. You seem lonely, he added, but don't worry, Lee Jae-sung will carry on your tradition. He bowed and offered the gift bag he'd brought. I don't know if this will comfort you, but here, food from the outside world that's good for your health. Yu Ryong glanced back. The liquid from the bag had barely touched his lips when Yu Ryong immediately pulled it out, pale-faced with his mouth still puckered. The liquid from the bag had barely touched his lips when Yu Ryong immediately pulled it out, pale-faced with his mouth still puckered. He wiped his mouth anxiously. Could there be an epidemic outside now, forcing poor people to rely on such low-quality goods for their health? He kept complaining. In his day, even beggars practiced lightness skill. 50-year-old mountain ginseng was eaten as a side dish. What pitiful people. Shin Hyuk flushed at the remark, his eyes as if wanting to confiscate the ginseng he'd spent money on. That old man was the kind of person who could easily irritate someone. He squatted, opened his pack, pulled something out and asked, "Sir, do you like sweets?" Yu Ryong closed one eye and replied, "I'm too old to like sweets like a child." Shin Hyuk put both hands forward with an item. "This is a chocolate bar I eat when it's cold, just use this for now." Yu Ryong smiled with delight. "This colorful wrapper, food inside, let me taste it." He unwrapped it and bit off a piece of the chocolate bar. The chocolate's flavor flooded his mouth and Yu Ryong swooned, intoxicated by the sweet floral aroma. Strange noises rang out and Shin Hyuk froze in place. He regained his usual seriousness. "Not bad, if you have more, bring it out." The whole forest was blanketed in white snow. A pile of soda cans, water bottles, instant noodle packages, and other odds and ends lay scattered on the ground. Yu Ryong ate his fill off the heap of scraps, but still clinging to his silver beard. "I ate very well. There really are many wondrous foods outside," he said. Shin Hyuk picked up the trash while watching him, secretly resentful. The old man had eaten the emergency rations he'd brought as a backup. He blurted out, "Old man, no sir, how do you usually soothe your hunger?" Yu Ryong was emptying the last crumbs of chips from the bag and answered, "Once you reach my level you don't need to eat, you just taste things." He asked further, "You don't eat at all?" Shin Hyuk felt like hissing smoke. He really wanted to go home. He slung on his backpack and looked at that proud, straight-backed figure. "All right then, earlier I didn't know how to comfort you, but this is fine." The old man clasped his hands and turned away. "So, as you said, the Ming dynasty has long since vanished, right? Martial arts have been lost and the world is overrun with monsters." Shin Hyuk tied the plastic bag in his hand and looked up. "Yes, that's right. Instead of martial artists, there are beings called hunters." Yu Ryong's back in the sleet looked oddly lonely and solitary. He stared at the snow-white landscape. "I haven't kept track of days for some time. Since I came here, I've only hoped to ascend to immortality. Because I opened your danshin, you may well be the only martial artist left outside." Shin Hyuk answered honestly, "Yes, for now. At the moment you might be the only martial artist in that modern world of skyscrapers and crowded traffic. You felt it, the gap between someone awakened to martial arts and someone who isn't is enormous." Yu Ryong's sword at his hip swayed gently. He turned to look at him. "How will you use that power?" Shin Hyuk carefully stuffed their trash into his backpack. "To live, what else?" he said. "Just live normally, no more puking at parties, that's great." Yu Ryong looked back at the young man in surprise when he heard that. He rubbed his chin and mused about three random things. "Hey, if I want to trade stocks later, I'll have to wake up early. If I want to game longer, back health matters, this is pretty useful." Yu Ryong changed the subject. "I haven't asked, what's your name?" He replied, "Oh, I'm King Shin Hyuk." He shouldered his backpack again. "I'm not ambitious, I just have basic martial talent and work as a teacher for kids. After training them, I probably won't go doing anything reckless, right?" The old man politely reintroduced himself. "I am Cho Yu Ryong, the country's top swordsman who cut down the dragon to save Central Plains." Shin Hyuk looked at him and said, "Yes, I know." Yu Ryong stood in the wind and snow and called the name, Kang Shin Hyuk. He closed his eyes and enunciated each word clearly. "I will take you as my disciple." Shin Hyuk looked at him calmly, not the least bit shaken. Firmly, he said, "To be honest, I must decline." Yu Ryong froze where he stood when he heard that. He scowled and asked, "You didn't mishear me, did you?" Shin Hyuk smiled brightly and slung his pack up. "No, sir, thank you for the offer, but I'm really fine." He scratched his head, embarrassed and blushing. "From the start, I never wanted to be this strong. You helped me through a hardship, so from now on I just want to live an ordinary life." The old man tried to persuade him. "If you become my disciple, you could put the world under your feet." Shin Hyuk's gaze showed not a hint of hesitation. Seeing the resolve in Shin Hyuk's eyes, Yu Ryong waved his hand in resignation. "Go on then, I'm off to prepare for ascension." Shin Hyuk bowed to him and smiled. "I'll always be proud of having met you for the rest of my life." As Shin Hyuk bowed to say goodbye, Yu Ryong sighed with regret. "What a pity, if only I could leave something behind before I ascend." Shin Hyuk remained bowed and thoughtful. Ascend? Was he really going to ascend to become an immortal now? He looked up sharply at Yu Ryong's snow-white back and asked, "Sir, really, if you ascend to immortality, can you reach the realm of the immortals?" Yu Ryong didn't turn but replied calmly, "If you reach the state of the infinite, or attain a certain enlightenment, or accumulate enough virtue, then yes. In our case, the realm of martial arts was right before our eyes, and having helped you, I have already accumulated virtue, so I only need a bit more cultivation to ascend." Yu Ryong's steady, low voice echoed through the snowy forest. How convenient, no need to leave behind any complicated manual. As soon as Yu Ryong finished speaking, Shin Hyuk was utterly shocked, staring at him with a contorted face. Shin Hyuk hurriedly asked again, "Sir, are you planning to leave without leaving a manual?" Yu Ryong glanced at him and thought to himself, "This kid, are you craving a manual?" He crossed his arms with a disdainful expression. "After all, there will be no one to meet again, so why leave anything behind?" Didn't you say that martial arts have long been lost in the outside world? Even if the content were recorded, no one would practice it. Shin Hyuk worried about the plot details in this world. Yu Ryong wouldn't leave a manual. This was unexpected. I've misread things. My arrival created a variable. Your presence will change the plot. Where the male lead should have found a martial arts manual in the cave, it becomes an ordinary empty place. If this old man doesn't leave a manual, Lee Jae-sung won't receive his opportunity. Then Lee Jae-sung won't catch up to Kim Do-hyun, and without a sense of danger, Kim Do-hyun won't grow stronger. That person will be like many others, living an ordinary life, sitting in school with his peers. Ultimately, this world will be annihilated. Monsters will ravage it with their wings and feet, and the whole world will sink into the smoke and fire of the apocalypse. You stood there watching Yu Ryong in the snow-lashed wind. I thought I was only exploiting a simple event from the novel, but I approached it far too superficially. After hesitating for a moment, Shin Hyuk urgently pleaded, wait sir, please. Yu Ryong, and the old man, hearing the urgency in his voice, sighed in relief with crafty eyes as if he'd predicted this. I've been shallow. Please accept me as your disciple. Yu Ryong didn't turn but said loftily, this strange kid already changed his mind. Shin Hyuk hurriedly tried to explain, isn't it a pity, sir, that your martial art will be lost? He clasped his hands and bowed respectfully, eyes pleading with determination. Please accept me as your disciple and leave behind your martial art and manuals. Only then can I live carefully later. Yu Ryong turned to him with a truly insolent look. Shin Hyuk quickly produced his card. Every time I come here to train, I'll bring lots of food. The old man pressed the issue, his terrifying face roaring. Training will be grueling. Are you mentally prepared? Tears brimmed in Shin Hyuk's eyes as he shut them and shouted, yielding to fate. Yes, damn it, my free time. The scene shifted back to the academy. In the teacher's lounge, everyone was whispering. An instructor from the non-specialized hunter's school had subdued a prodigy instructor from the elite hunter's school in an instant, and after the duel of honor, the academy was utterly chaotic by the weekend. A private chat group was created and dozens of teachers joined to share about the honor duel. Teacher Jung, so those were SpongeBob's underwear. Don't say it aloud, it's unbelievable I've been underestimated by someone like that all this time. Although I cheered out of embarrassment, honestly it felt exhilarating. The invisible wall between practical subjects and general studies was also mentioned. It was like teacher Yoon Seok's joyful face when Shin Hyuk won. Now I understand teacher Park's relieved expression that day. Two teachers whispered to each other, I heard rumors about a selection system for non-specialized hunter teachers, right? One covered his mouth to lower his voice. Honestly, I used to think those from the non-specialized hunter school would be weaker. But after watching teacher Kang Shin Hyuk's match, my thinking changed completely, and I heard teacher Kang didn't ask for any reward after winning, right? As the two continued to discuss, a pair of glossy leather-shod feet strode leisurely down the corridor. The protagonist was being praised by everyone. Teacher Shin Hyuk, such great character too. Kang Shin Hyuk. You happily thought about the issue you hadn't mentioned after the battle. You forgot to ask for a reward. But these admiring looks all around, it's wonderful. The female teachers blush and smile when they see you in the hallway and bow, and you politely return the greeting. I'm getting closer to the life I've always wanted. Shin Hyuk pulled the door open. All right, I promise to visit the old man every weekend, so on weekdays I'll focus on a normal life again. As the classroom door opened, the whole class stood up straight with chests out, solemnly greeting teacher Shin Hyuk, which puzzled him a bit. A male student shouted, class attention, and Shin Hyuk was startled, exclaiming, oh my god. The class shouted in unison, chanting the slogan, good day sir, never give in, never give in. Students excitedly looked at Shin Hyuk on the podium. Teacher, we heard about the result. How did you do it? You didn't just win, you wiped them out, right? He was bewildered. How had the news spread so far? Wait, how do they even know? Wasn't the match only for teachers? The class president boasted happily. Jin-so's brother is a second-level teacher. Jin-so raised his hand, equally thrilled, and asked, teacher, can you tell us the story? He took his book and modestly declined. No, kids don't need to know. Open your books, today is theory. He began today's lecture, writing on the board with a smile, unlike his previous life. In this one he has a healthy body, a decent job, and a stable life. I'll cherish and enjoy this hard-won happiness for the rest of my life. He silently decided about his future in the empty corridor of the academy after overcoming his fear. Only 4 hours after that grateful thought, the students were noisily chatting. Shin Hyuk frowned and pleaded, please give me more. The lady serving rice in the cafeteria was firm and concise, just enough. His face fell, he wasn't happy. The woman serving food remained unmoved. Then the tongs picked up 2 more sausages and dropped them onto his tray. He grinned, licked his lips, pulled out a chair, and eyed the tray with 4 fried sausages. Crazy, am I allowed to have whatever I want today? 2 sausages, no way. Kang Shin Hyuk explodes. The era of Kang Shin Hyuk begins. At that moment, a pair of thighs in short shorts approached. Oh, there's an empty seat here. He looked up from his spoon at the newcomer. Shin Hyuk's cheeks flushed involuntarily as the person asked, Kang Shin Hyuk, you're a teacher, right? The newcomer was a hot girl carrying a tray piled with fried sausages. You're the swordsmanship teacher in the high school block, right? I'm Sendami. Shin Hyuk was a bit slow to respond. Ah, yes, that's right. How come there are sausages? Oh, and how do you know me? She calmly sat in the empty seat opposite him and smiled. Your acting is still awkward. There's no surveillance camera in the cafeteria, so relax, Senior Shin Hyuk. He froze dumbfounded, soup dripped from his spoon onto the tray. Senior Shin Hyuk, is she someone I know? Most people I used to know stir memories when I meet them, but… She popped a sausage into her mouth, watched Shin Hyuk's reaction and asked, have I changed so much you don't recognize me? That would be sad, I'm Siora. He tried to search the original owner's memories. Siora, wait, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Shin Hyuk's face froze like a chili-eating monkey again. Contact in the phone, Junior Siora, could it be? He repeated her name in suspicion. Choi Siora. Siora smiled sweetly at him. You only recognize me now, you've changed a lot since before, huh? At school I'm still a teacher, so I keep this demeanor, Siora said casually. Shin Hyuk turned pale and broke into a cold sweat, thinking about the saved contact in his phone and how she used to address him. Junior Siora, the woman sitting across from him, kept merrily piling sausages into her mouth. The reason the memory didn't surface was that I already knew this woman. He recalled the plot. Choi Siora was to serve as the homeroom teacher for the protagonist's path to becoming a hunter. Moreover, not only the homeroom teacher, she was a central figure in the middle of Book 2, a beautiful homeroom teacher with a hot body and a sweet smile. But in reality, she had a different identity in the shadows, because this woman was a member of the organization, the international criminal group antagonist. A mechanical system voice rang in Shin Hyuk's head. He frowned in irritation and brought a hand to his ear as Kang Shin Hyuk's memories were being called back. It's time. Antagonist, abbreviated as ANTAS, is an anti-hunter organization. Its members hide beneath cloaks. Antas massacred countless hunters and are the open enemy of the International Hunter Federation. However, they are a dangerous group known for mysterious movements, organized in small networked cells. The system information echoed in his head. He closed his eyes to take it in while Siora across from him casually chewed her sausage, and they had almost no notable arrest. She speared a piece of sausage and offered it over while her own tray was already clean. Senior, why that face? It's safe here, under the lights it's usually dim, so don't worry. Shin Hyuk pressed his lips together and stared at her, but oddly he'd clearly read to the end. He didn't remember anything saying Kang Shin Hyuk was a member of ANTAS. While he was still trying to sort the information, the system voice sounded again and he jumped. An extra story chapter had opened. From now on it would record the story of Kang Shin Hyuk, assassin of ANTAS. What the assassin? He broke out in a sweat as if he'd been showered. Shin Hyuk muttered curses at the original owner in his heart. Damn that Kang Shin Hyuk. At that moment he went pale with fear, watching the current Shin Hyuk age alarmingly. What the hell have you been up to? He sat motionless amid the noisy cafeteria and thought to himself. I read straight through to the end, not intending to analyze deeply, but I don't recall anything saying Kang Shin Hyuk was a member of ANTAS. Then a thought flashed through his mind and his eyes shot open. Wait, could it be that? He remembered information he had read after an interview. The author interview he saw after finishing the novel had mentioned an extra story in progress. Wait and see. Many details you can't see in the original will be revealed. The system announced, extra story chapter Kang Shin Hyuk, the prologue is viewable. He didn't hesitate, scowled and clicked view it immediately. The information flooding into his head made Shin Hyuk grit his teeth and endure the system's icy voice. Kang Shin Hyuk's memory and his assassin was recalled. While operating in the guild, Kang Shin Hyuk initially had a teammate named Kim Chang-soo. He was the one who exposed the orphanage director and rescued Kang Shin Hyuk. They were very close, always together. 2 years earlier, while descending Gwanak Mountain after completing a mission at a portal as usual, a nearby portal exploded and countless large, bloodthirsty monsters poured out from the gate right before the two of them. They immediately requested guild support, but at that time other teams were also in trouble. The two were pushed to the foot of the mountain with no escape route, so Kang Shin Hyuk and Kim Chang-soo received no assistance. At that moment his companion Kim Chang-soo shoved Shin Hyuk. He was pushed by his companion and fell into the ravine, someone like an older brother he'd known since the orphanage, the only family he had left. He watched stunned as his only remaining family sacrificed himself, standing directly before the monster's blood-red maw full of razor teeth to save his life. That day, Kang Shin Hyuk lost the most precious thing he had. Kim Chang-soo died. All that remained of him was a photo with his familiar faint smile, placed atop interwoven white and yellow chrysanthemums. Shin Hyuk was injured but survived. At the funeral, the people he considered comrades in the guild wore black suits and bowed 90 degrees. After things settled, the guild's stance was unified. We couldn't provide support. Monsters had also appeared in the city, so they said they had to sacrifice the few to save the many. He gritted his teeth and fought back the tears from the overwhelming pain. But Kang Shin Hyuk knew clearly this was all factional. Both he and Chang-soo came from a school not meant for hunters and were always discriminated against in the guild. Learning the reason and becoming disillusioned with the guild, Kang Shin-hyuk volunteered for an overseas assignment and wheeled his suitcase away from that place of sorrow. When Shin-hyuk returned, he stood with his suitcase facing a girl in the quiet airport at dusk. After completing a year-long assignment in China and coming back, he began considering leaving the guild. Just then Choi Siora, his senior and junior acquaintance, suggested he join Anta's. At that point Shin-hyuk understood everything, so that's it. Maybe the extra story is a bit darker. He could clearly see Siora's beautiful face in the original owner's memories. He never expected a minor character like Kang Shin-hyuk to have such a past. Kang Shin-hyuk, who had fallen for Choi Siora, joined Anta's that very day. He couldn't believe the plot twisted so fast and blurted, "What?" In the original, Shin-hyuk obediently set up salary transfers to the organization for this woman. Half his income was sent to Choi Siora as Anta's funding. Present-day Shin-hyuk couldn't comprehend it. Wait, isn't this a pyramid scheme? In the information the system gave him was a scene of Shin-hyuk awkwardly holding a beautiful bouquet of roses to give to Siora. Oh, by the way, Kang Shin-hyuk once confessed to Choi Siora and was rejected. To seem cool, he still sponsored them and decided to keep a good senpai, kohai relationship with her. But because he was still hung up on her, he applied to the Hunter Academy to be near her. The fool in the original kept studying hard to achieve good results, this madman, all for that silly reason. And what about Chang-soo? What about revenge? Siora's voice pulled him back to reality. "Senpai, are you okay?" He winced. "I'm fine, no, I'm fine." She held chopsticks in her mouth and awkwardly said, "Are you really okay? You look so surprised you scared me a bit." He smiled, but internally he was screaming. If I were her, I wouldn't be startled. I thought my spring had finally arrived, and suddenly I'm labeled a member of a criminal organization. I'm going crazy. Siora wiped her mouth with a napkin. "I know your capabilities, but it's really hard to get into Hunter School. I thought when you said you'd quit the guild and switch to school it would take at least 2 years. He forced a laugh and scratched his head. "Is that so? And you passed on the first try. You're really something. Kang Shin-hyuk, you must really like her." Siora asked with concern, "So how's life at school? Are you okay?" He replied perfunctorily, "It's fine, just normal, it's early in the semester." She propped her cheek with her hand and pouted. "Then why haven't you contacted me all this time? If you passed the interview you should have at least told me. I've felt neglected." Shin-hyuk lifted his cup to drink with trembling hands. "Sorry, I was too busy. It's a good thing I didn't contact you. If I had said the wrong thing it would have been awkward." She said dryly as if sympathetic, "It's okay, you probably had your reasons. By the way, did the donations stop? I didn't see any money hit the account this month." Shin-hyuk was stunned, letting liquid run from his mouth back into the cup. "How would I know to transfer money? There's no record in the account history." He thought it through carefully. No, given his future, it's better to be straightforward. He couldn't be drained forever. Resolving it, Shin-hyuk intended to tell her plainly about the donations. "I'm planning to stop, would that be all right?" Siora fell silent and stared at Shin-hyuk when he said that. But he was surprised when she casually replied as if it were nothing. "Fair enough, you've donated a lot over time anyway. It's not mandatory and teacher salaries aren't that high if you don't have much to spend." Siora smiled like a sunflower. "I already told you Antas never forces donations, so it's fine." Hearing the truth made him want to curse the idiot original owner. Voluntary. How stupid is that damn King Shin-hyuk. She said casually that the organization was aware of his situation, so there was nothing to worry about. A series of images flashed through Shin-hyuk's mind. Note, this is Antas's perspective. Original Shin-hyuk was either a fool throwing money away like trash or a brutal pervert clutching yellow sponge underwear. Conversely, he passed the academy interview immediately and even defeated a borderline A-rank hunter, so their estimate of him probably went up. She twisted into a grateful smile. "Having a senior like you help me is truly an honor. Let's change the world together." He looked at her and thought, first you're going to destroy the world, right? In academy novels, hidden criminal organizations on campus usually aim for terrorism, guns, chains, or time bombs. However, even though Antas is a criminal organization, they don't kill without reason. There are rules against touching Hunter School students. Non-official hunters are off-limits unless under special circumstances. Choi Siora's role is likely to recruit potential students into Antas. She poses as a homeroom teacher to evaluate promising students through classes. Shin-hyuk propped his chin thoughtfully. These were just things he knew from reading the novel. Who knew what secrets the extra story would hide? So what am I supposed to do now? Siora seemed thoughtful for a moment. For the time being, focus on adapting to school life and make more friends. They sat in the cafeteria chatting animatedly from others' point of view. "He can handle that himself. Can't you at least give me a general idea of what to do? I need to know what to do so I can plan." She pushed up from the table with an empty tray and stood. "This can't be accomplished quickly, and there's only you in the third-year cohort, so it's fine. Then let's meet regularly, the last Tuesday of every month. How about that?" Shin-hyuk looked up at her motion. "The last Tuesday of each month. Tuesdays hardly have any social events. Let's meet for dinner." "Well then, I'll go ahead. See you often." Siora waved goodbye and left, the other's expression foolish. Shin-hyuk watched her bouncing figure as she walked away. He lowered his head and mumbled at his remaining tray. Tuesday. Cut back to the snowy forest beyond the gate. his training with Cho Yu-ryong began to go smoothly. Yu-ryong watched his training seriously. He decided to record the development of my body and taught me how to apply the mind method and his martial incantations. In a calm tone he said, I have already helped you open your danshin, but controlling it is entirely up to you. From now on you must not rest a single day, practice the great single circulation. Do you understand? Shin Hyuk sat quietly training, a ring of blue light surrounding him against the white snow. He squeezed his eyes shut and concentrated intensely. Yu Ryong watched him diligently, smiling with clear satisfaction. But suddenly the master threw a straight punch to his head that made Shin Hyuk sneeze water out of his nose. I ask you, do you understand? He clutched his head and complained, no, why do you keep talking and distract me? I'm listening. The master glanced at his foolish disciple. That's something I must say, aren't you the one who's unfocused? THERES Chinese letter mixed in the flow of your internal force. You must be troubled by something. After taking the hit he had tears at the corners of his eyes and asked pale-faced, can internal force really reveal such things? He stroked his beard, closed his eyes and explained, the great single circulation should be as natural as breathing. If you tremble even slightly, how could I not notice? Shin Hyuk was embarrassed. Actually, my heart is very troubled because of the place I once belonged to. Speak, and I will lend you this old man's wisdom. He curled up on the snowy ground, looked up and asked Yu Ryong, Master, what impression do you have of me? Am I a good person or a bad one? He turned his face away with a look of contempt. How should I know that, you idiot? Shin Hyuk flushed with anger, balling his hand into a fist. That old man was really aggravating. Yu Ryong bluntly observed, you just have the appearance of an annoying rich kid, as if the king of hell granted you a wish and you were reborn as a pretty boy. Shin Hyuk was embarrassed and sheepishly sweating. I'm sorry for doubting you, sir. He chuckled and stroked his beard. With that face, do good and you're a good person, do evil and you're a villain. It's that simple. You need strength to have the right to think about such things. No matter how grand the plan, the strong surviving is the law in a world of swords and mountains. Only in vicious places with brutal competition do the losers, unable to speak, get written into history as villains, just like the wars in his old world. Yu Ryong turned his always straight back toward him. Troublemakers like those great demonic battles or blood conflicts die young. From the start, without strength, good and evil are just illusions. So did I help at all? Shin Hyuk felt he grasped the depth of the words and replied, yes, thank you, sir. Then hurry back with the chocolate. He glanced at the backpack, revealing it was stuffed with his master's favorite snacks. Yes, master, justice or not, what moved me was that old man's final line. After training with his master beyond the White Gate, Shin Hyuk returned to everyday life as a swordsmanship teacher. Troublemakers like those demonic wars or blood feuds die young anyway. I just want to make money quietly through stocks and live a peaceful, long life. Back in the present, watching Siora happily savoring her pastry, he thought, terrorism, assassination, revenge for Chan Su, none of that concerns me. I don't want to affect the world and die young. She had crumbs all over her face and looked at him curiously. That's odd, senpai. I told you to meet on the last Tuesday of every month, so why did you contact me early? He sat awkwardly upright and faced her. I have something to tell you, he said. She asked, what's with the hesitation? Shin Hyuk swallowed hard with a gulp. Then he pointed at his own face and forced a smile. I can't leave Anta's, can I? At that moment, Siora froze in place. Then she suddenly transformed into the look of a red-eyed assassin, stabbing a fork toward Shin Hyuk's head. In the restaurant, everyone stared in shock at the scene. The man drinking his beverage spat it out, the woman gaped with wide eyes and bits of meat fluttered in the air. The cashier, furious while handing change, was turning purple with anger. How dare someone act so recklessly in a business? Customers stopped caring about their change, all attention focused on Shin Hyuk and Siora. She held the sharp fork pointed straight at Shin Hyuk's handsome face. He was so terrified his expression contorted comically, sweating as if he'd bathed, soup and bits of meat splattered on his hair and face. Shin Hyuk trembled, thinking he'd anticipated this but never expected such a reaction. Siora gripped the fork decisively, her eyes cold and lethal like an assassin's. She threatened, hey senpai, those things you just said, you better explain them clearly, unless you want more holes on your face besides eyes, nose, and mouth. Shin Hyuk went pale, staring at the fork just centimeters away. He quickly tried to calm her. I'll explain, but first can we clean this up? We probably need to move. He reminded himself silently that people were watching. The scene couldn't be more unusual. Enraged, Siora had climbed onto the table and pressed the fork to Shin Hyuk's face while he sat on his chair, hands raised in surrender. Food was scattered all over the table. Those in the restaurant all witnessed the ugly scene and began whispering and speculating. One girl covered her mouth and murmured, hey, look, maybe that guy's cheating. Her boyfriend, eager for gossip, replied, he looks okay, but cheating is serious. The girl even warned her boyfriend, if you cheat, you're dead to me. Seeing the stranger with a fork pointed straight at his face, the boyfriend nervously replied decisively, I smoke, I don't cheat. Shin Hyuk said seriously to the person in front of him, first, take my car, I've got something I want to show you. Dusk slowly fell over the city as the day wound down, and traffic on the road thinned out. Inside the white car driving down the road, a woman's voice sounded. What do you mean by saying you'll explain but driving straight to Incheon? The man replied. I think if I just tell you, you won't let it go, so I also have something I want to show you while we're at it. Shin Hyuk and Seora were in the car. She still had the fork at his throat while he drove. She frowned and said, then while we're driving, you must explain what you said at that cafe. Shin Hyuk, helpless, answered, you brought a fork with you, that's stealing. As soon as he said that, Seora didn't hesitate to stab the fork into his neck with just enough force to hurt without breaking the skin. Shin Hyuk went pale with pain, eyes wide. He pretended to confess honestly, the reason I joined ANTAS is the discrimination against those from non-hunter schools. But I think awareness at school has shifted a bit, Seora raised an eyebrow skeptically. Really? You only won one match, senior, that won't change anything. Shin Hyuk sighed in frustration. Now she's interrupting me and snapping at me. Koreans should listen to the end of a sentence. He gripped the wheel and said, not immediately, sure, but after this happens I think it's possible. Shin Hyuk tried to negotiate. Even if it's not ANTAS, I can work hard on my own little by little, and ANTAS is extreme. Seora was silent, watching his expression in the rearview mirror. He honestly said he didn't want to be like before. There were too many differences from the direction he wanted, terrorism and the cold-blooded killings. But Seora retorted, I told you from the start, not all the terrorist incidents were caused by us. The government pins them on us. And those who died were scum who deserved it. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk frowned tightly and replied seriously, Seora, no one in this world deserves to die. Seora was shaken inside but truly couldn't accept it. She shut her eyes tight and shouted, Senior, you don't do missions like that, and are you afraid of those missions? Shin Hyuk went pale and drenched in sweat. His neck had started to bleed. He begged in fear, yes, I'm scared, I'm really scared, please Seora, pull the fork out for me. Seora withdrew the fork. On his pale neck were 4 bleeding wounds where the sharp tines had pierced. She scolded him, coward. Shin Hyuk exhaled in relief. Indeed, it wasn't easy. He thought to himself that he'd braced for the fact that escaping a criminal organization wouldn't be simple, not something he could just walk away from without preparation. Shin Hyuk said, now look up a news story I'm going to tell you. Search the phrase assassination of Deputy Director of the Hunter Management Bureau Min Young Seok and it'll come up. Seora looked up the phrase on her phone and said nonchalantly, Min Young Seok, he's a piece of trash who embezzled billions of won from the budget. Min Young Seok is a damn bastard who deserved to die. Shin Hyuk narrated the shocking headline, collision with a cargo truck, Min Young Seok, the driver, and 2 passengers killed. The driver, surnamed Kim, was a young man who had lost his wife and lived alone with his daughter. He wasn't a permanent employee but a contracted driver for the Hunter Management Bureau. The question was whether that contracted driver had any connection to the corruption Min Young Seok was involved in. Shin Hyuk glanced at Seora through the rearview mirror. Upon hearing this, she could no longer hide her composure, her expression slightly panicked as she obediently replied, no. It was rush hour, so the line of cars ahead was backed up into a long queue. From Shin Hyuk's memory of the novel, Lee Seo-ah, the female lead who topped the popularity polls, became a hunter. She was indispensable, forming a love triangle with the main characters and playing an important role in the latter half of the story. The driver of the car when Min Young Seok died was Lee Seo-ah's father, he said calmly. ANTAS publicly disclosed the incident, revealing that they carried it out along with exposing the corruption Min Young Seok was involved in. The public reaction wasn't bad, some even showed support for ANTAS. However, Mr. Kim also died and his family was forgotten in all of that. To Seora's ideals, that was wrong. She frowned and insisted, that must be a mistake. ANTAS doesn't harm ordinary people, you know that, senior, it's clearly in the rules. Shin Hyuk gripped the information in his hand. I've already asked Seora, he shot her a questioning glance. Are you being honest? Do you really think the dead were accidental because they were near an ANTAS target? Was it only Mr. Kim? Shin Hyuk fell silent, confirming inwardly that she had only been avoiding the truth. She knew it too, didn't she? After hearing his confrontation, Seora seemed to realize something. Her expression collapsed. She pressed a hand to her forehead and panted. Shin Hyuk thought, it looks like everything's clear now. Starting today I can finally rest easy. She rubbed her head and said, I'll tell you why I refused your confession. Shin Hyuk froze like a clown and replied, suddenly, why now? He quickly composed himself and said, no, about that I don't need it now. Seora lifted the fork threateningly. Listen to me. He answered, you have the right to speak. Seora recounted that the large-scale teleport gate breach happened 15 years ago. You know that, senior, both my parents died in that accident when I was little. Shin Hyuk was surprised. That wasn't mentioned in the novel, was it a side story? He tried to comfort her. You must have had it rough, but how does that relate to refusing my confession? Abruptly interrupted, she angrily jabbed the fork into his neck. Shin Hyuk clenched his lips in pain. I'll be quiet, go on. If the hunters had come, both my parents could have survived. It was the most dangerous area. The teleport gates in my neighborhood included 4 D ranks and 2 C ranks at most. It needed the most attention and was pretty close to the association. But no one came, not a single person. Meanwhile, dozens of hunter teams from major guilds showed up in wealthy neighborhoods where 3 F-rank dungeons were liberated. He thought to himself bitterly that Kang Shin-hyuk had gone through something similar. But if something like that had happened, it would certainly have caused a major public uproar. Would that even fit in the story of becoming a hunter? Siora withdrew the fork from his neck. Her face darkened as she spoke coldly with a hint of sorrow. By the way, this wasn't covered in the media. Those in power were protected and used money to cover it up. Siora broke down, tears falling as she choked out. If no one cared to investigate, I would never have known. Shin-hyuk, expressionless, thought that Choi Siora hadn't come from a hunter academy like Kang Shin-hyuk yet had still joined Anta's. Siora sobbed, covering her face partly to hide her tears. She pressed her lips together and poured out her feelings. Isn't it strange? I said I'd tell you why I refused your confession, but then I talked about my parents. Actually, it's not that I hate you. I can't forget this desire for revenge because of my parents. Senior, please help me. When I've taken my revenge, let's meet then. She slammed the fork hard into the seat in front as if to release the emotions flooding her. Luckily, Shin-hyuk leaned left and raised his hand in time, or he'd have lost that arm. He shouted, "Put that down and talk." Nearly dead, he stuck his head out the car door and wailed inwardly. What parent would want their child to join a terrorist group for revenge? If he were Kang Shin-hyuk, he'd have already promised to help Choi Siora. But I don't have any special feelings for Choi Siora. Even if her situation is pitiful and she's beautiful, there are other women in the world. Terrified and a bit mad, Shin-hyuk stuck his head out the window. The wind hit his face, distorting it, cheeks ballooning, lips pulled back, eyes wide, creating an absurd, funny expression that startled passersby. He pleaded, closed his eyes, and apologized once more, thinking his life would be much freer. Before I transmigrated into Shin-hyuk's body, I had read the novel and already knew the future. I'd even inserted myself into the protagonist's fate. You calculated that if you just cut ties with Choi Siora and got out of Anta's, your life would go smoothly. Yet why? A rough hand gently settled on his shoulder. He turned his head. The image of a man smiling faintly appeared, his face indistinct but oddly familiar. The man murmured, "Rely on him." He suddenly recognized him and shouted, "Kang Shin-hyuk." At the same time, Siora's voice cried out in a panic, "See, senior, look ahead." The car swerved for a moment, then returned to its lane. Shin-hyuk and Siora turned pale. He screamed, "That was close to death." He recalled a moment ago, "What was that? That was truly terrifying." Siora said, "I'll put the fork away. I forgot your hands were on the wheel." Suddenly Shin-hyuk asked Siora, "Do you know who the target of your revenge is?" She replied in surprise, "Senior, you've changed your mind." He said, "First you'd better answer." Siora fell silent to think. The head of the Hunter Management Bureau back then was Kim In-hak, but I don't think he was the only one who ordered it. Shin-hyuk sighed. If he was the bureau chief back then, by now he'd likely be someone even more powerful. He muttered irritably, "Oh my god, Kang Shin-hyuk, you idiot." Siora, secretly pleased, asked, "So that thing you said about quitting earlier wasn't true, right?" Contrary to her hopes, Shin-hyuk answered firmly, "No, I'm going to quit Anta's, but I'll personally help you." She hesitated. "What do you mean, how could you?" Antas said it's difficult, don't do that. Shin-hyuk countered, "That's easy to say, Antas says it's difficult. Are they sure they'll hand Kim In-hak over to you? Now it's difficult, but later they'll definitely do it. When is later? Do they really guarantee that?" Siora faltered and couldn't answer for sure. Shin-hyuk recalled the plot. Congressman Kim In-hak is a character I saw in Becoming a Hunter. He advances relentlessly until the protagonist intervenes. By contrast, Choi Siora would be exposed as an Antas member by the protagonist after 3 years and brought to trial, not sentenced to death. But as I remember, she'd receive life imprisonment with no parole. That meant she'd rot in prison for the rest of her life. Shin-hyuk felt pity for Siora. 3 years from now, Siora insisted, "If I carry out the mission well, Antas will surely." Shin-hyuk replied coldly, "Antas won't do that." She yelled, "What do you know, senior?" He closed his eyes and sighed, unsure how to explain. "This kid, I'd read everyone's future. How could I not know what Antas is like?" But she wouldn't believe me now, so he reluctantly spoke. She probably wouldn't believe him until she verified it herself. Shin-hyuk announced to her surprise, "Listen carefully, Choi Siora. I'll help you, but you must leave Antas with me. That's the condition." Siora frowned in confusion. "What do you mean? You have to be in Antas to get revenge." He replied firmly, "No, they won't help." Shin-hyuk didn't explain further, saying this was a last resort he'd use when talking failed. "We've arrived, your thinking will change too." Outside, night had fully fallen. Siora asked, "By the way, where exactly is the final destination?" He answered softly, "Anta's source of funds." Ahead was a place with the mysterious, traditional bustle of a modern Chinatown that still retained an old-world charm. Shin-hyuk delivered a shocking line, "Now you and I are going to buy drugs." He parked on the side of the road. Siora opened the car door and stepped out to look around. "Is it here?" she asked. The door hadn't even opened yet. In front of them was a shop with a gloomy, mysterious air dominated by red. Shin-hyuk said, "Right, Tianshu clothing. It's my first time here, though." They gently pushed the door and went inside. He thought to himself that at first glance it looked like an ordinary second-hand clothing shop, but it was actually different. In reality, hidden in the darkness was a synthetic drug sales point set up by Antas China in South Korea. Inside, a bald man stood at the reception counter. He wore flashy patterned clothes with a tiger motif, looking every bit like a gangster. Shin Hyuk squinted to fix his target and stepped forward, asking in Chinese, "Do you sell Genesis here?" But the man refused. "What are you talking about?" Shin Hyuk didn't relent. "I know everything, so just sell it. I've heard you can buy it here." The bald man closed his eyes and sighed. I don't know which crazy bastard pointed this place out to him. He lost his patience, pulled out a knife, and threatened, "Hey, this is wholesale, no retail. If you don't want trouble, get out." Shin Hyuk sneered, "You just called me crazy, right? So what now? The person who directed me here isn't a nobody." He turned the threat back on him. "What's your name? I'll tell Mei Lin exactly what you said." Hearing that, the man backed away in fear and dropped the knife. Miss Mei Lin, you know her." He picked up the knife, his face darkening as he pretended, "Of course I know her. We were quite close in China. When I asked about distribution in Korea, she pointed me to this place." In his head, he told himself, of course that's a lie. From his memory, Mei Lin was both the daughter of the Anta's China boss and the head of synthetic drug distribution, Genesis, developed by Anta's China in Korea. He thought, how could someone of that caliber possibly know me? This was the last resort he'd prepared to persuade Choi Siora. Shin Hyuk raised his phone and continued to feign a threat. "If you're suspicious, I'll call and hand the phone to you to talk. However, you'll pay dearly for doubting me." The man, pale with fear, quickly apologized. "Ah no, I'm truly sorry for not recognizing you. I'll prepare it right away. How much do you need?" Hearing that, Shin Hyuk was pleased. "Good, finally you're talking sense. Bring as much as you can." Thinking they were esteemed customers, the bald man changed his tone. "Yes, how many Genesis units shall I bring?" Shin Hyuk pretended impatience. "Why ask that? Bring the newest batch." Understanding, the man said, "Please wait a moment." All this time, Siora, who didn't understand Chinese, could only stand and watch the two men talk. She whispered behind him, "What have you two been saying in Chinese?" She reminded him softly, "You said we were going to buy drugs. You thought I had to see it with my own eyes to believe it." Shin Hyuk explained the truth to her. "This is a wholesale outlet for synthetic drugs produced by Anta's China." Siora's face showed utter disbelief. "You're not exaggerating. Anta's actually produces drugs. I've never heard of that." Shin Hyuk looked exasperated. This gullible girl knew nothing about the organization she was so devoted to. He was silent but mentally answered, "Of course, they only came to light after the protagonist graduated thanks to Genesis." Later, Anta's Korea would realize the situation too late and oppose their Chinese bosses, not on the grounds of banning sales, but to demand a share of the profits. A conflict would erupt, and the protagonist, as an envoy of justice, would crush both sides. That was what he had read in the novel. Shin Hyuk turned back, covered his mouth with his hand, and whispered, "If you don't believe me, I'll have the other guy speak in Korean so you can hear him directly." The bald man placed several suspicious-looking batches on the table. "We just infiltrated, so we don't have much Genesis stock." Worried the supply wouldn't meet the customer's request, his face still awkwardly forcing a friendly smile, he said, "Collected together, it's enough for a month. Please speak well of me to Miss Mei Lin." Shin Hyuk replied easily, "Fine, now speak in Korean." The bald man carefully asked, "Oh, will the person next to you mind listening?" Shin Hyuk smirked, pointed at Siora, and replied in Korean, It's fine. This girl is also fond of Genesis." Siora tensed and pressed her lips together when she heard that. The bald man's face showed no emotion. He looked at Siora as if waiting for her to say something. She tightened her brow with tension and glanced at the man in front of her. His face grew scowling, brows knitting to show his displeasure. Siora was terrified, sweating all over. She faked the look of a real addict, thumbs up and grinning like she was high. I love Genesis so much." Siora acted so convincingly that the bald man panicked and whispered maybe he should cut back. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk looked back at the person behind them and played along. "I don't even know why she likes it that much." Getting back to the point, Shin Hyuk continued, "Besides, I heard the next version is about to launch." The bald man explained, "It'll take some time before it can be brought to Korea." Shin Hyuk nodded at that. "That will take quite a while." He offered a solution. "Yes, if you have close ties with Miss Mei Lin, going to the mainland to buy it would be faster." Siora beside him raised an eyebrow as she watched the two trade. Since both spoke Chinese, she could understand them. Hearing the name Miss Mei Lin, she looked at Shin Hyuk with a scrutinizing gaze. She whispered, "Senior, you've been talking about things I can't understand like Mei Lin in some series. Are you staging this?" Shin Hyuk, not wanting to be misunderstood, kept up the act. "I know you're suspicious, but would I risk my life all the way to Incheon to pull this off?" He thought to himself that Mei Lin of Anta's China was indeed a name Choi Siora would hardly know. Seeing such a large order, the bald man cheerfully asked, "That's quite a lot. How will you be paying?" Shin Hyuk turned and asked calmly, "Card." Thinking he was joking, the man laughed, half serious. "Card, really? Stop joking, pay up." Shin Hyuk replied firmly, 3 months. The bald man knew purchases like this couldn't be paid with a card and assumed Shin Hyuk couldn't afford it, so he balked. "No, card won't work. Installments definitely won't." Before he could finish, he was punched hard in the face, nose bleeding and a front tooth flying out. Shin Hyuk was the one who punched him and added 3 months injury. Taken by surprise, the man staggered and fell to the ground. Watching the tooth fly through the air, Siora instinctively covered her mouth. Shin Hyuk recalled an old technique, punching the inner temporal bone with internal energy. Internal energy forced into the head can cause memory loss. Use it if necessary since you haven't mastered precise pressure point technique. The bald man collapsed unconscious to the floor. If worrying won't help, strike a tiger point once. Shin Hyuk searched. Let's see the tiger brain point. He pressed the tiger brain point on the bald man lying motionless. If he woke, he'd be an idiot, but don't pity this drug dealer. He glanced at Siora to probe. Well, do you trust me more now? If she still thinks this is staged, then there's really something wrong. Siora asked in surprise, Senior, how do you know these things? When did you find out? Shin Hyuk replied, even if I came in at the junior's suggestion, at least I had to know what kind of place it was. His hand gripped his phone so hard it trembled, but his face showed no anger. He explained, when I was operating in China, I knew Antas was involved with drugs, but really I was just looking for a reason to make Siora believe me. It's all in book 3 of Becoming a Hunter. To avoid trouble, Shin Hyuk urged, let's make this look like this guy was into drugs alone and leave. There's no surveillance, but staying here longer won't help. They arranged the scene, the bald man unconscious on the floor, drooling, with some packets of drugs nearby as a setup. Shin Hyuk calculated silently that he wouldn't report this place. Convincing Choi Siora was enough. Plenty of others would replace the shop staff, so the future wouldn't be affected, but if outside interference was exposed, Antas would investigate seriously. The two slipped out of the store and gently closed the door to avoid suspicion. Siora closed her eyes and accepted his request. It was all true, and she'd explain his withdrawal. She thought of a reason. If she said he was harassing her, so she chased him off, there'd be no consequences. Shin Hyuk glared at her in irritation, but if that meant escaping Antas, he was relieved. The excuse for quitting was annoying, but thanks for understanding. Suddenly, he realized something was missing and asked, wait, just say I quit. Do you really know all this and still plan to stay in Antas? Siora turned her head to look back. Her silhouette seemed lonely and helpless. Unlike her senior, she said, I've been with Antas for a long time. I've got assigned duties and things I know about. If I suddenly leave, it won't be peaceful. Shin Hyuk sympathized. Of course, Antas is clearly an international criminal organization. I'm a rookie who knows nothing, but this isn't a place you can come and go from like a club. But recalling that afternoon, the owner's voice of this body always echoed in his head. I'm counting on you. Shin Hyuk thought wearily that he felt restless and couldn't leave her be. He had to help in some way. No, this was the right thing. If Choi Siora left Antas now, who knew how it would affect the future? In any case, until the protagonist discovered her identity, Choi Siora had to stay in Antas. Shin Hyuk asked, have you ever had a mission that could be considered seriously criminal? She pressed her forehead, thought, and answered, no. The task I have is recruiting talented classmates. But this isn't something that gets done in a day or two, so I haven't really achieved much yet. Shin Hyuk breathed a sigh of relief. Then fine, we'll do it like this. He said decisively, from now on you'll act as a double agent inside Antas. Siora asked in surprise, a double agent. Shin Hyuk explained that this way, even if her identity were exposed or the organization abandoned her later, she wouldn't face severe charges. He outlined the plan. You'll gradually collect Antas's secrets to provide to the police. You'll operate as a double agent, only do the bare minimum of tasks Antas assigns, pretend to do them but don't actually commit crimes. She replied that there was nothing worth reporting to the police. He sincerely persuaded her. Even seemingly insignificant information can become useful later. If trouble comes, I'll testify for you. But don't trust me blindly. If it gets dangerous, I'll cut ties too. Ah no, I probably shouldn't have said that. At those words, Siora fell silent, feeling strange emotions. She smiled brightly, eyes crinkling, cheeks flushed and utterly adorable. After all, with her world reduced to just herself, he was the only one who cared so much. Her girlish heart stirred. Senior, you must like me a lot, right? But the current him wasn't the real Shin Hyuk, so he didn't feel affection. He only wanted to fulfill the original owner's wishes. He widened his eyes in confusion. How did this become like that? Siora teased happily from behind. Come on, who helps someone this much without having feelings? Shin Hyuk threw up his hands and turned away. Fine, think whatever you want. Also, take a taxi back to Seoul by yourself. Siora asked in surprise, you expect me to go back alone? What about you? He explained, I have somewhere else to go. It's a different route, so it's inconvenient for me to take you. Siora laughed joyfully, her heart blossoming as she continued to tease. You're such a senior. It's not the right way to flirt like that. Shin Hyuk's face darkened as he shot her a weird look. This girl was seriously hopeless. On a snowy mountain, Shin Hyuk trudged heavily through the deep snow. Yu Ryong saw him approaching and scolded, you're late. Looking at his demeanor now, he said, your gaze has returned to normal a bit, so things outside have been settled, right? Shin Hyuk bowed respectfully and replied, thanks to you, master. He said, all right, that's that, but you'll be punished for being late. As he spoke, an ominous aura radiated from the man, his eyes glowing red with authority. Prepare yourself for training today. Knowing how grueling the upcoming training would be, Shin Hyuk felt crushed. Before the punishment, he opened his backpack and said, I stopped by Chinatown today. Shin Hyuk produced an antique bottle of liquor from his backpack to apologize. I bought some bamboo leaf green wine as an apology. Then he pretended, but I guess I won't be able to drink during training today. Yu Ryong's mouth watered at the fine liquor. Instead of punishing Shin Hyuk with hard training, he changed his mind. Today we'll rest. In the forest blanketed by white snow, here and there green branches and leaves peeked out beneath the snow. In this cold air, drinking wine was sublime, Yu Ryong remarked. Bamboo leaf green wine is something else. He spoke as he put a spoonful of tofu into his mouth, Sichuan tofu no less. How did you know I'm from Sichuan? Yu Ryong's face was full of satisfaction. In the freezing weather, breathing out steam, drinking good wine, and eating super spicy Sichuan tofu, what could be better? Shin Hyuk teased, earlier someone was yelling, why are you so late? Yu Ryong cleared his throat and explained, it's not that. It's just that you were supposed to be here a long time ago and I didn't see you, so I was worried. He thought inwardly that if the worrying continued much longer, he'd probably be beaten to death. As he poured wine, he asked, by the way, what happened? That kid who always finds ways to slack off on training. But today he took the initiative to train even though I told him to rest. Maybe the sun's rising in the west. Shin Hyuk was currently practicing swordwork diligently in the bitter cold, which surprised his master. He wiped the sweat from his face with a towel and said, it's nothing special. Your advice helped me a lot. This is a gift I bought to show my gratitude, so please enjoy it. He realized how useful the master's teachings had been when he'd stormed the drug shop and handled that guy cleanly, so now he believed training under Yu Ryong's guidance would help him greatly. Shin Hyuk recalled what he'd told Siora last night, from now on you'll be a double agent for Antas, and thought that once he decided to help Choi Siora, he didn't know what dangers he'd face ahead. I need to get stronger to prepare for possible dangers, he thought, then squatted down and began meditating. Since Choi Siora's double agent route didn't exist in the original storyline of this life, Shin Hyuk calculated carefully. Although he was now strong enough to face an A-rank hunter if he ran into a high-ranking Antas officer like Malin. No need to think hard, the outcome would be disastrous. He felt he'd taken on more than he could handle, he'd forgotten his place. He was only a B-rank sword instructor at the academy, he didn't have the means to help anyone. At that moment he suddenly smiled, at least in his current condition. Shin Hyuk recalled the plot. In this life, the first opportunity Lee Jae-sung seized was a manual containing Cho Yu Ryong's internal energy techniques. Lee Jae-sung practiced the manual's contents and used various elixirs to activate his danshin. Not like Lee Jae-sung, who after many ups and downs was the last to be able to use internal energy. He glanced at Yu Ryong. On him that fate had directly opened the danshin. Yu Ryong was still eating the pot of Sichuan tofu, praising it between bites. The chef really knows how to make tofu, it's exquisite. Shin Hyuk closed his eyes to focus on meditation, but his mind was full of thoughts. After all, the man was the strongest in the world. If he trained under him regularly, no matter what happened, he could protect himself. Yu Ryong called, hey disciple, he replied, yes master. The master casually demanded, we're out of ramen. Get some of that sesame oil noodles, I love those. That JJ Kwang stuff is good too, buy some and leave it here. Though a bit annoyed, he pressed his lips together, closed his eyes, and endured. After all, the man was the strongest in the world. Shin Hyuk had to agree, I'll buy them next time I come. Satisfied, Yu Ryong slurped up the tofu soup and added, also get Anya Seul and the ultra-spicy noodles. He replied softly, yes. He resumed focusing on his training. Yu Ryong held a packet of noodle seasoning and shook it. The noise kept him from concentrating fully. He frowned in irritation. He poured boiling water into the bowl of noodles, eyes filled with eager anticipation. The aroma hit his nose and made it even harder to concentrate. When the noodles were done, Yu Ryong slurped them up relishfully, sweat dotting his face despite the cold weather. Shin Hyuk shouted angrily, enough, please stop eating. He mumbled while wondering, what, you want to try a bite too? He replied, no, last time I bought a whole box, and if you eat like that, how will there be any ramen left? Yu Ryong answered awkwardly, well, when you're alone you just want something to chew on. Then he fell silent for a moment, sensing something was off. He shouted, hey you brat, how dare you talk about my food? Aren't you the one who made me open up after 100 years? Then he landed a punch squarely on his head, causing him to cry out in pain. But seeing the change in him, he said cheerfully, this kid is always lazy and now he shows determination, I'm really pleased. He warned, but like spitting to grow fast, the more rushed you are, the worse it gets. Shin Hyuk, dissatisfied, rubbed his head and shouted, that's not it, but it seems you don't care about my training at all. Yu Ryong replied, you've been doing fine yourself. Rushing won't lead to great success. He sat down on the ground, disappointed. Really, I've been training for a month and haven't improved at all. The master comforted him, it's because you're talented, that's why. Yu Ryong wondered aloud, why do you suddenly want to get so strong? Shin Hyuk explained, master, to be honest, instead of paying attention to my posture you were starring more at the water level in the cup. He, dissatisfied with his master, even dared to demand the manual. If you won't teach properly, do you have any tricks, rare medicines, or something you're hiding? Hearing that, Yu Ryong got furious and punched him in the head again. The unlucky boy felt searing pain once more. Shin Hyuk cried out, feeling punched senseless. Yu Ryong scolded, this brat, get praised a little, and he starts getting cocky. He clutched his head and screamed, rolling on the snowy ground in pain. The master looked at his ambitious student, puzzled, only a month in and already wanting shortcuts. This kid wants to get so strong to dominate the Central Plains. Shin Hyuk still rubbed his head, face flushed and eyes wet with tears as he looked at his master full of grievance. He pressed his lips tight to endure. If he argued back, he might get another blow, and then his soul might not even stay in this body. Yu Ryong, unhappy with his attitude, raised an eyebrow and lifted his fist in mock threat. Want another punch? Frightened, Shin Hyuk withdrew his resentful gaze, bowed his head, and his facial muscles relaxed somewhat. Yu Ryong muttered, "You're really cheeky." Punching someone in freezing weather really stung. He blew on his hands and reminded him, "I told you martial skill doesn't grow fast by rushing." Not wanting him to misunderstand his purity of intent, he added, "It's absolutely not that I'm distracted by food and neglecting teaching." Shin Hyuk interjected, "Ramen." He turned and walked away, pulling out his master's favorite to provoke him, thinking, maybe I can't buy ramen anymore, the prices have skyrocketed. Hearing his food threatened, Yu Ryong was stunned. What? Are you threatening me? Shin Hyuk pouted. Threatening? I'm just stating the facts. Seeing the master shaken when he produced the ramen, he pushed further. I probably won't be able to buy on Seoul next time either, he feigned a pitiful tone. The ultra-spicy noodles are selling out, it's hard to find. Yu Ryong turned pale at the thought of his favorite foods facing doom, speechless. In the end, the master fell for it. This brat, he said. Shin Hyuk remained dissatisfied, thinking the master would care for him more because of this. He watched Yu Ryong, stunned, hand on his forehead in thought, face shocked, brows furrowed as if pondering some great matter. The master turned and pointed at Shin Hyuk, still looking panicked, and said, "Oh my." Yu Ryong knew full well this was Shin Hyuk's ploy to rile him. Angry, his face flushed, his left hand restrained his fist from striking his disciple. He tried to speak sweetly, "I didn't anticipate your enthusiasm. From now on I'll teach you thoroughly, all right." Shin Hyuk squeezed his eyes shut and puckered his lips in agreement as if sealing the deal. "Then I'll try to find the things you like, master." With the deal settled to his liking, Yu Ryong began the task. "All right, let's continue training. Whatever the intensity later, don't complain," he said. He obediently replied, "Yes, master, please instruct me." At the school where Shin Hyuk taught the next day lunchtime, he held his phone in his hand. This morning, Choi Siora had sent a message. On his phone was the chat between him and Siora. She wrote, "Senior, everything has been handled smoothly." Shin Hyuk replied, "Thanks this afternoon. I heard leaving Anta's was resolved safely." He fell silent, thinking inwardly, I hope King Shin Hyuk isn't hiding anything else. Just help Choi Siora this once, and then I'll enjoy the rest of my life. Twin sisters On Seok and Yoon Soo entered the classroom and seeing him smiling at his phone asked, "Teacher, are you in a good mood today?" Startled by someone behind him, Shin Hyuk nearly jumped out of his skin. He asked Yoon Soo, "Aren't you going to lunch?" Yoon Soo replied excitedly, "Of course, we're having cheese cutlets for lunch today." On Seok added, "You can eat with us and then head to the auditorium." Shin Hyuk asked in confusion, "Head to the auditorium? What are you talking about?" Seeing their teacher puzzled, she explained, "Teacher, didn't you hear the vice principal during morning roll call? He said the school will start a YouTube channel and do interviews." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk remembered. He'd been so absorbed in Seora's message this morning that he'd forgotten. They did mention that earlier. Yoon Soo added, "The vice principal said you're the most handsome, so he wants to interview you first." Shocked, he protested, "What kind of standard is that?" Yoon Soo answered, "The vice principal's standard." He refused the interview, "No way that's happening." But On Seok encouraged him, "You never know, if the interview goes well you might get a reward." The mention of a prize piqued his interest. She had a point. They prepared a plan to try to win a prize for him. Yoon Soo would film and the tech teacher would edit. On Seok handed him a sheet of paper. "Here's the question list, take a look during lunch." Shin Hyuk skimmed the paper and commented, "This is pretty professional, thought it'd be just for show." Yoon Soo added before posting, "The student council president will review it, so we're counting on you." Seeing his young students so dedicated moved him a bit. "I'm counting on you too, hurry up, the cutlet will get cold." The two girls happily ran toward the cafeteria, answering, "Yes, sir." At that moment, Yoon Soo turned back, "Oh, teacher, there's one more thing I haven't told you." Shin Hyuk asked, "What is it?" "Go ahead, it's fine." She said proudly, "The interview will be conducted by me and the student council president together." On Seok grinned mischievously and warned him, "We'll follow the question list at first, but the student council president is quirky. There may be unexpected questions." Shin Hyuk didn't worry much. He's boring by nature, so casual, everyday questions are fine. He smiled and said, "Unexpected questions. As long as they aren't about my love life, it's all good." On Seok insisted she wasn't thinking of relationship questions. She rubbed her chin. "If it were that, it'd be fine, but the student council president is very special. If you give a signal mid-interview, we can stop, so don't worry." Shin Hyuk laughed happily. "All right, I trust you too, make me look handsome on camera." He secretly recalled the upcoming character, the student council president back when he was a student that was a legendary figure. "I wonder which kid that will be." Outside in the hallway, a strange female student was walking by. She hugged two large swords to her chest and said excitedly, "Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, the swordsmanship instructor, I heard he's very strong." She wondered what he'd be like. The female student was extremely beautiful, with long brown hair gently curled like a refined maiden. She seemed to be a very special figure at the school. Students all take care of personal hygiene in the dormitories. Most Hunter School students live on campus. Although they go home during breaks, they spend most of their time at school. So many parents are curious about their children's school life. There are articles reporting on the Hunter School, alleging security reasons, weekends out or family visits are restricted. Orange Storm, the school's security, Hunter School as a closed institution. Some ask whether it's a prison. Many argue the Hunter School is too closed off, so the government's policy was to open YouTube channels for Hunter schools. Of course, this wasn't implemented immediately. Our school was chosen as a pilot. At that point, an online channel appeared with the Hunter School logo and images of the campus. Shin Hyuk pushed the door open side and thought to himself that even novels hadn't mentioned YouTube, so he assumed it would fade away. Yet unexpectedly he was chosen for the pilot interview. Suddenly a gentle voice called out, "Oh, Teacher Kang, you arrived early." Shin Hyuk froze for a moment, then replied, "Hello. Ms. Min, please help us today," someone said. Jae-hee politely responded, "Oh, I'm just doing the editing." She was Min Jae-hee, the teacher in charge of technology. "It's my first time doing an interview too, so I'm a bit nervous. By the way, Ms. Min, do you know how to edit video?" He gave a thumbs up and praised, "That's impressive." Jae-hee laughed and denied it. "No, the principal said since I'm the tech teacher I have to handle this. I guess tech teachers are the ones who get ordered around." Shin Hyuk thought silently that she was dodging work, poor Ms. Min. Then Jae-hee laughed cheerfully and said, "We're not getting extra pay, so I'll do a sloppy edit and go home. Even if views spike, I won't get a penny." Realizing something, Shin Hyuk looked at her helplessly. "Ah, so that's why Widoob wasn't mentioned in the novel." At that moment, On Seok and Yoon Soo arrived. On Seok held a camera and smiled, "Okay, camera's ready." Yoon Soo added, "Great, just in time, the student council president is here too." Seeing Si Jin, Jae-hee waved and called out, "Over here, principal." Shin Hyuk stared intently at the girl before him. A light flashed in his eyes. Si Jin wore a neat uniform, her wavy hair falling to her waist. She stood confidently and said, "Hello everyone, looks like we're all gathered." She was Kim Si Jin, student council president of Hunter School No. 1. Shin Hyuk marveled at Si Jin's height, thinking to himself she was incredibly tall, probably around 170 centimeters. "Madam President," he thought, "she exudes the presence of a student council leader." Puzzled that such a figure wasn't mentioned in the novel, he watched as Si Jin approached him and greeted, "Hello, teacher. You're Kang Shin Hyuk, right? You're so handsome. I'm really looking forward to your expressions on camera. Please give us a great interview today." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "All right, I'll count on you," he thought. This kid really has good people skills, not at all weird like Yoon Soo said. After that, everyone began preparing to film the interview. On Seok and Jae-hee took the filming duties. Yoon Soo sat between Si Jin and Shin Hyuk to hold the recorder and conduct the interview with them. A short while later, the room filled with lively, humorous chatter. The interview proceeded smoothly. Holding the recorder, Yoon Soo chatted nonstop in a relaxed way. She'd lost her nerves and kept teasing him about being a handsome teacher, which made him awkward. But when he showed discomfort, she quickly adjusted the mood. After a long while, Yoon Soo's slightly regretful words sounded in the room. Though a bit disappointed, they'd run out of prepared questions, and it was time to let the teacher go. "You don't have afternoon classes today, so sorry if we kept you too long." Shin Hyuk was puzzled. Did that mean the interview was over? But outwardly he stayed calm and replied, "No need to apologize, I'm sorry too, and it's all for the students." Then his expression flipped. He gave a thumbs up and raised an eyebrow as if in on a secret. "That's a little dishonest, so I'll file for overtime pay for the school." Yoon Soo looked skeptical and asked, "Really?" Hearing that, Shin Hyuk laughed loudly and said, "Just kidding, just kidding." Jae-hee smiled with narrowed eyes, "I'll file it for real." The corner of Si Jin's mouth lifted, forming a soft curve. She calmly turned to Shin Hyuk and asked, "Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk?" Shin Hyuk, a bit puzzled, replied, "Yes. What's the matter, Si Jin?" She pushed up her glasses and continued, "You said you felt regret just now, right? If it ends like this, the audience will feel regretful too." Si Jin looked him straight in the eye, a dangerous glint in her gaze. Then abruptly she said, "How about a match with me?" Jae-hee and On Seok felt a bit helpless. Why so sudden, really sudden? Yoon Soo and Shin Hyuk hadn't anticipated her saying that. Both wore awkward expressions. He thought to himself, "I was ready to end this pleasantly. What the heck is this? Could this be the strange personality Yoon Soo mentioned about the student council president?" Yoon Soo shyly turned to Si Jin and said, "Hey, president, don't do this suddenly without warning the teacher." Si Jin replied naturally, "You said you felt regret, and I just want to give the audience a little extra." Then she looked at Shin Hyuk and said, "Sorry for surprising you, I'm kind of into competitions. You teach swordsmanship and I study in the swordsmanship class, so." Shin Hyuk thought happily, this girl she suggested so enthusiastically seems harmless. On Seok's voice came from behind the camera, "Okay, let's film the final scene." Suddenly Shin Hyuk said something that stunned everyone, "Wait, I'm fine, so just do it." Yoon Soo asked worriedly, "Yes, I didn't warn you, are you okay, teacher?" Shin Hyuk said confidently, "Everything's fine." But are your swords ready? Si-jin answered, of course, I brought 2 steel practice swords. Yunsu was a bit curious and asked Si-jin, President, when did you bring those? Si-jin calmly replied, just in case an opportunity arose. Thank you, teacher, sparring with a student. Although Kang Shin Hyuk is strong in swordsmanship, my master now is a top expert. Seeing everyone prepare for the match between Si-jin and Shin Hyuk, Jae-hee's face briefly darkened. Actually, I'm also in the learning position. Let's see how my results have turned out. On Seok looked at everyone helplessly, thinking, oh my god, we're going to be late getting back. At that moment, On Seok and Jae-hee were munching popcorn while watching intently. Si-jin, in her neat uniform, tied her long hair up high. Shin Hyuk looked at the girl and thought to himself, honestly, I'm not nervous at all. Based on my honor duel with Master Jung before, I know clearly that the skill level of hunters is much lower than I expected. He recalled a past training session when he was hurriedly dodging. Then suddenly a hand struck his head with a jolt. His master's voice yelled piercingly, don't be careless, I told you so. His face turned helpless. If my master were here, it would be like this. Back in the present, Shin Hyuk and Si-jin stood facing each other, each holding a long, sharp steel sword. Though he sometimes sparred with students during class, this was a third-year student and the student council president, so he shouldn't be careless, perhaps treat her as if she were at a professional hunter's level. He beckoned with a finger to signal her, go ahead, lead off. Si-jin received the signal and grew excited. She said patiently, I'll go first. No sooner had she finished speaking than Si-jin dashed forward like a lightning bolt, quickly closing the distance to Shin Hyuk. Yoon-soo couldn't help but exclaim at the display, she's really fast. On Seok beside her quickly stopped her, don't say that. Shin Hyuk's gaze remained locked on Si-jin as he calmly analyzed. She is indeed faster than the first years. Strangely, I expected her to attack with a horizontal or diagonal slash, but in swordsmanship, slashing is basic, yet the girl ducked low to thrust. Does that mean she's so confident in hitting her target? At that moment, Si-jin gripped the sword and pointed it straight at Shin Hyuk. After Si-jin swung the sword, Shin Hyuk easily dodged. Surely a student would have panicked and lost composure here. Having missed the attack, Si-jin quickly retracted her blade, lowered her stance and stepped to the side. Then she swung again, the blade flashed in a perfect arc. Shin Hyuk murmured in admiration, next an upward cut, impressive. After that, each time Si-jin attacked, Shin Hyuk slowly drew his sword to parry the blow. Si-jin looked fatigued, sweat streaming across her face. She asked helplessly, teacher, how long are you going to keep dodging? Shin Hyuk continued to evade without a word, his gaze fixed on the girl opposite him. He remembered his master in training, who cheerfully said, keep striking without stopping. I told you it would be tiring, now dodge, disciple. He thought to himself about that old man who held grudges and had hit him a lot, his body still ached. Maybe that's why he could avoid this girl's attacks even with his eyes closed. He softly warned Si-jin, you're so focused on offense that your weight is pushed too far forward. Sensing the teacher seemed a bit disengaged, she said confidently, I haven't shown my full strength yet. Suddenly Shin Hyuk ran quickly to her back with his sword and calmly cautioned, stop. If you're attacked from a different angle, you won't be able to cope. Shin Hyuk's eyes looked at Si-jin with a quiet intensity, as if calculating something. Indeed, he was recalling his old master, who would strike him with a weapon while nagging, you idiot, you've died 5 times already. If you keep putting all your power into your hands and arms, you'll tire quickly. Shin Hyuk thought angrily, and the more he thought the madder he got. If discovered, should I tone it down? No, that would only make him grumpy. Shin Hyuk paused slightly, still frowning, pointed to his arm and said, you're putting too much force into your hands and arms, you'll tire fast that way. If you learn to use your whole body from the shoulders down, your attacks will be better. Hearing that, Si-jin's cheeks flushed. She looked down at her hands on the sword and gently adjusted her grip. Right after, Si-jin's hand on the sword began to relax and her posture became more comfortable. Shin Hyuk was a bit surprised. She loosened up, already quick to absorb the advice. He thought to himself, just changing her grip changed the whole atmosphere, fitting for a student council president. After Si-jin adjusted her stance, Shin Hyuk's voice turned momentarily serious. All right, Si-jin. His left hand tightened on the sword. His tone was a warning to Si-jin. Now I'm going to attack too, so be careful. A cold drop of sweat fell from Si-jin's cheek. She was clearly very tense. The hand holding Jae-hee's popcorn trembled violently as well. She quickly shoved the popcorn into her mouth. Everyone's expression turned serious. Shin Hyuk lowered his center of gravity and said without ceremony, then I'm coming in. Suddenly Si-jin spoke up, wait teacher. Shin Hyuk asked helplessly, what's the matter? Are you hurt somewhere? Si-jin replied shyly, no, not that teacher, may I use mana? Of course I won't use it on the weapon. Shin Hyuk was a bit surprised and thought, amazing, a student using mana. Si-jin hurriedly explained, from late second year we go on practicum at the teleportation gates. I'm learning how to use it now. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk thought to himself, I know about that. Before graduation, students tour F or E grade teleportation gates, and a school teacher or a national hunter accompanies them as protector. He scratched his head and looked at the girl standing before him. Although she said she accumulated mana during practicum, it couldn't be that much, still she's really skilled. It seems she noticed a difference in speed. I'm curious about her true ability. Thinking that, he replied casually, all right, feel free to use it. Thank you, teacher, Sejin said. No sooner had she finished speaking than a dense layer of energy enveloped her. She thought to herself that when she fought Teacher Jung, she didn't feel much mana and couldn't control it well. This is a good chance to control the power myself and experience mana, she thought, and Sejin rushed forward, swinging around behind Shin Hyuk to prepare an attack. She clearly poured all her strength into the strike, her brows knitted tight. Seeing that, Shin Hyuk reflexively raised his sword to block the blow. Immediately, a jolt ran through Shin Hyuk's hand. He thought inwardly, my hand's gone numb, just taking the hit without using internal power is a bit much. Because the strike was so powerful, both were knocked back. Even without channeling mana into their weapons, the girl's physical ability was clearly superior. Hard to believe this mana came from a student's practicum. Mana accumulates in the body when defeating monsters. It appears as a glowing orb inside each person. In this worldview, mana doesn't accumulate infinitely but has a storage limit determined by each individual's aptitude, like Sejin, who has amassed a substantial amount. According to his master, mana is like unrefined internal energy. I've converted all the mana in Kang Shin Hyuk's body into internal power, so its effect surpasses ordinary mana, Shin Hyuk said cheerfully as he looked at the unreal hourglass floating in his hand. Shin Hyuk calmly watched Sejin's beautiful attacks and thought that he should keep his dignity as a teacher. Winning without using internal power would be nicer. After a few blade contacts, he could now clearly read her attack patterns. He quietly pointed out Sejin's problem. The sword techniques used by many hunters are too straightforward and simple. He took the opportunity to explain to Sejin that it's mostly because they fight monsters of low intelligence, which is also why low-ranking hunters struggle against higher-level monsters with greater intelligence. Seeing the sweat and flush streaks on her face from exhaustion, Shin Hyuk felt his guess was right. He said, Sejin is tiring quickly too, her attack patterns are all exposed. They're even slowing down and becoming predictable. You're planning a diagonal slash, right? Hearing that, Sejin's face went pale as if caught out. She stared nervously at Shin Hyuk, unsure what he would do. At that moment, Shin Hyuk's gaze locked onto the sword in her hand. He saw Sejin change the direction of her blade and quickly reverse her grip. From there, Sejin tightened her grip and lunged. Shin Hyuk thought inwardly a reverse thrust, then praised, good to see you try a variation now. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk stuck out his foot, tripping Sejin and causing her to lose her balance. Sejin went sprawling and landed awkwardly, the sword slipping from her hand. Shin Hyuk calmly said, but for a thrust the distance is already too close. Sunlight still streamed through the window, brightening the whole room. On Seok and Jae-hee watched the duel intently, their faces all serious. Sejin sat up after the fall, her glasses were askew and her legs swollen and red. She clutched her knee in pain, wincing. Before she could fully react, a sharp sword pointed near her face and she stared up, eyes wide. Seeing Shin Hyuk's calm, Sejin quickly conceded, I lose. Studying Sejin's expression closely, he analyzed inwardly that beneath the anger and inattentiveness in conversation she has a strong competitive spirit. Then Shin Hyuk offered praise, a great technique worthy of a student council president. As she adjusted her glasses, Shin Hyuk reached out to help her up. Still, her swordplay was too monotonous. Mana does boost physical capability, especially strength, but applying variations in technique rather than relying solely on mana would be helpful too. Sejin said gratefully, thank you teacher, I learned a lot. Suddenly, everyone saw Jae-hee trembling uncontrollably. She kept repeating, it's a big deal, and on Seok beside her asked, hey, what's wrong? Jae-hee's face went pale with worry, cold sweat covering her, and she trembled as she said, the channel's going to blow up. Then my predictable 9-to-5 life is over. On the school's spacious, well-kept campus, a group of students were gathering to do something, 1 week after the interview video was uploaded. Behind Shin Hyuk stood the lecture hall. His expression was complicated and he looked awkwardly ahead. The situation had become extremely tiring. In front of Shin Hyuk, a noisy crowd of students jostled, each holding a few sheets of paper and a pen. Teacher, can you make me 10 copies? My mom told me to get someone pleaded. He brushed them off, go ahead, I don't do cheap stuff. The crowd's clamoring continued, just sign anywhere please, since the training duel video with the student council president had become a huge hit. Helpless, Shin Hyuk took the pen and paper from a student and said, I'll only do this during break. After this I'm going to stretch and go for a run. Prepare ahead, get your stretching routine ready following student Lee Jin-soo's standard. He handed the signed paper back to the student in gym clothes and carefully asked, okay, take this. The boy replied happily, thank you. The paper made the surrounding students gape in admiration. The student answered, I've prepared well, and the page bore graceful strokes and a beautiful signature from Shin Hyuk, surrounded by hearts and cute smiley faces. The students in front of Shin Hyuk cheered non-stop, come on, let's start stretching, follow Lee Jin-soo's standard, get ready. Nothing had changed except a bit more fame, which just made things more troublesome. There were no extra allowances or ad revenue shares. While thinking about getting by day to day, the intro of the #1 Hunter School, previously hidden in mystery, had been revealed. unedited full versions of students and teachers. I almost forgot, the online world turned out to be an even harsher jungle than I thought, and a new video with enormous engagement had just appeared on the school's channel. A guy in a tracksuit quickly commented, "Is that level for real? It's a battle of the strongest in that worldview." Contrasting opinions followed. What's the fuss? It's just a common training match between a reserve hunter and a school teacher. There are plenty at that level. Look closely, the teacher isn't even using mana. The teacher's skill is real. Some who knew Jin left comments. Heard the student in the video is a fraud, two-time martial arts tournament champion. Someone even said that just by completing the full training she'd be guaranteed an A rank, yet she didn't use mana. At that time everyone was talking about Shin Hyuk. Kang Shin Hyuk, I've never heard that name before. Does anyone have info? Who is Kang Shin Hyuk? I'm a graduate of the first class, he seems newly appointed. Shin Hyuk stared at his phone in a daze and couldn't help blurting out, "What is this?" He seemed surprised after reading the comments and thought to himself, so the student council president is such a promising figure. Why doesn't the novel mention her name? After Lee Jae-sung graduated, no character named Kim Se-jin appeared. A teasing voice rang out, "Teacher Kang, Widoob star, how does it feel to become a celebrity?" From the doorway Yeon-seok entered holding 2 cups of coffee. Seeing him, Shin Hyuk greeted, "Good morning, Teacher Park Yeon-seok." He replied, "Good morning." Yeon-seok walked over, set a cup of coffee on his desk, and chatted a bit. "Fame is good, right? Why are you so shy, Teacher Kang? Aren't you secretly pleased?" Shin Hyuk gave an awkward smile and replied politely, "Thank you, I'll finish it. It was fun at first, but gradually it's been a bit stressful." Yeon-seok laughed heartily and teased, "Come on, Teacher Kang, you're handsome but so shy. Take this chance to break into showbiz so I can brag about you." Shin Hyuk sighed helplessly, "Please stop teasing me. My dream is to live a quiet life." Yeon-seok took a sip of coffee and said mysteriously, "Quiet, huh? That would be nice, but it seems you won't get to stay quiet today." Shin Hyuk asked, puzzled, "What do you mean by that?" He spoke softly, "On my way here I ran into the vice principal. He told me to call you in before the morning faculty meeting." Shin Hyuk looked a bit confused. "The vice principal? Why would he call me?" Yeon-seok chuckled and replied, "Who knows, maybe he'll offer extra pay. Anyway, just go, he's in his private study." After a moment's thought, Shin Hyuk stood up and said, "Extra pay would be great, thanks, I'll go now. If it's a lot, lunch is on me, I'll buy soju." Along the long, empty corridor, only Shin Hyuk's steady footsteps sounded. It felt like a bad premonition. His expression grew serious. Normally matters like this are handled in front of other teachers, not by summoning someone to a private study. Standing at the vice principal's door, Shin Hyuk hesitated to enter. Maybe the recent surge of attention made him oddly uneasy. What worried him most was that the vice principal had called. The #1 hunter is the strongest at the school. As he reached to knock, a voice from inside called out, "Teacher Kang Jae-hyuk, come in." Shin Hyuk cracked the door open and peered in timidly. Inside sat a white-haired man in a formal chair, the only S-rank hunter among the 10 in Korea. "Kim Man-dong," the man's deep voice said. It was their first meeting since the interview. "Long time no see, Teacher Kim Man-dong, the instructor of Hunter School #1 and S-rank hunter." Standing before him, Shin Hyuk felt pressured. He admitted inwardly he hadn't expected the interview and felt immense stress. "Ah, good morning, sir. I hope you're having a good morning." Man-dong politely offered, "Would you like a cup of tea?" Shin Hyuk declined politely, "No, thank you, I'll need to prepare for my class soon." Hearing that, the man said seriously, "I see. Then I'll get straight to the point. By the way, everything in that parcel was sent for you," he said, glancing toward a corner of the room. Shin Hyuk followed his gaze and saw a brown bag. The bag was filled with thin envelopes sealed with red wax. Seeing that, Shin Hyuk wondered inwardly, "What's this, just letters?" Shin Hyuk scratched his head, picked up an envelope, and awkwardly asked, "Vice Principal, are these fan letters?" Suddenly the man said seriously, "If you're curious, go ahead and read one." His deep voice continued, "It seems many people watched the training video of Teacher Kang and student Kim Se-jin and were very impressed. Other hunter schools are normal, but even active hunters from major guilds sent many letters. Although the video was uploaded to promote the school, Teacher Kang's contribution was significant. For guilds, dueling him now would be more effective than any advertisement." Shin Hyuk opened the letter in his hand. Inside was a page printed with neat, formal text. Shin Hyuk's face looked extremely uncomfortable as he read. He thought, "This is infuriating. I didn't expect extra pay," but Man-dong added, "There were 932 letters in the parcel, all containing the same content. They're all honorable challenge letters," he said, his face serious and his dark eyes showing concern. A bead of anxious sweat rolled down Shin Hyuk's cheek. "Challenge letters, did I do something wrong?" On the computer screen, the video of a smiling Shin Hyuk had garnered significant views. "Like I said, it's not that you did something wrong," the man said, "it's to strip you of your fame. That your background isn't from a hunter school also plays a part." "How did it leak that I'm not from a hunter school?" He turned, his back mysterious. "Teacher Kang, as you know, some of the school's practical instructors don't take a liking to you." Man-dong looked at the person before him with a serious expression. His cold, sharp gaze gave off an intimidating air. It seemed one of the school's practical instructors had leaked teacher Kang's personal information, and malicious comments exploiting that were crossing the line. Shin Hyuk's face darkened at the next remark. Some were claiming the student council president had rigged the match for the new teacher, and now even Kim Si-jin's fencing career, once an opponent, was being accused of match fixing. Rude comments began flooding the screen like invisible blades. As a third-rate author, I remember the pain of hateful comments well. Those damn anti-fans in this world have no sense of limits. He ground his teeth, anger trapped and powerless, but no, as a teacher I have to stop this. If the interview had been handled properly, this wouldn't have happened. The YouTube channel could be shut down. Mandong sat with his leg crossed elegantly across from him and replied, although the goal of the channel was to show parent-students' daily life. On the contrary, the students are suffering a lot. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk trembled with anger. He furrowed his brow and looked straight at him. What will you do about it? Shin Hyuk clenched his hand, crushing the paper, and answered decisively, what will I do? I'll eliminate every doubt. Mandong remained calm and watched him. Can you tell me how you'll remove them? It's simple, vice principal. Countless letters arrived, but some stood out as if they contained something special. Among the malicious commenters, there are surely people who sent these challenge letters. I'll pick those who are truly famous and highly ranked to duel one-on-one. Mandong doubted the plan. Is that so? Are you confident you can win? Many A-rank hunters have also signed up. Those people aren't in your class and could be declined. Shin Hyuk replied bluntly and firmly, no sir. Even better, I will only choose A-rank opponents to fight. Mandong, hearing this, sensed a snag and pressed further. So you plan to pick the strong ones to beat, and the mediocre ones will quit on their own. He pumped his fists together, energized and eager to act, his face burning with enthusiasm. It sounds crude, but yes, actually I can't deal with everyone. Great, very good. By the way, teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. Mandong laced his fingers and leaned forward slightly, smiling slyly. Then how about a match with me? He froze, unable to respond, thinking he must have misheard. This old man is crazy, I must have heard wrong. Shin Hyuk stood rooted to the spot, speechless. His mind kept insisting he'd misheard. No, I heard wrong, this old man is insane. Did you hear that, teacher Kang? The two of them fell into a blank silence. He turned pale. No, if you're going to be crazy, at least be sensible about it. An S-rank hunter challenging a B-rank hunter. I get it, you can think I'm mad. Embarrassed that his thoughts had been read, he looked away. I watched your honorable duel with teacher Jung the other day. I was very surprised. Honestly, I thought you'd lose. Mandong regarded him seriously, his gaze showed respect. Moreover, it seemed teacher Kang hadn't yet shown his full power. From his attitude, he looked very confident he could subdue A-rank hunters. Shin Hyuk nervously pressed his lips together and said nothing, thinking no, however high they are, that's only A-rank. From S-rank upward, it's a completely different matter, you're well aware of that yourself. Images of a man being beaten and screaming in pain echoed in every word. In truth, there are only about 1,000 A-rank hunters in Korea, so they're not opponents to take lightly. Teacher Jung only recently registered to test for A-rank. He's not a true A-rank hunter yet. Shin Hyuk's training to grow stronger was grueling. His sword had fought countless opponents with him, hunting his skill. Of course, having been trained by his master now, he's even stronger, and considering the difference between hunters and martial artists, he's confident he can handle A-rank opponents. Stronger-looking figures appeared too, though they were not many S-rank. In Korea there are only 10, and worldwide they number under 100. Among them was a woman of extraordinary power whose red aura would overwhelm anyone she fought. S-rank mages are treated as strategic weapons, and hunters with other abilities are seen as one-man super-soldier corps. Mandong himself was no weakling. His muscled frame and the blue power radiating through him marked him as the combat god Kim Mandong, one of the top S-rank hunters. If there were a series called Becoming a Hunter, Lee Jae-sung, confident in his own strength, once challenged this old man. He'd crushed opponents before, leaving them too afraid to move, crushed not just beaten but utterly annihilated. Shin Hyuk and Jae-seong both trained for superior strength, but their methods differed completely. One lived on medicinal herbs all day, the other trained diligently. Of course, unlike the protagonist who only studied internal techniques, I learned martial arts directly from my master, who said I'd be far better than someone who only ate herbs like food. But S-rank, no matter how you think about it, there's no way to beat them. As he pondered, a voice snapped him back to reality, his eyes jerked teacher Kang. I'm sorry, I was too stunned to finish. Mandong held out his hand invitingly. Think about it, isn't fighting me once better than facing a few petty A-rank guys? He continued to lay out his pitch. After the match, I'll announce that teacher Kang truly has skill and the challenge letters will stop. Isn't that a one-time solution to the problem? Surprised by the offered perks, Shin Hyuk blurted, really. Still, Shin Hyuk's eyes were full of doubt about whether to trust him. Of course, Mandong said, if you perform below expectations, I won't cover for you. I don't require you to win, just land a successful attack once. Facing someone far stronger with terrifying presence, he had to think carefully. One hit saying just once set an unreasonable condition. Kim Mandong's body could even repel a blade of radiance. He winked and crossed his arms to seal the persuasion. You don't want to? More cowardly than I expected, Teacher Kang. Then what about this, if you succeed in landing the attack? Hearing the next condition, Shin Hyuk couldn't hide his surprise and his hesitation vanished. I'll exempt you from the 3-week training course new teachers must attend during the break, training exemption. Those words struck at Shin Hyuk's weak spot and convinced him more and more. Attractive, wasn't it? Although the course is mainly for teacher networking, for someone from a non-hunter school like you, 3 weeks there would be like sitting on a bed of nails. Hearing the final term, he felt swept up by the benefits and couldn't escape them. Of course, even during the exemption you'd still receive pay, 3 weeks of paid leave. Shin Hyuk, still a bit skeptical, asked, but the training is organized by the Hunter Bureau, can it really be waived? There's an elite teacher program that selects only 2 people each semester. Those sweet words formed something irresistible, he craved it immediately. If named an elite teacher he'd get ongoing perks, so do you find it appealing now? Very appealing, 3 weeks of luxury leave sounds heavenly. Mandong smiled smugly, satisfied he'd gotten what he wanted. To let many people witness it and avoid chaotic timing, next week is the presidential election, so let's hold the duel a month from now. A calendar hung on the wall with dates clearly marked, making the match seem set and irrevocable. 1 month from now, precisely the day before the graduation ceremony. Yes, if you say you won't fight that day, it'll be awkward. His gaze was steady but fearless, words befitting a man. Mandong looked at him seriously as if closing the deal. Words once spoken must be kept. Then Shin Hyuk pulled the door and left the stifling room. It's time for class, I request permission to leave. Outside the room, he immediately began planning how he could win this one-sided match. 1 month. He had to find a way to land a decisive hit on Kim Man-dong within a month. He pictured the earlier enticement as a bone Man-dong had tossed him, and himself as an obedient dog greedily craving that bone. Kim Man-dong's offer sounded sweet at first, but that bone wouldn't be eaten, it would be smashed against his head painfully. Still, with a little thought he could tell how reckless the challenge was. He imagined himself swinging his sword at Man-dong while the man remained unscathed and perfectly composed. In martial terms, Kim Man-dong would be at least a supreme peak, like a diamond-bodied powerhouse. Causing real damage to someone just emerging from high first class toward the summit would be as impossible as plucking a star from the sky. He sighed in helplessness, after all he'd already accepted the offer. In one respect it was a malicious proposal, yet sometimes one must step forward. Among the crowds in the hallway a woman stood out, long curly brown hair and a matching dress. No matter how much he wanted a comfortable, quiet life, he couldn't lie back and sleep easy while causing trouble for others. A bulletin board suddenly appeared before him, an extra chapter had opened. From now on, the story of the vice principal's slayer, Kang Shin Hyuk, would be recorded. Shin Hyuk clenched his fist with determination, a confident smile on his face. Vice Principal Slayer, the name sounded strange but okay. If this became an extra episode, it wasn't entirely impossible. Scene cut to a snow-covered forest where Yu Ryong appeared imposing with long white hair. Master will surely know what to do. No, this crazy kid, he thought. He knelt earnestly on the cold snow, pleading, come on, Master, please just let me go. The master turned his back and replied firmly, however hard someone tries, if it's not meant to be, it's not meant to be. Yu Ryong turned and asked him while Shin Hyuk still begged on the ground, what is it again? The Aurora Chaos Sword Aurora, Shin Hyuk answered. Right, I've heard it's a skill equivalent to Sword Chi in martial arts. Although he refused, the master wanted to know what he was attempting. To leave even a single scratch on a diamond-bodied powerhouse, you'd have to create a sword steel. What do you call it? Sword Aurora, yes that. Yu Ryong closed his eyes and waved his hand in refusal. That realm required intense dedication. How could you beat an invulnerable diamond at its peak? In your current state, you'd maybe manage to slice a few chest hairs at best. Shin Hyuk looked up and stared at him intently, his eyes full of hope. Even using the same technique, at best he'd land one effective strike, no more than that. He persisted, Master, what exactly is the technique you mentioned? Seeing his stubbornness, the master barked. The dirty tricks you like ginseng or some rare elixir. If you had about 300-year root ginsengs, maybe you could use that sword thing, the sword Aurora. Yu Ryong delivered a punch to his head to crush his hopes. Right, kiddo, it's the sword steel. Rubbing his head to ease the pain, he kept talking. It wouldn't match what the peak slasher used, but with effort you could swing the sword once. The teenager next to them smiled faintly, once. Shin Hyuk looked up, still resolute, and raised one finger to show his desire. That's enough, one hit, that's all I need. He happily turned and ran off, excited but not forgetting to look back and say goodbye. Thank you, Master, I'm heading off now. Where's that kid going? He left Yu Ryong's worried face staring ahead. Master said you need 300-year ginsengs, they're expensive, so where's this idiot going to get them? His figure ran farther toward the green circle ahead. The outside world could do anything with money. Conveniently, next week was the presidential election. About to step through the green teleport gate, he turned and smiled to reassure the master. I'll go buy some mountain ginseng. Siora held her phone up and sighed. unable to hide the disappointment at the thought of the senior who had been as close as a breeze and then quietly disappeared. What the heck? With a face mask on, she frowned and exhaled heavily, since the senior quit aunt as he hadn't contacted her. Her voice shrank, half speaking to herself, half blaming someone. He's famous on YTube now, could he already have a girlfriend? The phone's ringtone rang in the quiet room, startling her as if yanked from her thoughts. She saw the caller Shin Hyuk and a flicker of an unreadable look passed her eyes. Where there's a will, there's a way. Then her lips curved faintly. After all, the senior said it was only me. She answered and sat up, but her tone was colder than before, aloof. Hello, Shin Hyuk asked gently. Siora, what are you doing? He used her name familiarly, but she replied indifferently, nothing, I'm just reading at home. What's up? Without beating around the bush, he asked for what he needed and the words hit her like a blow. Can you lend me some money? Not much, about 100 million won. Hearing that, she decisively hung up. His voice still softly called her name like a penitent seeking final forgiveness. Siora, Choi Siora. She activated the phone's shutdown or emergency off-screen mode. With a decisive, strong movement and an indifferent look, she pressed the power-off option. Shin Hyuk sat pondering, his thoughts drifting between the fish and the miraculous ginseng. Under the dim light, his mind spun over cultivation paths. Of course, he couldn't obtain legendary elixirs like the 10,000-year flower core or the millennium snow ginseng, yet those mythical medicines hovered in his head. He knew his limits, repeatedly reminded through Li Jai-sung that mountain ginseng did exist in this world. His thoughts led him into familiar classifications as he listed them. Many varieties: wild mountain ginseng, regional mountain ginseng, cultivated mountain ginseng. He murmured that among them the one that could be called a true elixir was wild mountain ginseng. Thinking of auctions with unimaginable prices, figures that most people would only sigh at and scroll past, the main issue was the insane cost of wild mountain ginseng. He groaned at the sudden price surge. Even under 100-year roots cost tens of millions of won, and ones over 100 years could exceed 100 million won. A soft chuckle escaped the corner of his mouth as he recalled the tycoon clutching his head after being thrashed by Man Dong. Li Jai-sung, from that wealthy family, even used ginseng to make kimchi, he mocked. Yet he ate ginseng like rice and still lost to Kim Man Dong. He remembered Yu Ryong's words while channeling energy. The master said it was because the guy only ate them and didn't properly absorb the ginseng's qi. He realized that even eating a single root, with a top martial arts master helping him absorb it, would be different. Facing the skyrocketing prices, the problem was money. With total assets of 300 million won, 3 roots of mountain ginseng would bankrupt him. Amid the chaotic thoughts and the need to increase his funds, he remembered something the vice principal had said. Mandong's calm, decisive voice rang clearly in his head. To let many people witness it, avoid chaotic timing. Next week is the presidential election, so let's duel a month from now. His eyes widened as those words replayed vividly, the presidential election. After a pause, his lips curved as if he'd found a gem in the ashes, a cunning, pleased look in his eyes. Whatever people said wasn't the point of the election, the voting shares. Looking back over the path he'd taken, he suddenly realized he'd blinded himself to the clearest opportunity. The trouble with the practical instructor, leaving Antas, becoming a Widoob star, the terrifying expression that made passers-by recoil. He hadn't considered it because he was trying to resolve everything to live quietly. Shin Hyuk listed each piece of information in his head like puzzle pieces, each relationship, every secret from the novel he already knew. The president's secret technique, Kim In, the head of the Hunter Bureau, the Atas Genesis smuggling, doomsday trade methods. Entering the mental bank hall, a thought rose. I exploited the novel's content cleverly. He blamed himself for slackness, so why had he sidelined the stocks? What an idiot. He went to the reception desk. The woman behind it smiled warmly. Dear customer Kang Shin Hyuk, your loan has been approved. Congratulations. Shin Hyuk thanked her politely. Yes, thank you. Shin Hyuk recalled his past life. He used to be a third-rate freelance writer, and the bank's threshold felt impossibly high for him. The shadow of Min Chan's triumphant grin always lingered behind him. He smirked inwardly, but now he was Kang Shin Hyuk, a hunter school teacher who could borrow a great deal of money. He continued to foresee the future. Moreover, miraculous Kang Shin Hyuk knew that Kim Jun-seok. He declared a fact that would happen. Kim In-hak's protege would lose the presidential election, and his opponent Kim Cheol-hwan would win. Leaving the bank, he walked out confidently with a triumphant smile. All right, take the full loan. Calmly and composed, he laid out his new plan: invest in stocks tied to Kim Cheol-hwan. Let's go. A few days after the stock handshake, on a windless midday, the dormitory door for teachers burst into ringing as if announcing something strange was coming. The deliveryman panted heavily from carrying something too heavy. The door opened. The delivery guy was still out of breath but tried to stay calm as he announced, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, right? I'm here to deliver 42 pizzas. The deliveryman added the good news, and because we're so grateful, all the drinks are free. Shin Hyuk spoke in a composed tone as if this happened every day. Yes, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. We'll carry the pizzas inside. The students swarmed at the sight, eyes wide with amazement, shouting, Teacher, sir, what is this? Kang Shin Hyuk shrugged, a dazzling aura radiating around him. He replied nonchalantly, What is it? It's pizza, of course, everyone take one. A YouTube stats board displayed Kang Shin Hyuk's estimated net worth, 1,486,531,251. A festive, celebratory atmosphere spread through the dorm. The students howled with joy while the adults were stunned by the numbers. One student yelled wildly, proclaiming, "Mom, when I grow up I'm going to be Kang Shin Hyuk." Shin Hyuk's expression was gently smiling. Another student warned seriously, "Don't call the teacher's name so casually." Someone stammered, calling him a savior. He's divine." A voice rang out with authority. The stocks returned 500% profit. But behind that lively pizza party was a brutal political game, and Shin Hyuk was the only one who bet correctly. He analyzed soberly. Initially, Kim Jun-seok, the actor backed by Kim In-hak, the enemy of Siora, had a large lead. Then Kim Jun-seok suddenly flipped. Right before the election, a corruption scandal broke that sent his opponent Kim Cheol-hwan's support soaring. He smiled with satisfaction but warned the younger generation. Borrowing everything and exploiting every loan and tidbit of information in the novel paid off miraculously. Don't follow that example. Seeing the students devour the pizza, he gently reminded them, "You guys, don't eat so much you'll choke. I'll even buy some antacids." The kids were chewing with puffed cheeks when the brown-haired boy paused, curious, and asked, "Is there good news, teacher?" Shin Hyuk watched the students crazily gnawing pizza and answered flatly, "It's just that your teacher made a little profit from stocks." A stray thought flashed and he added, "There's one more piece of news." He announced it calmly, but the students focused on eating faltered mid-chew, and everyone was so surprised they spat out their food. "Teacher, before graduation I'll have a duel with the vice principal." Shin Hyuk helplessly watched the students all choke and drop pizzas. No one could believe what they just heard. One student shouted, clutching his stomach, "I'm choking, someone give me antacids." Another screamed, "Teacher is divine, damn." The short-haired kid choked on a gulp of coke and in a cold voice asked seriously, "Are you serious, teacher? You're going to duel that muscular Kim Man-dong?" Shin Hyuk immediately corrected him, "Hey kid, don't call the vice principal sir so casually." Shin Hyuk turned his back in the room, an aura like cold sword energy emanating from him. "Of course it won't be an even match," he said, still calm. "I'll face the vice principal by conceding, each word driving home like a nail. If I land a single direct strike, it'll count as my victory." The brown-haired boy gaped, face drained, asking worriedly, "A single direct strike? Can a teacher's attack like that even affect the vice principal?" Another student clenched his fists, tears streaming, exclaiming, "No way, teacher's going to die." Shin Hyuk sighed and forced a reassuring smile. "Anyway, just eat as much as you can." His voice grew somber as he delivered the bad news. "This might be the last time I buy you pizza." In his mind he reasoned that with the general election over, Vice Principal Kim Man-dong would soon make their duel public. He closed his eyes as if about to thrust a sword he could not withdraw. "The reason I told the kids about the rumor deliberately was to nail it down." Shin Hyuk opened his eyes, his stare razor-sharp and suffocating. "One direct strike, one strike to win." He lowered his head, his voice grave as a vow, "So the vice principal can't say otherwise. I need to make the definition of a direct strike crystal clear." He pictured financial indicators jumping, successful stock investments, and the confirmation of a supernatural existence. Now only cultivation remained. A fleeting smile crossed his hardened face. Every favorable wind was blowing in his direction. He tilted his head slightly in a silent challenge. "Just wait, Kim Man-dong." In the snow-covered forest he asked, "Yu Ryong, ready, master? Have you prepared everything?" He stood at attention, inspecting the crates like a soldier. "Yes, master, 3 boxes of sesame noodles, 5 boxes of Onyel Seul, 2 boxes of chocolate, and 4 boxes of Coca-Cola." He handed over a sheet of paper, beaming. "Also, I bought all the best-selling instant foods from the supermarket." Yu Ryong laughed, patted his shoulder. "Good, your sincerity reaches me." With a stern look he asked, "Those items are all ready too, right?" He nodded firmly, smiling confidently as he reported his spoils. "Of course, master. You said medicinal herbs must be found by fate." He opened the wooden box to reveal 3 large ginseng roots emitting a strong fragrance. Golden light spread across the white snow. 3 heavenly bred mountain ginseng over 100 years old. "I've prepared them," he said. Shin Hyuk glanced and did the math automatically. Heavenly mountain ginseng, remaining assets 1,186,531,251, minus 300 million won. Yu Ryong exclaimed in surprise, "I didn't expect you actually got them." He recalled the taste of old times, narrowing his eyes. "I once ate 300-year-old ginseng." He assessed its firmness. "These seem a bit inferior," but he marveled, "Both roots are definitely over 100 years old." He bowed his head and diverted his gaze, whispering, "You used to tell me not to rely on elixirs or tricks." Yu Ryong spun around. "What did you say?" Startled, he hurriedly smiled. "No, master, it's lucky they're confirmed genuine." With arms crossed he ordered, "Stop babbling, eat quickly and then train." Shin Hyuk bowed, voice filled with determination. "Thank you, master." Inside the box, neatly placed in the snow-covered forest, was a layer of soft, fresh green moss or herbs arranged tidily. In the biting, snowy wind, the old man's hands rested lightly on his body. Shimmering blue light immediately spread like a spring of spiritual energy, seeping into every meridian. Feeling the oppressive air and the heat rising strongly from the elixir, the youth frowned and exclaimed, "It's too hot." A warm, dense, pure blue energy enveloped him, making sweat bead on his forehead. Having only ever eaten ginseng in Samjiatang, he thought in amazement, "Now I see why a single ginseng root can cost 100 million won. The chi is tremendous." Calmly the master transmitted energy, guiding his breath. "Don't resist the flow I'm sending, receive it." His voice sounded like stern counsel. "You've practiced the mental method, so it won't be difficult." The invading blue flame made him grimace and endure. He still didn't fully believe it. "Not difficult?" he asked. Shin Hyuk felt as if he'd fallen into a dark, water-filled space, bewildered. Holding a bucket, he poured it out, analyzing. If increasing internal power when circulating qi before taking an elixir is like a few drops of water, this feels like constantly scooping water with a ladle. He closed his eyes and felt himself sinking into the water. As the cycles repeated, he no longer felt he was ladling water, but instead imagined he was bathing in a vast river. Back in reality, the master still focused on transmitting mana, tilting his head to his disciple. His tone was gentle yet sharp. "Disciple, I have a question for you." He tensed to endure but replied politely, "Yes, master, what is it?" Yu Ryong paused, his sharp eyes probing the boy's back. "The ginseng you brought is real and effective, must be valuable." He asked bluntly, "How did you accumulate such a huge fortune to be able to buy it?" He nodded innocently, "That's right, master, I made a large sum of money too." The master's voice grew serious. "Then why not give up dueling and even the teacher job? Wouldn't that solve it?" Curious, he asked, "Tell me why you endure hardship to become stronger." The surging blue energy made him tense, but he answered sincerely, "Recently I have responsibilities I must take care of." His gaze dropped as he recalled the Si Jin incident, pouring out his heart. "I had to rescue a junior who was fraternizing with bad people," he continued, "and I had to restore the reputation of a student who got caught up in a nasty rumor because of me." He looked at the figure before him, shrouded in blue energy. The boy spoke earnestly, "If I give it all up like you say, master, my body would be more at ease." He sighed, not willing to surrender, but added that doing so would leave him unable to live comfortably. Yu Ryong listened, pleased, a proud smile tugging at his mouth. "Indeed, my judgment was sound," he said. Shin Hyuk looked at his master, curious. "Yes, what do you mean, sir?" The old man closed his eyes, shook his head, and chuckled lightly, "You don't need to know." Yu Ryong's eyes flashed a sinister crimson. His face darkened and his voice dropped like thunder in the night. "But the ginseng's effect is far better than I expected." Shin Hyuk looked up, confused, sweat beading at his temples, eyes wide as he continued to receive that strange energy from the old man. Yu Ryong tilted his head slightly, a spark of an unexpected decision in his gaze. "Normally this would be the end, but since the herb's effect remains, I'll give you a gift." He warned softly, "It may hurt a bit from now on, but do your best to endure." Startled, Shin Hyuk's face showed alarm. He turned, lips trembling with uncertainty and fear. "What, endure?" A gust of energy swirled around them. Before he could grasp what was happening, his whole body was yanked into a terrifying, invisible force. His eyes widened, pupils constricted, he gasped in panic, "What?" With a determined look and grave expression, Yu Ryong poured all his strength into transmitting mana to Shin Hyuk. The boy's body was flung forward amid blistering blue flashes as a violent current of energy surged, tearing at the space itself and causing agonizing pain. Shin Hyuk could only scream helplessly in pain and terror, his features contorted by the intense motion and overwhelming emotions. He screamed in the void, utterly powerless, and at that moment a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, ripping open the space with blinding blue light. The surrounding forest was blasted away by the tremendous force, a roar filling the air as his body was swallowed by the energy. As he strained to endure, Shin Hyuk couldn't hide his irritation and bewilderment, gritting his teeth and cursing inwardly. "This old man is insane. Did I say something wrong, master? What on earth is this?" Yu Ryong's voice rang out sternly, suppressing any protest as if the pain meant nothing compared to what was coming. "I told you to endure, stop crying out and focus." Waves of pain surged so violently his head felt like it would explode. Words echoed only inside his mind. "What the hell are you doing?" He wanted to give up, but the pain left him speechless. He pictured it in savage terms, like having all his wisdom teeth pulled without anesthesia. Recalling the master's solemn face when they met, Shin Hyuk suddenly sensed something strange inside himself. His master's chi was entering his body but heading for a different acupoint than the original one. He realized vaguely that there seemed to be a wall inside him, and the master was trying to break through it. Shocked and horrified, Shin Hyuk witnessed Yu Ryong swing a hammer down on a metal forge with terrifying force. The giant hammer crashed as if to crush the space itself. He couldn't understand what his master was doing. Why drill into acupoints that weren't part of the breathing technique? A dense wave of energy and fierce electrical light crackled, covering Yu Ryong's hand as he transferred internal power into Shin Hyuk. Shin Hyuk clenched his teeth and gums, straining and wondering how long his master's chi had been pouring in like that. A horrifying sensation like his soul being torn hit him, as if some creature inside his chest had been severed. accompanied by a sickening ripping sound. Yu Ryong suddenly exclaimed, as if passing a barrier he himself doubted he could overcome. How much dross chi does a young kid's body hold? It's finally broken through, well endured. After the training he staggered, breathless and exhausted, with just enough strength to croak, I don't know what that was, but I won't do it a second time. Master, it's over, right? Yu Ryong's face fell into thoughtful silence. His eyes were cold and a calculating smile curved his lips. Yu Ryong immediately transmitted mana, catching him off guard so he couldn't react, and shouted, "Not there, seems like it's over there." The intense pain knocked Shin Hyuk unconscious for a long moment, then a faint scent drifted past his nose. The scent made him bolt upright, face annoyed from the torment. He snapped angrily, "I'll sue you." Yu Ryong casually slurped a chopstick of hot noodles, unfazed. "Tasty indeed, sesame noodles are the best," he said, offering one as atonement. "Looks like you've recovered. Want a bite?" Shin Hyuk glared, eyes wide, raising a fist as he shouted in bewilderment, "No, master, what exactly did you do to my body?" His voice cracked with anger mixed with fear. "You gave no explanation and suddenly told me to endure. What did I do wrong?" Shin Hyuk blurted out, collapsing emotionally. Yu Ryong glared as if incredulous that someone he'd helped would dare speak so insolently. "Collapse? Oh my god, I'm furious, this kid. I worked hard to help you and you say what? Do what the hell?" Still annoyed, Yu Ryong raised his fist and aimed a strike straight at his impudent disciple's face. "I know you're rude, but there's nothing you won't say," he growled. Quick to react, Shin Hyuk dodged, wearing a smug, teasing grin, dodged it right. At that moment he was dazed, as if waked from sleep, unable to believe his reflex had just happened. "Dodged at me." Shin Hyuk, astonished, shook his head and pointed to the spot where he'd just moved. Yu Ryong's voice rang with pride. "See, you dodged it. Looks like my effort wasn't wasted." Still stunned and doubting it was just luck that let him avoid the strike, he asked, "Master, no, what is this? Master, could you do it again?" Seeing Shin Hyuk act self-deprecating, Yu Ryong frowned, his face annoyed and irritated. Suddenly playful, Yu Ryong launched a flurry of test strikes at the boy, kicking repeatedly. "You got a bit of elixir and already think you're my equal. This, and this, dodge, disciple." The boy could only helplessly cover his head, stammering, "No, I'm sorry." The noodle box was eaten to the last scrap. Pummeled and overwhelmed, he could only clutch his head and cry out in despair, "Master, please explain. What did you do to me?" Yu Ryong sighed, his tone calm but proud, as if he'd just completed a major internal surgery. "I told you the ginseng's effect was still strong. Letting it waste away would be a pity," he said, "so I added a bit of my own internal power to clear your Ren and Du channels." His eyes widened. A concept he'd read in martial arts novels suddenly became real: Ren and Du channels. He vaguely remembered reading about them, their fast-flowing meridians running straight through the center of the body. He murmured, as if synthesizing knowledge, connecting theory to the experience he just had. Previously, when circulating the Great Heavenly Cycle, the meridians used were the complex 12 principal channels, he thought proudly. Now he could circulate immediately through both the Ren and Du channels. The memory of the fight snapped him awake. The lightning fast punch now made sense. Shin Hyuk scratched his head awkwardly, watching Yu Ryong's back, and realized why his master's strike felt so fast. "Now I get that something opened up earlier," a thought rose. "Wait, most martial novels say if you open this, you become very powerful." He turned and asked immediately, eyes shining, "Master, does that mean I've become a top-tier master now?" Yu Ryong glanced back with a cold stare and said, "You're delusional." He shouted in panic, "Delusional about what? What do you mean?" Yu Ryong pointed at him with a look of exasperation, as if he'd heard the day's stupidest thing. "Your conscience, that's what. A kid who just escaped first rank thinking he can be super absolute top tier. First rank, peak, super peak. How can you skip peak and jump 2 tiers from first rank?" He scolded angrily. Despite the scolding, he casually dodged Yu Ryong's strikes, brimming with confidence after his body's historic change. Before he could finish speaking, the master cut him off irritably, launching 2 more attacks he avoided. In the end, he still got hit by the master. Even with a lump on his head, he stayed calm. The master snapped back immediately, "This kid, I'm the one who worked hard, not you." "What do you mean you worked hard?" he scolded angrily. "You ate a little 100-year ginseng and already want to jump ranks." He pouted, stood up, raised his hands to show his grievance, and shouted back using his master's earlier compliment. "Master said the herb's effect was good." The master, calm but inwardly irritated, frowned, turned away, and explained slowly, "It only barely allowed the Ren and Du channels to be opened. To leap 2 ranks you'd need at least a 10,000-year snow ginseng or a sea dragon heart." He flushed with anger and clenched his teeth. The line between reality and martial arts novels began to blur in his mind, forcing his reason to pull back. "Am I really treating this world like a wuxia story? Where would those things even come from?" The master reassured him, "Reaching the peak realm is already a pretty quick achievement, so don't be too disappointed." Lowering his voice, the young man turned to his master with earnest eyes, hoping for more power in that moment. "Master, can I use sword forging Jiangang now?" The master explained calmly, "That depends on you. You said that landing a single decisive blow against the deputy captain would count as a win, right?" Shin Hyuk imagined a box opening to reveal a heap of fresh green herbs. "That's why you went to get the ginseng." "Even if it's a bit beyond me, one try would be enough, master." But looking back at the situation, Yu Ryong grew doubtful. What's so fearsome about just one blow? As for a kid claimed to be the only martial artist in the world, Shin Hyuk's eyes flashed with determination as he retorted plainly, "Don't say that, master. You don't know how strong S-rank hunters can be." Yu Ryong shook his head with a bitter smile, turned his back, eyes distant as if speaking of collectors of rare items. "Not some hunter, what about super peak fighters? When I roamed the Jianghu, super peak types were everywhere." He nodded, "Yes, yes, probably so." He expressed displeasure, "This kid doesn't believe me. Back then, those with real power and the elders of major sects were mostly at the super peak level." He lowered his head and sighed, "No, that level wasn't common. You should always know your place." With a confident look, the boy declared loudly, "Even if I lose, I only need to land one hit." He urged, "Hurry and start training." The master replied with mocking irony, "My disciple, it's because you're like this that you get nowhere." His tone grew heavier. Now he wasn't lecturing but questioning his disciple's character, which startled the boy into thought. "Don't you feel anything about training under the premise that you'll lose?" The master's words struck him. A mediocre super peak saying one hit is enough to concede. He curled a lip in scorn. "If it were me, I'd be furious and wouldn't be satisfied with just one strike." He looked at the ground, hollow inside. Each of the master's words mirrored the emotion he was trying to hide. "I'm not asking you to beat me, just land one successful attack." He frowned and reconsidered. Actually, that would be infuriating. Shin Hyuk clenched his fist. The master's words weren't saying he lacked pride or a fighting spirit. Recalling Yu Ryong's stern face, the proposal that a single successful attack would suffice had been put forward by the deputy captain first. He inhaled deeply and tightened his rejecting hand. This isn't about winning or losing. He'd accepted his limits as the standard set by the deputy captain. He raised his head, eyes bright with resolve, hand trembling as he clenched it in anger. "Master, I've been thinking wrong," he declared resolutely and loudly. The deputy said a single hit would be recognized, but I should at least land 5 hits on him. Yu Ryong sneered, amused as if hearing the funniest story ever. "Only 5 hits. 50 points, kid." He raised an eyebrow in puzzled disbelief and repeated the master's words as if he couldn't believe them. "No, master, 50 points. What do you mean?" Yu Ryong unexpectedly coughed, then commanded with authority, "Come with me, I will help you. One who reaches the peak gets 100 points." He sprang up and watched Yu Ryong stride away proudly, nearly shouting in regret that he hadn't known this sooner. 100 points? No, if that's the case, you should have told me earlier." Yu Ryong stopped, the corner of his mouth lifting. His tone became unusually serious. "It's not my martial art, so I was very cautious about teaching it." He tilted his head in confusion. "Isn't that your martial art, master? What do you mean?" Yu Ryong's back grew distant as he looked off in one direction, his voice lowering as if recounting a long-past golden age. "Back when I wandered the Jianghu, I met many people, but only 2 could truly be called friends." He said coldly, "What I'm about to teach you now is a technique one of them used." Hearing it came from a friend warmed him unexpectedly. In his imagination, his master had always been a lone peak, friends martial arts. Do friends really share techniques with each other? Yu Ryong shook his head and snapped, "Nonsense. Unless they're a disciple, you never pass techniques to others." Recalling the fierce duels where both he and his opponent radiated killing intent, he added, "It's just that I fought him many times, so I naturally came to understand the secret of that move." He shivered slightly at the rule he explained. In the martial world, stealing another's technique is a grave crime. But now, since no one else practices martial arts anymore except you, what does it matter? The story made him more curious than ever. The image of a powerful figure unleashing a decisive move at Yu Ryong made him wonder, was that friend as strong as his master? Yu Ryong curled his lips in a confident, half-proud, half-nostalgic smile. "Not as good as me, but a decent fighter. Once a peak-level opponent left me, a rank above him, baffled by that technique." Shin Hyuk felt his blood boil, nearly shouting in urgency, "Teach me quickly, master." Yu Ryong nodded slightly, his voice carrying both expectation and a hint of vengeance. "All right, use this to crush that deputy captain's arrogance." A week later, a hush fell over the small cafe on the street where everything seemed unchanged. A voice from inside rang with curiosity and mild reproach. "When I turned off my phone, you said nothing. Why are you calling now?" Siora, holding a glass, beamed with excitement to soothe Shin Hyuk's anger. "You didn't know I made a killing on the stocks," she explained, adding that today's meeting was about the drug matter from before. He frowned and asked, "The drug you mentioned, the Genesis I saw in Incheon, right?" Siora's tone turned serious as she answered quickly, "Yes. We've received information that the drug is being sold in China." She went on to share another surprise. Apparently, they even tried to sell it in Japan and were caught. She recalled seeing crates full of drugs and said, "Even if it's not our doing, I had to pass on the information to you, senpai, by the way, about you." Siora's voice faltered as if hesitating over a sensitive topic, but she asked bluntly, "Is it true you're going to spar with the deputy principal?" She held her phone up for Shin Hyuk to see. He stared, stunned. "This is already circulating among the faculty," she hurried to clarify, voice slightly rushed to avoid misunderstanding. "No, an announcement was posted on the education information system." Seeing the notice on her phone, his eyes widened and a sound escaped him, a mix of panic and despair. "What?" The announcement spelled it out word for word like a final shot, leaving Shin Hyuk no way back. It concerned the selection of outstanding teachers for Term 1 for practical subject outstanding teachers chosen by the deputy principal. Results would be decided after sparring with the deputy. Advantages would be awarded based on rank. To register for a match, go directly to the deputy principal's office to sign up. The final line of the announcement rang like a death knell for anyone who had already registered. The registration and sparring period runs from today until one day before the graduation ceremony. Noticing Shin Hyuk had no idea about this, Siora asked in surprise who else signed up. When she spoke that familiar name, he was so shocked he spit out his drink. The worst delinquent in the grade, Lee Jae-sung. Siora stood there drenched from head to toe, utterly stunned by the scene. Shin Hyuk still couldn't recover from the bad news. He thought in a daze Lee Jae-sung the main character. Taken aback by the blow, Siora angrily demanded, "Senpai, did Lee Jae-sung do anything to you?" It was an odd reaction. Shin Hyuk finally grasped the situation, his face going pale as he stammered, "No, just choked on my drink." To break the tension, he switched topics. "Speaking of that, is there really something going on at the department head's office? What's the situation?" Siora didn't press further, but mentioning it made her scowl fiercely. How could it be otherwise? That guy's father is the director of HWA Shin Electronics, and his grandfather is the chairman of the HWA Shin Group. Just thinking of Jae Seong's smug face made her feel utterly disgusted. Siora snapped, annoyed. Maybe he was behind the scenes pushing people around and the victimized student ended up passing away, so I'm the only one treated like an idiot. How bad is his attitude towards studying? Honestly, if he had a normal personality, I'd want to deal with him myself. Contrasting her furious attitude, he felt a bit afraid and quietly ran through the milestones in his head. He had become the school's notorious delinquent at Hunter High. Right now, before the protagonist's consciousness enters the body in the novel, this was the moment Lee Jae-sung was truly a problem student and thug. After a moment's thought, he understood why Siora hated him so much. In the original story, Choi Siora also despised the protagonist, so that's why. Seeing her so angry, Shin Hyuk gently advised her to calm down. He's still young and time will probably make things better. But Siora grew even more upset and shot back loudly, "Senpai, people don't change." He wanted to argue but didn't want to reveal too much, so he thought to himself, change. Yes, Siora completely changed. Although the thing that would possess Lee Jae-sung 2 years later was selfish and domineering, it ultimately succeeded in repairing the disgrace the past Lee Jae-sung had caused. Shin Hyuk did his best to shift her perception of him. Nobody knows the future, so just treat him well, who knows what could happen. Siora exploded again, sulking, "I don't like that. If that guy ends up in your class in high school, you'll understand how I feel." Realizing his words couldn't move her, Shin Hyuk reluctantly gave up. There was really nothing left to say, he was just a harmless supporting character. Hearing the name Lee Jae-sung, the protagonist, made him truly feel like he'd entered the novel. Siora seemed to truly loathe Jae Seong. Even while eating, she kept complaining about him. "Hurry up and get to the vacation so I don't have to see that guy. By the way, Senpai, the break is coming. Do you have any plans?" When she finally changed the subject, he cheerfully shared, "There's a new teacher training course, though he didn't know much about it." Hearing that, Siora worriedly asked, "Are you okay with that program? If you go, it's mostly people from Hunter High, you know." He knew that too and thought it over. If things go smoothly, he might not have to go, but it wasn't certain. Seeing Shin Hyuk seem unwilling to participate, Siora asked, "How so?" "The rookie training is mandatory." He replied calmly, "I heard if you become an outstanding teacher, you can be exempt. It's what the deputy principal suggested." At his words, she fell silent, as if realizing something. Suddenly, Siora sprang up, shouting, "What? Is that the real purpose of the sparring matches? That old man is crazy." Shin Hyuk hurriedly waved his hands, trying to calm her. "No, it's not just for that reason." Siora's face went pale with worry over his upcoming match. She scolded him for his stupidity. "Kim Man-dong is known as the strongest among the top 10. Can someone as ordinary as you really land a damaging blow?" Hurt by her harsh words, he said in pain, "Why is she talking so harshly?" Shin Hyuk saw Siora blowing things out of proportion and couldn't help but be puzzled. Putting your whole life on the line over a vacation is still mild compared to this. What's going on? Aren't you jumping the gun before the fight? His remark left her astonished. She fell silent, unable to believe what she was hearing. Suddenly, Siora stepped right up to his face and inspected him head to toe, making him blush with embarrassment. He stammered, "What's the matter?" She spoke in a low, suspicious tone, pressing him. "You really do seem a little different. If it were before, you wouldn't have accepted that offer." Siora moved even closer, scrutinizing for any abnormality. Shin Hyuk could only feel awkward and think to himself, getting too close, this is too much. After a moment of speculation, Siora suddenly asked, "Can people really change?" Caught off guard, Shin Hyuk said nothing, only feared inwardly, "Sorry, I'm possessed too." No matter how you wring a rooster's neck, dawn will still come. Time passed quickly, and it was already the day before the graduation ceremony. Finally, the day arrived. The auditorium was wrapped in continuous cheers. Everyone had been looking forward to this day, and the twin sisters were present. Everyone was excitedly anticipating the match. Siora was also there to cheer for Shin Hyuk. However, the crowd's whispering couldn't be avoided. He beat teacher Jung last time, so now he thinks he's above everyone. What gives him the right to be so arrogant? You can tell he's never graduated from Hunter just by looking. They kept sneering at Shin Hyuk, saying he didn't know his place yet still went after the outstanding teacher title. Maybe he has an advantage, who knows. Jinsu in the back heard it all and felt furious for his teacher. Come on, what's the deputy principal like? Even if he fought with one hand tied, he'd win. But still, facing the deputy principal won't end nicely, what a pity. But all he did was mutter curses inwardly and kept massaging his teacher for support. I can hear you guys, he thought, though they didn't mean to tell him, his sharp senses caught everything. Seeing enough, Shin Hyuk told him to leave. Hey, okay Jinsu, you can go up too. Hearing the teacher, Jinsu begged to stay. I just want to stand closer to watch, please, teacher, please. Shin Hyuk said nothing more and quietly observed the baying crowd. The deputy principal's notice was only on the administrative system for teachers to see. Its normal students wouldn't know the time or place. Probably the practical teachers who dislike him leaked it on purpose. He thought tired of how the school's teachers treated him. They clearly wanted him embarrassed in front of many people, especially the students. Noticing everyone was talking about him so much, Shin Hyuk turned to a student. Jinsu, is my reputation really that bad now? Jinsu immediately leaned in and told him, don't say anything, other teachers are talking trash about you, saying you're putting on a show to try to become outstanding teacher. He added to comfort Shin Hyuk, of course we know you're not like that. Seeing Jinsu defend him so enthusiastically, Shin Hyuk could only smile wryly, kid, that's enough. But not everyone hated him. Suddenly a group stood up with banners cheering for him. Kang Shin Hyuk, go, let's celebrate after milk color Kang Shin Hyuk. Their cheers touched Shin Hyuk deeply. Small as it was, he was grateful. Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, go. Even a few supporters was good. Suddenly someone shouted, catching his attention. There's the deputy principal. Finally, Shin Hyuk's opponent appeared and the stands erupted, yelling their support for him. Kim Man-dong, the strongest hunter, Kim Man-dong. Man-dong, ecstatic, spread his arms to accept their welcome. Seeing that made Shin Hyuk envious. His entrance was grand, and that smug, indulgent attitude made him furious. Not keeping the audience waiting, he warmed up, put on his fighting gloves, and called out, didn't expect so many people. Are you ready, teacher Kang Shin Hyuk? The system displayed, Deputy Principal No one of Hunter High, S-rank Hunter Kim Man-dong. Annoyed at his grandstanding, Shin Hyuk cursed silently, doesn't he know anything? That old man advertises everywhere, yet outwardly he replied politely, I've done my best. Man-dong sneered and warned, if you don't want to lose face, you should give it your all from the start. I'll yield the first attack, so when we begin you go first. He said nothing, inwardly delighted that his plan was right. Wonderful, he would indeed yield the first attack. High-ranked hunters yielding the first attack is common practice. Since it wasn't strictly defined, he had worried, but now his preparations for a knockout blow were complete. Seeing they were ready, the referee stepped forward to announce the rules. I'll restate the rules once more, then we'll begin. The hall fell instantly silent to listen as the referee explained the rules. With the applied advantage, teacher Kang Shin Hyuk only needs a single successful effective strike against the deputy principal, just one, and teacher Kang Shin Hyuk will win. After speaking, he turned to Man Dong and asked, Deputy Principal, do you agree to these terms? He answered in a deep voice, of course. Then the referee turned to Shin Hyuk. Teacher Kang, do you also agree? He nodded and added a reminder for the referee. Yes, but please step outside once the match begins. It could get a bit dangerous. Hearing this, he bristled and was about to refuse. What no, Teacher Kang, rank A. Man-dong cut in and accepted Shin Hyuk's condition. I will follow Teacher Kang's request. The referee, hearing that, offered no objection, understood. With nothing more to settle, he loudly announced, then the practice match to select the outstanding teacher for term 1 will begin. Both competitors bowed. The referee called out loudly, to your positions. When everything was set, he raised his hand to make the declaration. Then, as his arm came down with the whistle, the referee shouted the opening. Fencing match begin. The atmosphere immediately tensed. Everyone focused on their every move as Shin Hyuk gripped his sword tightly. Suddenly, a memory flooded back to the day his master gave him this sword. Apprentice, take this. Master, what is this? His master smiled and explained, one of the two I mentioned is a pure swordsman. The blade is quite sharp. If you study sword techniques, your weapon should match. That remark strengthened Shin Hyuk's resolve. He stared at his opponent and slowly drew the sword, reminding himself repeatedly that the chance would come only once. The very first strike when Kim Man-dong allowed the initial attack. The moment the blade slid from its sheath, it erupted in a mysterious blue flame, otherworldly. The fire not only radiated intense heat but carried an imposing presence. The audience witnessing it buzzed with excitement. The twin sisters gasped in surprise. That's an Aurora blade, isn't Teacher Kang rank B? The whispers continued. An Aurora blade should only be usable by rank A. Shin Hyuk said nothing, thinking to himself that of course the students were surprised by the blade's aura while teachers wouldn't show it off. Man-dong was a bit surprised but quickly recovered and asked, an Aurora blade? That's not all, is it, Teacher Kang? Shin Hyuk answered confidently, of course not, Deputy Principal. Without another word, Shin Hyuk dropped into a lower stance, ready to attack. The killing intent he exuded was so heavy the air grew stifling. The flame along his blade spread across him, making his opponent's hair rise on end. Mandong stared in shock at the terrifying power radiating from him. Others no longer dared to underestimate him and called out in alarm. Hey, isn't that an Aurora Blade? What, an Aurora Blade? That's a skill only S-rank hunters use, maybe it just looks similar. The crowd couldn't take their eyes off Shin Hyuk's display. Wherever he swung, the flame followed, carving cuts that were both powerful and beautiful. Strange, it looked exactly like the Aurora Blade I saw on Widoob. He ignored the chatter, eyes fixed on Mandong, recalling his master's warning. The blade was useless in real combat, yet the deputy principal's arrogance had finally given him an opening. Unlike usual, Shin Hyuk didn't strike immediately. He stood there, concentrating all his strength into the sword. Normally, the first attack is a probing, light strike, not a full power preparation like this. Witnessing this terrifying surge of power, Mandong grew uneasy and quietly guessed at Shin Hyuk's plan, an Aurora Blade. The preparation time is long, this doesn't seem like a fully mastered skill. Seeing him stand there without attacking, Mandong warned Teacher Kang, it looks like you can attack now. Ignoring his urging, Shin Hyuk didn't move. He continued steadfastly with his plan. Sorry to keep you waiting, Deputy Principal, but this isn't over yet. Shin Hyuk raised his sword. The furious blue flame instantly flared, swallowing the blade in dazzling light as waves of heat rolled out and lit up the whole arena. He was determined to execute this technique successfully. To secure his victory, the supreme martial art his master had taught him. He had been stunned when he first heard its name, the Heavenly Demon Sword technique. The power was terrifying, blowing everything around away. Even Jin Su was frightened by this skill. Damn. Once the energy was fully charged, Shin Hyuk prepared to launch his attack and announced solemnly to Mandong, I'm attacking now, Deputy Principal. Meteor Violent Demon Steel. A horrifying gust of wind slammed forth, violent enough to sweep everything away. The force made Mandong immediately brace lest he be blown off. As Shin Hyuk thought it through, he swung the sword in the decisive strike, one blade becoming a whirlwind that ravaged everything in its path. Without hesitation, that raging blue fire hurled itself at the deputy principal with merciless destructive power, as the move's name implied. Indeed, one of his master's two closest friends and the original wielder of this art was the legendary Great Demon, the Heavenly Demon. Back then, the first time Shin Hyuk's master revealed a secret to him, it was so earth-shattering that Shin Hyuk had shouted in surprise, what? He trailed behind Yu Ryong, still unable to believe what he heard. Your master actually has a friend who's the Heavenly Demon. Yu Ryong replied calmly, so there's even a fake Heavenly Demon out there, but how would I know him? Shin Hyuk was still so shocked he couldn't speak. He looked at him with utter admiration, having a best friend who's the Heavenly Demon. The simple reason he was so surprised was that anyone who's read a few martial arts novels would know the Heavenly Demon. He was a master of the demonic sect, also called the Heavenly Demon Divine Sect, a colossal power on par with the orthodox schools, splitting the martial world into righteous and evil. Even while his own serial was still being published, the Heavenly Demon was a hot topic, a dark appearance, overwhelmingly powerful skills, and irresistibly compelling character. Lately, the Heavenly Demon trope has crossed into fantasy worlds hunting dragons, or been reborn as a present-day crime boss, or even opened a bakery after reincarnation. Whether or not you read those stories, you've probably heard the name. After recounting the legend he'd heard to his master for a moment, Shin Hyuk mumbled that he didn't remember clearly but thought he'd seen something like it in old tales. Yu Ryong couldn't help laughing and replied, he is pretty famous in the martial world, but he's never beaten me once. Still, Shin Hyuk had doubts, thinking that a guy who could fight dragons must be very strong, but a best friend who's the Heavenly Demon, curious, he asked on. Master, you said there were two close friends, who's the other one? Yu Ryong stopped and gave a rough description. Some guy named Zhang, something 3 wins, always drunk on Tai Kai and looked like a rambling Taoist, claimed to have founded some sect called Modang or Vodang or something, you know. After that description, Shin Hyuk just stood there dumbfounded, helpless for words. His mind was a jumble. He couldn't believe Yu Ryong's circle of friends was that incredible. What? Zhang 3 wins, a top master in the martial world known as the founding ancestor of the Vodang sect. Back to the fight at hand, Shin Hyuk funneled spirit metal chi into the sword and it absorbed it well, repeatedly layering new chi onto the blade he'd formed. This was a violent, overwhelming cutting art born from those cracks. Countless shards of spirit metal splintered out like shooting stars, the meteor suppression demon metal. With that move, a single swing unleashed innumerable brilliant blue flames like maddened beasts, screaming as they charged straight at the deputy principal with destructive force. The pressure was so immense that those outside could only gape, unable to believe their eyes. Not only that, the sturdy protective cage began to crack, web-like fissures spreading everywhere. The teachers assigned to hold the defenses were tense, sweating as they threw all their strength into keeping the final barrier from collapsing. Ms. Yu, there's only one layer of the barrier left, please focus. Yes. Ms. Yu gritted her teeth and strained against Shin Hyuk's terrifying power, thinking holy hell 2 of the 3 prepared barrier layers meant to handle the proctor have already broken. It's not that Jung Hyuk Sik is weak. Have I underestimated someone like him all this time? Even the referee who had doubted him earlier was frightened. thinking to himself that if he'd still been inside the arena then, he probably would have been killed. Now he, like everyone else, had to look at Shin Hyuk differently. The referee thought teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, whatever he did, anyone could see the power rankings were completely wrong. At last the technique ceased and the choking dust gradually cleared. Shin Hyuk tightened his grip on the sword. Man Dong's large, solid figure grew clearer. Even with that destructive force, it wasn't enough to defeat him. That counted as a direct hit, right? Shin Hyuk thought helplessly, of course, except for that monster. Though it couldn't immediately fell Man Dong, the fierce attack had left him battered. There was hardly any uninjured spot on his body. His white robe was torn, blood steadily seeping from his wounds. Now Deputy Principal Kim Man Dong was in a very awkward state. But there was no choice. Shin Hyuk gripped the sword's hilt and vowed to fight to the end for his honor. Still, this was the right path, wasn't it, Master? Student scored 110 points, this had to be seen through. Seeing him finally engage, Man Dong did not hesitate. He readied his limbs to attack. Very well, I'll take this, Teacher Kang. The killing intent radiating from him chilled Shin Hyuk's spine. He worried for his fate. Man Dong lifted his foot in what looked like an ordinary move, but the moment he slammed down, the arena shook violently. In the blink of an eye, it shattered into fragments, sending up a thick cloud of dust. Seeing Man Dong's true power, Shin Hyuk went pale, regretting his decision. What he brought down the whole arena. But it was all a trick to fool Shin Hyuk. Amid the dense smoke, Man Dong silently vanished like a ghost. Shin Hyuk scanned around, where's the deputy principal, unaware he had actually been standing right behind him. Sensing the killing intent, Shin Hyuk snapped around in alarm. But it was too late. Man Dong didn't miss the chance and struck a lethal blow to his head. Shin Hyuk couldn't react and only managed to scream, damn it. Cold, murderous intent shone in Man Dong's eyes, with no hesitation or mercy. Shin Hyuk was hit so hard his head slammed onto the steel-hard floor. The violent impact shook his whole body and blood spurted from his mouth, staining the floor red. Shin Hyuk's face went deathly pale as he staggered back a few steps, his throat tight and unable to make a sound. He thought he brought down the whole arena. He held the sword and looked around. Behind him, Man Dong had collapsed, his eyes blazing red. Panic seized him as he thought, where's the deputy principal? A sudden loud noise made him turn with guarded eyes. His hair whipped wildly in the wind. Damn it, a panicked voice shouted. Man Dong seemed berserk, veins bulging on his face as he clenched his teeth and launched a full-force punch at his opponent. He looked up, those red, murderous eyes seemed to want to devour everyone there alive. Shin Hyuk was knocked away. Blood sprayed from his mouth, his body went numb and he couldn't fight back, his eyes slowly closing. Cut to another scene. The teenager slowly opened his eyes. Before him was a strange sight, a warm pink ceiling, unfamiliar and cozy. A hazy light seeped through heavy eyelids as a violent dizziness hit, making his head spin like he'd just survived a nightmare. His breath came fast and his chest rose and fell. This is the infirmary. He slowly opened his eyes wide, lying in bed rubbing his head. His gaze distant, thought he was meeting the king of hell again. He must have really passed out. He propped a hand to his face, eyes closed, his expression darkening as he lay motionless in bed. Suddenly Shin Hyuk opened his eyes wide. They seemed to hold 1,000 glittering stars, a slight curl at the corner of his mouth. How joyful. He recalled the moment the man stormed over in anger, his face dark, eyes full of murderous intent as his body lunged forward. The principal bursting out from the shadowed corner and shattering the arena. He'd taken a brutal blow, his eyes flew open, the whites showing like an electric shock, his face snapped to one side and contorted. He thought of his master's berserker tactic, humiliation to sever bone, trade flesh for bone, chop through bone, so instead of using the sword to block that old man's fearsome fist, he used his left hand to absorb it. Panic filled his face, tears welling and streaming from the corners of his eyes. Even after channeling inner energy, his bones still shattered amid excruciating pain. He gritted his teeth, endured it, and slashed diagonally at the deputy principal's left arm. It felt like slicing iron rather than flesh, but just before the punch drove him to the ground, he saw clearly with his own eyes. A small but distinct cut marked the deputy principal's shoulder. Indeed, a very small wound, not even an inch. Lying in bed clutching his stomach, he gave a crooked smile, eyes uplifted. Surely the deputy principal won't stubbornly claim the wound was meaningless. I'll go there myself to demand exemption from training. A woman slowly drew back the curtain, catching his attention. Teacher Kang, you're awake. In front of him stood the medical officer, Kim Seon HWA. She looked at the patient with some delight, her eyes curved, cheeks flushed. You were unconscious for about 4 hours. Luckily, you've woken up. He thought to himself, a medical teacher, this character didn't appear in the original. He slowly propped himself up in bed, looking dazed and a little guilty. Thank you, you couldn't go home because of me. He slowly sat up and raised his hand, but it wouldn't move as he willed it. Limp and purple, he stared at it in bewilderment. Seon HWA gently pushed him back down and smiled, waving with her other hand as she explained, the bones were completely shattered. Even after magical treatment, it will take about 2 more hours for sensation to return, so you should rest a while longer. Hearing that, he stared at her in surprise. This was the kind of healing he'd read about in books. He'd thought it was omnipotent, but it had this inconvenience. She raised a finger cheerfully and said, "The deputy principal specially asked me to watch over teacher Kang until you woke up. I live in the dorms anyway, so don't worry." He forced a smile, trying to lift the corners of his eyes. "I see. That old man, no, deputy principal, I'm fine. You can go back to the dorms now." She slowly stepped up to the bedside, her tone a little somber as she said, "I don't want to." He blinked in slight bewilderment and blurted, "Huh." She leaned against the bed frame, expression serious. "Actually, my father told me to go home at curfew, but I purposely waited." Then she brightened, smiling at him with shining eyes. "I'm a little interested in teacher Kang." Hearing that, he froze like a statue, his gaze drifting. His eyes widened as question marks seemed to appear above his head. Slowly calming, he asked softly, "Me, teacher, what did you just say?" She looked at him blankly, tilting her head as she repeated, interested. He waved his hand nervously, sweating a little. "No, just now you said your father. I misheard, right? That was just a slip of the tongue, just pretend you didn't hear it. No one at school will know." Hearing that, his face went pale, his mouth hung open as if all regret had drained away, his eyes blank and his features tight. "Sorry for calling him an old man." She leaned in, studying his calm expression. "Before today's match, I was already a bit interested, but you were really cool. I never expected teacher Kang could fight my father like that." He closed his eyes and replied evenly, "But I was unconscious, so the deputy principal must have won." The woman beside him answered slowly, "Yes, that's what the ruling says." She looked delighted, slightly furrowing her brow, her eyes shining as she stared at him and her cheeks flushed. "Still, I don't think teacher Kang really lost. Your initial attack was truly amazing. I'm sure many people feel the same." Seeing her like that, he thought helplessly that she was much more straightforward than he'd expected, completely different from her father. Sion HWA stepped forward slowly, carrying a bag full of letters. "And look, these are things the students left while teacher Kang was recovering." He took a letter and stared at it in bewilderment. Shin Hyuk unconsciously asked, "Letters?" He read through the letters. "Teacher, even though you lost, you fought so well. Teacher Kang, when you're healed, let's go get drinks." Holding a letter and reading, his face bloomed with happiness. "This one's probably from Yoon Seo, that one from Teacher Park." "Teacher Kang, Shin Hyuk, you're so handsome, I believed in you." The boy's face darkened as he looked at the letter and said, "Jinsu's attitude next semester will be 0 points." One letter suddenly caught his attention. He opened his eyes wide and stared at it. Shin Hyuk slowly reached out and pulled the letter from the pile. The letter simply read 4 words, "Thank you, teacher." It made him smile. That was enough. Sion HWA stood before him, clapping with a smile. "So, you don't feel like a total loser anymore, right?" He lay in bed with a proud look. "Right. Anyway, I hope they'll exempt me from the training." She asked blankly, "Exempt from training?" He answered slowly from the bed, "Actually, I accepted because I heard that if you become an outstanding teacher with the rank of colonel, you get waived from the new teacher training." Hearing his answer, she smiled with amusement. "You have your quirks too, why not give it a try? They call it training, but it's pretty interesting." He stretched his hand out and looked down, his eyes full of emotion. "Because I come from a non-hunter school, I thought going would bring nothing good. Even getting my first post was why I had to fight for honor." She patted her chest. "Teacher Kang, not every practical instructor here hates you. I only work in the infirmary, but I've been curious about you. Look forward to next semester. No fool will turn their back on a talented person like you just because of your school background." He scratched his head sheepishly and forced a smile. "Are you doing psychological treatment for me too? Let's be close from now on. I'll save your number. Yes, I'll transfer the friendship fee monthly." He felt a bit awkward since she was the deputy principal's daughter, but he had a good friend now. At the large school, its dominant color a glossy dark teal, the grounds were vast. A big sports field sat in front, and behind it rose a large mountain with broad, verdant trees. Thanks to the fantasy world's healing magic, his memory recovered in a day, and he could safely attend the graduation ceremony the next day. Teacher Man Dong stood before the lectern with a stern expression, announcing the outstanding teacher for semester 1, Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk of the swordsmanship class. Fortunately, the old man kept his promise, and I won the title of outstanding teacher. Some teachers felt it was unfair. One raised a hand and said, "Deputy Principal, I don't understand why Teacher Kang, who didn't even win, became outstanding teacher." Of course, a few teachers objected. Hearing that, the deputy principal replied calmly, "Teacher Choi, do you want a duel now?" At that question, the teacher had nothing more to say. He scratched his head and forced a smile. "I understand." He dismissed it by saying only Teacher Kang had signed up for the duel, so there was no alternative, though now that he mentioned it, a strange change had occurred. As Shin Hyuk walked down the hallway, a voice caught his attention. "Teacher Kang, congratulations." 3 teachers approached to greet him, smiling and waving. Seeing them, Shin Hyuk cheerfully returned the gesture. "Thank you." A few practical instructors struck up conversation. Of course, it was just a light morning greeting. He stood before them, awkwardly scratching his head. "It's a shame I didn't get to greet you this semester. Please look after me next term," he thought inwardly. It was wonderful. He hadn't expected such an immediate change. In the classroom, the speaker blared the graduation ceremony, making the students fidget and clutch their heads. So students, finally, I just want to say one more thing. Summer vacation. As he stepped into the room, the principal's speech continued, and the graduation ceremony ended. The twins on Seok and Yoon Soo looked up at him and asked in unison, Teacher, we're planning a beach trip with friends over break. Will you come? Min Hee's uncle has a vacation house in Jew. Come with us, teacher. Shin Hyuk reached out and calmly declined. I'm busy on Seok. You guys go have a great time. He thought to himself, it's vacation. Do I still have to look at you all? I have my own life too. Lee Jin-soo pouted coquettishly and whined in a syrupy voice, please come with us, teacher. The boy beside him covered his mouth to stop himself from retching, whispering, Lee Jin-soo, that's disgusting, don't do that. Seeing their antics, he clapped his hands loudly and announced, no, the teacher's busy on break. The graduation is over, go home, disperse. The students below chorused, have a great vacation, teacher. The sweet summer break earned after the battle with the deputy principal was interrupted by his phone buzzing non-stop as a message arrived. On the phone screen was a message from Kim Seon HWA, Teacher Kang, I've gathered enough members. Tap to reply. He picked up his phone with a smile, thinking to himself, all right, let's pull off a big exciting move. I've decided to start a side job. Investing in election-themed stocks and scraping together every last cent had been fairly successful. Nevertheless, the reason he still considered taking on extra work during this lousy break was that his account situation was basically a bottomless pit. He felt like a frog dropped into boiling water, panicking, damn it. The loan repayments for investments were much larger than he'd expected. His master's food, reinvestments, interest, taxes, loan payments, and other expenses. Most of the remaining money had been reinvested into Lee Jae-seong's father's company, so there was almost nothing left. Holding the phone, he felt utterly exhausted. Long-term investing meant avoiding debt was wise, but now he had to work extra hard to raise capital for the next investment. Kim Seon HWA, Teacher Kang, I've gathered enough members. Yes, what day works, he replied, but how to make more money. Through that teleportation gate. Last night after the match with Kim Man-dong while he lay in the infirmary, he heard other teachers' summer plans through Kim Seon HWA. Seon HWA had said most practical teachers would pick up extra work by going through that teleportation gate. The practical instructors' salaries weren't small, but the income from the teleportation gate was incomparable. Teacher Kang is a hunter too, so you probably know, she added. The teenager gave an embarrassed smile and answered, actually, I don't know much about it. I come from a non-hunter school background, so I'm mostly just a porter. The girl beside him was genuinely surprised and said, oh my, how could you treat someone so strong like a porter? If it were our team, we'd have scrambled to recruit you. Shin Hyuk smiled with satisfaction and slowly replied, just hearing that is thanks enough for me. But the surrounding space quickly fell silent. He imagined a scenario he absolutely didn't want to happen. Teacher, could it be? The girl across from him beamed with excitement. Yes, both to warm up our friendship and to tour the teleportation gate. What do you think, teacher? The teenager could only answer awkwardly, by the way, how much do they pay? Hearing that, the others were delighted. Teleport gate, let's go. He stood above looking down at the classroom with some reluctance. The bet with Kim Man-dong was basically won, and if they could earn a big haul from the teleport gate and stock up on snacks, Master would definitely be pleased. Then again, getting to experience the teleport gate I'd read about in novels firsthand was thrilling. What kind of members would the rest of the team be? Team composition really matters. Considering Kim's profession, she'd likely provide a reliable frontline. In a group, you need a tanker to soak damage and buy time for the mages. It would have been great to have a carefree bald guy too, but what he least expected was that a beautiful girl appeared and greeted them. Hi everyone, I'm Hong Yi-seol, nice to meet you. Shin Hyuk smiled sheepishly and replied, bald, no, nice to meet you. Seon HWA beside him beamed and began to introduce her. Yi-seol is a longtime friend of mine and my father's top disciple, a reliable teammate who's worked with me for years. Hearing that, Yi-seol looked a bit flustered and asked, Seon HWA, isn't your dad being deputy principal supposed to be a secret? Seon HWA just smiled brightly in response. It's okay, this is teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. He performed very well recently in the match with my father. Yi-seol, skeptical and incredulous, asked, he managed to land a hit on your master. Let's talk more as we go. Teacher Kang, where are your things? I'll load them into the car for you. He smiled cheerfully and pointed to the sword in his hand. I don't have separate luggage, this is enough. Their reaction was one of mild surprise. Then she looked doubtfully at her close friend beside her. Are you really okay? No armor, just a sword. But the friend kept smiling brightly the whole time. It's fine, it's fine. No, but isn't that a bit much? The conversation made the teenager feel embarrassed. I heard everything someone said. They'd expected a muscular, rough man to show up. Instead, an even rougher monster appeared, now a hunter and later a wrestling teacher at the high school. A rank hunter, Hong Yi-seol. A disciple of Kim Man-dong, she was a formidable fighter who'd beaten Lee Jae-seong all semester. The final scene where she lost to Lee Jae-seong and fell for him left a strong impression. Their car sped along the long road. Okay, I'll explain today's plan. Our destinations are the 4-person C-rank teleport gate and the 4-person D-rank teleport gate, those two sites. All sat up front and spoke calmly. Teacher Kang and Sion HWA are both B rank, I'm A rank, so we could enter a 4-person B rank gate, but to be safe during vacation, we won't go to gates above C rank. Hearing that, he calculated carefully. Teleport gates are ranked S highest down to D lowest, 5 tiers total. From what I researched, even a 1 rank difference drastically changes profitability. Sitting in the back, he couldn't help speaking up. Hey, you see all, I thought we'd head straight to a B rank gate today. Absolutely not. The 4-person gate doesn't work just because you get 4 people. The girl glared back and added, besides, with equipment like his, that's impossible. We'll go to a C or D rank gate. Save B rank for later when there's a 3-person gate. He had no choice but to sigh. It's probably hard to hit the profits he hoped for. Sion HWA in front of him smiled brightly. What a pity. Teacher Kang's strength should have been enough. You should listen to Yisial here. From start to finish, the girl couldn't believe her master had accepted someone like him. Kang Shin Hyuk was arrogant. She was sure her master had held back in that match. Asking for profit share in B rank with no gear, people like that tend to have accidents in teleport gates. To teach him a lesson about safety, she in the front decided to probe. Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, it seems profit matters a lot to you, so how about this? What she said next was blunt. Of the teleport gates we'll visit, you would solo clear the 4-person D rank gate. If you finish it alone, you get exclusive profits, and once your strength is verified, I'll consider going into a B rank gate. What do you think? He didn't care at all and answered with a very pleased smile, really. If you do that, I'm very grateful. She was left speechless at that reply and didn't hesitate for a second. Although D rank is 2 tiers below B rank and seems easier, it's not a 4-person dungeon you can take lightly. Let's see you struggle and hit the wall. They quickly reached the gate and presented the required documents. A rank hunter Hong Yisial here, this is my ID. After identity verification, the attendant nodded and said, please enter when you're ready. The accompanying B-rank hunter will enter first, we will follow behind. Shin Hyuk looked straight ahead, guessing to himself that this was indeed the D-rank teleport gate. He couldn't help sighing inwardly. Somehow he felt that stepping in would reveal a legendary swordsman slurping instant noodles. The girl beside him carefully warned, time limit is 1 hour. If you don't finish in that time, Sion HWA and I will go in. Shin Hyuk nodded cheerfully, yes, I'm confident, leave it to me. He methodically planned each step in his head. Good, this is the perfect chance for someone with no monster fighting experience like me. Hong Yisial is much easier to talk to than how she's portrayed in the novels. Yisial couldn't understand what the heck was going on. Why was he grinning like that? Such a green boy. Sion HWA worried asked Teacher Kang, even at D rank the 4-person dungeon is pretty tough, are you okay going alone? But he cheerfully replied, I'll be fine, see you in an hour. The first teleport gate Li Jiseong had crossed from being an ordinary student during training. Li Jiseong's swordsmanship, like mine, was extraordinary and he easily cleared the D-rank gate. Even the martial art I began training for the honor duel with Teacher Jiang had unknowingly reached a peak. I thought I only trained to protect myself, but somehow I felt increasingly distant from a peaceful life. In a way, as Kang Shin Hyuk, the Academy's swordsmanship instructor, I was gradually adapting to this world. He quickly stepped into the area beyond the gate. He was somewhat astonished by the scene before him. He'd heard teleport gates could contain boiling lava or desert-like expanses, beautiful landscapes. It turned out mountains were the most common type. He walked forward slowly, surveying the terrain. The blue border around the gate marked the safe zone, right? That meant beyond this point, if you're attacked anywhere, it's to be expected. Then he sat down on the ground to think carefully. Mountain terrain likely meant fewer complex magic-using monsters or undead. In novels, such areas often feature animal-type and mineral-type monsters. A strong aura quickly radiated from his body. Find the nearest ones first. This power was strong enough to spread everywhere. If it's hard to pinpoint enemies, sense out in all 4 directions. His eyes slowly closed in thought. Those with keen senses can pinpoint your location. But if you're not posting notices or asking around, there's no better way to find people. The power from within him pulsed throughout the dungeon under cliffs. In the forest, toward 11 o'clock there were signs, about 3 creatures. After identifying the targets clearly, he grabbed his sword again and sprang up. Master usually sent me chasing, but today I'm the one hunting. It's a strangely exciting feeling. Grinning broadly, he lunged straight downward. Come on, let's go. The teenager moved easily through this hilly terrain with his strength. A 4-person D-rank teleport gate. The monsters over there seemed to have noticed someone approaching. They growled hungrily, and it was my first time experiencing how ruined the hunter's world could be. His steps drove him forward with great force. Once more he looked up at the sky ahead, assessing carefully, adult-sized fast. Standing in their lair, he felt no fear. They were good climbers and their cries were extremely annoying. Giant gorillas, right, the first hunt had begun. Across from him, a giant gorilla, huge-bodied, let out several terrifying roars. He looked up inside. Compared to monsters in higher-ranked gates, these were weaker, but their drop rate for mana stones was significantly lower relative to their numbers. so hunters avoided them. In novels, their hides sell for a good price, but compared to the effort of catching those agile beasts, it's hardly worth it. One of them suddenly lunged down from above at breakneck speed, but he felt no fear at the sight. Instead, he cheerfully analyzed the situation. That kind of struggle only applies to ordinary hunters. He rushed forward and delivered a powerful slash that completely defeated the enemy, blood spraying everywhere. The teenager looked at his sharp sword and smiled faintly, clearly pleased. Each one has a mana stone worth 300,000 won. How much is all of this? His face grew more and more manic. Summer break is amazing, fantastic. The nearby monsters, seeing this, seemed to realize something was wrong, and even their screams faltered. Giant gorillas are fairly intelligent. If they judge an opponent unbeatable, they'll climb trees and flee immediately. Their skin is thick enough to be used as armor material, and combined with their speed, pursuit isn't easy. Ordinary D-rank hunters would struggle against this combo. But today, the four-person D-rank gate truly opened into a hellish scene. He swung at them with strong slashes. Their hides are valuable, and if you just butcher the meat cleanly, it should fetch a high price. I don't know the unit price, but monopolizing a gate like this is lucrative. He sighed as he looked ahead. To be honest, hacking monsters feels a bit gross, far more disgusting than what I read in novels. Good thing I reviewed the Academy's audio-visual materials. The moment their blood suddenly splashed into his mouth, a powerful reaction seemed to occur. The teenager couldn't help retching on the spot, clearly revolted. The monsters in front finally realized something was wrong. They turned and saw the silhouette of a man charging at them with a sharp sword, shrieks ringing in their ears. Shin Hyuk had been running at full speed the whole time. They panicked more than ever and quickly turned to flee. He ran while vomiting everywhere. The metallic smell of blood was really strong. It'll take time to get used to. He hadn't realized how awful the smell and the sight were. He needed to adapt quickly to handle the next gate. He vomited repeatedly in an extreme fit. Wait, Hong Yseol, I'll be right back. Meanwhile, outside the gate, it seemed they too had realized that something was wrong. One of the two men turned and looked back with a suspicious gaze. Then he warned the man beside him, "Hey, Corporal Gill, the teleport gate seems kind of strange. Do you notice anything odd?" It was clearly blue before lunch, but now it almost looks violet. What nonsense, violet means an air ink gate. Seeing that sight, the other man swore under his breath, damn it. Then, bristling with anger, he hurriedly demanded explanations, and their conversation went south in an instant. Hey, why didn't you say anything earlier? How long has it been like this? I just noticed it too. A hunter went inside a moment ago. What should we do? All right, report to the squad captain first. What about the hunter who went in? Aren't we supposed to check the safe zone? The man checked his phone carefully, swore under his breath, and thought, that kid, how did he get in there? If the safe zone is invalidated, he'll die unjustly. They had no choice but to pull out their phones and contact higher authorities. We're not hunters, this is the best course. If this really is an A-rank gate, at least 4 same-rank hunters must be dispatched. The man beside him, hearing that, yelled in surprise, what the hell are you talking about? The commotion quickly affected the two girls outside, both panicked. We have to find Teacher Kang right away. Calm down, Kim Seon HWA, report to the Hunter Management Bureau first. Seon HWA, visibly anxious, said, even if rare, the gate suddenly becoming a rank, Teacher Kang can't handle an A-rank gate alone. You see all, you know that, so how did this happen? The girl beside her quickly tried to reassure her friend. First, calm down. You know the main causes for a gate's change. Sometimes a gate's level just shifts. First, if monsters inside the gate keep eating each other and evolve, then, unless it's a special case, the difficulty won't spike suddenly. And second, if they evolve by devouring hunters who have entered the gate. Yseol carefully considered all possible scenarios, and in the second case the difficulty would rise dramatically. Unwilling as she was to admit it, Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk was probably. Seon HWA stood there gripping her staff, saying seriously, don't look at me like that, it's surely just monsters eating each other and evolving. But the other girl snapped impatiently, Teacher Kang has been in there over an hour, I'm just being realistic. Guilt washed over her, this was her fault, she shouldn't have let him go in alone. For someone concerned about safety, she had been far too indifferent to this emergency. With no other options, she added, if we must go, HWA wait in the superhero safe zone. I'll find Teacher Kang, I'm faster. Seon HWA was incredulous at that, and Yseol sighed helplessly. If it were my master, he'd do the same. If he insists on staying inside, I'll knock him out and drag him out. Promise me you'll turn back immediately if things get too bad. But the guard behind them, seeing her resolve, warned, hey, hunters, have you seen the gate's condition? Are you really going in? Yseol calmly donned her protective gear and said, we need to confirm at least his survival, allow us to enter. They truly had no better option, entering was extremely dangerous, yet the young man quickly intervened. Let them go. He looked toward the haughty girl and said slowly, that's Hong Yseol, Kim Man-dong's disciple, she can handle it. Worst case, Teacher Kang probably encountered the gate boss. An A-rank gate boss requires at least 4 A-rank hunters to defeat. Maybe a giant poisonous spider, a giant snake, or an ancient orc. If things are truly unlucky, it could be an ogre, the nightmare of the deep woods appearing. Sion Hwa stared at the gate with mounting unease. Teacher Kang, please just hunt near the entrance, but contrary to everyone's anxiety outside, inside the gate he was gleefully slaughtering monsters like everyday toys, following monster traces deeper in. He looked up at the sky and muttered in amazement. I've taken down about 50 already, so why isn't it showing any sign of completion? Could this gate have its own boss monster? A teleport gate disappears after 12 hours once all monsters are cleared. The sky turning golden is usually the completion signal, and I felt a huge aura, so I thought there might be a boss. But no matter how I thought about it, it was strange. This is a D-rank gate, and he himself didn't expect another gigantic monster to show up here. Seeing the orc before him, an indescribable doubt rose. Why would an individual like this appear in an A-rank gate? The system panel in his ear quickly announced, the monster called the Nightmare of the Deep Woods Ogre, its presence truly inspires fear. When 3 A-rank hunters fight an ogre, one will certainly die. When 4 fight, one will be gravely injured. This entity requires at least 5 people to handle. I know in novels the protagonist struggled against an ogre after being assigned the wrong gate. Of course, the novel's ogre was two-headed, a creature that appears only in S-rank gates. If I fought with 5 A-rank hunters I might win, but the overwhelming pressure is nothing like fighting humans. Ogres are definitely dangerous. The ear system warned again. The monster is now bringing its fist down. Ogres have strong bones and highly elastic tendons enabling superb mobility, and their hide is so tough sword aura strikes only leave scratches. A powerful punch was thrown in an instant. Facing this move, he was genuinely taken aback. Ogres have an entirely different monostone tier, so we advise caution. Standing before that mighty fist, all he could do was try to dodge. He'd delay the challenge until he'd fully mastered Aura Blade, the sword aura. Shin Hyuk glared at the hole that Punch had just made and swore inwardly, unbelievable, 1 punch in the grounds like that. 10 hits in this whole place would be a hot spring. Then again, it kept trying to stop me. What kind of monostone tier makes something like this? By Kang Shin Hyuk's recollection, an ogre's monostone is worth 10 million won per stone. That price stunned him into disbelief. His voice trembled with uncontainable greed. 10. Even his hands gripping the sword began shaking uncontrollably. 10 million divine demon. In an instant, he unleashed his most powerful technique toward the creature over there, the heavenly demon sword technique. Meanwhile, Yuseol was running and jumping through the deep forest, shouting loudly, Yuseon. Shin Hyuk smiled horribly as he launched his attack, bloodlust stirring joyfully. Yuseol was sprinting at top speed. How far had she gotten from the safe zone? As she entered the woods, Hong Yuseol began running flat out. Her face was grave as she carefully scanned around and immediately spotted giant monkey corpses scattered about. Countless streaks of blood marred the area, not just in one spot but forming a trail. The girl below surveyed this with calculations. This meant there'd been a chase between hunters and monsters. She seemed to touch something strange on the ground and cried out, "It's vomit." She continued to make the most reasonable guess. Was teacher Kang Shin Hyuk in such a brutal fight that he was vomiting? He shouldn't have been allowed to rush in alone. She should have gone with him from the start. But she quickly realized something felt off. No, if that were the case, there were far too many strange points. The first corpse she saw was the same, and every body found so far was in the identical condition. Most had been decapitated, and the cuts were completely clean. Giant monkeys are the fastest at their rank, with tough flesh and bone, and they hunt in packs, so even she couldn't easily take one down in a single blow. She began to think more carefully. No matter how famous the sword, it couldn't make cuts like that. Did he use an auric blade? Why would someone like him be at B rank? She started to revise her hypothesis. Wait, this isn't the mark of tearing, it's the mark of a chase. The more Yuseol thought, the more bewildered she became. Why was there vomit? Then a piercing shout suddenly came from behind. A giant monster with razor teeth finally revealed itself from the rear. She stood there utterly stunned, unable to believe it. Seeing the monkey's cut marks, Hong Yuseol felt a temporary relief. That hope lasted only a moment. Upon hearing a roar from deeper in the woods, Hong Yuseol was convinced Kang Shin Hyuk was dead. The girl couldn't believe what she just heard. The roar was because she knew exactly what made that sound. An A-rank monster, the worst, called the Nightmare of the Green Forest, the ogre. Ordinary hunters would freeze and panic at that crash. Even if they pulled themselves together and ran, the outcome would be the same. An ogre crushes trees with huge steps at speeds that let it catch even a sprinting giant monkey easily. No need to debate. The death of teacher Kang was confirmed, and it had surely noticed her presence. She had to get out of there quickly. Another sound from behind rang out, making the young woman completely unbelieving, a thud. She grew extremely wary. Ogres often growl for no reason even when not fighting. But if that roar signaled the start of a battle, she then bolted off in a panic toward one direction, thinking teacher Kang might still be alive. The Nightmare of the Green Forest, something 5 A-rank hunters must team up to defeat. If Kang Shin Hyuk was still alive, even with her joining, the result wouldn't change. As she ran, she couldn't help swearing, I'm insane. Why run that way? If she ran back to the gate now, she could have made it to safety. Although there was a small chance the ogre had scented them and would come. If Kim Seon HWA had been waiting in the safe zone to help, she might have survived. Even if something went wrong, could she return and face Seon HWA after having ignored the chance to save Teacher Kang? But when she saw a brilliant light ahead, she knew something was wrong. Oh man, all that talk about safety and reason, and now I'm a total mess of contradictions. She shouted urgently, searching for the missing person. Teacher Kang, I'm Hong Seol. If you can hear me, answer me. Her panicked face raced through the forest calling, teacher. Her eyes widened as she stared ahead in utter disbelief. Kang. Because at that moment, she saw a brilliant shaft of light appear in front of her. Her stunned face couldn't believe what she was seeing. That was the aurora. It was like a dreamscape. Kang Shin Hyuk stood there with a mad smile, beginning to swing his sword. A breathtaking sight, a powerful slash driven forward as an attack. The boss over there was quickly felled with a piercing scream. She stood dumbfounded. The ogre's outer hide had abandoned the troll-like regenerative ability, and its formidable defenses were being ripped apart like a wet tissue. Even if Sion HWA had told her, she would never have believed it, but it couldn't be wrong. It's definitely an aura blade. He sighed, waved, and called out a few words. I hurried as fast as I could because I didn't want you to wait, but there was another leader. What the hell is this guy? How can he be so calm? The girl before him couldn't believe the scene. Teacher, how did you do that? The youth grinned and replied, how? Oh, you mean that ogre. Before he finished, the girl blurted out, no, forget the ogre. What about that streak like a shooting star? Was that an aura blade? He sheathed his sword calmly and answered, close but not perfect. The ogre showed up unexpectedly, so I had to use it. Now I understand why Yseol wanted to go to a lower level area. Yseol couldn't believe it. This person, the gate here turned into an A-rank gate already. The grinning youth pointed and said, hey, if it's an ogre, besides the mana stones, the byproducts fetch high prices too. Wonder how much we'd get bringing them back. But when she looked at that horde of monsters, her face quickly drained of color. She bent over and vomited, unable to hold it in. The girl who had seen the scene sighed, so her stomach really was weak. Shin Hyuk himself could hardly stand. The spinning vision made him unsteady. After vomiting all day, the world looked jaundiced. Yseol was awkward, unsure how to explain. Yes, it's yellow, it's the completion omen. Let's go out and call the cleanup team. Hey, that man over there still can't stand. Yseol, wait for me a moment before we go out. After forcing herself to calm down, she breathed hard and asked, if possible, could Yseol accept credit for killing this ogre? The other person was baffled. What are you saying? Why would you give me the credit you earn? He quickly explained in detail, I don't like attention much. Even as someone newly born with no gear, if a B rank like me killed an ogre, it would make a huge ruckus. Yseol looked at him in disbelief. This person knew exactly what he was up against and under what conditions, yet instead of fleeing he faced the ogre alone. She couldn't help but force a faint smile. Then she spoke softly. The careless one was not Teacher Kang but me. I'm sorry for misjudging you based on first impression. There must be a reason he dislikes attention. I don't know if word of this will get out, but just consider me the one who defeated the ogre. She extended her delicate hands forward earnestly, asking for his help for the rest of the summer break. He looked at them, seemingly a bit bewildered as well. Then he returned a cheerful smile, though this cheerfulness smelled a little off. The aftermath of that vomiting made people want to keep their distance. I look forward to your help, he added. Of course, Yseol was no exception. Upon seeing the scene, her face showed evident disgust. She quickly withdrew her hands, looking embarrassed. The atmosphere between them grew even more awkward. Let's settle up. Yes, the A-rank gate is cleared. The scene shifted rapidly back to the teleportation gate. Sion HWA had stood there waiting from the beginning to the end. The little girl's face carried worry, but also a hint of trust. At that moment, her eyes widened, staring straight ahead in amazement. Because she had finally seen the silhouettes she had been waiting for all this time. That beautiful face couldn't help but burst into tears, strangely so. Kim Sion HWA not only hugged him tightly when she saw him, but Hong Yseol kept bowing and apologizing. Suddenly she realized something. The teenager's body was emitting a terrible stench. After hearing the explanation, I understood. The gate had changed, so they thought I was dead. When he heard the whole story, he finally let out a breath, a little doubtful inside, and he wondered if he would have thought the same in their place. Seeing they had rushed back to him even after hearing about the ogre, he couldn't help but speak slowly, apologizing for making everyone worry and thanking them for coming. Fortunately, the master was unharmed. The two girls in front of him ignored those words and answered calmly, Master Kang, do you have any unit connections? How do we handle the corpse? Hearing that, he brightened immediately. Yseol, please ask your contacts to help me. It's been a long time since I went hunting. He quickly stepped out of that gate. He walked slowly out of the blood-stained area and into the fresh air, feeling genuinely relieved by the clean, fight-inside-rich scent. Strangely, it was different from the air inside the gate. Before he could say more, he saw a crowd gathered there. He stared ahead in bewilderment, unable to believe it. What is this? Why is everyone like this? A man walked up to him and called out, Are you Hunter King Shin Hyuk, rank B? Yes, that's me. What's going on? The man, upon hearing that, saluted formally. We received a report that a D-rank gate transformed into an A-rank gate. We were dispatched by the Hunter Management Bureau and came from a nearby unit. They said 2 other hunters had gone in to assist. Why did only you come out? Are you the sole survivor? Shin Hayek kept his expression blank but sighed inwardly. No wonder everyone gathered like this. They must have thought we'd all been wiped out in the transformed gate. He quickly reported back, everyone is safe, the teleport gate is secured. The man across from him was stunned, an A-rank gate completed. Seeing the man's panic, he smiled and replied, yes, do you think I'd lie to you soldiers? Just as he finished speaking, the giant face of that monster appeared behind him. The man instinctively shouted, it's an ogre. Everyone prepare to open fire. But suddenly a familiar voice came from behind the monster. Everyone calmed down. The group raised their weapons toward the front, but after hearing those words their faces went blank, confused. Yisial appeared there, struggling to carry the monster away. It's me, Hunter Hong Yisial, rank A, all 3 team members are safe. Their next exchange was odd. Master Kang, we can't pull it out, we'll have to cut it right. Let me bring it in, I'll go cut it up. Those nearby couldn't fathom it, an ogre, there were 3 not 4, how could they have defeated an ogre? The junior soldiers watching were stunned. Corporal Kim, what is that creature? It's huge, weren't you trained for this? It's an ogre, I never thought I'd see an ogre corpse in my life, it's enormous. Isn't an ogre supposed to be something only 5 A-rank hunters can take down? I've heard the same. Kim Man-dong's student really is on another level. That suspicious conversation kept ringing in his ears. I saw him come out first, so I assumed he got it. That bookish look at that blank face, learn to read people. Even by looking at the ogre's corpse you could tell. He's a swordsman, so how could a sword make wounds like that? Still, it wasn't completely useless. Shin Hayek there couldn't help but exhale in mild relief. Luckily they saw the wounds and believed Hong Yisial handled it. After all, I did slash it, though if the Chinmas sword technique hadn't worked it would have been pretty difficult. He glanced carefully toward those negotiating. The company calling, it's a place Yisial knows well, right? I wonder how much they'll pay. The coarse man who saw the monster was a bit astonished. Hey Yisial, how on earth did you do it? It's the first time I've seen a giant ape in such good condition, and you're clearly Kim Man-dong's disciple. It's also the first time I've seen an ogre in such a ragged state. Yisial was a little flustered and could only smile and ask cautiously, how did it happen like this? How much can you pay, sir? She quickly offered a huge price. The giant ape is in good condition and the quantity's decent, so I'll pay 1,600. That number left the teenager behind utterly stunned. 1,600. Not bad, what about the ogre? The ogre bones are fine, but the hide's too damaged, this one. Hard to use much of it, so 1,300. What about the moss stone price? The girl, embarrassed, turned to the man behind her. The price is a bit disappointing, Master Kang, what do you think? What she hadn't expected most was that the man was actually shedding tears. Master Kang. He was completely dumbfounded, unable to believe what he was hearing. 1,300, 1,300. No way. He gaped in astonishment, unbelieving. Adding the Mostone price, how much is the total? 4,000, 4,000. He immediately leapt up high with overwhelming excitement. 40 million won. The man over there sighed at his reaction. What a strange friend. Yisial caught it and she's that happy. Yisial didn't know how to react. I have a reason, so please transfer the money into that person's account. Meanwhile, Shin Hayek was going crazy at this sudden windfall. He'd once made millions slowly investing in stocks, but this was an explosion, 1 corpse and it's already 4,000. If not for Li Jai-sung, I'd have quit teaching to be a hunter. Payment was completed in a flash, plus a tax exemption benefit for hunter school teachers. The 2 who missed their schedules due to the gate change each received 10% of the earning. The 2 girls immediately replied to the message. Master Kang, you really don't have to do that. Yes, I didn't do anything. The teenager smiled brightly and answered sincerely. I was worried when I heard what happened outside the teleport gate. I'm sorry for making you worry, and I'm giving this as thanks for coming all the way to the gate, please accept it. No matter how they tried to refuse, he kept saying such pleasant things, we'd be embarrassed to accept. We won't just meet today, are we ending the group today? No, the summer break is long, we'll keep going. In the end he sealed it with a radiant smile and that glowing handsome face, making it hard to refuse, so please don't worry about it. I look forward to your help in the future. That smile completely stunned Yisial when it fell into her line of sight. Her face flushed red as she stared ahead, unable to react. Then finally a voice came to her ear, Yisial. The little girl, hearing her name, finally snapped to and replied, Yisial, Hong Yisial. Sion Hwa sat there puzzled and asked, are you okay? Ever since Master Kang left you've been acting strange. You barely speak at home and don't seem to want to eat. Yisial slowly scooped a spoonful of rice into her mouth and sighed, it's nothing. Today I only helped transport the corpse and drove, and thanks to Master Kang I earned 400 without doing anything. Honestly, I'm still embarrassed and debating whether to give it back, she said. Hearing this suspicion, her close friend quickly realized something was off. 400 isn't much for an A-rank hunter. Are you really spacing out all day over that? Yisial fell silent and didn't want to reply. She remembered the scene she had seen earlier in the dungeon. The terrifying aura blade that could crush an ogre in a single strike. a technique no hunter had ever displayed. Suddenly Yisial spoke up, Sion HWA for me. After reaching a rank my progress has slowed. Maybe Master Kang could be the key to making me stronger. Man Dong nearby heard that and agreed that makes sense. He was wearing a pale pink apron and looked a bit reluctant as he continued, Master, I heard you went hunting with Sion HWA today. I heard about the gate changing. He set the pot down on the table and analyzed softly. Even as my disciple, you still don't have enough strength to take down an ogre alone. If someone could, Master Kang would most likely be that capable attacker. Yisial, thoughtful, replied slowly, that's true, he's a B-rank hunter. Unless you see it with your own eyes you won't believe it. It seems Master Kang doesn't want his power exposed. Recalling something, she asked, by the way, Master, you mentioned there was an open position at the school last time, right? The person beside her smiled and answered, the opening is for spear instruction. Yisial continued, just teach the kids, it's nothing, a little practice will do. But the old man quickly exposed the truth. When I asked you to do it before you had no reaction, that's disappointing. The girl protested at those words, Master, it's fine, why say that? Besides, my guild contract is about to expire anyway. Then she smiled and made her decision, starting next semester I'll be the spear instructor. Please help me, Master. At the same time, I went to find my master to report the victory. The teen, looking cheerful, told the man in front of him, I cut off that monster's left arm. Before I passed out I saw it clearly, it was wounded for real. But when he saw the other man's complete lack of reaction he asked irritably, Master, did you hear what I said? The other simply replied calmly, I'm listening, I'm eating. Seeing that, the boy genuinely felt a little embarrassed. It seemed the man was really smiling, a bashful old man. Yu Ryong over there grinned, using a secret technique on an ordinary foe. That monster didn't want to lose, huh? Hearing that, he smiled and asked back, so how was it? Do I deserve a 110-point disciple rating, only 90 points? Why's that? Because you're too arrogant. Shin Hyuk quickly bowed again, anyway, thanks to Master I got through the danger safely. And I used it effectively when we killed the monster earlier. The old man sighed at that, kid, if you're grateful buy me a plate of braised pork jelly to eat. Hearing this, the boy smiled happily, I wouldn't let it go to waste, Master. The teen slowly took something out of his backpack. I was going to give this to someone before fighting the monster, but it's a gift I prepared for you, Master, please accept it. He quickly handed over some colorful-looking disc albums. What's this book? These are textbooks for learning the languages used in the outside world. Master, you once said you wanted to know how the outside world beyond this snow region has changed, right? The elderly man took the item, a faint smile of clear satisfaction on his lips. Kid, how did you think of this? But what is this book? Why is it so unusually big and heavy? He picked it up, smiling excitedly as he began to show him this, just open it like this. No, wait, what the heck is happening? He then tapped the selection for a Tokyo performance by a famous girl group. On screen, the performer, beautiful under sparkling lights, turned and winked at them, utterly alluring. The old man, seeing that, couldn't believe it and shouted, there's someone in this book. Hey, hey. At that, the boy could only stammer an explanation. Please calm down, Master. This is how I record images of people. He seemed about to do something, but the boy quickly cut him off. No, however you interpret it, I don't understand it either. The music streaming in his ear kept playing melodically, making him feel oddly unsettled. The teen beside him, seeing his master dazed, continued, this is the most famous idol group right now, you could call them dancer. Seeing the master's rapture without getting a response, Shin Hyuk smiled faintly, apparently pleased with what he'd done. Yu Ryong had endured a long stretch of loneliness. Even if one says they've grown used to living alone, no one truly gets used to it. The past time must have been a brutal battle with loneliness. Look at the outside, so many changes, he heard and couldn't help sighing. Yes, technology and culture. Before he could finish, the old man interjected, pathetic. Even famous dancers don't have a decent outfit, this world's rotten. The boy, at a loss for words at the old man's thinking, protested softly, no, it's like this. Shin Hyuk could only awkwardly explain, no, Master, that's not, it's like this, but the other sighed and smiled happily, old age does this to you. Look at this marvelous book and my sesame shiso noodle bowl and I understand. Disciple, the outside world has really developed brilliantly, he said, and the boy replied mildly, except for the chaos caused by the rampant teleport gates. By the way, I'm going to be pretty busy tomorrow, so today I'll teach you how to use the laptop and then go out. Hearing that, the other objected, training requires rest afterwards, you're nothing like me. He shrugged calmly and answered, Master says good training is real combat. This disciple will go out and wipe out monsters thoroughly and then return. And so the lesson began. Look at this is called the mouse pointer. If you move this, the white thing here. The teen continued his instructions with complete seriousness. The old master's gaze toward his disciple seemed a touch probing. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. The next morning, the two girls quickly showed up and waited there right here. Seeing their figures, he ran over smiling, good morning, you two beauties, have you had breakfast? Yes, I ate with Sion HWA already. How about you, Master? Shin Hyuk smiled softly in reply, I already ate too. You two must have met early. Yisial answered quietly, I slept at her place last night. Today let's take my car. The luxurious white car sped down the main road. From the back seat, Shin Hyuk asked again, I've never seen what's in the back seat. What is that? That's an assembled spear. I'm planning to try using it today. Hearing that, he looked surprised. A spear. What do you mean? No one said Hong Yisial knew how to use a spear when she became a hunter. Her specialty is unarmed combat, so why suddenly a spear? You looked at her skeptically, prompting her to explain, the spear instructor position at our school is open this time. Sial said she'd apply for that post, and the statement hit you like a powerful bomb. You couldn't help but start thinking, spear technique, doesn't that refer to the position left vacant by teacher Jung after he lost to me? But that's not an unarmed combat instructor position, it's spear instruction. What's going on? Only then did you realize something crucial. The original setup seems to have been changed. You were honestly baffled. Had you done something wrong? You never advised her to use a spear. Still carrying that doubt, you slowly asked, Hey Yisial, why did you decide that all of a sudden? She glanced back and answered slowly, it's just, I think life at the school wouldn't be so bad. You get summer breaks and you still earn a salary. Hearing that, you wanted to smack her. What the hell are you saying? How much do you even get for going through a teleport gate once? Are you insane from comfort? Still, you had to stop it. It's not some minor NPC but Hong Yisial. Changing her setup would be a major accident. You pressed again, skeptical. Spear techniques sound hard to use. If it's not your specialty, isn't it difficult? But the girl just smiled and replied, hunters who use spears often have a slight advantage in exams. Real spear instruction at school isn't too hard, so it should be fine. Sion HWA, sitting beside her, said cheerfully, the teacher recruitment exam isn't easy, don't underestimate it. She answered happily, besides being an A-rank hunter counts as a plus, what's the problem? And it's only temporary for this semester, she added. You perked up at that. Temporary, a temporary instructor. You asked again, so you mean a temporary teacher? She nodded with a smile, I just plan to teach for one trial semester. If teaching suits me, I'll take the exam again and switch back to unarmed combat instruction. Shin Hyuk heard that and felt genuinely flustered. What a shock. Sion HWA smiled and continued, the teleport gate assigned today leads to undead monsters. By the time we get there, it'll probably be lunchtime. Let's eat first. The teen in the back grinned and asked, fine, what about the menu? I brought a lunchbox, I prepared my own. Shin Hyuk, hearing that, was a bit embarrassed. If you were bringing lunch, you should have told me so I could bring one too. There probably aren't convenience stores there, I haven't prepared anything. The girl in front smiled and replied, I prepared a portion for Master Kang as well. Would he like anything else? Hearing that, Shin Hyuk's face flushed in surprise. Someone prepared a lunch for him too. He hadn't expected a bento made by someone else. Back when he was in school, even on field trips, he didn't have a lunchbox. Just a few thousand won his parents left on the table, and he felt grateful for that. Shin Hyuk replied awkwardly, I thought you only prepared for the two of you. Sion HWA smiled and said, it's not like we're excluding you, we just prepared our own portions. Do we look that cold? She said, laughing. Shin Hyuk was nearly speechless. No, it's just I've never experienced something like this before, it's really touching. They sped down the long road, spotted a park on the map. There's a grassy spot in the car, let's eat there. Sure, I'm fine anywhere. A spread of delicious food was laid out. The teen picked up a rice ball and popped it into his mouth with pure delight. But just after they started eating, they learned that the girl had accidentally put an entire jar of salt into the meal while preparing it. That rice ball quickly became a culinary hell for them. By then, the whole group had arrived in front of a giant gate. The two of them fought as if to purge the disaster of the rice I'd just swallowed. Sion HWA was even more relentless. She cheerfully channeled supportive power through her staff. The monsters over there were powerless to stop them when they saw them. The two charged straight in, using their strength to smash everything in the dungeon. And afterward, I decided I'd buy food instead of preparing it myself. That day, my team, Kim Seon HWA and Hong Yisial, kept providing non-stop support for days. We were there to destroy several well-known domestic B-rank teleport gates. And so, having coordinated smoothly in many ways except for meals, Yisial happened to get a phone call. Who could be calling at this hour? She picked up the phone and answered seriously, Uncle, what's the matter? It sounded like something urgent, like a week-long situation. I have time, but it was an A-rank teleport gate, an emergency. If needed, Sion HWA can help with rear support. Also, I need to check others' schedules, but seeing the people before her, she already seemed to know the answer. It looked like it was a go. Shin Hyuk's handsome face over there was beaming with excitement and satisfaction. I was about to face a second major turning point in my life. Yisial quickly replied into the phone, okay, Uncle, when you've arranged the schedule, I'll get back to you. The teen behind her was so excited he couldn't contain himself. Yisial, what's going on? I think I heard something about an A-rank gate. Then I smiled and said cheerfully, if you need my help, feel free to ask. The caller answered softly, with Master Kang there it's reassuring, but this time distance and timing are both difficult. Shin Hyuk, hearing that, was a bit skeptical. Distance and timing. Is it that serious? Sion Hwa quickly explained, actually, Yisial's uncle is the guildmaster of the Hei Rang Guild way out on Jeju Island. Did something happen to his guild? Yisial looked genuinely flustered and stammered an answer. I heard many people were injured at an A rank gate, so they're severely short-staffed right now. He asked if we could come help for a week. Flight, lodging, and transportation costs will all be fully covered. Shin Hyuk beamed and said, even without support I'd be willing to help. Kim will come too, right? The girl beside him replied cheerfully, of course, leave the magic and cooking to me. Let's just eat out for now. Shin Hyuk smiled and replied, thanks so much, I'll treat you to something great when we arrive. The girl answered softly, you see, I'll just cook for me. Sion Hwa chimed in excitedly, I'll treat everyone. The conversation shifted back to the main topic. Master Kang, can we depart early the day after tomorrow? The three of them happily went home to prepare. All right, rest up today and we leave tomorrow. Oh right, the students said they're going to Jeju too. I stood there thinking to myself, it's not exactly a trip, but it won't be full-time monster hunting either. If schedules line up, meeting those swordsmen wouldn't be so bad. That night I quickly packed all the necessary luggage. T-shirts done, socks done, underwear done. I sat in front of my suitcase and carefully checked everything. Phone, charger, moisturizer, all set, probably don't need to bring a bath towel. Then I looked over at the distant sword, wait, bringing that on the plane probably won't be allowed. In Kang Shin Hyuk's memory, he'd never taken a weapon onto a plane. Just then the phone on the table suddenly rang with its familiar chime. Seeing the caller ID, you couldn't help but exclaim, perfect timing, I need to ask her a few things. The voice on the other end replied quickly, oh, you rarely pick up so fast, huh? You answered softly, are you taking the day off from the gate today? Hey Siora, can I bring a sword on the plane? The other side shot back immediately, are you crazy? The girl, lounging comfortably on the bed, answered calmly, if you depart with a hunter license, they check your luggage in. I was about to call you about that, what's up? Siora replied in a low voice, your hunter license, did you forget? It's almost time to renew. From what I checked, your license seems nearly expired. So you should hurry and renew it. If it expires, you won't be able to teach. Hearing that, you grabbed the small notebook in your hand and asked blankly, really? It's less than a month left, how did you know? Siora sighed tiredly, actually I got a routine message from Antas a few days ago. During the conversation they mentioned you, so I found out. The teen here sounded surprised at that, they mentioned you. But wasn't everything between you and Antas already over? The other side answered quickly, you've done a lot of notable things, the W-tube incident and that duel with the vice principal the other day. Shin Hyuk, hearing that, looked a bit puzzled, but the W-tube video was taken down long ago for student protection, right? And the duel, there's probably no footage of that. The girl on the other end, flopped on the bed, replied softly, do you think I can hide it with my palm over the sky? Have you wondered why the hunter agency suddenly went quiet after picking you up? Even without videos, students posted dozens of write-ups online. Although most people doubted the B-rank hunter used an aura blade and assumed students were exaggerating that Kim Man-dong let him off, so it never became a hot topic. Shin Hyuk really couldn't understand, then why would Antas bring me up? At least it means they recognize my abilities somewhat. They're short on manpower lately and have started eyeing me again. The girl smiled and continued, they even suggested I try approaching you, pretend to chat, then lure you back. You laughed and said, isn't that basically telling you to use a honey trap? Her voice took on a coaxing tone as she replied, not really. They were just probing, so I made up a suitable excuse and politely declined. Besides, I doubt they'd dare mention you again after that. Shin Hyuk, hearing that, seemed a bit flustered. What excuse did you use? That made him even more anxious. What do you mean? The girl hesitated as if embarrassed, and Shin Hyuk couldn't help but urge her on. It's fine, just tell me. Surely you didn't bring a whip and force me to spank you, right? Or sneak into my socks at midnight just to sniff my feet. She added, those kinds of absurd reasons that make anyone's head spin. But don't worry, after they hear it they'll shut right up and ask no more. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk mentally lamented the reputation he'd built over the years, then said thanks, so that's settled. Time flew, and the next morning they traveled to their destination by domestic flight. The place was bustling, people coming and going, the terminal packed. The teen dragged his suitcase, the wheels clattering in a pleasantly rhythmic noise. The three of them quickly appeared there. It was crowded, must be the holiday season. Hang on a few days, the injured hunters will be back to work soon and then we'll get a break too. Shin Hyuk stood to the side and said, we're heading to the Hei Rang Guild first, right? The girl next to him answered quickly, I told my cousin to pick us up. He said he'll wait at gate 4. At that moment, a voice nearby rang out to get their attention, sis. Over here, over here. A beautiful girl with sun-kissed skin and short, edgy black hair waved over this way and called out, Sister Sion Hwa, did you come to help too? She's a C-rank hunter, Hong Yi-seul, a member of the Hei Rang Guild. The two girls rushed into a warm embrace, greeting each other like old friends. It's been so long since I saw you, have you been well? Yes, sister, I missed you so much. Shin Hyuk stood to the side, unable to help but think that the girl seemed even more clingy to Kim Sion Hwa than to Hong Yi-seul. Next came the introductions. Let me introduce a bit, this is teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, currently an instructor at the Hunter Academy. He stood there smiling and waved, "Hello, teacher Kang Shin Hyuk." The girl looked at him and greeted, "Hello, teacher, I'm Hong Yi-seul. You're really a teacher." Hearing that made him a little embarrassed. "What? Oh, right." The girl beamed, clearly delighted by the new friends. "Oh my god, teacher, you're so handsome. I thought you were an idol." He stood there inwardly exclaiming, "Wow, truly dazzling." Now the group prepared to leave the busy airport. "We'll talk more on the way, please follow me." The car sped through streets that felt strangely familiar, and on the way to headquarters they learned more about the current situation. A week earlier, in an A-rank 10-man party gate where the Guild's main force had been deployed, 3 fully grown monsters suddenly appeared. Although they ultimately defeated them, it cost a life. The Vice Guildmaster and many remaining members were heavily injured. Some were so traumatized they declared they would retire. Shin Hyuk sat in the back and nodded slightly. It was understandable. This world has magic that can heal almost any wound if you survive, but healing the mind is another matter entirely. The situation would be tougher than I thought. Things might get much busier soon. They quickly arrived at a lavish headquarters on a main street. "We've arrived. I'll drop everyone off at the lodgings, so leave your bags in the car." He looked up at the huge building and exclaimed, "This whole building belongs to the Hae-Rang Guild." Yi-seul smiled and replied, "No, we only use floors 7 through 10. At that moment a flashy man appeared in front of them, calling out, "My dear child Yuri here. How have you been, nephew?" In an instant a tall, broad-shouldered man with suntanned skin and blonde hair strode forward, his presence vivid. Smiling, he replied, "If I were well I wouldn't be asking for a pension, right?" This man was Hong Jong-sik, the head of the Hae-Rang Guild. He also looked to the girl beside him and greeted, "Long time no see, Sion Hwa, how's Man Dong?" The girl bowed quickly and said, "Yes, my father asked me to apologize for not being able to come in person." The man smiled warmly, "Even a message means a lot to me." Then he turned a radiant smile to Shin Hyuk, "And the handsome gentleman here must be teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. Pleased to meet you all. Let us go inside and talk." Shin Hyuk couldn't help thinking that the youthful personality really did seem hereditary. They were soon invited into a luxurious meeting room. Steam rose from cups of coffee on the table. "You've probably already heard a brief rundown from Yi-seul on the way here, right? To put it simply, the main gates you reassigned to clear this time are 7-man B-rank gates. Normally, Hae-Rang boosts personnel for each gate to prioritize safety. But manpower is severely lacking now, so the team you were assigned to has only 5 people." Yi-seul held her coffee cup and smiled. "It's fine, sir. 5 people will do." The conversation shifted again. "What does teacher Kang think?" "Honestly, I think 5 people might be too many," he said hesitantly, and the man across the table looked surprised at what he'd just heard. Shin Hyuk murmured to the person beside him, "Based on our recent runs, I think 3 people would be enough. A 7-person B-rank gate doesn't really require extra reinforcements. And the more people there are, the less the share of the pay, right?" Those words immediately made the man over there a bit uncomfortable. Then he scratched his head a few times and continued calmly, "Teacher Kang being this confident is good. By the way, which guild was he from before he started teaching?" You heard this and replied calmly, "I used to be with the Chase Guild." The other replied coldly, "That's also a reputable guild." "B-rank, right?" "Yes, I'm a B-rank hunter." Then the man's gaze turned straight to him again. "I see. Teacher Kang, our Hae-Rang B-rank hunters are very well organized. If a gate requires at least 7 people, there's certainly a reason for it. Besides, this time my daughter, my nephew, and my nephew's friend are participating. Yet you suggest not increasing personnel and even want to reduce the team. That doesn't sit well with me." Yi-seol looked a bit awkward at the reaction. "We know his true strength, but you forgot that in your eyes it might not be the same." "Oh no, he's hot-headed by nature." "This might have to be stopped," the man warned, slowly, radiating menace. "I greeted you happily because my kin brought you, but this comes off a little insolent. Going on a mission with a beauty at a resort makes you arrogant, does it?" The man's face twisted into something terrifying. "Come with me. I'll fix that head-in-the-clouds attitude of yours." Facing this, Shin Hyuk was genuinely at a loss for how to react. Yi-seol on the side looked embarrassed at the scene. "Uncle, they came from far away to help. What are you doing?" The man sighed softly, seeming a bit exasperated. "Yi-seol, stay right where you are. This concerns the safety of the additional members assigned to our team. If you're bringing people in, they should be suitably capable." "What is this, bringing someone who's just witty with words?" he said, sounding disappointed. At that moment, you quickly drew a sword covered in a pale blue light of immense power. The man across immediately recognized the great power. "That's an aura sword. No, wait, is that an aura blade?" The power that, when first unleashed in the duel with Kim Man-dong, had been uncontrollable. The blade enhanced by chi and aura blade. "But after several days of continuously clearing B-rank gates, I gradually got used to controlling it. Real combat really is the best training. Master was never wrong." Jong-sik was genuinely puzzled by what he was seeing. "Teacher Kang, didn't you tell me your B-rank? How can you use this aura?" Yet you kept a friendly smile. "I only accidentally grasped it during training. It's not fully refined." The man turned as if to leave. "You can't be serious." "Forgive me, teacher, if my earlier words were somewhat imprudent. The 3 of us have worked together for a long time. so my concern came only from worry for everyone's safety. He understood the gravity of the current situation. With gates appearing non-stop and forces suffering heavy losses, every hunter was precious. If someone is capable enough to reduce the team's manpower, that's a welcome thing to me. Sion Hwa smiled and suggested cheerfully, sir, just try trusting Teacher Kang. Recently he even fought and beat my 3 nephews, that is, my 3 boys. Shin Hyuk was truly blown up by the flattery. Miss Kim, I can't really claim that as a victory, the vice principal yielded on purpose. The girl kept smiling brightly. If you fought by the rules, the victor is still the teacher. Those words finally made Jong Sik take notice. He recalled rumors that a teacher had recently dueled with Man Dong. He asked suspiciously probing, could the person who managed to strike Kim Man Dong really be? Yes, it was Teacher Kang, the little niece beside him said, at a loss for words at the scene. I reacted like you at first, uncle, but looking back, I should have told you earlier. Jong Sik still couldn't believe it. Unbelievable, such ability, and he's only B rank. Could there be some special reason? Shin Hyuk smiled awkwardly. There's no special reason. It's just that I don't meet the requirements to register for promotion. One of the conditions to advance to A rank is completing 100 B rank gate clears domestically. Unfortunately, foreign activity doesn't count, he continued, so I'm a bit short of the qualifying total. This year I only renewed my license. The promotion will have to wait until next year. The man before them smiled and replied, there's a saying, the sharp rock meets the hammer, don't let any more misunderstandings arise. If you meet the criteria, you must participate in the A rank evaluation. Prominent figures often draw criticism. Yisial smiled toward him, thank you for understanding, uncle, but I'm still worried. Even with superior strength, real combat inside a gate is another matter, he warned. That he hasn't met promotion requirements only shows his field experience hasn't yet matched his current power. I'll assign 2 hunters strong in support and familiar with the terrain to go with you. I won't concede any further on this. Understood, thank you, guild leader. Shin Hyuk glanced at him and thought, as expected of a guild leader, he not only saw what's missing but proactively filled the gap with suitable manpower. Although the 3 of us were said to coordinate well, in practice it was simple. When Kim Seon Hwa boosted magic, Hong Yi-seol wielded the spear, and as the fighter I just cut through. At this point the swordsman who doubles as a guild member, Hong Yi-seol, would also join. I wonder who the other 2 the guild leader sent will be. The day arrived quickly. B-rank hunter Han Kwang-ho and B-rank hunter Lee Jai-hai appeared with cheerful smiles. Hello, looking forward to working with you. Yi-seol greeted them with a bright smile. They're the 2 best teammates chosen to support you. Kwang-ho is an aggressive fire mage, and Jai-hai is an extremely accurate archer. They both smiled at him. Leave the terrain for the gates in Hae-rang's area to me. I have some talent for sensing magic, so I can quickly detect danger. Because the current formation favored close quarters direct assault, they added long-range firepower, organized thinking indeed. The uncle may look simple, but he's tactically thorough. Then let's move in together. Today we'll just do basic coordination to get acquainted. Yes, we're ready. The group actually entered the dark cave. The space was cold and somewhat eerie. The 6 of them proceeded slowly deeper inside. As seen, the cave's terrain was uneven. Visibility was limited with many blind spots, and the monsters here were oversized red rats, difficult to exterminate, which had delayed the work until now. I see, then today we'll do a light 2-hour recon, the man at the rear said with a cheerful smile. 2 hours is easy. Kwang-ho was genuinely surprised. At first he thought reducing team size meant arrogance, but it turned out to be someone perfectly normal. Jai-hai walked beside them, smiling. We've been past the safe zone for a while. Everyone should start being careful. The monsters here can ambush from anywhere. Like this, she smiled brightly and drew an arrow, aiming a powerful shot. But before she could act, a silhouette darted across faster than anyone else. He gripped his sword and in an instant easily dispatched that monster over there. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment at his speed and reflexes. She couldn't believe it. The monster's massive body collapsed to the ground once more. They all glanced over here. So these are the oversized red rats. They don't look quite like I imagined. Yisial asked curiously, what did you imagine they would look like? I thought they'd be like normal rats. After all, they're called big rats. They kept smiling cheerfully. Teacher Kang, it's a good thing you didn't become a writer, otherwise it would have been a disaster. Do you mean my imagination is odd? But this whole thing really shocked them. What was that just now? I didn't see any mana used. Yet they realized the oversized red rat was even faster than my B-rank detection skill. With that movement speed and the tricky terrain, it was definitely no easy target. Sion Hwa smiled and asked, so how do you sense this gate? Are there too many monsters? Shin Hyuk replied cheerfully, it's a gate meant for a 10-person team. The traces I detect are fairly dense. That answer left the others a bit unsettled. Teacher Kang, could it be that you also have a detection skill? Let's just assume so. Don't worry, I'll handle protection and support. The 2 who had just joined the team found such a reliable figure somewhat vague. It was strange, being protected felt novel, but now they understood why the member count had been reduced. After 2 hours they were already exhausted. They couldn't help but pant. So tired, chasing like this is wearing me out. Jai-hai panted, sounding strained. Kwang Ho, how deep are they planning to go? Even her teammates couldn't stay calm. Who knows, they said 2 hours, but it turns out that's the time to clear the gate. Shin Hyuk still kept a cheerful smile, his body smeared with blood but visibly exhilarated. And his teammates had also done their jobs well. It's the first time I pity the rats, someone said. The B-rank 10-person dungeon was cleared, and with just 2 leaders they easily wiped everything out. Jai-hai asked skeptically, didn't Yi-seul say that person was B-rank? Yes, but honestly I'm not sure who brought him to our organization. The guy in the back looked surprised at the name. Kang Shin Hyuk, wait, did you say Kang Shin Hyuk? Yes, do you know him? The name sent the teenager into deep thought. Actually, I once issued a challenge to him, thank God he didn't die. They finally exhaled. With a gate of that scale, the reward should be at least 6,000, right? But we contributed nothing and went home empty-handed. Well, he was the one who discovered the monsters here, we didn't even reach him in time to help. Thinking that thought plunged the two into a deep funk. Although Yi Seol and Sion Hwa helped, mostly they just stood and watched. But Shin Hyuk heard this and smiled broadly, saying just split it evenly. This completely stunned the two of them. Jai-hai was flustered and confused. Teacher Kang, but we really didn't do anything. Isn't today supposed to be special? I might have performed a bit to reassure everyone, so don't worry too much. Besides, without you guys I wouldn't have met the minimum requirement to enter the gate. You trusted and followed a stranger like me, at least I should show appreciation, the teen said with a bright smile. His aura radiated so strongly that the two of them were deeply moved. Then Kwang Ho couldn't contain himself and dashed forward. Shin Hyuk, hey, what's that? Don't get so close. Thus a new team was formed to take on a special mission on Jeju Island. The car outside was still parked neatly there. The cell phone in the backpack remained resting on the seat. At that moment a familiar announcement suddenly appeared. Teacher, we're leaving for Jeju the day after tomorrow. You really don't plan to come with us? You've been okay lately, right? Do you still remember what you said at graduation? Teacher, we're going to Jeju, come with us. After that, the phone returned once more to a state of silence. But in the blink of an eye, a string of notifications started popping up. We're your 2 little students, Jin-soo and me, teacher, please come to Jeju with us. They finally stepped out of the large gate. The whole group chatted with bright, excited smiles. They'd been on tense duty for 3 straight days. Kwang Ho, walking behind, exhaled happily. Today's the next teleport gate, right, teacher? With Shin Hyuk and Yi-seol helping, things get handled extremely fast. Not to mention Sion Hwa's support magic, everyone's full of energy like they don't know fatigue. The girl over there smiled toward them. Teacher Kang, aren't you supposed to have an appointment today? Shin Hyuk at the back smiled cheerfully. Right, my students said they've come all the way here to meet me. I plan to drop by. The teenager's face was now stained red with blood. You should wash up first before saying that. The girls beside him saw this scene and laughed pleasantly. Shin Hyuk had his own thoughts. Everyone seemed quite composed. After only 3 days, they'd already coordinated well. Rumor had it injured hunters would return soon, so things should ease up in about a week. Kwang Ho smiled and chatted. Shin Hyuk, when you meet your students, are you driving? It's close. I was thinking of taking a taxi for convenience. But the other man casually tossed him a car key. Take my car, it's more convenient. Besides, I'm planning to drink a few beers and think about it later. Thanks, Kwang Ho. The Kia sped along the highway through the night. He sat there smiling, thinking following Kwang Ho made sense. Waiting for the kids to be out having fun, they'll be surprised when he shows up. On the other end, Jin-soo answered his beloved teacher's call with a bright smile. Oh my god, teacher, was my plea answered. You're on your way. Do you want us to pick anything up for you? The students were overjoyed, forgetting everything. What? The teacher's really in Jeju? No way, it's really him. Actually, he's been stationed here a while. Are you all together? The 2 girls nearby, hearing the conversation, started emitting a threateningly intense vibe. Not the whole group, only Yoon Seo is in the dorm. We're out in the city. Yoon Seo's a bit sick. She took medicine and is resting at home. We'll be back at the room in about an hour. Can you stop by then? Sure, but what do you want to eat? The girls went wild with excitement. Teacher, Min-hee craves beef so much. A voice in his ear sounded worried. Jin-soo, is Min-hee okay? The teenager on the other end shouted a few times. Jin-soo wants beef too. Make it beef, he said, quickly hanging up with a tired sigh. Beef really was an addictive craving. After that, the road ahead gradually clogged. Let's stop by a market for soda and snacks first. Wait, are we really in Jeju? Why are the roads so winding? Did an accident happen up ahead? Traffic was jammed so badly they couldn't move. He glanced briefly at the men directing traffic outside. If they were checking blood alcohol, they'd be police, but these guys were soldiers. He quickly stepped forward and asked quietly, excuse me, what's going on up ahead? The other side gave him a standard reply. A monster escaped when we attacked a nearby teleport gate. The hunters sent couldn't control it, so the safe zone around it has been lifted. This area is under lockdown right now. It's very dangerous ahead. When the car in front turns around, you should turn back too. Shin Hyuk heard this and felt genuinely puzzled. What the hell is going on? What kind of guild is stupid enough to let something this bad happen at a teleport gate? Oh right, he suddenly remembered something. Wasn't everyone supposed to be out and only Yoon Seo staying in the dorm? He quickly asked the man in front, "Excuse me, how far does the lockdown extend? I was told this whole area is sealed off. Are you a local resident?" "Not exactly," the man replied, "but my friend is staying at a pension in that area. She's got a cold, took medicine, and is sleeping. If she can't get out, it's really dangerous. Why don't you try calling your friend in case something happens?" The phone was quickly connected to the other end. The gentle voice of the young woman came through the line, confirming his uneasy premonition. "Premonitions like this rarely lie. Hello." He asked again, more anxious. "Yoon Seo, where are you? Teacher here, sorry for calling so suddenly. Is everything okay? Are you in Jeju right now?" A worried voice answered on the other end. "No, what I mean is which area of Jeju are you in? Are you really in the dorm?" Yoon Seo was now panting from fatigue. "How did you know? I'm sick with a cold, so I'm just lying in my room." You hurriedly, looking worried, gave a few quick instructions. "Yoon Seo, listen to me very carefully now. A monster just came through a teleport gate near you. Everyone else has probably been evacuated." Those words seemed to surprise the girl a little. "A monster? Yes, and that area usually has few people passing through, so you must not leave the room under any circumstances." The soldier next to him quickly added a few warnings. "That monster is a shadow reaper. Turn off all the lights and keep absolutely silent. You really didn't expect this to happen, and of all things, it's that one." Shin Hyuk ground his teeth, utterly unable to stay calm. If an ogre is an A rank, the shadow reaper is a B rank. It can cloak itself, has strong defenses, and is an extremely difficult opponent. He warned her carefully once more. "Did you hear me, Yoon Seo? If it detects you, it's very dangerous. Wait for me to get there and don't do anything." The girl on the other end spoke up curiously. "Yes, sir." "Is that monster really a huge creature carrying a scythe and wearing a black cloak, sir?" He began to question, clearly unable to stay calm. "Are you sure I didn't nod off during class?" The girl, sounding panicked, answered quickly. "No, sir. The monster is right in front of me." The voice on the other end cried out in alarm. "What?" "I think sooner or later it'll recognize me anyway in this situation." "What did you just say, Yoon Seo?" At that moment they were all trembling, clutching their bodies and trying to stay silent. It seemed she wasn't the only one there. Before she could panic, she saw a bunch of kids there too, who couldn't stay calm and glanced toward the back. The monster's gaze was truly terrifying. Its sharp stare and the murderous aura it exuded filled people with fear. When Shin Hyuk heard this, his whole body felt as if it had plunged into an ice pit, and the kids over there really could not stay calm anymore. The monster gripped its massive scythe and swung it down with force. But before it could act again, a rock smashed straight into its face. The girl, panicked, shouted for help just as the monster looked in their direction. "Sir." The kids beside her couldn't believe what was happening. "You have to get here quickly, sir." "I'm feverish, so I can't run fast for long," the girl told it, seemingly with no other choice. "Where's Shin Hyuk?" Someone on the other end screamed in panic. Yoon Seo, what's going on? Has that girl encountered the monster?" He looked pale and turned to the person beside him, announcing a few things. "I'm a hunter. I'm currently teaching but temporarily assigned to the Herring Guild. Can you let me into that area to help? If you're a hunter, of course you can go in. But look, traffic up ahead is chaotic right now. You have to wait until the vehicles in front clear out." He suddenly pointed in one direction. That action made everyone present a little surprise. At that moment, the crowd turned their heads to look toward the distant edge of the forest. Elsewhere in the city, they were now cheerfully celebrating under warm lights, raising glasses in a toast. Kwang Ho sat there happily cheering. "This is the drink, a beer to unwind after a sweaty Friday night. I didn't expect Jai Hai to agree to have one." The other person smiled and lifted their glass cheerfully. "I don't usually drink beer, but tonight I have to. 3 days of scrambling with the support team has left my throat dry." "This is excellent. At this rate I'll pay off the car and become rich," he said, making the woman before him slightly surprised. "You bought a car on installments too?" "That's right, I was reckless to buy it on a 36-month plan, but he never expected his beloved car to be used in the most unbelievable way. Right now it's plowing through every log and charging straight into the big forest. Thanks to Shin Hyuk making good money, I have to try my best too." Because of Kwang Ho, he should have met his students by now. That car sped through the big forest with no obstacles at all. Shin Hyuk, sitting inside, shouted a few times, full of sympathy, "Sorry, my companion." In the end, there was no choice but to charge through the old forest, regardless of the ruts it left behind. The teenager on the other side still had no idea what was happening to his beloved car, and the monster chasing Yoon Seo was already nearly upon her. A short memory flashed through the little girl's mind again. "Anyway, after you go on field training, remember what the teacher said. Safety is the top priority. Rule number 1 is safety, so what's rule number 2? Of course it's safety, understood. Don't play the hero and rush in recklessly, risking harm without thinking. That only makes you a variable. Anything can happen at the space gate." Yoon Seo, sitting below, asked seriously, "Teacher, no matter how careful we are, there are unavoidable situations. If a monster suddenly appears that's beyond our ability to handle, what should we do? He quickly gave his answer. Then you follow this teacher's posture. One hand holds tight, the other grasps the head, then twist once and you're done. Quick, really quick, twist harder and the break comes faster so it hurts less. The girl below clenched her fists in anger, wondering why she was being asked such a thing. Shin Hyuk now smiled cheerfully, just kidding. The first thing is to assess the situation around you, then run. If you're running, why would you need to observe the situation? Still, you need to know which direction is safe. Know the positions of other hunting teams or safe zones to improve your chances of survival, so always remember where hunter camps or shelters are. Alright, enough talk, today we'll go out for another run. Get ready, everyone. Does the teacher make you run like this every day? Only then did she realize how useful all the running drills she'd practiced at school really were. When the monster swung down, the little girl easily leaned aside and died. I almost died just now. I finally understand why the teacher had us running all term. The Shadow Reaper is a B-rank monster and one of the most dangerous kinds. I was incredibly lucky. For a first-year student at a hunter school to escape that monster, it's truly a miracle. She couldn't help thinking about the two sisters she had just saved, how foolish, who told her to be an arrogant hero back then. The little girl, sweating in distress, recalled being asked once why she wanted to become a hunter. Maybe because hunters make a lot of money and look cool. Could that be the only reason someone with a little ability would come here? It couldn't be. I simply followed my older sister. She said she wanted to enter a hunter school like this. At that time, the little girl seriously looked at the person beside her and asked, "Sister, why do you want to be a hunter?" The other person, hearing that, replied blankly, "I only followed you, huh?" After that, question marks appeared over both their heads, and neither could remain calm. "Huh, what do you mean, huh? Yoon Seo, did you really forget? When we were tiny, what are you talking about?" She said that when she was little she watched a documentary about people who lost their families to monsters, and then told her she wanted to become a hunter to help those people so they wouldn't become victims. In fact, she now remembered nothing, completely blank about what happened then, and her sister had decided to become a hunter to protect and support her. Maybe if I'd left the kids then I could have survived on my own, but I could never face my sister if I had done that. "Run this way, that's the shelter," she shouted urgently to the others. "I'll lead this monster away, so you run into the building, lock the doors, and hide. I'll call hunters to come help," she yelled, steeling herself because she had no other choice. But when she turned back, she couldn't believe what she saw. Because there was nothing at all behind her, how could there be nothing? They'd clearly been chasing her. This was a monster that even B-rank hunters had to team up to take down, the Shadow Reaper. The reason for teaming up was its unpredictable illusion abilities. It hides in the dark and waits for an opening. Only then did the little girl realize she'd been fooled, and the massive monster's silhouette had appeared behind her. Yoon Seo shouted again, "It's dangerous." Then she realized she couldn't move at all under the overwhelming presence it radiated. Out of the vast forest came the silhouette of that powerful vehicle charging forward. The monster, suddenly lit by the glare, looked surprised and turned its gaze. The once luxurious car was now struggling indescribably. Someone inside shouted, "Seo, Yoon Seo. Did I ever teach you to close your eyes when facing a monster?" Shin Hyuk finally arrived here like a hero to protect his young student. That massive vehicle charged violently straight at the monster. Yoon Seo was genuinely terrified by the sight. Teacher. Time had to rewind 3 minutes to when that car was still roaring through the big forest. He closed his eyes tightly and felt the power emanating from all around. He clearly sensed a flow of energy from Min Hee's resort. There were 2 weak currents, probably the kids, and 1 polluted energy stream, which meant the monster was there. Yoon Seo was drawing the monster's attention to protect the children. Thinking back to the original story, Yoon Seo's appearance usually meant nothing too serious. But you can't be careless. Like Viet Choi Seo leaving Antas or Hong Yi Seol deciding to audition for Hunter School, any action in this world can cause a butterfly effect and change everything. Focus, Kang Shin Hyuk, filter out the noise to find the clearest signature. He used that concentrated peak power with practiced skill, and every nook of the forest unfolded before his eyes. The young man finally detected 2 figures being chased inside the vast woods. They were definitely there. The little girl seemed to be doing her best to flee from the monster. He slammed the accelerator and barreled forward. The speedometer on the wave spun wildly as Shin Hyuk yelled, unable to stay calm, "Seo, Yoon Seo. Did I ever tell you to close your eyes when facing a monster?" For the first time, he lunged forward with that kind of frantic intensity. The monster stood there bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. Before it could react, it saw that massive vehicle plow straight into it. Yoon Seo couldn't keep calm either. The madman's eyes were wild as he stared, truly astonished. For the first time, it saw the body of a man with power far beyond its understanding. "You bastard, don't point your weapon at my student, you hear me?" A powerful light enveloped him, and in an instant the crazed man looked ready to blow everything away. A powerful beam of light burst up from the deep seabed, sending droplets rippling and spraying throughout the space. The teenager wielding his power seemed utterly fearless. Yoon Seo, watching from above, couldn't believe what she was seeing. "Teacher." The water's surface finally returned to its original calm. After a long moment, tiny bubbles drifted up from below. At last he surfaced from that abyssal depth. Completely intact, he slowly hauled himself onto the ground that was close to a catastrophe. Luckily, there weren't many people here. If it had been more crowded, we'd have been too late. He looked over, smiled, and waved. Yunseo, are you hurt anywhere? Unexpectedly, she crashed toward him, sobbing uncontrollably. Tears rolled down her beautiful face, full of sorrow. He had no time to react, just stood there bewildered. Kid, you risked yourself to lure the monster away for the kids. Were you that scared? You idiot, don't cry. The girl's voice trembled in a way that was hard to explain, but teacher. At the mention of the car, his expression darkened slowly. And that teammate's car, the one on a 36-month installment plan, was now sunk deep beneath the sea. Shin Hyuk could only offer a faint, consoling smile. It's okay. What's a lost car compared to that? As long as you're safe, that's enough. Kwang Ho had passed out after getting thoroughly drunk with his companion. He had no idea his beloved car was buried on the seafloor. Now I can sleep peacefully in Jeju. Not long after, police sirens wailed. The two of them were quickly treated by an ambulance for their scrapes, and follow-up measures were carried out rapidly after the monster was neutralized. Thanks to the kids calling the police in time. Shortly after, rescue calls rang out and vehicles began arriving one after another. Police cars, military trucks, even ambulances. At a glance, someone might think a fair was being held. By their uniforms, it looked like hunter units on a search mission had been dispatched here as well. Shin Hyuk sat to one side and asked softly, you didn't call your parents? The girl smiled awkwardly. I'm afraid if I call they'll make me go back right away. Shin Hyuk sneaked a glance at the girl beside him. He then tossed the cloth from his head to the little girl. Doing good is worth doing, helping others is precious. But do you know, if you die, what's the point of those things? Yoon Seo took the small cloth and smiled brightly. Didn't you come to save me, teacher? Shin Hyuk cast a glance with his handsome face and argued back. What if I had been a bit slower? What would you have done? You're all talk. The little girl's gaze toward him seemed to shift a bit. A gentle voice sounded at her side. Teacher, one more thing. Please don't go showing off that pretty face of yours for no reason. He felt a little flustered at the sudden change. Why bring up looks all of a sudden? It's just that face is really handsome. Honestly, it's a shame, you little brat. She turned her head and beamed. See you at the dorm, teacher. Thank you so much today. Walk straight and watch where you're going, you little kid. At that moment, a voice rang out nearby. Hunter King Shin Hyuk, have you been waiting long? We just pulled up the corpse of that Shadow Reaper. You're extraordinary. Sorry, which guild do you belong to? He heard the question and replied cheerfully, I don't belong to any guild. I'm a teacher at a hunter training school. The man in front of him raised his hand in a formal military salute. If you hadn't handled that monster, we'd probably have had to stay on alert here for days. Thank you so much. My goodness, I didn't expect to be this grateful. Hearing that, the man before him looked a bit embarrassed, understandably so, but apologetically asked, sorry to bother you at a time like this, but could you come back to our headquarters to help file the incident report? It won't take long. All right, I'll go with you. Then a thought flashed through my mind. I'm done for. Because being brought to the police station meant countless bigwigs would be waiting for you. Pleasure to meet you. On behalf of the United Headquarters, I offer sincere thanks. Hello, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. Another man smiled and continued, hello, I'm the city's provincial director. You did a wonderful job. No problem at all, Shin Hyuk replied. A different man appeared and bowed respectfully. I'm truly sorry and very grateful to you for everything. This man was the guild master whose negligence had let the monster loose. Hearing all the thanks, Shin Hyuk couldn't stay calm. Gathered like this and listening would be overwhelming. He just introduced himself and reported the situation when someone new walked in, and he'd have to explain everything again. Now let's discuss compensation, someone said. His face brightened as he looked straight ahead and answered, absolutely yes. The guild that let the monster escape agreed to cover the corpse's value and the reward. Kwang Ho's car, buried with the beast, would be fully replaced, a top-of-the-line model. The provincial director said he'd consider awarding some kind of bravery title. I welcomed the reward money, but honestly I wasn't very interested in those titles. Then he looked at Shin Hyuk with bright, serious eyes and said, that's not it. You did well and should be rewarded. But if you accept those titles, you'll definitely attract the attention of those people. He smiled and offered his own suggestion. Then give it to my student. She was the one who risked herself to lure the monster away. That makes sense. Let me propose that. The officer behind him smiled. Let me drive you there politely. Where would you like to go? Shin Hyuk thought a moment and replied, well, I wonder if any butcher shops are still open. A butcher shop, seeing his hesitation, he could only give an embarrassed smile. My students said they were craving beef. He explained as premium slabs of beef were brought out, astonishing the kids. The rich, enticing aroma spread through the air, making mouths water. They happily devoured the pile of beef. Raw beef really was the best. Watching them, he smiled faintly and felt joy inside. The kids probably hadn't had dinner, and it was nearly a late-night meal anyway. They seemed worried about Yoon Seo. Luckily, everything turned out fine. Someone nearby smiled. We have plenty of rooms. Please stay the night here. You don't have to, he protested. It won't be any trouble, they replied. The man, who seemed to be Min Hee's father, smiled warmly. It's no trouble. Thanks to you, everything is calm today. Really, please stay. I agree after all, you promised to go to the beach with us tomorrow. Hearing that, he had no choice but to accept. Then please stay, the kids cheered. Great, tonight we'll play games with you, teacher. They then had a playful argument about cooking the meat properly, teasing the wild man. The next morning, the blazing sun rose over the golden sandy beach. The clear blue sea was truly beautiful and refreshing. The kids appeared and played joyfully on the wide beach. Shin Hyuk on the shore thoroughly enjoyed the atmosphere. It really felt like a vacation. He wondered if Teacher Kim and the others were having a good time too. Those kids were tough, they'd stayed up all night and were still energetic. Maybe I'll have them do a little extra running this semester, he thought. Jin-soo, who'd been attacked in the water, suddenly lifted his head and stared straight ahead. Then he spoke softly to the girls beside him. The students playing in the water suddenly turned and stared at the pier with sly eyes. Teacher, aren't you bored sitting here all alone? No, I'm fine, this is relaxing. They slowly closed in with menacing faces. Teacher, don't sit by yourself, come play with us. The sword team won't say much, right? Behind them, Yoon-ho was already hidden, as if planning something. Of course, he didn't miss any small gesture from the kids. Grab the teacher, the kids, following their prearranged plans, sprang into action. But no matter what they tried, they couldn't make contact with the teenager. Without blinking, Shin Hyuk rose and counterattacked with practiced skill. Jin-soo behind them couldn't understand. Yoon-seo, Min-hee, what are you doing? Hurry and grab the teacher. What? My body won't move all of a sudden. Wait, what are you doing? He, of course, knew exactly what they were up to and teased them, trying to toss your teacher in the water. You're too inexperienced, kids, you're not moving at all. Teacher, do hunters even learn this stuff? Shut up, someone replied. Go with the teacher to buy drinks, and Yoon-seo, watch those kids from the shade, okay? What? Teacher, you're totally favoring Yoon-seo. Yoon-ho, try being a bit like your sister and see if you're better behaved. All right, teacher, I'll go and be right back, so stay put. Jin-soo, walking beside him, asked curiously, Teacher, are you leaving the kids locked like this all day? Don't worry, 10 minutes and they'll be able to move again. The guy next to him smiled happily at that. Finally free, our efforts for the teacher since the pizza paid off. But someone else quickly overturned that plan. Make it 30 minutes for me, trying to boss the leader around, huh? Please spare me, teacher, the teenager whined. Fine, add 10 more minutes. By then, those on the other side were already trembling from being teased so much. Yoon-seo, amused, started tasing. She really can't move at all, teacher. How did you do that, Yoon-seo? Min-hee was shaking from laughter, surprised at how sly Yoon-seo could be. She's the most dangerous, quiet, but does everything. Wait until it wears off and I'll deal with you, Yoon-seo said with a proud smile. It's useless, teacher's biased toward me anyway. Suddenly a voice behind them rang out, drawing their attention. Oh ho. Hey, 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 what are three beautiful girls doing gathered here? Min-hee also turned to look. A tan man with striking blonde hair, wearing several gleaming rings, was slowly approaching. A muscular man with a cocky grin appeared. Yet his face showed signs of age, wrinkles creasing everywhere. How old are you girls? Want to hang out with us? That question about their age truly flustered the girls beside him. The beach, with its blue water and golden sand, was truly beautiful. Those nearby were watching the strange conversation. We told you we don't like it. Why do you keep following us? What's wrong with us? We're just a group trying to have fun. Yoon-ho, unable to act, looked straight at them, trembling. Besides, we have more friends with us. There are only 3 of you here, don't make it a bigger deal. The man nearby grinned and pointed at them. Come join us, 20 or 21. Tonight I'm buying drinks and we're partying. Min-hee, cold-faced, replied, we're not old enough, we don't drink alcohol. What, are you assuming we're still in high school? The girl, baring her teeth in disgust, said, that's right, so go bother someone else. It's fine, kid, everyone at a party like this drinks a few beers. She really couldn't stay calm any longer. Are you guys out of your minds? In an instant she could move, and in fury she easily snapped the man's wrist. Using force on a girl, the man screamed in pain, my hand. Damn, is she from the Hunter Academy? The woman hissed angrily, then sighed. How's that feel now? I told you to stay away and you keep crowding in, one nearby man shouted in anger. You're finished. Before they could do anything, Min-hee's gaze turned deadly. In a flash, she unleashed a powerful punch that blew him away. He was hit so hard his nose bled and several teeth broke from his jaw. With a crazed look in her eyes, she lunged at the others. Wait, hold on a second. But before the men could explain, Min-hee struck again. I didn't even get to start anything. If a hunter fights civilians and gets arrested by the police, then the hunter will always be at a disadvantage. The Hunter Academy is the same. Because their physical abilities exceed ordinary athletes, they're still constrained by the law. Thinking of this, she exhaled helplessly, while the man beside her, still curious, murmured, what the hell has that girl been thinking this whole time? Imagining smashing you bastards' faces. The blonde heard that and grinned slyly. So cute. Are you done playing? Come hang out with me, baby. Min-hee swallowed her anger. If it weren't for academy rules, she'd have turned them into minced meat. Suddenly someone nearby called out, Young Min-hee, what are you doing? She saw who'd appeared and shouted happily, why are you two just getting here now? Shin Hyuk, hearing this, looked a bit puzzled. Just arrived, I was on my way, won't be more than 10 minutes. The man there smiled broadly and teased, so you really did come with a few people. He walked straight up with a provocative smile, By the look of him, he's probably not a student, right? Like some older uncle or something, someone said, suspicious of the rude tone. Let's just assume that. And who are you guys? Yoonho piped up to complain, teacher, these guys are forcing us to drink beer. So what? We're young anyway. Just come hang out, they said. Watching them act like that was unbelievable. Even in a fictional world, you wouldn't expect this kind of person to still exist. Shin Hyuk sighed in exasperation. The kids already said no, so cut the sleazy act, will you? The guy snapped and turned angrily. Hey you, what did you just say? How dare you talk like that? You showing off in front of girls or what? You might get your ass kicked and cry, got it? Shin Hyuk remained calm as he approached. Looking at these guys, they might exercise a bit, but even if they're hunters, I'm not afraid. In an instant, he gripped the man's hand firmly and decisively. He then easily subdued him with little effort. The man immediately suffered bone-deep pain. My hand, as the shout rang out, the remaining accomplice quickly lunged forward. You bastard. Yet he casually held the popsicle in his hand, reciting Article 10, Clause 3 of the Hunter Academy's regulations. The opponent's hand was quickly seized, like every teacher at the school would do. You must put student safety first, he said, all while maintaining that same nonchalant demeanor. Don't tell me you're a hunter too, an accomplice snapped as he angrily pulled out his phone. Call the police, quick, this hunter just assaulted civilians. Shin Hyuk didn't care and calmly replied, go ahead and call. If you don't, I will. In an instant, the man was hit at an acupuncture point and rendered immobile. He couldn't move at all. That bastard and the others could only panic and scramble to flee. Of course, he wouldn't let them escape so easily. Were these guys planning to run off? The island police car arrived very quickly on the scene. These men had forced minors to drink and even assaulted the hunter Kang Shin Hyuk. Now they were trembling and completely unable to move. The police officer sighed softly, I'm just doing my duty. You guys must be exhausted these days. He smiled politely toward Shin Hyuk. No worries, actually, I'm a bit embarrassed for causing such a fuss. They were then escorted away reluctantly, stammering that they only invited the kids to hang out, and later tried to falsely claim he assaulted them, but it was useless. Before leaving, they exchanged a few courteous words. Kang Shin Hyuk, take a few days to rest while we investigate. Drop by when you're free. Yes, thank you, take care. Jinsu watched their backs and couldn't help but exclaim, wow, teacher, you even know a cop. He smiled and replied cheerfully, I met him handling that dark air case the other day. Really? Teacher, you're the best, let's keep hanging out. They all smiled and said, teacher, don't just stand there, come join us. We're heading off now, fine, let's go. Min-hee at his side smiled, Yoon Seo, why are you just standing there, aren't you coming? Oh, I'm coming right now. The girl, slightly flustered, nervously twirled a lock of her platinum hair. Teacher, before she could finish, someone nearby called out, hey, over there. A girl approached and struck up a conversation. Her voice sounded a bit awkward. Me, is there something you need? Actually, I've been watching this whole time. The pretty girl smiled toward them. You're so cool, totally my type. Can I have your number? Although Shin Hyuk was handsome, this was the first time someone had spoken to him so directly, and he was genuinely flustered. And the girl's beauty was something else. People nearby could hardly believe it. Her glow even made a crab scuttling on the sand pause. It stared with wide eyes, completely bewildered. He once again pointed toward himself in surprise. How convenient. Being noticed ahead of time made this so easy. The girl seemed a little shy and whispered, or maybe you don't like me. He had no idea how to respond to this. He was panicked and didn't know what to say when someone suddenly slipped an arm through his and held on. Yoon Seo felt herself trembling to the point of tears. With determined eyes and a flushed face, she quickly said, he's already in a relationship. Those words left everyone involved in the conversation completely stunned. Even Kang Shin Hyuk himself couldn't make sense of it and turned his eyes to look. The little girl, clearly losing her composure, started pulling him away. Come on, let's go, your friend is waiting. Wait, this kid, you dare ruin this party. The girl over there seemed unable to believe what she was seeing. Before leaving, Yoon Seo turned back and teased them a few more words. Shin Hyuk couldn't help but sigh, letting go. Let go, teacher, you're heavy. No way, I'm not letting go, you'll freeze up and stammer around her again. Yeah, that's true. A soft breeze ruffled the beautiful girl's long hair. The other's gaze seemed to hold a hint of ulterior intent. The Hunter Academy's #1 swordsmanship instructor, Kang Shin Hyuk. What a pity. He's exactly my type. She quickly connected a call. Jeong Hyun Sik, this is Nam Jae Min. I uncovered a bigger weakness than expected. His room was overflowing with trash and empty beer bottles. The two of them seemed to be exchanging information. Right, the other replied slowly, voice seething with fury. His eyes remained wild from start to finish, his hair in disarray unlike a normal person's. That bastard, stamp him out for me, bury him so he never rises again. The long vacation finally came to an end, and they returned once more to their everyday routines. The teammates' new car had been fully compensated. Drive safe, and let me know next time you're coming down. Thanks for picking me up, see you next time. Kwang Ho received a brand new car as a gift, a fully loaded model. After dropping the kids off first, the core hunters here had just recovered from the trauma and returned. They were assigned to an A-rank gate. It was a bit regrettable, but looking on the bright side, it was fine. The team had earned results closing a semi-A gate. Yoon Seo received the Citizen Bravery Award on my behalf. Initially, they planned to award both me and the girl, but I refused so strongly that in the end only she received it. My name still appeared in articles in the local paper and online. Because I helped take down the monster, the spotlight thankfully fell on Yoon Seo. Right now she's probably getting chewed out by her parents for getting into danger. They all smiled cheerfully despite the farewell. Sis, I'll visit you next time. Yiseul, next time I'll cook you lots of good food, it's almost suffocating. The flashy uncle kept his bright smile as he said goodbye. Teacher, you've really been through a lot. At first I worried, but you did better than I expected. No, not at all, Chairman, I was too hasty then. The man across smiled naturally. Even if you try to hide your abilities, they'll be discovered sooner or later. A peaceful life is good, but when that time comes, don't resist it. I hope that next time we meet you'll have earned a more fitting title. I'll remember your advice, sir. As they saw them off, everyone wore bright, excited smiles. The teacher's long break finally ended. The three prepared to start the new school year with joy and anticipation. The luxury car carrying those strong figures pulled away from the airport. All recorded information on the powerful hunters had been compiled. The chairman glanced toward the window, calculating inwardly. An S-rank hunter, looks like Korea might be getting another one soon. The first person he wanted to find was the hermit master on the snowy peak. Master, long time no see, have you been waiting for me? The other person replied with the same disdainful air, this guy, you were supposed to be here 4 days ago. Why are you only showing up now? I'm sorry, I've had a lot going on lately. He glanced over calmly and said, look at that suntanned face. You can tell what you've been up to, working yourself to the bone. Your skin's even a shade darker. Well, more or less, Shin Hyuk answered. Anyway, I won't admit it was from baking in the sun at the beach. This time you came with a lot of groceries, really bought a ton. Are you going to disappear for a few weeks again? No, I won't. I'll be stopping by more often these days. I have a driving test tomorrow, so I have to go, but I'll be back before too long. Once classes start, I'll visit once a week. The master chuckled happily. Oh really? I was about to make ramen. Want some? No, I'm exhausted. I'll pass, thank you. If you ask for a chopstick later, I'm not giving you one. I really won't eat, master, you eat plenty. The youth lay down on the snow-white ground and tilted his head up to the clear blue sky. He then fell into an endless stream of thought. It's already been almost half a year since he met his master. Before the original storyline begins, there's still about a year and a half. The protagonist will enter a gate for the first time during the second semester freshman field trip. So there's about 2 years left, but a vague unease stirred within him. One day, it wouldn't be strange if his master suddenly passed away. Because by the rules, the master shouldn't have appeared at all. He recalled the master's fiery gaze and protested. But thinking back, the master did say he was retired, right? He just stopped publishing drawings all of a sudden. That remark deeply deflated the youth's mood. Hey kid, I told you I won't eat, he said. The water's boiling, I'm not eating, I said. All right, nothing to worry about. The old man loves instant noodles so much it's almost divine ascension. Where are you off to? I left something in the car, I'll go grab it and be right up. He quickly stepped through the familiar gate. Oh right, he'd left a bottle of Jaeliang liquor in the trunk. He meant to bring it as a gift for his master and forgot. He was lazy, but since he'd gone out of his way to buy it for his master, he had to go down and fetch it. He soon heard a flood of notifications on his phone. What is this? So many alerts. 30 missed calls and 50 messages. What the hell, am I being pranked? He held the phone, unable to stay calm. It's normal to get lots of messages after leaving the gate, but this was excessive. Teacher Kim, Lee Seol, Siora, even Yoon Seo and Yoon Ho, Min Hee and Jinsu too. The phone immediately rang again, perfect timing. Isn't that Seo Ra calling? The moment he picked up, the other end started swearing, trash, what the hell, how could you? The girl there spoke slowly. I didn't expect you to be that kind of person. I thought you were different. Shin Hyuk couldn't make sense of it. What are you talking about? What did I do wrong? Don't play dumb, the news is all over the portals. You piece of scum, she said. That's all I wanted to say, goodbye. Shin Hyuk was utterly baffled by what was happening. After being blasted with insults, he still couldn't calm himself at all. Eventually, agitation rose from deep inside. Wait, if I'm getting slammed, I have a right to know why. What on earth happened? The youth gripped his phone tightly and carefully scanned everything available. The front page headline was a shocking story, perverted teacher. The article used truly disgusting language. He stood there completely unable to understand what was happening. What the hell was this? Reporters Hwang Jae-yoon and Nam Jae-min exclusive. Lately, one figure has been exploding on social media. Seo Yoon Seo, a first-year student in the swordsmanship department at Hunter School No. 1. The story of a brave student rescuing kids from a monster moved everyone, but we raised a question. The Shadow Reaper is an extremely dangerous B-rank monster. How could that girl have defeated it? If someone had actually slain the Shadow Reaper, they'd surely be commended. So why was only that girl the one who received the award? The truth is the one who killed it was another hunter. Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, the swordsmanship instructor at Hunter School No. 1. You probably noticed already, the two of them have a master-student relationship. That girl is a minor. If it were an innocent romance, people might support them, but as a journalist, I seriously question whether our education system is still sound. The reporter, face twisted with malicious delight, seemed pleased with what she had just written. Let's see. Shin Hyuk read the article and was so furious he wanted to swear. What the hell is this, writing it like it's a fact? Fabrication, distortion, inventing lies as if they were true. No, this is more like filthy fiction masquerading as the school newspaper. A quick fact check would reveal the truth, but they didn't. He clenched his fist so tightly his whole body trembled. The phone rang again. Now the vice principal was calling. With no choice, he answered. The voice on the other end sounded genuinely upset. Garbage? No, Mr. Kang, getting a hold of you is really difficult. I'm not in the mood for jokes, vice principal. I'm in the gate, so my responses are slow. You called because you read that article, right? Yes, I know you're not that kind of person. But right now, the honor of Hunter School #1 is on the line. I still feel bad about the last match that pushed you into the spotlight, so if you need help, I'll assist. What are you going to do now? The youth ground his teeth at those words, unable to stay calm. What do you mean, what am I going to do? I'll make them pay for daring to touch my student. He shot back quickly. All the hatred poured into his reply. I'm going to hang up for now. I need to check the whole situation. The vice principal, with no other option, replied quickly, understood. Then he turned to the woman in front of him and said once more, do you hear me, Yoon Seo's mother? He said he'll handle it. Please believe him this once. The woman, being consoled by her two daughters, said. She seemed utterly distraught. Shin Hyuk was speeding through the ancient forest, completely unable to remain calm. Who was that reporter? I'd never heard the name, not even appearing in the novel. Some stranger with no connection or relation. Yet in one night he'd turned me into a depraved teacher with a single article. If the canon presents Kang Shin Hyuk as an upright teacher, then this development is precisely a spin-off born because of my existence, isn't it? The spin-off had been unlocked, starting to record the story of the depraved teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. That name was madly consistent from start to finish. He finally lost his composure and shouted as if to vent, I don't care who you are, but you're finished. In another scene, the old master sat happily eating noodles. After finishing a chopstick of noodles, his expression was thoroughly satisfied, and he reached for another bite of noodles to go with the kimchi, and put it into his mouth. After eating, he let out a soft sigh of pleasure. At that moment, Shin Hyuk approached carrying a gift bag. Seeing him, the master cheerfully said, Ho ho, you've returned, Linai, he spoke. Yes, master, but I have to leave right now. Please take this. Taking the gift bag without looking inside, he asked, what is this? Shin Hyuk replied, it's ginseng wine. I stopped by the duty-free shop. Holding the bottle, Yu Ryong's face grew deeply moved. He covered his mouth with his hand and said, how touching. Then Shin Hyuk turned and headed for the gate, calling back, I'll be off then, I'll return next week. The master called after him, hey, disciple, wait a moment. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk stopped and asked, do you need anything else, master? He shook his head, not that devil, not that. He warned, I don't know what's going on. But whatever you do, don't go killing people. Shin Hyuk's expression darkened. He nodded slightly and replied, of course I know. Watching his retreating back, Yu Ryong pondered for a moment and then said, looking like a martial man now, putting on that face. He was now in the car, heading somewhere with a very serious expression. Jaisal and son HWA were also going to Jeru with me. Honestly, I didn't want to drag them into this kind of trouble. They kept texting him to check in. He thought to himself that if he needed people to prove his innocence, those two were the best choices, reliable witnesses. But life, people trust what they see far more than explanations. Now he had to clarify the two photos being exposed online. The first was from the scene. It might take effort to track down each soldier or cop who was there that day, but their testimonies could clear him. But the second was the headache. The beach shot showed Yoon-seo with her arm linked through mine. At first glance it looked intimate, but in reality it happened the instant the crowd dispersed. Somehow someone had captured that exact moment. Clearly they were digging to fabricate a story. These scenes were deliberately framed to pin a scandal on me and Yoon-seo. With updates coming so fast, it felt less like finding evidence and more like events being shaped into so-called evidence. He immediately pulled out his phone to call the reporter who wrote the piece, but all he got was a dial tone. He clenched his teeth in anger. Of course, that reporter wouldn't be reachable. He could go straight to the newsroom to deal with it. But first, there was something more important, renewing his hunter card. He strode straight into the building, drawing startled looks from everyone. He walked up to the service desk, seeing him approach. An employee turned and asked, "How can I help you today?" He replied, "I'm here to renew my hunter card." The clerk said, "May I see your identification?" Taking his ID, the man looked at him with a hint of suspicion. "Wait, is that Shin Hyuk?" People around them started whispering. "Yeah, this guy's shameless. How dare he show his face here? How could he be messing around with his student?" Ignoring their remarks, he told the clerk, "I checked and there's an open test slot. Let me take the test first." The clerk said irritably, "Fine, renewal is fine. But Mr. Kang, look at the situation. Nobody wants to team up with you." The people behind continued to jeer. "Who'd want to pair with that trash? I heard he didn't even graduate proper school. Probably an orphan, haha. People like that only drag our reputation down. None of these guys are people I know, but everyone recognizes my face. My info has flooded every social media site. Those cyber leak jerks plastered my school photos everywhere like invaders. He let out a soft sigh, thinking live peacefully. How you're more likely to be dug up and destroyed before you can. Then he said, I don't have much time. Just put me in any group, I'll operate solo, that's fine, right? Hearing that, the clerk furrowed his brow slightly and said, haha, all right, we'll put you in group E. At that, the fat man in the back complained, hey supervisor, why are you shoving trash like him into my group? The clerk replied, don't be upset, there's no room left except that group. He'll be operating solo, so it's like he isn't even there. Then he pointed inward and said, Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, the renewal requirement for rank B is to clear a B rank gate behind that door. Please enter. Shin Hyuk calmly stepped through the gate, saying thank you. The clerk turned his back and mocked, stay in the safe zone, going solo gets you hurt. The fat man muttered angrily, why isn't the police arresting trash like that? The blonde behind added, no shame at all. He dares to go solo. The fat man commented, I'll just wait for the time to run out and then have someone carry him out. The blonde continued, yeah, we'll have to take out a few to avoid failing. The dark-haired guy suddenly had an idea, maybe I'll run into him inside and punch him a few times to feel better. The clerk outside started checking his watch and muttered, everyone's probably a bit behind the lead group by now. Group E enter the gate, the time limit is 3 hours. With that, the group began to enter the B rank gate. Just as the group stepped in, the fat man suddenly froze, exclaiming, huh. Seeing that, the blonde behind asked, what's wrong? The fat man called out, hey D-Shik, how long ago did Shin Hyuk enter the gate? D-Shik scratched his head and replied, I think about 20 minutes. What's going on? The fat man stammered, 20 minutes. Are you sure it was only 20 minutes? No, the scene made D-Shik gape in shock as well. How the hell could a B rank gate meant for 6 people be cleared in 20 minutes? Above them, a blinding light poured down over the open space ahead, signaling the dungeon was complete. Their gazes turned toward the back inside the gate. At that moment, Shin Hyuk stepped out from within, his clothes stained with numerous spots of blood, looking at the group. He said, you lot kept calling me trash and whatnot, then finally called my name, then it was empty. Did you forget me? The fat man stammered that, wait, you cleared the dungeon by yourself. He replied, I'm in a hurry, so I'll finish quickly. Handling the core and cleanup is your job, right? Hearing that, the blonde man's face lit up with excitement. He said, wait, are you really alone? Don't lie. The fat man muttered to himself, wait, he brought nothing but a single sword. Is this madman really B-rank? Seeing him brood for a moment, Shin Hyuk stepped forward, looked at him with lethal intent and said half. The other stammered, half of what? What do you mean? Shin Hyuk continued. I have other things to do, so I'm only doing half. Put the reward money into my account. I know the market rate, so don't try anything here. With that, he turned his back and walked away, leaving the hunters staring in astonishment. D-Shik ground his teeth and said, this guy talks to a near A-rank hunter like that. Then he turned to the fat man and asked, aren't you going to call him back? The fat man was drenched in sweat and stammered, no need. He glanced down below, where countless corpses of monsters lay scattered. He said, let him go. He turned back toward the outside. The staff member was still intently looking at the roster, but then he suddenly spun around, looking toward the gate where footsteps were echoing. Suddenly, Shin Hyuk stepped out with an icy expression, making the man recoil in shock, goosebumps rising all over him. The renewal assessment ended very quickly. He stammered, Mr. Shin Hyuk, why did you go alone? What did you do to those E-rank hunters? Wiping the blood from his body with a cloth, Shin Hyuk replied softly, don't talk nonsense, I'm still clearing the monsters inside. The man protested, you cleared it in under 30 minutes, that's the fastest record in the last 5 years. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk asked who held the previous record. He answered, previously a large guild did the renewal test as a group and took 25 minutes. The solo record was set by Hunter Jaisal at around 40 minutes. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk muttered to himself, Jaisal took as long as 40 minutes. Maybe I went a bit overboard trying to finish as fast as possible. Anyway, the built-up frustration from earlier eased a little. After finishing, he turned and left, saying, I'll be off then. Please continue guiding the rest of the E-rank group. The staff replied yes. Then his gaze dropped to the watch on his wrist, and he slapped his own face hard, exclaiming, unbelievable, Mr. Shin Hyuk, what on earth are you doing? At that point, he got back in the car and moved on. In the car, he called Sun HWA. She asked about his condition. Oh, Mr. Kang, didn't you say you'd call me after the training exercise today? Did you not come because you were upset? He replied, no, I just finished and I'm calling you now. She asked, is that so? He answered, given the situation, I sped things up a bit. By the way, Kim, the journalist friend you mentioned earlier, can we meet her today? She cheerfully replied, sure, I'll definitely help you. After some travel, he arrived at Sun Hwa's front door. She opened the door, saw him, and exclaimed, Mr. Kang, my goodness, you look so hollow. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk asked, do I? She asked if he'd eaten and offered to get him something. Although a little hungry, he scratched his head shyly and said, I'm fine, really. She gestured inside, please come in. My friend is inside organizing some documents. Sun Hwa's friend handed over a business card and introduced herself. Hello, I am from the Dongseok Daily. Ho has told me a lot about you. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk asked, "Oh, told you about what?" She began, "Well, son, HWA always." But before she could finish, son HWA swung her arm and struck her friend hard in the leg, sending her rolling on the floor, crying out, "Ah, my leg's broken." Son HWA, still smiling warmly, covered her mouth and said, "Wait a moment, I'll get some drinks for you." Shortly after, tea and snacks arrived and they immediately moved on to the main topic. I spoke first. Before we get into the article, I want to clarify our stance. You and Mr. Shin Hyuk really aren't a couple, correct? He replied, "Yes, I swear to heaven we're not." She continued, "Do you have any evidence or witnesses to refute the reports mentioning you?" Son HWA interjected, "My trip to Jeju wasn't a honeymoon with Yunseo, so I can testify to that. And I also saved this video." She played the video, two familiar figures appeared and said, "Hello, I'm Jong Sik, president of the Herring Guild." The woman beside him added, "I'm a hunter from the Herring Guild." Seeing those two in the video, Shin Hyuk murmured to himself that they were from the Herring Guild. They testified that I went to Jeju at the Herring Guild's request, and that almost every day they closed the activity gate with me, ready to vouch for me. Son HWA added, "If Mr. Kang has to go to court over this, they're ready to testify at any time." After watching the video, I am said, just this clip alone is enough to prove Mr. Kang didn't go to Jeju for a honeymoon. And there was one more thing. Then she put the phone out and replayed a video in which a voice said, "Ah, can you hear me clearly? I'm Kim Man-dong, vice principal of the #1 Hunter Academy. To be frank, I trust Kang Shin Hyuk." Mr. Kang's refusal to accept the award wasn't an attempt to cover up a honeymoon. Mr. Kang used to be very famous on the school's YouTube channel. There was positive attention, but also many malicious comments aimed specifically at him. Because he came from a school for ordinary people, he was looked down on and even constantly challenged, to the point that the school's administrative work was nearly paralyzed. In that context, his avoiding the media was only natural. After watching the video, Shin Hyuk muttered to himself, "That old man. No, I didn't expect the vice principal to defend me so enthusiastically." I am said, "Then no interview is necessary, the video is enough. I'll write and publish the piece right away, so don't worry. All misunderstandings about you will be cleared before school starts." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk said, "Thank you, I'm grateful to everyone." Relying on her, the reporter nodded and replied, "Yes, I'll handle it now." But there was actually one small problem. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk asked, "A small problem?" She continued, "I contacted the outlet that posted the original article, but reporter Nam Jae-min there says she never wrote that piece. It seems someone hacked her account and posted the defamatory article." Then she asked, "Have you ever made enemies with anyone?" Hearing that, Shin Hyuk bit his nails and muttered, "There's no reason for anyone to hate me. I mean, this could continue." I am turned and left, saying, "This time it's an article, but next time who knows what form it will take." I wasn't going to say anything before I had the facts. I'm a reporter, not the police. Anyway, be careful, I don't want to see you as the subject of another article. To her advice, Shin Hyuk replied, thank you for the warning." Scene changed to evening. A tired Shin Hyuk returned home. He collapsed onto his bed with a thud, muttering to himself, "At least this proves Yunseo's innocence, but who could hate me enough to drag students into this? And it's strange, originally I planned to live peacefully while teaching, so when did I start caring about my students like this?" Just as he was about to doze off, his phone buzzed with a notification. "Mr. Kang, if you're not asleep, look at this." He grabbed the phone immediately, looked at the screen, and muttered this. On the articles about him, countless people were commenting below, "I'm also Mr. Shin Hyuk's lover." Proof: I'm Mr. Shin Hyuk's lover. Here are photos proving I'm the real lover of Mr. Shin Hyuk. Attaching 2 photos showing I'm Mr. Shin Hyuk's lover. Proof that the real lover of Mr. Shin Hyuk has appeared with photos. Reading those comments, Shin Hyuk shouted, "What is this? Now it's not just malicious comments but a joke. Who's making this tacky prank?" Looking at the photos in the comments, he recognized something familiar. Wait, isn't this Manhwa from the swordsmanship class? This is the sword practice ground. These are probably photos taken during class, right? In the video she says, "I'm Manhwa, studying in the swordsmanship class at the #1 Hunter Academy." First, I'm sorry. I deliberately drew attention so you'd see this. If a photo of someone with their arm around you counts as proof of being your lover, then I'm also your lover. All of us in the swordsmanship class like Mr. Kang Shin Hyuk, that's all I wanted to say. Comments kept posting, "I'm also Mr. Shin Hyuk's lover. Isn't it Shin Hyuk? I'm the real lover of Mr. Shin Hyuk. I even have his autograph. If you prepare it for me, that proves I'm Mr. Kang's true love." Another person commented, "Everybody back off, I'm the one who's his true love. If meeting in Jeju was a honeymoon, then this must be honeymoon #2, right? We even bought ice cream to share." Reading those comments, Shin Hyuk let out a soft sigh and said, "You kids, I originally became a teacher just to live a quiet life, but the longer I'm with you, the less I feel that way. It's not like I've been especially nice to you either. Standing up for me when I'm being insulted everywhere certainly isn't easy. Our time together has only been a single semester. Even if the whole world criticizes and turns its back on me, the students still trust me. Not just them, but also teacher Kim Jae-sol, the Herring Guild, even the vice principal. Everyone I've met has stood up to protect me. I can feel how much they care. Tears streamed down his face. He offered a small, mixed emotion smile. Looking at his phone, he murmured, "Turns out I'm living a pretty decent life after all." Then a message suddenly arrived that made his expression freeze. He said, "Siora." In the message she wrote, "Sorry for misunderstanding you as trash. Senior, let me help you in my own way. Here's the address and the password. If you go there, your problem will be partly solved." At the room at the address Siora sent, inside, Jong Sik and the fake reporter Nam Jae-min were tightly bound to two chairs, screaming miserably as they were held captive. As for Siora, she stood on the roof looking out over the city, sighed and said, "I hope you'll teach even more next semester." He arrived at a house where the iron gate was now tightly shut. Shin Hyuk looked at it and said, "Is it here?" Then he immediately approached, lifted the gate and stepped inside. Seeing the two tied to chairs, he shouted, "Young Hyun Sik, isn't the person next to you the one from Jeju who asked for numbers last time?" He glanced at the table beside them. On it sat a laptop and a note. He moved closer, opened the computer, and began entering the password. On the laptop screen, his face darkened. What the hell, these maniacs? There's everything on this laptop. Malicious rumors ready to be released, fake photos, even stolen ID cards. Jung Hyun Sik, who couldn't accept defeat in that earlier honor duel, had hired fixers to take me down. Even though he'd been taken down by a real broker, Siora, he still had powerful backers behind the scenes. Escorted out by the police, he glanced back at Shin Hyuk and said, "I don't know how you managed this time, but I'll be back. Don't think this is over. Next time I'll start with the people around you, one by one." Before he could finish, Shin Hyuk stepped forward, grabbed his collar and said coldly, "Just try it, you bastard." The cops rushed in to stop him. "Hey, back off." His face was furious as he swore, "How many times have you loitered in front of me? I'll pull you out and beat you to pulp that time. I'll beat you until you're near death and shave off whatever hair you have left. But hey, you'd better not touch the people around me, because next time I will really kill you, be prepared." Seeing him starting to lose control, a police officer shoved him back and shouted, "I told you to back off." Looking at Shin Hyuk's face now, Jung Hyun Sik muttered inwardly, "No way, Shin Hyuk, this guy, was he always like this?" Not long after, Yoon-seo's article was published with testimony from top hunters like Kim Man-dong. Jong Sik, and official cooperation from Jeju City. When the official investigation concluded that Jung Hyun Sik was the culprit, public opinion swung sharply back to Zushin. After hearing his whole story, Yu Ryong exclaimed, "That's really impressive." Earlier they reported without proper investigation, and in just one day their stance completely reversed. Rumors are more terrifying than losing one's mind. This really is a big deal. The Black Blade Girl is terrifying too. Wasn't it said that the spear wielder is also a formidable master? Shin Hyuk scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "They wouldn't say how, but they said they were given up to 3 bottles of sleeping pills, enough to knock out an elephant." Yu Ryong continued, "They went that far because of you. My disciple really deserves praise." A disciple, even if the term is a bit different, it seems I'm lucky to have made such a connection. Then he added, "At the school they told me to take a leave for a while, but I refused. Doing that would only make the students more worried." He replied, "You thought correctly. If they don't appreciate it, repay them with teaching." But Shin Hyuk interrupted immediately, "Master, I have one more request." The master, slurping his noodles, asked, "What is it?" He asked, "Master, do you know the 3-talent sword technique?" The 3-talent sword technique is a sword style composed of 3 basic moves: the horizontal slash, the vertical slash, and the thrust. In wuxia novels it's ranked a low-tier martial art, but I think it's good for the kids to practice basic forms and mentality. Master surely knows it. Hearing this, Yu Ryong kept enjoying his bowl and said, "The 3-talent sword technique. First time I've heard of it. Your martial arts aren't even fully refined yet. Why look for another style?" Hearing that, Shin Hyuk wondered, Master, it's the 3-talent sword technique. It includes vertical slash, horizontal slash, and thrust." Yu Ryong said, "You fool, vertical, horizontal, thrust are all just slashes. What's this 3-talent nonsense?" He thought to himself that since it's a common trope in martial novels, there must be a 3-talent sword technique. After a moment he asked, "So aside from the arts I've learned, does Master know any other techniques?" The Master answered, "I also know a few moves from old Tianma and old Sanfeng." "How so?" He poured out his heart. "I want to teach the students. I want to do something for them." Hearing that, Yu Ryong smiled slightly and replied, "It doesn't have to be martial arts, right? I once went up Mount Wuding and learned something from old Sanfeng." Shin Hyuk asked, "What is it?" He replied, "Living on the mountain, he's very knowledgeable about herbs, so he became excellent at brewing tonics. He once told me that if he ever had disciples, he should brew them some." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk's eyes twitched and he said, "God, Master, you had that. Why didn't you give it to me earlier?" The Master replied, "Didn't I already temper your bones and sinews? This only helps adjust tendons and open meridians. With your level, it's basically unnecessary." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk teased, "Then it's just like ordinary tonic." Yu Ryong explained, "You fool, how can it be compared to regular tonics? Though it doesn't raise internal power like an elixir, its effect is great. Also, Wudang follows austerity and doesn't use expensive ingredients. Sanfeng's disciples are even more robust than Tianma's. That says it all right. For growing students, there's no better gift. But the result was beyond his expectations. All the students writhed uncontrollably after consuming his concoction. Someone shouted, "The teacher poisoned the class. Air raid alert, air raid alert." Seeing the students looking far from well, he said, "Hey, this is a tonic for the body, kids. Don't spill it, drink it all." Thus the second semester of the swordsmanship class began. A long-haired youth with a sullen face glared at him and said, "Teacher, I'm not joking. This seems like poison. Jinsu looks awful too." He frowned slightly and replied, "I don't want to drink this." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk immediately ordered Jinsu add another treadmill room. "From now on, for 2 months before class, every day you must drink this. If you refuse, it's up to you. If you really don't want to, tell me privately." Jinsu wiped the drops at the corner of his mouth and said, "If you put it that way, not drinking feels like missing out." Then Shin Hyuk reassured them, "Come on, there's no lesson today, dismiss after you drink." The class president sprang to her feet and shouted, "Everyone attention." On her command, the whole class rose with grave expressions, their eyes fixed straight on Shin Hyuk. This surprised him. He said, "What's this? You haven't even saluted." The class president spoke on their behalf. "We look forward to your guidance this second semester, teacher." In unison, the class said, "Please take care of us, teacher." The girls in the front began whispering, "You're so handsome. Please don't leave the class, teacher." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk sighed with relief and happiness, seeming pleased they feared he'd quit. After a pause, he replied, "I'm not going anywhere." Everyone dismissed. Once all the students left, he remained alone on the podium. Holding the book, he murmured to himself, "Half a year already, time really flies. I originally just wanted an easy life. I didn't expect to become so attached to this place." While he was lost in thought, Siora stood in the doorway with her arms crossed, looking at him and saying, "The kids really listen to you. How do you do it?" Surprised by her sudden appearance, he asked, "Siora, you're here. Why did you want to see me?" She glanced nervously outside to see if anyone else was there and said, "It's nothing else. You're famous now. Your image has improved a lot, so they told me to try to approach you." Hearing this, Shin Hyuk let out a sigh and replied, "No wonder it's been quiet lately." She continued, "Even if you try to hide it, you're too conspicuous. I kind of predicted some of it, the closed file on the Sea-Wave Society and the duel with the vice principal. No matter how many explanations, many abilities you try to hide still leak out." Ziora's expression grew extremely awkward. She said, "Senior, this is serious. They told me to use every method." He replied, "Samwon Group Chairman Young Pili, Congressman Gwang Sik, Deputy Minister of Justice Kim Jong-cheol. Those people should be clear to the other side by now." Hearing those names, Siora was startled and asked, "Why are you suddenly saying that?" He explained, "They're all key figures in Anta's Korea. Tell them I said if they keep harassing me, I'll expose everything I know." Siora panicked, "Senior, how do you know about that? Were you going to say something?" Then she corrected herself, No, you just found out on your own. Antas probably won't dare to act recklessly now, so I'm fine, so don't frown anymore." After that, he concluded, "The needle in the sheath will eventually pierce through. No matter how you hide it, one day it will be exposed. Just as Jong Sik said, my abilities will eventually become known to the world. There's much that's been done, you can't turn back time. I've also formed too many relationships ever since I met my master and began studying martial arts. Ever since I became Kang Shin Hyuk, the storyline was bound to change." After a moment's thought, he said, "Yeah, then there's no need to cling to the original rules and no need to fear them changing." At his words, a string of question marks seemed to appear over Siora's head. She asked, "What original rules? What have you been talking about?" He stepped closer, placed a hand on her shoulder and said, "It's nothing. I'm counting on your help this semester." Then he walked out of the classroom with a smile, thinking to himself that the life named Kang Shin Hyuk was truly beginning now. Cut to a few days later. The peaceful campus scene unfolded, tree canopies swaying gently in the soft breeze. Strange noises were coming from the school's restroom. Kids really do adapt fast. One of them said, "Hey, you got any of that refreshment left?" The other waved him off, "Go away, I only have one sip left." The first pleaded, "Come on, give me a sip, friends do that for each other." The tonic the master gave them was called refreshment water. Now 2 young men crouched in a stall, staring crazily at the bottle before them. The long-haired guy laughed out loud. "Ha ha, the scores are going up again." The first nodded in agreement. With its awful bitterness, it kept sleepiness at bay and improved digestion, so it became a favorite drink among students. Jinsu beside them set his glass under the table and let out a few soft hum. He sighed, "I don't taste the bitterness at all. Have I suffered so much that it's gone numb?" Min-hee looked down and warned, "Here we go again." Jinsu called out, "Hey Min-hee, go out with me. I'll make sure your hands don't touch the refreshment water." At that half-joking line, Min-hee laughed, "Ha ha, get lost, no way. It's a bit worrying that someone like Jinsu would misuse it. But thanks to the long-distance running regimen to build endurance last term, in the upcoming midterm fitness test, the swordsmanship class achieved overwhelmingly strong results." Watching the students sprinting across the yard, one teacher exclaimed, "Teacher Shin Hyuk, what did you do to get results like this?" Another teacher, checking his stopwatch, nodded in agreement. They're almost on par with third years trying out for the Ranger team. Seeing the students' convincing performance, Shin Hyuk smiled inwardly. Although not the homeroom teacher, as the basic swordsmanship instructor, he felt proud. He thought to himself that since he'd given them the tonic, this time they'd have to train twice as hard. Thus the busy summer of the second semester passed. Autumn was drawing near. In class he told the students the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming, don't just play around. After the break there's the midterm exam, remember. The students answered in unison yes. He continued, spend some quality time with your family. Now dismissed, the class filed out. Min-hee turned back and waved, have a good holiday, teacher. Watching the students gradually leave, he glanced down at the notebook in his hand and smiled. Suddenly 2 students approached to get his attention. He turned and asked Yunseo, why are you still standing there? Yunseo replied mischievously, we wanted to get some advice from you, teacher. The 2 girls exchanged looks, then Yunsu said, we're thinking of signing up for the martial arts tournament. What do you think, teacher? Surprised by the sudden decision, he asked, the martial arts tournament. It's the martial arts competition among hunter academies nationwide, commonly called the martial arts tournament. Students from hunter schools across the country are eligible to participate. Because there are no grade divisions, most third-year students typically achieve top results. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. A few days earlier, the academic meeting had mentioned the martial arts tournament. He had assumed first years wouldn't be interested. Yunsu continued, the qualifiers start in November, so we're planning to register early. Yunseo added, what do you think, teacher? Are we not suitable? He pondered for a few seconds, then replied, you 2 are indeed excellent students, but you've only stood out among your own age group. If you face experienced second or third year students, it'll be tough. Yunseo quickly chimed in, that's true, if we enter and get eliminated, we'd only embarrass you, teacher. Shin Hyuk flinched, asking, what did you say? Yunseo continued, I heard that in first year, senior Sejin also wanted to participate, but the swordsmanship instructor at the time wouldn't allow it, because if she lost in the qualifiers, it would be disgraceful. In the end, she had to beg and then went to the vice principal to ask privately. Hearing this, Shin Hyuk sighed inwardly, thinking, wow, no wonder she became student council president. Then he asked, why are you worrying about saving face for me? I don't care about that stuff. If you want to compete, just compete. This made the 2 girls ecstatic. In unison they cried, really? Thank you, teacher, we'll do our best. He nodded, but if you enter, at least get past the qualifiers. I heard there's a special training class for competitors, don't skip it. At that, Yunseo gaped, asking, training class, will we learn from you? He answered, not sure yet, they haven't decided who's in charge, but it probably won't be me. That left her disappointed. Oh, why is that? He calmly replied, I'm still a new teacher. Likely an experienced second or third year instructor will take it. Yunseo pressed, what criteria is that? Among the swordsmanship teachers, you're the best. At the compliment, he only smiled faintly, you little flatterer, but I'm busy, I can't. The blunt refusal left her a bit deflated. She said, I don't care about the training class, but if you teach it, I'll do it. He rejected that. No, years of experience and teachers' hard-earned techniques matter too, you know. He thought to himself that competitors would have weekend evening training. He cared for them, but he couldn't give up all his rest time. Then he smiled and encouraged them, I'll forward your names to the vice principal. Prepare well for this tournament. But as soon as he met the vice principal, the man pointed at him and said, you handle preparing the students for the tournament. So once again his break was officially ruined. The thought made him feel like turning to stone on the spot. He stammered, Sir Vice Principal, I'm just a new teacher. Shouldn't a second or third year teacher take this on? The man propped his chin and replied, actually Mr. Choi from third year wanted it, but honestly I think you're much better. Hearing that, he awkwardly scratched his head and said, well, my students are entering just for the experience. Wouldn't it be better if someone experienced with champions like Sejin took charge? I knew you'd say that, the vice principal cut in. I've already spoken with Sejin, she also wants you to lead the training class herself. Seeing him take the lead, Shin Hyuk frowned slightly, thinking the old man always moves fast. He looked straight at him and said in a low voice, so, if you're not interested, meeting the conditions like last time will suffice. He replied flatly, I don't want to. The blunt refusal surprised the vice principal. Why not? He explained, didn't I win the duel last time? Why are you still forcing me? The man explained, I helped during that dispute. Consider it a draw, okay? He smiled and said, oh, how convenient. The man continued, listen. According to what I heard from Sun HWA, you still don't meet the requirements to be evaluated for an A rank, right? He nodded in agreement, yes, that's right. Overseas experience doesn't count. I plan to finish it during winter break and apply next year. At that, the vice principal's tone turned regretful. What a pity, Mr. Kang. Then he made a firm offer. I'll give you a chance to be promoted to a rank right now. At that, he froze for a few seconds and asked, Vice Principal, I still don't have enough domestic experience. The man explained, with a recommendation letter from an SS rank hunter like me, even if your number of gate crossings is insufficient, you can still be evaluated. With your abilities, you'll certainly pass. The third evaluation session is right after the Mid-Autumn Festival. How does that sound? He'd again gotten ahead of him. That made him uneasy. Every time the man offered exactly what he needed, making it impossible to refuse. This sweet temptation struck directly at his greed. Once he reached a rank, his base stipend would immediately increase. Moreover, if he were an A-rank hunter before winter break, his extra income would skyrocket. Everything came so fast his breathing quickened. He stammered, I'm just busy one day this weekend. If you can schedule it another day, I'll consider it. Seeing his assent, the vice principal nodded, good, coordinate carefully with the students to adjust the schedule. After the agreement, he turned and left, thinking to himself that he'd ended up taking on more work again. He sighed and kept thinking, remembering how much the man had helped him before. With a vice principal who is an SS rank hunter, he'd certainly need to rely on him again in the future. Looking at the list in front of him, he murmured, the first-year entrants for the martial arts tournament are Yunseo and Yunsu. For third year, it's only Sejin, last year's champion. It's been months since the interview. I wonder how she's been living lately. Cut to Sejin, who was still training relentlessly. Blood kept dripping from the arm holding the sword onto the ground. Her arm trembled violently, but she still gripped the wooden sword tightly. Her breathing grew increasingly labored. At this point, she seemed to have reached her limit. Cut to Snow Mountain. Seeing him lying there the whole time, his master finally asked, so you're staying here the whole break? He nodded, yeah, might as well train the gaps and breathe the fresh air. That made his master narrow his eyes suspiciously. Now he asked, did you kill someone? That's gruesome. He snapped angrily, no, it's not like that. Seeing his odd attitude, the master continued, something's off. Normally you find every excuse to avoid training. Why are you suddenly this serious? He retorted, why don't you praise me once? I deserve praise. Master Yu Ryong replied, I'm thinking of making you focus even harder than clearing the Kai Bang stain. He angrily flopped down into the snow and said, I just wondered what it'd be like if I got even stronger than planned. He thought to himself that he'd already changed the lives of students at the academy to some extent. If he decided from the second semester to live his own life, he needed to be proactive and strong. But he didn't know how even the smallest change might affect the future of this world. At minimum, he had to be strong enough to protect himself and those around him. Then he sat up, that makes sense. He turned to his master and asked, by the way, have you been able to read the writing in our world? The master, still enjoying a pale blue chocolate bar, replied, of course, I can, it's not that difficult. So he produced a martial arts manual and said, please take a look at this for me. The master opened it to study and looking at it, asked, what's this? He answered, it's a martial arts book from the outside world, can't you see? After examining it for a while, Yu Ryong said, did I learn the characters wrong? This worthless pile of trash dares to call itself a martial arts manual. Even 8 petty pirates could break it apart easily. His expression shifted a full 180 degrees. He stroked his chin and said, right, not boring is it, he thought to himself. Actually, staying here the whole break wasn't just for me. While planning the training class, I pulled a few things out. Then he turned to his master and asked, you've fought with all kinds of weapons, haven't you? The man nodded, yes, why do you ask? Winking, he opened his backpack, took out another martial manual and said, actually, there are plenty of combat manuals besides swordsmanship here. If possible, could you teach a few moves that can neutralize an opponent right? Taken aback by his pupil's cheekiness, the master hesitated, you've got an interesting idea. Are you trying to challenge this old man to a duel now? Though a sword spar is only a dialogue bout, it can't advance you like a real fight, but it's still a process of finding mistakes and learning from them. All practical courses at Hunter School are taught according to set curricula. Hunter schools nationwide teach the same material. What if a true martial master analyzed modern techniques and pointed out your weaknesses? What if they taught students how to counter every weapon out there? How many students out there could actually stand up to that? Snapping out of the thought, he was now sparring with his master. He lunged and threw a punch, but the master easily raised his sword and knocked his attack aside. The strong deflection sent the spear flying from his hand. Instantly, not giving him time to react, the master swung a cut straight at him. But with his quickness, Shin Hyuk moved behind his master. Then, his hand clenched, he gathered mana into his fist, preparing to strike. The punch was delivered with such force that the forest echoed with a violent explosion. During the break, I'll discuss sword techniques with the old master and take notes. And sometimes, stubborn as I am, I'll take a hit. Don't be so stubborn, he says. But that guy who keeps jabbering about stomping snow to launch himself, those two kept repeating that action over and over. Yu Ryong kept talking, and he actively reviewed what the master said. Afterward, the two happily enjoyed noodles together. Overall, it was a pretty pleasant break. When everything was done, he said goodbye to his master and returned to school. Walking down the hallway, he sighed softly, so annoying, I'm so full, but the food was good anyway. After eating instant noodles the whole break, dining in the dorm felt divine. If the army's food were like this, I could stay another month. Before he could finish, his expression changed and he muttered, another month of what? Then he slapped his own face and said, what nonsense. Living fine right, doing fine right. At this odd behavior, Sejin approached from a distance and said, oh, Teacher Kang, hello. Seeing her, he greeted back, Sejin, long time no see. You're early, have you eaten? She nodded, yes sir, third years get served fastest. The persistent kid followed him closely. If you're done eating, rest, you're early, you're such a handful. The girl shyly asked, even though classes haven't started, could you spar me once? Shin Hyuk tried to refuse, running right after eating will give you a stomachache. Just after escaping Sejin, he was immediately stopped and pestered by Yunseo's group. They brightened at seeing him and called, "Teacher, have you had dinner?" Looking at them, he wondered. "What's all the noise? I thought you'd take your time and come back later. Who's free enough to show up early?" Minhee pouted, "Hey, how could we possibly be late?" He thought to himself that next came Yunseo, then Minhee and Jinsu joined in, saying it was a lot of fun. So the headcount for the Hunter School's martial arts tournament was finalized, 4 first years and 1 third year. Looking at the students before him, he nodded inwardly. "Good, 5 is enough for me to teach." Jinsu immediately raised his hand to voice a concern. "Sir, I heard we study on weekdays and weekends too, is that true?" He sighed softly and replied, "Unfortunately, it's true. It's the vice principal's directive, go complain to him." Sejin at his side spoke up, "Sir, actually I'd like to attend extra classes even on Sundays." This made Jinsu very curious. He turned and asked, "Senior, why? Why are you so diligent?" Min-hee raised a hand to ask, "How will the class sessions be structured? I think focusing on practical combat would be better." At that question, he smiled slightly and said, "Good question. Since this is a prep class for the tournament, we'll focus on sparring practice, but we can't skip theory." Sejin added, "Teacher, I honestly don't need theory. If it's not too much trouble, could I train on my own during theory periods?" Hearing she was last year's champion, could there be some destined rival at this year's tournament? He produced a stack of materials and said, "All right, look through this and then decide whether you need theory." Looking at the stack, she asked, "What is this? It looks like a syllabus." Then she noticed the title on the stack and murmured, "Countermeasures." She thought to herself that she expected the usual spar and the teacher pointing out flaws. If class leaned toward theory, it would feel like wasted time. But while reading, she spotted something and her eyes suddenly froze for a few seconds. Jinsu skimmed it and asked, "Teacher, this method isn't just for swordsmanship, is it?" He explained, "The martial tournament isn't limited to sword students." Yunsu raised a concern, "But how are we supposed to master spear techniques, close combat, and archery too?" Yunseo added, "In magic, learning it won't help because our mana is different." Seeing the puzzled looks below, he smiled and said, "It seems, aside from Sejin, no one really gets it. Why should sword students learn other disciplines? Look at the title again, it's countermeasures." Jinsu asked, "Sir, did you make this yourself?" He gave a thumbs up and nodded, "That's right, got a little help, but from cover to content it's handmade." The cover of the packet couldn't look any cruder. Jinsu said, "The cover really is handmade, sir, it's terrible, haha." Contrasting with the kid's joking tone, Sejin trembled as she held the theoretical packet to her chest. This wasn't something to laugh off. Mastering this material would make you unbeatable against similar magic. If I had teacher Kang's age and experience, I could fully match that power. She thought as she looked toward him, realizing the true genius was him. Back on Snow Mountain, Yu Ryong suddenly sneezed, wondering who might be mentioning his name. "It's been nearly a week since I took on the supplemental class for the tournament. Some days we study theory using the countermeasure method my master provided. Other days we run sparring drills." Right now he was looking at the statistics board, then turned to Jaisal and said, "You've gone over time, let's stop here." She, still full of energy, replied, "Ah, has 3 minutes already passed?" Sun Hwa was treating Min-hee at the time and said, "These kids are strong, there's no sign of fatigue at all." He thought to himself that he'd ask teacher Kim and Hong for help. The countermeasure method the master created is truly excellent, but right now the kids are still far too lacking in real combat experience. Of course, through the vice principal it wouldn't be impossible to spar with other classes, but having a student like Jaisal by my side is really reassuring. After that thought, he turned to encourage everyone, "You all worked hard, enjoy your dinner. Don't forget to bring bitter water when you leave." Starting Monday, the first years will go on a 3-day conditioning run, and they'll have the ceremony off to rest comfortably at school. Recalling what the vice principal said to him, "By the way, I remember you'll serve as an instructor at the training camp as well." This made him very puzzled. He asked, "What comes bundled with that?" "I'm not a homeroom teacher, I'm just a sword instructor." Kim Man-dong replied awkwardly, "The recommendation letter for the promotion exam this time is very valuable. Come on, just help out one more time." "So I had to go along to the training camp. That old man is rarely so familiar. Does he plan to take the kids anywhere through a teleport gate?" He also looked rather uneasy. Seeing him deep in thought, Sun Hwa turned and asked, "Teacher Kang, did you also prepare tonic pills for the kids?" He smiled and answered, "Ah, I heard there's a tonic that's good for students entering adulthood." Hearing that, Sun Hwa smiled and said, "You really care about the kids, they're lucky." At those words, everyone put on displeased looks. The effect of the tonic the master provided was indeed obvious. Although it could simply be because they're at a growth stage, thinking back to the recent midterm, their basic abilities had clearly improved. Jaisal stepped forward and offered, "Teacher Kang, let me help you clean up." He waved her off. "Oh, that's not necessary, you've already helped the others, go ahead inside." She pouted, "Are you sure, teacher? I'm free." He smiled, "Just having you help with training is enough to make me grateful. Next time I'll treat you properly." After tidying up, he stepped out of the training room, locked the door and muttered, "Ha ha, another day done." Just as he was thinking about some rest time, a voice came from behind. Teacher. Sejin's appearance wiped the smile from Shin Hyuk's face. He was startled and said, "Ah, you're quite the surprise." He turned and asked Sejin, "Why haven't you gone home yet? Are you asking for another spar?" She shook her head. "No, actually I have something to tell you." Why so awkward? She reached out to clasp her other arm and stammering said, "Actually, starting next week I won't be able to attend the Saturday class anymore." The girl spoke with deep sadness. This caused Shin Hyuk's gaze to freeze for a few seconds as well. The first thought that came to my mind was what? The second thought was why? Fewer students would mean less work for me. So why do I feel so strange? Maybe because I prepared the training thoroughly, so hearing that a promising student will be absent makes me feel off. I'm not someone overly passionate about teaching, but it's only Saturdays off after all. Yeah, it's just Saturdays off. Seeing the girl now, tears streaming down her face from sadness, he murmured, "Why are you crying so miserably?" Cut to the outside. At this time, the teacher and student were sitting on the schoolyard, sharing youthful confidences. He said, sounding disappointed, "This is bad. The cafeteria closed early, so all I can offer you is bitter water." Taking the cup that reeked of a poisonous smell in her hand, her expression darkened, but she forced a smile and said, "It's okay, sir. This actually helped me calm down faster." Then he turned and asked, "So starting next week, you'll really go out hunting every weekend?" The girl nodded, yes. Actually, she preferred having the teacher instruct her. But before she could finish, he asked curiously, "That's odd, students only start internships in sophomore year, and there aren't internships on weekends, plus the rules prohibit going out." She replied, "My father said he'll call the vice principal directly." As he sipped the cup, he thought to himself how strange that was. Would that strict old man really permit it so easily? Curious about her father's identity, he turned and asked, "If one call is enough, does your father know the vice principal?" She answered, "Oh, my father is the guild master of Aries." At that, Shin Hyuk's eyes changed. He furrowed his brow and looked at the girl, thinking, guild master of Aries, so this kid comes from a powerful, wealthy family. She continued, "Actually, my goal isn't the National Martial Arts Tournament. I'm only entering to secure a spot to compete in the WHCU 19 Hunter Championship." WHCU 19 stands for War Hunter Championship Under 19, the World Hunter Championship for competitors under 19. Then he seemed to realize something and said, "Ah, right, win the martial arts tournament and you qualify for the international competition." She confirmed it for the first time. He thought to himself that aiming for WHCU before even trying the qualifiers for the national tournament sounded overly confident. But Sejin had been champion 2 years running, and rumor had it this year's champion would be Sejin again. He asked, "So you're competing in the WHCU this January?" She hesitated, "Yes, I'm competing." Before she could say more, he interrupted, "So it's true, how did it go? With Sejin's abilities, you shouldn't just make the top ranks, you could aim for the championship." But contrary to his thoughts, she shyly replied, "I was eliminated in the first round." He muttered, "Eliminated in the first round." She explained, "I had bad luck in the draw. My first opponent was last year's tournament champion." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk let out a whoop, "Oh man, that must sting." She answered, "I'd be lying to say I'm not disappointed, but you can't blame luck. If my skill were strong enough, I wouldn't have been eliminated." Looking at the girl in front of him, he recalled his own image from the days when he was still diligently writing stories. He turned, gently ruffled her hair, and praised, "You're truly an exemplary student." This affectionate gesture made her extremely bashful. She said, "Teacher, what are you doing?" Her startle made him jump too. Then he composed himself and continued, "Most people are lenient with themselves. But looking at Sejin sometimes doesn't feel that way. Yet no one acknowledges that struggle. Instead, people only feel pity." Those words seemed to strike the girl's heart, leaving her face deeply embarrassed. But tears welled and spilled at the corners of her eyes. "You've taken this girl's hopes to the top. Are you planning to run off now?" He stood up to leave and said, "I'll go ahead. You can stay out and get some air before going in. About Saturday classes, I'll ask the vice principal again." And it wasn't a true elimination in the qualifiers. Your first opponent went on to win the whole tournament. So consider yourself the runner-up. "You did very well, don't lose your confidence." Quoting his words of encouragement, the girl stood up, bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, teacher, I will definitely succeed." Shin Hyuk frowned slightly and waved his hand. "Hey," I said, "relax." Watching his retreating back, her mood seemed to have lifted a bit. She turned her gaze to the phone vibrating in her hand. The caller was her father. She answered, "Hello, Dad." Her father scolded, "Why did it take you so long to pick up?" She trembled and replied, "Ah, sorry, I've just been consulting about something." Her father snapped, "Consulting about what? You just need to do as I say." After exchanging some words, the two finished the call, and she stood frozen in the middle of the schoolyard, lost in thought. Guild Aries, a reputable mid to upper tier guild. In the story, the heir of Guild Aries split off to form a new guild called Dawn. That person is Kim Si-yeon, a character who hates her parents so much she changed her name, extremely resolute. When protagonist Kim Do-hyun was a sophomore, his internship guild was Dawn. And while Sejin supervised Kim Do-hyun, the two eventually fell in love. No wonder such a capable character didn't appear in the original work. It's truly odd. I thought she was just an outstanding supporting character, but Sejin turned out to be the female lead. If the original plot doesn't change, Sejin's relationship with her father will be completely fractured. The catalyst is the WHCU tournament next January. Because she didn't perform well, Sejin was harshly berated by her father. Many times, perhaps the author values reader immersion highly. Sejin's father is written as a master manipulator. Because of the author's strong writing, I read it with clenched fists. Shin Hyuk sighed, exclaiming, "And he's supposed to be my student's parent. It's suffocating." Leaning back on his beloved bed, he muttered, "Even though Sejin is practically guaranteed to win the martial arts tournament this year, her anxiety now makes sense to me. It's not surprising, among the top 10 prodigies, the reborn students, the coldest and most ruthless, one of them is a perfectionist. That's because her father is Sword King Kim D-chan, an S-rank hunter. A genius crushed by his father who used every connection to keep his daughter from becoming independent. If Kim D-chan were my father, I'd have packed and run long ago." He fell silent for a moment, then remembered his own past image. "When I didn't achieve good results, my father tore up my test and came to scold me. Later Sejin will defeat her father, she'll receive an apology and reconcile, ending on a happy note. But honestly, I don't like that part at all. It's just a reminder of old wounds. Blood ties and forgiveness aren't magic wands. The people involved must have a lot of nails driven into their hearts. Just seeing that he forces his daughter to intern on weekends, ignoring school rules, is enough to show the burden she bears. Come to think of it, Sejin is a senior and also serves as student council president. With extra makeup classes and interning both weekend days, I wonder if she even has time to rest. Even if I don't intervene, things will likely sort themselves out later." He recorded images of the girl, always in a melancholic state. He pondered for a long moment and muttered to himself, "But should I step in?" He then turned back to ask his master, which made Yu Ryong very curious, saying, "If you intervene, what do you plan to do?" He scolded, "Disciple, if you intervene, how exactly do you intend to do it? What can you accomplish?" He explained, "No, master, I rarely ask for your opinion. Why would you answer like that?" The master replied, "Are you planning to turn that household upside down? Or will you personally sever their bloodline? I've seen countless children burdened with heavy responsibilities like that. Even when I stayed temporarily with the Namgung family, the interns there suffered immeasurably. Back then I only corrected a few stances and did nothing more." This made him very puzzled, and he asked, "Why, that's not exactly cold." Yu Ryong fell silent for a moment and then said, "Because the child never uttered a complaint." Hearing that, Shin Hyuk also began to reflect and did not ask further. "Did that girl ever ask you for help?" He answered, "No, she didn't." The master continued, "Or did she ever show fear about the upcoming match?" He replied, "No, not that either." Only then did the master sigh and say, "Foolish disciple, count your blessing. Your student is already a martial artist." Hearing those words, he fell silent for a few seconds, thinking to himself that she truly had never begged him for help. If he intervened without her asking, clumsy interference would only make things more awkward for Sejin. The WHCU tournament is still next year, and there hasn't been any rift with her father yet. Overthinking gave him a pounding headache. He held his head and said, "Ugh, my head hurts." Seeing him like that, the master said, "Why not take up the sword? If you want to blow off steam, a duel is the best way." He nodded in agreement, stood up, and explained, "I have to prepare for the training camp tomorrow, so go easy on me, please." Hearing that, the master had no objections and asked, "Where are you rushing off to again?" "You just arrived not long ago." He replied, "As a coach, I need to arrive early to prepare." The master sighed and said, "It seems you're the busiest one lately." He gripped his sword tightly and said, "Don't say more. Because of this, I haven't had time to train myself." He closed his eyes and felt that since taking on the extra martial arts class, he'd indeed been too busy. Next week, there's the A-rank promotion exam. After the exam, I still have to invite Master Kim and Master Hong out to dinner. Tomorrow, he also has to go to the training center to fulfill duties as an instructor. Though in his past life he was busy with author deadlines, why is this life even more hectic? Reborn, he had to start life as a student again, and also adapt to Kang Shin Hyuk's body. Seeking fate on the mountain led him to meet his master. Even the summer break wasn't free hunting then training. At the end, he had to address rumors, and before he could properly rest, classes resumed. He had once vowed he'd enjoy things he missed in his previous life, yet looking back, he hadn't found a moment of ease. Watching the determined strikes he made, the master fell silent for a moment. He then stepped back, still thinking yet. It wasn't that he hated his current life. Being busy was his choice, and his life so far was not meaningless. He wondered whether Sejin thought the same. After sparring for a while, he confirmed, "That's right. Although this start wasn't what I wanted, meeting my master allowed me to reveal the truth about Anta's Korea to Siora. Even the match with the vice principal, though I lost, I still grew a lot. During summer break, whether sightseeing or working in Jeju, it was still a valuable experience. Because I got stronger, I was able to rescue my students safely, and I received help from those who were with me." He let out a satisfied breath. "That's right, life is that dramatic. Maybe my master meant exactly that when he told me to let go of my impatience. But then suddenly his head spun. His eyes narrowed as he asked, Master, my internal energy just. His internal energy began to lose control, surging wildly. Really, had he been overthinking in the middle of the spar? He clutched his dantian and cried out, Ah, it feels like my dantian is about to explode, it hurts. Worse than when Master opened my Ren meridian before. Or was he having an internal energy backlash, the surge burning his dantian? The internal energy burst out of his dantian, not following the meridians but running up along his spine, rising slowly. He had to regain control. This was not a normal chi circulation path. It passed the epigastrium to where the heart is, then continued up to the throat and from the throat to the third eye. Finally, when that burst of internal energy reached the Beihui point, it shattered, enlightening him in countless ways. His expression changed as he muttered, the pain vanished as if evaporated. Now my mind is clear. He raised his hand to look at it, stammering, What is this? The master stepped forward and praised, Congratulations. This made him very curious. He asked, Congratulations for what? Congratulations on your enlightenment, you just passed through another barrier. Hearing his master's words, Shin Hayek thought to himself, passed through a barrier. Does that mean his martial art had reached the next realm? The previously uncontrolled internal energy suddenly flowed back, surging from his chest through his heart and piling into his throat as if about to explode. When it reached the third eye on his forehead, it extinguished along with the pain. The master described what he felt. After passing the third eye, the place where internal energy gathers is the Beihui point at the top of the head. Then that boiling, explosive chi simply dissipated without a trace. He nodded in confirmation, yes, exactly as I felt. Hearing this, the corner of the master's mouth curved into a reassuring smile, but don't worry, the internal energy hasn't disappeared, it's cleared out to make room for a new vessel. Given your temperament, I thought it would take longer, I didn't expect you to awaken so quickly. He asked curiously, awaken how? I don't really feel anything clear. The master continued, in any case, a person doesn't change simply by rising one level. There are still many realms to cross. Among them, the condition for entering the supreme peak is to be freed from worldly attachments. Even if you can't immediately solve the problems before you, if you can accept the situation and take it as part of yourself, that is a form of letting go. He reflected on his master's words and accepted the situation. Indeed, I feel lighter now, master. And I think my stomach's a bit hungry too. This slightly naive remark made the master sigh in exasperation and say, You've been circulating chi for 4 watches straight, you should be hungry. Startled, he checked the time on his phone and shouted, What, 4 watches already? It's 5:30 p.m. The master nodded, Yes, didn't you say you had to go to the training camp? Eat the noodles I cooked first, then go. He remained immersed in thoughts about that realm. Once he became accustomed to the aura blade, that would be the pinnacle. If I've already passed that realm, it means I'm now entering the early stage of the super-ultimate peak. Just how much stronger have I gotten? I can't feel it clearly at all. I wish I could find another match, but my training camp schedule's in the way. After finishing his meal, he turned toward the teleport gate and said, I've eaten. I'm heading out. See you later, master. Watching his back as he left, the master sighed, Oh dear, I forgot to tell him to rein in his power if anything happens. Well, never mind, it's probably nothing serious, right? Cut to the school, the person in charge looked at his wristwatch. It was past the appointed time and no one had arrived. He said, How can this possibly be? Wasn't this training camp supposed to be run by your second school? Someone nodded in agreement, of course. The camp director this time should be from our second school. The one who said this was a blond young man. Confidently and sarcastically he added, Among the teachers from first school is there even an A-rank hunter. So this time the camp director will be Teacher Jung Hyun Sik from second school. One man objected, but wasn't Teacher Jung only appointed last year? He's not even a full teacher yet, is he? The other replied, whether he's a permanent teacher or new doesn't matter, it's about ability. Shin Hyuk stood outside the discussion, observing and thinking to himself that an hour had already passed. These people hurried their preparations to make the training camp on time, thinking that simply assigning tasks and roles would be quick, but instead they argued over who would be the camp director, the person with the highest responsibility here. Were they sworn enemies or what? No one was willing to give ground. Apparently schools take pride very seriously. Who knew it went this far? The blonde continued loudly, Then teachers from Hunter School number 1, why don't we settle this with a duel to decide? Hearing this suggestion, he stroked his chin and thought, oh, that's good, much better. Talking gets nowhere. A decisive duel is far simpler than endless debate. Another brown-haired teacher stroked his chin and said quietly, a duel, for what? Just to choose the camp director, we have to go as far as a duel, the blonde asked. Do you have any other idea? If so, speak up, he replied. If we must fight, then each school should send 5 representatives to compete. Looking at this man, he thought, so our school actually has someone willing to think. Although second school has A-rank hunters, they also have C-rank ones, while all the teachers at our school are B-rank hunters. At that suggestion, the blonde shook his head. No, there are only 30 minutes left for the camp inspection. The person in charge is waiting, so let's settle this quickly with one-on-one matches. What do you think? Not confident. Hearing that, the teachers from first school were furious. Shin Hyuk sighed softly in the back and kept thinking how ridiculous it was. Wasn't everyone trembling over the A rank label? Then the blonde looked straight at him and said, "Is that teacher Kang Shin Hyuk over there?" When called, he pointed to himself and replied, "Ah yes, it's me, Kang Shin Hyuk." The blonde continued, "Oh really? I heard you fought the vice principal over there and took a few hits, thought you'd step up boldly, but you hide behind others." The man beside him added, "I heard you can even use aura blade. Could that just be a stage trick?" He awkwardly replied, "Yes, think whatever you want, I'm not going to fight." He thought to himself, "Don't even try to set a trap for me. If it were Jaisal here instead of me, she would have rushed out already. But what would that accomplish? Even if we won, it would only make those who look down on outsiders from other hunter schools more arrogant." He continued to sneer, speaking of which, weren't you recently in the news over that student incident? This made him furious. He rolled up his sleeves, clenched his fists, stepped forward, and said, "You crossed the line, duel me." A teacher beside him moved in to restrain him. Teacher Kang calmed down. Someone from the back called out, "Teacher Beak, can you take this match?" Beak, embarrassed, answered, "Yes, I suppose I can." He thought to himself that the other teachers didn't seem eager to step up anyway. Then he made a proposal, "If I win, I'll give up the representative spot. Is that acceptable?" The blonde replied, "Of course, if you concede, we'd even thank you for it." Shin Hyuk continued, "Then it's settled, I'll take the field. As for you lot, why not have all your teachers join in too?" This left the blonde momentarily stunned. Something like a snort escaped his mouth as he barked, "Ha ha, Teacher Kang, you've got jokes, a real YouTuber. I didn't know you had this kind of talent." Teacher Beak behind him tried to stop it. "Teacher Kang, whatever you do, joking like that," he cut in, "I'm not joking. Do I look that insincere?" The blonde wiped away tears from laughing too hard and said, "Looks like being mentioned in the press has gone straight to your head. Then let me tell you, the world is that easy." He took a stick, drove it into the ground, and began drawing a circle. "That's what I should say. If you keep arguing about who'll referee, you'll be at it half a day. So here's the rule, whoever is pushed out of this circle first loses." Hearing that, the blonde was inwardly furious. Who the hell does this prick think he is, being so stubborn? He then smiled and said, "Fine, but having all of them is too many. We'll only send 3. A young man in black stepped forward and asked, "Teacher Park, are you really going to follow his lead?" The blonde turned coldly and said, "If you speak, you must be responsible for it. Besides, our medics are good, broken legs, sliced hands happen." Those words made the teachers from first school very worried. In contrast, at second school, faces lit up with excitement. After selecting 3 representatives, he looked at them and said, "Then the time limit for this match will be 10 minutes. Anyone who forfeits or is pushed out of the circle loses." The other side nodded in understanding. He tightened his grip on his sword and stepped forward, thinking to himself. After reaching the new realm, small changes began to show. The chi in his danshin had decreased a lot, not so much lost as compressed down very tightly. Aside from that, nothing else seemed markedly different. Still fine, this was a good chance to test it. The referee outside blew the whistle and announced, "Begin." No sooner had he spoken than the crowd from second school surged at him, attacking with extreme speed. The teachers there exclaimed, "Pioneering swordsmanship." They summoned a large formation. The blonde replied, "Why hold back? Crush them until they have no words left." The man with the spear tightened his grip on the shaft, then hurled it toward him like a fired arrow. This momentarily stunned him. He thought, "A spear? I thought it would stay to guard the formation, not act so aggressively. If he dodges this, the swordsman will close in immediately and strike with offbeat timing." As he predicted, the instant he dodged the spear, the swordsman lunged in at his side and immediately swung a slash directly toward him. A loud clash rang out, a sword tip snapped and flew straight into the air. This left the teachers from first school utterly astonished, because with his bare hand he had just cleaved that man's sword in 2, leaving a streak of blood across his face. This made his opponent's eyes go wide in disbelief. He looked at his arm wrapped in an aura blade and thought, "Oh, drawing a sword has suddenly become much easier." The mage at the back raised her hand and shouted, "All right, fall back now." She summoned a fire dragon. The instant it appeared, it let out a roar and lunged straight at him, preparing to attack. This made Teacher Beak outside startle and shout, "A large formation. Why are they deploying it mid-duel?" Looking at the incoming attack, he realized the A-rank hunter they were talking about was this mage. This was bad, this one posed real trouble. But he suddenly remembered his master's words when learning the Tianma sword technique. "A peak Tianma forced me, though I was at a higher realm, to be unsettled." He now seemed to grasp something, so that's it. He never said it couldn't be undone. Back then, his master was at super peak and could see the entire flow of magic. Now he had found the weakness in this attack. His hand, wrapped in aura blade, readied itself to counterattack once more. Jun Hyun panted as red energy swirled around her. This was a rank fire magic, burst flame. Kang Shin Hyuk raised his sword high. Unlike the fireballs used by low-rank hunters, when this one was slashed through with aura, it detonated, dealing wide area damage, a genuinely troublesome spell. Jun Hyun was horrified. What had just happened was baffling to everyone, yet it was as if nothing had ever existed at all. Kang Shin Hyuk planted his feet wide and with his right hand used his sword to slice the opponent's ultimate move. the burst flame unleashed by second school's A-rank magic teacher Kim Young-hyun, splitting it apart midair with a single stroke from the B-rank sword instructor. A teacher watching gaped in surprise, eyes wide, muttering, "What on earth was that did you see just now?" A bearded teacher beside him added, "Breaking a sword with bare hands was one thing, but now he's canceling magic too." Curious about Shin Hyuk's peak state, he wondered aloud, Teacher Kang, who exactly is he? He inwardly marveled, it was truly incredible. He recalled the fight with the big-mouthed monster. His hurried swordplay had been far sharper then, but the most astonishing thing was the mana flow just now. The successive sparks aligned. When the sword sliced into the magic's flow that formed the spell, he thought, it dissipated into the air like a failed incantation. Kang Shin Hyuk widened his eyes and unconsciously blurted, "Wait." He remembered his earlier duel with the vice principal and realized, then the vice principal must have seen it too. He shuddered at the memory of that man's parry. Was he hit just out of curiosity? Damn foolish old man. A teacher looked at his broken sword and sighed. "My precious blade I've always cared for is broken, I'll forfeit." The spear instructor did the same, raising his hand. "Me too, I won't risk getting seriously hurt." Kang Shin Hyuk propped his sword against the ground and watched the two teachers turn and leave. He pondered, a broken sword can be covered with aura, these people have no backbone. The spear teacher may seem wise, but if he were truly wise he wouldn't have charged at me. Kang Shin Hyuk asked, "Then what will you do, Kim?" Jun Hyun clenched her fist and replied resolutely, "I'll keep fighting." Kang Shin Hyuk touched his neck with a casual tone, "Is that so? Then it's up to you." But inwardly he judged that it would be tough with only the mage. Mentally she was the strongest of the three. Watching Jung Hyun spread her arms and unleash a fireball, he respected her fighting spirit. Of course that's not a wise choice. Shin Hyuk squinted, calmly observing inwardly and reciting spells as well. Even his master had almost no experience fighting mages, so he was curious. He swung his sword, an aura of energy formed a curved arc. He calculated silently, attack while they're chanting and it's over, just cut lightly with sword chi. The arc of sword chi slammed into Jung Hyun's hexagonal protective circle. She was unharmed and on the contrary. The fireball in her hands grew larger. The blonde teacher folded his arms and commented, "See, Kim's shield can't be broken by aura. If you can't get out of its range, there's nothing you can do, Teacher Kang." Shin Hyuk frowned but remained calm, replying with dry amusement, "If the gun won't do, use a cannon, simple as that." He focused more energy into the sword and swept it. A massive blade chi was released. He curled a lip in a smile, "This will definitely break through." The blonde teacher gaped and stammered, "That's an aura blade, really?" The man beside him, astonished, hurriedly added, "Using such a big technique in a match like this, does he intend to kill someone?" He replied confidently with a grin, "Scared of that. And what about your buddy, trying to catch me so badly he'd burn down the whole training ground?" Shin Hyuk changed his grip to the sword's hilt and forcefully threw the blade forward. "All right, let's see." The sword's tip flew like an arrow straight at the hexagonal shield. He shouted, "Which will break first, the shield or my sword?" while Jung Hyun kept chanting. A deafening explosion roared. Shin Hyuk shielded his eyes with his elbow and peered out. The hexagonal shield had been pierced through. He told himself it had broken, the transparent barrier had shown itself. At that point the chanting had to stop. Chant while moving. Jung Hyun reappeared immediately after, her lips still moving with the chant. Shin Hyuk was amazed, he hadn't expected that. She thrust her staff and shot quickly out of the blast zone, glancing back with a strained expression. He marveled inwardly, chanting while moving. She frowned slightly, observing and murmuring, "Kahan man ka sabapma, Kahan man ka sabapma." The buzz-cut woman was astonished, moving and still chanting a spell, with such a large magic that isn't easy impressive. The man beside her warned anxiously, "It's too late to recall that misdirected sword now. At this rate, it'll roast you all." Shin Hyuk showed no worry. He held up 5 fingers and said, "Do you think I threw the sword without thinking? I intentionally misdirected it to avoid causing injury." The sword's hilt trembled slightly. The blade shot up out of the ground. The pair of spear instructors gaped. The headbanded teacher looked baffled. "What, the sword's flying on its own?" The spear teacher quickly dismissed it, "No way." The sword streaked through the air. The theory and technique had been taught long ago by his master, but he'd never dared try it before because his internal power wasn't sufficient. The flying sword struck and slid a long wound down Jung Hyun's back, a martial technique that controls a blade from afar with chi and intent. Dikayukin. She spat blood, a wet cough. He exhaled, satisfaction on his face. Immediately shouts and panicked calls rose up. "Kim, Kim," he broke into a sweat, his face paling with fear, "Don't tell me she's dying." He bit his lip anxiously when he heard someone shout. "You can see the spine, call a medic, hurry." Shin Hyuk kept chastising himself. He'd spent a huge amount of internal power and it was hard to control the force, he shouldn't use it anymore. A hand released green healing energy and reached out. 2 medics from the medical team were channeling green aura energy to help Jung Kyun staunch the bleeding. And someone shouted that the winner was Professor Kang Shin Hyuk of Hunter School No. 1, meaning the decision over the head coach position would go to him. Just then someone called Professor Kang Shin Hyuk. He turned to look and replied, "Yes." The blonde teacher awkwardly scratched his head and said he had been rude earlier. The man beside him also offered a sincere apology. I spoke out of turn. I'm truly sorry, sir. Shin Hyuk thought but didn't speak. He hadn't expected them to accept blame. They didn't look like the apologetic type. How surprising. He pointed at himself and smiled. No, I was rude too. The two men shook hands and made peace. Although first impressions weren't great, they accepted defeat neatly in the end. After all, they'd be conducting the training mission together for the next 3 days and 2 nights. His voice rang out, the mage who held on until the end, Kim Young-hyun, right? Despite her injury, she answered quickly, ah yes, that's right, it was a great match. Hearing him continue, then here's what we'll do. Let Kim from school No 2 serve as head coach. Teacher Beek protested. No, Teacher Kang, what do you mean by that? Young-hyun struggled but forced herself to look up and listen to Teacher Beek's attempt to persuade them. You clearly won the match, and even if it was a duel, this is a position to lead the students. Shin Hyuk bowed slightly and reached out his hand toward her, saying gently, your determination to persevere to the end was truly impressive. I hope this training gives our students a chance to learn that spirit. He smiled and praised her. You really carry yourself well, Kim. Keep your thoughts to yourself, though. Shin Hyuk recalled the final moment when she escaped the first blade and felt solemn inside. I'm not trying to act cool, truly, Kim's perseverance is admirable, and the magic techniques she used today will be very useful for preparing for the upcoming martial arts tournament. Faced with the surrounding teachers' mixed frowns and satisfaction, he told himself that Teacher Beek and his colleagues, who often talk with him, had probably guessed his intentions, but he didn't want to discourage his own teachers after the duel. The spacious campus still echoed with the teachers' voices. Then please conduct this training well. Since you've already come to inspect, let's go celebrate together. Sounds good, everyone, let's go. On the highway, a black car rolled along the long road. Someone in the car asked, did you get the message? The other replied, puzzled, what message? Bong Pal rubbed his chin and recounted with enthusiasm that our Kim had been appointed head coach. The one speaking was Ma Bong Pal, vice principal of Hunter School No 2. Man Dong opened his phone to check and said, I'm only seeing the message now. Man Dong glanced at him with a smile and said he'd heard that our teacher won, but gave up the position to the teacher from Hunter School. No one, Vice Principal Lee Man Dong. Bong Pal turned to him in shock. What? But your school doesn't have any A-rank teachers. Man Dong didn't bother to look at him and said, nothing special, just luck. Bong Pal bristled and said angrily in a low voice, you make it sound like it was a coincidence. Through the car's glass, Man Dong's face appeared, grinning with delight. Bong Pal teased, but I can clearly see you're smiling, sir. Many other students were standing and listening. Man Dong slowly climbed up. Man Dong stood on the high platform. Below him, the students were arranged in 3 dense rows. Because our school and School No 2 together had some 400 students, the training center's normally spacious stadium was completely packed. A long-haired student complained, what the hell, how long is this going to take? The person in front of him replied irritably, it's already been an hour. Man Dong spoke up, our students must be bored by now, right? I'll say a few final words. He spoke through a megaphone. There is a 4-character proverb, after hardship comes sweetness, which means, a female student, pale-faced, whispered, Vice Principal, this is the 4th time you've said final words. The student next to her was also annoyed. This is a training session, are these really training comment? Man Dong finally wrapped up his speech with one line, then let my story end here. A blonde student cheered, finally done. The host's echoing voice announced, next is the speech from the vice principal of Hunter School No 2. The students immediately grabbed their heads and groaned like they'd fallen into a cold puddle. Shin Hyuk took the file folder and stepped forward. The students' time to finish the opening ceremony and move to the dorms had been scheduled. While they took a short break, a familiar face appeared. Sion Hwa called out, Teacher Kang, you make a great coach. He tilted his head and remembered who she was. His voice brightened, you're here too. You must be very busy at the school. Sion Hwa smiled. This week both 2nd and 3rd years are on internships, so there aren't any kids at school. She laced her fingers together and stepped closer. I heard the instructors who are coaching arrived yesterday. Thanks for your hard work. He emphasized, yeah, all thanks to someone's dad. Sion Hwa gave an embarrassed laugh. I heard about that too. Weren't you not planning to come? He replied cheerfully, yeah, I usually have makeup classes almost every day, so I plan to rest a bit. Sion Hwa looked at him softly. Maybe it's because my dad was impressed with you. I've heard he even wrote a recommendation so you could try for the A-rank promotion, right? Shin Hyuk scratched his neck and stammered, impressed. Maybe, but privately thought otherwise. He really was a proactive person. They stood in front of the vending machine. Sion Hwa asked, oh right, Instructor Kang is the official in charge of the obstacle course, right? I saw on the schedule it's this afternoon, can I come watch? Shin Hyuk looked at her warmly and replied, of course you can. By the way, where's the vice principal? She perked up and urged, I'm on my way to meet him, want to go together. Man Dong's voice carried over, Teacher Kang, are you here? Both Shin Hyuk and Sion Hwa immediately paid attention. Sion Hwa joked, perfect timing, here he comes. He glanced at the two broad-shouldered men and felt a bit self-conscious. Who are those big old guys standing next to him? Bong Pal stepped forward enthusiastically. Isn't this son HWA? You can finally get married now. Sion HWA politely greeted him. Uncle Bong Pal, long time no see, how have you been? Shin Hayek watched thoughtfully. Ma Bong Pal, no wonder the guy looks so huge, so that's Ma Bong Pal. Famous for his muscular build and his weapon, a giant fan, Ma Bong Pal beamed confidently. He was one of only 10 S-rank hunters in the country. Despite his intimidating appearance, he was a talented wind element mage. Because he's not from the protagonist's school, his importance here was limited. He bowed politely at a 90-degree angle. Teacher Ma Bong Pal, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Kang Shin Hayek. Ma Bong Pal looked over and said, Kang Shin Hayek, you must be the one man Dong mentioned. He spread his hand. I've seen your photos in the papers. You're much better looking in person. Nice to meet you. He found it amusing and thought, what an old man, kinder than I expected. He replied politely, yes, thank you, sir. Shin Hayek quickly shook Bong Pal's hand. Suddenly, his eyes widened. A pair of large, icy eyes stared at him so intensely he felt small under their gaze. He was terrified. The old man's mana was enormous. It felt like drifting through the cosmos. Bong Pal furrowed his brow. Man Dong placed a hand on Bong Pal's arm and said, that's enough, Bong Pal, you're teasing a bit too much. He withdrew his hand and smiled warmly, sorry, I'm just very curious about the person who single-handedly beat our instructors. If that made you uncomfortable, I apologize. Mandong added, Teacher Kang, please understand, he meant no harm. He looked at his tingling hand and politely answered, I'm fine. By the way, did you call me for something? Bong Pal and Sion HWA smiled as they watched the two talk. This is something I need to discuss with you privately, so let's move somewhere else. All right, let's go to the nearby lounge. Bong Pal raised his hand to stop them and said, wait, before you go, I have something I want to ask Instructor Kang. He replied, yes, what is it? Shin Hayek heard him ask, I heard you won the one-on-one match, so why did you give the overall head coach position to an instructor from our school? He closed his eyes and bowed awkwardly, because the instructors at my school don't have the nerve. He sincerely continued, recalling her second act of defiance. Everyone was scared once they heard the opponent was an A-rank hunter, so I had to step in. Kim from school No 2 knew the gap in strength yet still fought to the end. Bong Pal looked embarrassed, I see. Mandong started, flustered and ashamed, waving his hand when the truth was revealed. No wonder you were so proud this time, saying you'd send an A-rank instructor, Bong Pal said. It's because you trust Instructor Kang, right? He hurriedly cleared his throat. What are you talking about? You realized you only thought it and didn't say it aloud. This old man sent me to the training because he didn't want to lose to the other school. Stung, Mandong quickly shoved Shin Hayek's shoulder and urged, come on, let's go, coffee's on me. You protested silently as Bong Pal watched them walk away slowly. He smiled with interest. Instructor Kang Shin Hayek from Hunter School No 1, if I remember correctly, your B rank, right? Bong Pal bowed and asked, son HWA. She replied, yes, uncle. Bong Pal opened his hand. Seeing his palm covered in fresh scratches and cuts, he asked, can you help heal me a little? At the cafeteria, a clean place full of delicious food. Mandong spoke first, how about the coffee? I'm not expecting much, but the beans are decent. Shin Hayek replied, since it's on you, it tastes even better. He looked at him gravely, so then, Instructor Kang, I wanted to meet about the A-rank exam. Since I recommended you, I want to give you a few pieces of advice. Shin Hayek asked, have you prepared at all for the exam? He raised the cup to his lips and answered calmly, because I had makeup classes for the kids, I haven't prepared anything special. Mandong quickly inquired, oh, you know how the rank exam works, right? A time gate appears. Shin Hayek nodded, I've heard it's about conquering the A-rank gate. He confirmed, that's right. They'll be evaluated at the A-rank gate, and judges will go in according to the number of participants. An S-rank hunter will accompany them as the chief judge. You paused in surprise, an S-rank hunter will be there too. This was the first time you'd heard of it. He asked again, so is the vice principal the chief judge? He held up a hand to explain, no, I was the one who recommended you. How could I be a judge? Although with your ability, it wouldn't matter who showed up. Shin Hayek closed his eyes and sighed, but if the vice principal, someone I know, were the judge, I'd probably feel a bit more at ease. So who is it? Recalling the person they'd met earlier, you guessed cautiously, is it teacher Ma Bong Pal we just met? Mandong raised a hand to stop you, no, not that Bong Pal. You looked puzzled, then who is it? Tell me. He stared into your eyes and offered a hint. If I give a hint, it's someone connected to your students. Shin Hayek jolted alert. He lifted his face and thought, an S-rank hunter connected to my students. He suddenly remembered someone and blurted out, could it be? Mandong smiled as if confirming the right answer. I didn't expect you and that person to meet so soon. The file with the candidate's dossier sat on the table. He confirmed, Sword King Kim D-chan. D-chan, wearing a suit, was sitting and drinking coffee. Mandong emphasized, that is the chief judge for your A-rank promotion exam. On the table, the hot coffee was steaming. Shin Hayek stared blankly at the surroundings. Inwardly astonished and pensive, this exam judge turned out to be Kim D-chan. It must be because I'm teaching Sejin that it was said to be related. At that moment, Man Dong suddenly spoke seriously, breaking his thoughts. That guy Di Chan has a sharp tongue and of course is very strict. Among the judges he's known as the toughest to please. Shin Hyuk replied optimistically, I have no prejudice as long as he doesn't deliberately fail me. Hearing that, the elder calmly assessed, fair enough, given your ability you probably won't have problems. And since you're the teacher of the girl he favors, he likely won't treat you as harshly as other times. He fell into thought, that old man, if you look closely, Kim Di Chan seems stricter than I thought. Facing him, Kim Man-dong continued to offer advice. Shin Hyuk listened while jotting down points to note. There was useful information that only a judge would know, such as the main deduction factors, meaning don't embarrass the person who introduced you, and he felt grateful inside. He suddenly remembered Young Hyun's figure. Introducing Kim Young Hyun from school number 2 as the training team leader was the right decision, since she worked tirelessly to ensure no student was hurt with her meticulous care. Because of her presence, the trainees' drills went more smoothly. As a result, over 3 days and 2 nights they completed relic clearing drills, mountain obstacle training and rope climbing training. Other items: chemical defense training, magical bio drills, combat in tunnels without teleport gates. Fully equipped marches. Normal academy trainees were able to finish the training schedule safely. 3 days later, a voice rang from inside the building. All right, gathered yet. Supplemental class is starting. Facing the trainees, Shin Hyuk explained calmly, there are no other instructors today. We'll run the session as paired sparring while the rest analyze. On Seok, looking exasperated, urged, start already sir, I'll spar with Jinsu. Yoon-soo, irritated, called out, I pick Minhee, I'll handle Minhee. Seeing that, he reluctantly counseled, you guys, calm down, don't look so hostile. Inwardly, he thought it was amusing indeed. An incident had occurred during the training. Not far away, 2 people were secretly touching hands. The incident he referred to was these 2, Minhee and Jinsu, had started dating. Seeing their shyness, Shin Hyuk helplessly said, all right, both of you, I'll stop you. Back to the past, at the cliff rope lesson, a distant voice echoed the teacher's instructions. Check your gear, get ready to go. Trainee number 332, Lee Jinsu, prepare to descend the rope. Shin Hyuk inquired with concern, trainee Lee Jinsu, you don't look so good, can you do it? Jinsu loudly replied, I can. Hearing that, he put a hand on his shoulder and slyly encouraged him. Good trainee Lee Jinsu, shout the name of the person you're thinking of and start descending. Immediately, Jinsu shouted his confession. Young Minhee, I like you, I'm not joking. He gripped the rope and added in a shout, go out with me. Up above, Shin Hyuk hadn't expected to hear that. He murmured in surprise, not parents, huh? Behind him, On Seok flushed and glanced at Minhee. She was now bright red and extremely embarrassed. In the original story, Jinsu and Minhee are a couple, but this Minsu guy confessing here was unexpected. Back in the present, Shin Hyuk admonished reluctantly, love is love, but training must be taken seriously. Start the alternating sparring as planned. A while later, he stood quietly at the side watching everyone fight. The clashing sounds of weapons rang constantly through the house. Then another person stepped into the fight. After only a few moves, Shin Hyuk was already fretting, these kids' states are seriously off. He glanced at the others and mused. I get why Minhee and Jinsu are distracted, but Yoon-soo and Yoon-seo are a bit overzealous. Back in the match, he raised his sword and attacked seriously. The problem lies here. Seeing how Sejin was struggling to block, he wondered, puzzled. This girl, why has her sword become so limp? She suddenly sighed in exhaustion. Teacher, did you suddenly raise the difficulty level too high? Shin Hyuk answered while attacking. It's the same level as last time. Sejin, are you okay? He swung his sword, slightly distracted in thought. My realm has increased, so I've been adjusting, but I already tuned it to her level. There shouldn't be such a big difference. In an instant, he knocked Sejin's sword out of her hand. Afterwards, Shin Hyuk sheathed his sword and calmly explained, you shouldn't underestimate the teacher's level because he's adjusting to your pace and only using textbook sword techniques. If you merely follow what you've learned, you should have the advantage. What do you think the problem is? At that, Yoon-soo raised a hand and said, maybe because I'm not used to using the disruption form yet, so I sometimes fall back on textbook techniques. He affirmed that's part of it. Then he taught seriously. Occasionally using textbook sword techniques isn't because you're unfamiliar, it's simply because you haven't practiced enough. Shin Hyuk carefully explained for everyone to understand. The disruption form, true to its name, is a form. It's not a technique you calculate and then use. It must be ingrained into your subconscious so that when an attack comes, you can react immediately. Finally, he issued a stern requirement. From today until the end of our time, we'll focus solely on training the speed of the disruption form. Endurance and muscle strength exercises are to be practiced individually outside supplemental class. Having told them, he called Sejin's name, Kim Sejin, who responded in surprise, yes sir. Shin Hyuk firmly ordered, you're temporarily banned from physical training. But Jinsu protested loudly, teacher, you're favoring the championship candidate. Hearing that, he irritatedly punched his head before explaining. Not favoritism, Kid Sejin's stamina has actually dropped since before the training. Overtraining is backfiring and wearing her down. Worried Sejin might not realize it, he turned to the others. You guys, look, do you see Sejin is thinner than a few days ago? Yoon-soo hesitated. I thought she was dieting, and Young-minhee anxiously added, we just said that she's lost a lot of weight. Seeing this, she hurriedly defended herself. No, it's probably because she's been interning and very active lately. She's fine. Behind them, Shin Hyuk sighed. Dark circles were visible under her eyes, yet she said she was fine. Her schedule has more classes than a first year. And as student council president, she probably has no free time. Not only that, he knew Sejin was taking on outside activities. He'd heard that on weekends, without supplemental class, she'd go to her father's guild to practice teleportation gates. Even an active hunter would struggle to endure such an intense training schedule. Thinking that, he calmly advised, frankly, supplemental class doesn't mean much for you anymore given Sejin's ability. Even without mastering the disruption form, winning the martial arts tournament is practically certain. Then Shin Hyuk, concerned, suggested, I think rest is as important as training. Why don't you temporarily skip supplemental classes to recover your stamina? Hearing this, Sejin bowed her head and fell silent. The others on that side grew quiet at the sight. A few seconds later, she let out a relieved breath. Then she smiled and declined, no, it's okay, I'm fine. Seeing that, Shin Hyuk just looked at her calmly. He then turned to leave, reminding her not to hesitate to contact him and rest if she felt tired. Kim Sejin obediently replied, yes sir. Hearing her, he sighed in frustration. If it were someone else, they'd happily say great and leave right away. Part of him admired that, but another part felt sorry. Then he announced to everyone, today's session ends here. Minhee exclaimed in surprise, really? Yoon-soo doubted, it's not even 6 o'clock. Jinsu, self-important, protested, teacher, you don't have to do that just for me. Shin Hyuk, feigning stern familiarity, threatened, Jinsu, you planning to run 10 laps and then go home? Behind them, Sejin suddenly squinted. She noticed the scene before her growing blurry. Sejin slowly removed her glasses, wondering doubtfully, what is this? Have I really pushed myself that hard? Suddenly a few drops of red fell onto her lenses. She felt faint and a bit dizzy. The others were still joking around over there. Hey, aren't you watching your boyfriend? Hearing that, Young-minhee blushed and stammered, no, it's just that sometimes looking at him seems cute. Yoon-soo scolded helplessly, you're crazy. Suddenly the three of them heard an odd sound and looked over. When Shin Hyuk clearly saw the situation, he was horrified, eyes wide. He hurried over, calling Sejin, Kim Sejin. In the hallway, the bright lights illuminated the sign for the infirmary. Inside, Sion Hwa breathed a sigh of relief and apologized for the sudden incident. I'm sorry this happened so suddenly, teacher, good thing you were still on campus. Shin Hyuk replied calmly, it's fine, that's my responsibility. She sat across from him and reported Sejin's condition. Nothing particularly abnormal, it seemed to be exhaustion, so I gave her an IV. Hearing that, he relaxed a bit and thanked her. Thank you so much, she's better because of you. Sion Hwa recalled examining Sejin and worriedly asked, even in her sleep she was mumbling training material, she really seems to be pushing herself too hard. Do you know anything about that? Shin Hyuk replied thoughtfully, I've heard she's been sleeping less than 3 hours a day lately. Her complexion hasn't looked good, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. She glanced at the bed with concern. Third year is the busiest for assignments, plus supplemental classes, and she's also student council president, then she goes to practice teleportation gates on weekends. That schedule is killer. Finally, she fretted, with Sejin's skill level, she doesn't need to push so hard, she's too perfectionistic. Shin Hyuk nodded in agreement, then couldn't help but complain inwardly. It's not just perfectionism, her father places huge expectations on her. Suddenly a voice called from behind, teacher. Shin Hyuk immediately turned and asked with concern, Sejin, are you awake? Sejin's face was all tired regret. I'm sorry, I just fainted. He said reluctantly, there's nothing to apologize for, rest a bit longer and I'll take you back to the dorm. But she stubbornly refused, I'm fine. More importantly, what time is it now? Shin Hyuk replied reluctantly, it's a little past 9. Why? Unexpectedly, Sejin raised an academic concern. I have homework due Monday. Hearing that, Sion Hwa snapped, Mr. Kang, shall I give her a sedative shot? He agreed seriously, that would be good. He then advised against it, you can do it tomorrow, it's the weekend starting tomorrow. Sejin put her glasses back on and answered, no, I have outside commitments from tomorrow until Sunday night. She suddenly squinted again, thoughts turning grave, no wonder. The surroundings had become a blur to her. She had been dizzy earlier and still couldn't see clearly. It seemed the fatigue had been building for a long time. Sion Hwa joined in the admonishment. Sejin, with your current condition, how do you expect to go practice teleportation gates? You can't. Shin Hyuk, equally worried, urged, if your health's poor you need to rest, just call and say you can't go. Hearing that, Sejin hesitated and spoke up, yes, about that. Before she finished, he quickly cut in, is this because of your father? Let me contact him. This time she was even more surprised and asked, really, you're going to call? Shin Hyuk answered very calmly, although I have no personal ties, I'll be meeting him this Sunday. Sejin blurted out in surprise, my father, what's going on? He kept his casual demeanor and replied, I have a promotion exam this Sunday. The vice principal told me that the main examiner is your father. Upon hearing that, she grew a bit flustered and said, I really appreciate your kindness, but it's useless. He won't give special treatment even to his own child. She quickly thanked him and signaled she wanted to leave. Thanks to you, I slept a few solid hours, and thank you for the IV. I'll get up now. Beside the bed, Shin Hyuk sighed wearily. Then he didn't hesitate to place his hand on her head. Shin Hyuk pushed Sejin back down with some force despite her protests. Teacher, he calmly said, I told you to rest, so rest, you little brat. He looked at her seriously and instructed, at the very least lie here until the IV finishes, and don't worry about grown-up matters. Hearing that, Sejin voiced her concern. What if my father judges poorly because of me? Then she asked, puzzled, you're not even my homeroom teacher, why do you care so much? Shin Hyuk propped his chin and pretended to be awkward. You're the student council president, right? He gently asked, do you know Article 10, Clause 3 of the Hunter School regulations? Sejin hesitated. All teachers at the Hunter School must put student safety first, that's right, isn't it? Shin Hyuk replied nonchalantly, I interpret the meaning of safety in that rule a bit differently. If it only meant physical danger, there'd be no need to write it into the rules. He looked at the scene outside and spoke seriously, even if it's something your father does with good intentions for you. Sejin widened her eyes in astonishment at his firm words. But if it harms my health, then to you that's a danger to a student. Suddenly she teased, you know that sounds a bit like a stretch, right? Hearing that, Shin Hyuk embarrassedly ordered, in any case, you must rest today and tomorrow, understood? He said confidently, trust me, I'll do well on the exam and on the conversation too. Sejin replied cheerfully, yes, I'll be counting on you. Time passed quickly, and Sunday the promotion exam day arrived. Shin Hyuk stood before a tall building carrying his gear. He looked up at the architecture and grumbled inwardly, why gather at the association at 8 instead of heading straight to the teleport gate? Are they trying to intimidate us? This building is huge. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. Picking it up, Shin Hyuk saw lots of encouraging messages from students. Teacher, good luck on the exam, you can do it, you'll pass for sure. He read them and chuckled. The sword class kids, probably the supplemental class, told them. Suddenly, a voice calling his name caught his attention. Hunter Kang. Shin Hyuk, you're even better looking in person than in photos. A friendly man approached and greeted him warmly. Nice to meet you. I'm Park Hyun Seok, one of the examiners. He's an A-rank hunter, examiner Park Hyun Seok. Shin Hyuk immediately bowed and replied, hello, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. The man asked curiously, you came early, how's your condition today? Seeing Hyun Seok was so amiable, he thought to himself, that's surprising. I've been worrying about Mr. Kim D-chan too much, assuming all A-rank examiners would be strict. Who knew one would be so friendly and familiar? Then he tentatively asked, so are we moving to the teleport gate now? The man laughed heartily and answered, we'll start when the hunters arrive, I'm sure he'll show up on time. Hyun Seok then said amiably, the other rank candidates are waiting too, let's go to the ground parking lot. A shuttle bus has been prepared. Shin Hyuk bowed again in thanks, yes, thank you, sir. He followed the man, musing to himself. That's right, after the exam I have to come back here anyway to renew my hunter license. So taking the bus around like this will be much more convenient. A short while later the two of them arrived. When Shin Hyuk saw the scene clearly, he exclaimed in surprise, is it over there? He looked at the crowd gathered by the vehicles and couldn't help but remark, that's a lot of people. At that moment, two young men noticed his arrival. Elsewhere, two girls also turned to look. Shin Hyuk pushed into the crowd, tense inside. This really is the gathering of those aiming for A rank, all swagger and presence, like they're saying how powerful they are. Suddenly, a staff member approached and asked, hello, what's your name? Shin Hyuk answered calmly, I'm Kang Shin Hyuk. The staff checked his info as he read it. Kang, you're listed here. Hand over your hunter license and take seat number 2. He then stowed his weapon in the vehicle's compartment. Without hesitation, Shin Hyuk stepped onto the bus. After storing his gear, come on board, he heard a greeting from not far away. Hello, everyone. The candidates responded enthusiastically to the newcomer. Hello, examiner. Hello, sir. Shin Hyuk turned to look. When he made out the person's figure, he thought in shock, that person is. Shin Hyuk hesitated before confirming, Sejin's father, Kim D-chan. At that moment, the man spoke up, pleased to meet you all. His expression grave, he introduced himself. I am Kim D-chan, serving as the chief examiner today. He is an S-rank hunter examiner, Kim D-chan. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk's face went cold, so this is finally Kim D-chan. A little later, Shin Hyuk boarded the bus. Notably, D-chan sat beside him. Well, meeting him might be okay, but Shin Hyuk pressed his lips together, trying to keep his expression steady. The man remained silent, showing no emotion. The bus sped down the road, carrying his uneasy murmurs away. Why is he sitting right next to me? On the bus, the passengers sat in silence, attending to their own matter. Shin Hyuk thought, this is unbearable. I feel like smashing the windshield to get out, but luckily the gate for the sweep is fairly close. At that moment, D-chan suddenly spoke, the lead instructor of the swordsmanship class at Hunter School No. 1, Kang Shin Hyuk. He questioned him, is that you? Shin Hyuk replied, yes, that's me. D-chan looked at him and said, I heard that this week student Si Jin was absent from the gate practice. I understand that was your unilateral decision. He paused briefly, then answered yes. Di-chan recounted slowly. She insisted on attending the remedial class, so I didn't stop her. But I want you not to interfere with any schedules outside of the remedial session. Hearing that, Shin Hyuk said, there was an incident where student Si Jin fainted during the remedial class and had to go to the infirmary. He exclaimed in surprise, what did you say? He glanced at him and explained, they said there were no special abnormal signs. It seemed to be from overexertion. I thought letting her rest for a day wouldn't be enough, so I forced her not to participate. He thought of Si Jin and continued, even if she skips the remedial class, with Si Jin's level winning the martial arts tournament shouldn't be a problem. Although she's the type who, even if told not to come, would still stubbornly crawl back anyway. Di-chan fell silent when he heard him ask, participating in student council assignments, third-year remedial classes, and weekend gate practices before being a hunter, she's human. Do you think she can handle all that? He suddenly said, I didn't know she had fainted before. Shin Hyuk sighed inwardly, right, this old man, please keep better track of your daughter. Di-chan said again, I've been too negligent lately. He planned it out, which made him pause. I should increase her physical training. Di-chan said coldly, it's better to remove the remedial class from her schedule for a while and don't overthink or get upset about it. Shin Hyuk immediately objected, no, that's not the important issue right now. He ignored him and said Si Jin fainted from lack of stamina. I'll take responsibility for that part, so don't interfere. Shin Hyuk opened his mouth in shock and silently looked at Di-chan. The bus sped on while Shin Hyuk felt powerless. What is wrong with this damn old man? The vehicle had now entered the restricted zone. Shin Hyuk stood before the guarded gate. He watched the fully equipped hunters enter the gate and thought, after about 40 minutes of travel, we've arrived at an A-rank gate. Kim Di-chan led the examiners in and we followed behind. As Shin Hyuk entered, he pondered, although the matter with Si Jin isn't settled yet, for now focus on the test, since you don't know what terrain you'll encounter. He opened his eyes to look into the space inside the gate. Before him lay an area covered in golden sand. Shin Hyuk slowly stepped forward. He thought a desert have experienced it twice during breaks. Maybe because the terrain is harsh, the contestants don't look too well. Di-chan planted his sword in the sand and said, then to make the sweep convenient until it's over, let's speak freely. He announced, everyone assemble. Di-chan looked at the contestants and said, though this is a test, because this gate is meant for 10 people, the examiners will also take part in the fight. He announced this round's contestants include 2 mages, 1 martial artist, 1 archer, 1 lancer, and 1 swordsman. Shin Hyuk wondered to himself, among the examiners besides swordsman Kim Di-chan and Park Hyun-seok, the rest are mostly long-range types. If we're taking the forward positions, it'll probably be me or that other martial artist. Di-chan explained to the contestants that the examiners would serve as defenders to fulfill their duties. Midfielders would be handled by instructor Kang Shin Hyuk and hunter Park Yi-hee, and the rest should adapt as needed. He said coldly, the evaluation standard is to complete an A-rank 10-person gate sweep. This gate has no expedition records, so be careful. He looked at the contestants and announced, then let's begin the exam. Shin Hyuk stepped forward as a wave of power surrounded him. Shin Hyuk said, let me lead. He told himself, I need to deploy sensory chi, because in desert terrain many monsters hide in the sand. The wave of power slowly spread everywhere. The gate was gradually saturated by Shin Hyuk's power, and he quietly sensed life reactions at about 500 meters. He looked at everyone and thought, the longer this gate sweep drags on, the worse it will be. Unlike me, who has reached the ultra-peak realm and attained cold test invulnerability, some people are already starting to tire. Shin Hyuk signaled with his hand, redirect toward that sand dune. The blonde girl objected, it seems there are monsters over there, I don't see anything. Someone suddenly asked, what's the matter with the lead group? Someone answered, oh, instructor Kang Shin Hyuk said there are monsters over that dune. Everyone looked toward the distant sand hill and murmured, you can't even sweep mana that far, what basis is there for that? I already spread my mana to sense it. The blonde girl sneered teasingly, you're bragging a bit too much, it's at least 500 meters. How could you send mana that far? Shin Hyuk sighed inwardly, suddenly missing Kim Seon HWA and Hong Yi-seol. If it were those two, they'd be excitedly running there by now. Di-chan suddenly said, let's just go see if there are no monsters, just deduct points and be done with it. He glanced at him and thought Kim Di-chan must have sensed the chi as well. Shin Hyuk said, we probably don't need to go now, right? A wave of sand surged toward them as Shin Hyuk predicted, from the moment they left the safe zone after detection. He continued, because those bastards charged at us at full speed. A swarm of scorpions with bright red shells burst out of the sand. A-rank monsters, giant chain scorpion. The blonde girl braced herself and cried out, giant chain scorpions. Shin Hyuk observed it and assessed inwardly that its outer shell was extremely hard, and it had magic resistance, typical desert nastiness. If struck and you don't use an antidote within 10 minutes, you could die. He scanned around and thought there are 4 in total. They're much bigger than in the books. Di-chan raised his sword and began issuing orders. Mages prepare spells, midfielders spread out to buy time, leave the center to me. Shin Hyuk said, I'll take the right wing. The blonde girl replied, I'll go to the left wing. With that, Shin Hyuk immediately lunged forward. The scorpion immediately struck at him with its tail. Shin Hyuk tilted his body and dodged. He frowned and thought to himself, it's definitely slower than the ogres. The others should be able to handle it. The scorpion's bright red pincer swung up. Then it smashed straight toward where Shin Hyuk stood. It lifted the pincer and the pincer suddenly cracked open. Layers of the two pincer's shells shattered, revealing white flesh underneath. Shin Hyuk gripped his sword tightly and murmured, look at the quality of this one, it's solid inside. He stood up, looked at it, and said, even if we waited a bit the spells would be ready, but they give points for solo kills, I'll send you off painlessly. A flash of steel split the scorpion's body in two. Shin Hyuk raised his sword high. A deadly light flashed in his eyes. The scorpion's body split in two after Shin Hyuk stopped. Someone murmured in awe, he's crazy. The blonde girl muttered in surprise, he cut it cleanly in half. Hyun Seok whistled as he looked at Shin Hyuk. D-Chan on the opposite side had also slain a scorpion. He froze as he felt Shin Hyuk's power. He looked at him and gave a cold smile. D-Chan recalled that when he saw the name on the contestant list he hadn't thought much of it. He walked and pondered, and only when someone asked if that was his daughter's teacher did he remember that he was Si-Jin's tutor. D-Chan thought back to sitting next to Shin Hyuk, but he never intended to go easy just because the man taught his daughter, since it was also because of him that Si-Jin's weekend training was cancelled. He frowned and cast a glance at Shin Hyuk. D-Chan judged inwardly that his face was pale. He looked like a pampered son with no masculine bearing. If he asked for any favor, he'd send him away immediately. His words had stunned D-Chan into silence. Si-Jin had fainted and had to go to the infirmary. He saw the serious expression on Shin Hyuk's face. D-Chan ground his teeth and thought, arrogant bastard, the typical inferior who talks big without real ability. He snorted, I used to think that of him, but now he looked toward Shin Hyuk and muttered, I was wrong. D-Chan watched secretly, wondering how he could use mana to detect reactions from afar. And with an unchanging face slice, a giant chain scorpion like cutting vegetables. He whispered a curse that old Kim man dong damn him. He murmured while looking at Shin Hyuk, no wonder that old man has been so aggressive lately, it's because of this guy. Over here, Shin Hyuk scratched his head and wondered if he'd finished too quickly. He looked toward D-Chan and thought, it seems no one else finished him off like I did. Kim D-Chan only restrained his did he leave it to test the mages. Why does he look at me so darkly? Shin Hyuk glanced at the blonde girl and thought the melee fighter over there seemed to be struggling, probably because its outer armor counters her. She doesn't seem able to use her aura, yet should I lend a hand? The blonde girl clenched her fists and charged straight at the scorpion. A punch landed on its sturdy shell. The blonde girl panted and muttered, I'm going crazy. The scorpion's eyes flashed. She exclaimed in astonishment, how the hell could he cut through something that hard? The scorpion's tail twitched. Then it lunged straight at the blonde girl. A flash of steel sliced off the scorpion's tail, causing it to scream in pain. A voice rang out, are you okay? The blonde girl looked at the person standing in front of her guarding her, Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk. Hyun Seok, seeing the two mages had built up full mana, shouted, their spells are ready, fall back. A bolt of lightning immediately struck toward the scorpion. D-Chan watched the scene and thought to himself, though the monster resists magic, it's weak to ice spells, a great choice. Most mages past lightning users are out. A sound rang out, making him turn his head. D-Chan watched the struggling hunters and mused that those guys would have to train their aura and retake the test. Their job was just to buy time for spell preparation, yet they ruined their weapons and were all disqualified. The blonde girl looked at Kang Shin Hyuk and said, Hunter Kang Shin Hyuk, thank you for your help and I'm sorry about earlier. She continued, I didn't expect a hunter who could sense monsters from so far away. Shin Hyuk smiled and replied, it's all right, actually that's a normal reaction. He said, the sky's still calm, good luck finishing the rest. The blonde girl saluted in a military style, yes, we'll trust you and follow your lead. D-Chan announced, Hunters Kwon Hyul Jin I am Soho, Park Ju Yeon and Choi Jun Hyun. Follow the examiners out of the gate, you're all failed, see you next time. Hyun Seok signaled to the eliminated and said, come with me, don't be so down. Shin Hyuk watched thoughtfully, they showed no mercy because this gate is dangerous, so they pulled us out quickly. Shin Hyuk froze as he sensed danger. His power radiated outward, and Shin Hyuk realized silently that they were surrounded. The blonde girl asked, what's wrong, do you need to use the restroom? Shin Hyuk hesitated, wait. D-Chan noticed the stir and was surprised, freezing in place. He thought to himself, how did he know? He's sensing the surrounding mana accurately, even faster than me. Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth, thinking front, no right. Wait, not that front, back, left, right, they're encircling us. He wondered how many there were. They're packed in tight, then he shouted, everyone watch below. Hyun Seok went rigid at the tremor underfoot. Shin Hyuk calculated silently, it's not just a few. The sand suddenly heaved upward. A huge maw gaped up from the sand, aiming straight at Hyun Seok. Shin Hyuk realized a single monster had surrounded the examinees and bared its gaping jaws. The eliminated hunters gaped in shock. The creature dove back into the sand. and Shin Hyuk thought it was an individual with exceptional power like a B-rank Shadow Reaper or an A-rank Goblin. He looked at the monster and murmured, Desert Disaster, A-rank Giant Sandworm. D-Chan silently frowned as he stared at the sandworm. Shin Hyuk also froze as he stared at it. Elsewhere, the kettle on the stove began to whistle, signaling the water was boiling. Sion HWA, eating a pastry, asked, Dad, do you think Teacher Kang is doing well on his test now? Man Dong replied calmly, if it's Teacher Kang he'll probably pass easily after all, he's the talent I recommend. She replied sadly, Dad never recommends anyone. How far could Teacher Kang go with his skills? Sion HWA asked if he could one day be as strong as Dad. He answered, it's hard to say, but if it's Teacher Kang he'll likely surpass that. Man Dong suddenly said, but Sion HWA, to clear an A rank you need an essential talent. She was surprised, an essential talent. Man Dong described the current state of the examinee group, for example. When a troublesome anomaly appears, anyone who runs away without looking back is a B-rank hunter. At that moment, the blonde girl gritted her teeth and defended with the others. Man Dong continued, those who remember their role and fall into the combat formation are rank hunters, though the test seems to assess raw combat strength. In reality, they're watching these aspects very closely. He watched the steam rising and explained that these tendencies can't be revealed unless a real crisis occurs, which is why they bring more people than necessary, unless it's an experienced team. Sion HWA asked, Dad, in a similar situation what would an S-rank hunter do? Man Dong touched the kettle and replied, eliminate the source of the crisis. He poured hot water into a cup and said that once the cause is removed, the crisis will be gone. At that moment, Kang Shin Hyuk was gripping his sword and charging straight at the sandworm. Man Dong said, anomalies, think about that so casually. D-Chan and the gate froze for a moment, then jolted. He and Shin Hyuk lunged at the sandworm together. Man Dong said that's the seed of an S-rank hunter. Shin Hyuk raised his sword and clenched it, and mana erupted instantly. D-Chan also lifted his greatsword, orange-gold mana swirling around him. Then the two of them coordinated and sliced the sandworm into pieces. The candidates standing nearby watched in stunned amazement. The blonde girl also widened her eyes at the two of them. The creature's body and bright red ichor fell down. D-Chan spoke in ancestral flight of the code. He wiped the ichor off his greatsword with a cloth and said he had no intention of raising Si-Jin to be weak, because she would inherit his legacy. Shin Hyuk was splattered with red goo as well. He frowned and said, as an examiner, no, I can't agree with your parenting methods. D-Chan replied, then do it. Hyun Seok crawled out of the sandworm's mouth sobbing. Shin Hyuk protested, no, what are you asking me to do? D-Chan suddenly said he would no longer force or pressure Si-Jin. He ordered, you take responsibility and make Si-Jin win the WHCU championship. Shin Hyuk frowned and asked, what if Si-Jin can't win? He fell silent to hear his answer. Because of your words, Si-Jin couldn't win, so you must take responsibility, that's right. D-Chan curled his lips into a dangerous smile and proposed, become my son-in-law, what do you say? After hearing D-Chan's proposal, Shin Hyuk's face went pale and awkward. His expression in the ID photo still showed a tight frown. Even after showering, Shin Hyuk was still in shock. When he slept, he kept that same face and stared up at the ceiling. At school, Shin Hyuk sat with his knees drawn up in silence, making the students curious. Si-Jin asked worriedly in a low voice, teacher, what are you thinking? He answered inwardly, he's thinking about her father. On Seok looked at the license and exclaimed, look, the photo on the new license has that same expression. Yoonsu commented, he looks like someone with chronic constipation. Shin Hyuk recalled stammering, father, no uncle, what did you just say? D-Chan replied, if Si-Jin fails to win the championship, he said I have to become his son-in-law. He looked at him smiling and thought, if he doesn't want me as a son-in-law, then tell me to join his guild. If I refuse, stop training Si-Jin. Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth, thinking that although Kingmaker D-Chan said some nonsense, he didn't take it to heart. Still, the guy in front of him was detestable. He clenched his fists and cursed silently that the man treated recruiting talent like a tool. Then Shin Hyuk replied, fine, I'll just help the girl win the championship, right? He spoke up, in return I have one condition. D-Chan gave a wry smile and said, go ahead. Shin Hyuk clenched his hands and ground out, I request an honorable duel. Back in the present, Shin Hyuk called Si-Jin. She replied hesitantly, yes. He asked, have you heard about the upcoming schedule from your father? Si-Jin, remembering, answered, I heard a bit on the phone today, what did you do, teacher? Shin Hyuk sighed, I just got along with him well enough. He easily handed over all the training to me. He complained inwardly that he had never met anyone as stubborn as her father. Shin Hyuk stood up and smiled, I'm planning a parent meeting soon. He told himself he'd give her father a piece of his mind. Si-Jin smoothed her hair and said, I'm really grateful, teacher. He thought the conversation probably hadn't been easy and wondered how someone like that could father a daughter like her. He shouted, don't think you'll have it easy just because I'm in charge starting today at special training. Si-Jin immediately replied, yes, teacher, I'll work hard. Shin Hyuk recalled that the one who defeated Si-Jin at this January's WHCU tournament was Bianca Lowell from the UK. He pondered that Bianca was the daughter of Conrad Lowell, one of the world's top 10 hunters. Strictly speaking, Bianca's role in reality wasn't that large. Shin Hyuk thought of the Lowell Crest. Her younger brother, Lion, had been Lee Jae-sung's opponent in the WHCU final. The Lowell family was described as an extremely powerful sword clan. He sighed inwardly, wishing the opponent were just a swordsman. He considered Bianca Lowell's power. She used both swordsmanship and magic simultaneously. Shin Hyuk reflected that her magic wasn't ordinary but at the level of an active A-rank hunter. Back in her homeland, she was even called a reincarnated Merlin, which said it all. Driving, he thought about a sword prodigy from a renowned sword clan, a prime S-rank candidate, and on top of that annoying magic. Even fighting properly, Si Jin's chances of winning were still slim. Shin Hyuk glanced at Yu Ryong eating chocolate and thought maybe their master would know the answer. After a moment of silence, he called out, "Hey." Yu Ryong retorted, "What do you take our master for, some Doraemon pocket?" Shin Hyuk knelt and bowed his head, exclaiming, "Don't say that, help me, Master Lord." He took out several bottles of liquor and smiled. "I also bought a lot of truck deep than that Master likes. It's different from what you usually drink. Take your time looking it over, Master." Yu Ryong restrained himself and praised the gifts. "There's Nam Chuan sword wine and golden money tea too. This kid prepared thoroughly." Shin Hyuk laughed and replied, "Of course, Master, I also bought fried chicken, please eat with me." He opened the cardboard box and said, "That's good, but first boil some water." Shin Hyuk asked, "Water?" He smiled and answered, "Because what I crave most is instant noodles from this region." He was secretly pleased, thinking Master might be irritable from lack of visitors lately. Luckily, he'd brought something. Then Shin Hyuk opened his laptop and suggested, "Master, I'll go boil the water, please watch this first." Yu Ryong glanced at the laptop screen. The camera focused on Bianca's back. Then it showed a front-facing shot of Bianca's beauty. Yu Ryong smiled and asked, "Who's this, the blonde girl?" Shin Hyuk replied, "She's last year's champion of the tournament my student will enter." He watched the video and said, "This is a compilation of her matches, it won't be long." Yu Ryong asked, "Why does she only fight a few matches?" He answered immediately, "No, I tried my best to find more, but..." In the video, Bianca's two hands channeled different elemental mana. Shin Hyuk continued, "All of Bianca Lowell's matches don't last more than 5 minutes." The video continued with Bianca's opponent taking a defensive stance. Shin Hyuk noted, "Bianca Lowell is a famous super rookie." A bolt of lightning struck down, directly defeating the opponent. Watching the footage, Shin Hyuk thought, elites from around the world must have developed strategies to counter Bianca Lowell. The screen cut to Bianca gripping her sword and lunging at the opponent. A magic circle appeared along with a series of black chains, yet this century's prodigy could deploy mobile incantations since age 10. Rapid-fire incantations. Shin Hyuk watched and thought about applying dispels to the opponent's skills, while also launching multi-layered incantation-based offensive magic. Then Bianca jumped back to keep distance from her opponent. She snapped her fingers and lightning struck the person in front of her. Shin Hyuk assessed, in short, every match was a slaughter. At that moment Shin Hyuk grabbed the thermos and explained, "Bianca is beyond a typical A-rank hunter, while our Si Jin, even at best, is high B-rank." He looked at Yu Ryong thoughtfully and continued, "We have less than 2 months left, Master. We need an extremely strong solution." He stroked his beard and calmly observed, "Just from the video you can see the skill gap. I've rarely faced mages, so I'm not very familiar." Shin Hyuk bowed his head and muttered, "So even Master is at a loss." Yu Ryong immediately retorted, "At a loss what, kiddo? It's not that there's no way." He said, "If we take that kid Si Jin as a disciple and teach martial arts, it's worth a try." Shin Hyuk asked in surprise, "Martial arts?" Yu Ryong explained, "The only way to counter that kind of mage with a sword is to sever the flow of magic, or use sword energy stronger than their spells." He challenged, "Hey kid, you've reached a new level, surely you can spot a mage's weakness now." Shin Hyuk replied, "Yes, Master, I recently fought a mage." He recalled the match and pondered, "Teaching martial arts. I've actually considered it before, because those techniques turned an ordinary B-rank hunter like me into a top-tier master." Shin Hyuk thought, but that's why he's hesitant to share the martial art. It's one of the greatest secrets behind his power. He frowned at Yu Ryong, surprised that Master offered to teach without flinching, then asked, "If I pass your martial art on to someone else, will you be okay with that, Master?" Yu Ryong tore open the instant noodles seasoning packet and replied, "You idiot, I took a liking to you, not that I'm taking you on as my disciple." He continued, "Just as I chose you, choosing a disciple is your right." Shin Hyuk cried in surprise, "Master," Yu Ryong questioned, "aren't you curious?" He poured the boiling water into the cup noodles and went on, "That kid is a genius you can't compare to. She's surely been accumulating chi by some method without realizing it." As Shin Hyuk thought of Si Jin while listening to Yu Ryong, he wondered what kind of monster would emerge if all that chi were converted into inner power. Si Jin trembled as she looked at the glasses in her hands. She wondered to herself how she could see clearly without glasses. What on earth was going on? She stared at the strange bottle of water, thinking maybe that bitter liquid was the cause. After resting, she had indeed felt her body change noticeably. Si Jin bowed her head in silence. She finished the bottle and thought, with less than 2 months left until the WHCU tournament. Sometime later, the National Martial Arts Tournament was held. A flash of steel lit up the stadium to everyone's astonishment. The spectators watched in shocked silence, mouths agape. Si-jin continuously swung her sword, launching a torrent of attacks at her opponent. The boy across from her gritted his teeth and tried to block with his sword, but the blade kept inching closer and closer to his face. Si-jin tightened her grip on the sword. The boy stared in stunned disbelief, thinking, what the hell is this? Are we even the same grade? He trembled as he looked at Si-jin and wondered how she could have such strength. Shin Hyuk sat in the stands pondering. Without even converting mana into inner power, she's already overwhelming. If they teach martial arts as Master suggested, it might be worth the gamble. Si-jin swung her sword and knocked the weapon from her opponent's hand. He froze with his mouth open. Si-jin seized the moment and lunged forward, kicking him away. The referee immediately announced, competitor Parky Dam is down, competitor Kim Si-jin wins. Shin Hyuk muttered, hey, take it easy. Yoon-soo in the stands shouted, she's the best, knew she'd win easily. Min-hee yelled, the winner is Kim Si-jin, victory goes to Kim Si-jin. Shin Hyuk smiled at the two of them, thinking these kids must be disappointed inside, but they're such good-natured kids. Our students had high expectations, but except for Yoon-soo, they were all eliminated. He thought partly it was due to lack of real strength, but also bad luck in the draw. Yoon-soo, holding his sword, asked blankly, what, how are you there? Jin-soo scowled and muttered, I'm the one who should be saying that, this bracket is for real, right? Shin Hyuk watched 2 matches and sighed. Because of the random second-round draw, Yoon-soo met Jin-soo, and Yoon-seo had to face Si-jin in round 2. He thought of Min-hee's match. Although they trained well in dispel techniques, Min-hee lost to a third-year mage who had been a title contender last year. Later, in another match, a blade stopped inches from someone's throat. Shin Hyuk looked at Yoon-soo and thought, even though Yoon-soo advanced and left a strong impression, she still had to accept defeat. He breathed a quiet sigh of relief. After all, a freshman reaching close to the finals was a major achievement. If they enter again next year, they'll surely get past the preliminaries. At that moment, Min-hee exclaimed, indeed, Si-jin's level is on a whole other tier. Yoon-soo sighed and said, a freshman champion can't really be faulted. After a while, Si-jin stepped onto the stands and called out, teacher, I'm back. Shin Hyuk commented, good job, you look to be in good shape, and she replied with a hesitant smile, it's all thanks to you, teacher, will you watch the final? Shin Hyuk turned and started to leave, sorry, I have to go take care of something. Sion Hwa's about to arrive, so after your match go home with her, okay? Jin-soo asked blankly, really? Hey teacher, where are you going? He scratched his head in silence, then replied, to meet a student's parents obviously. Shin Hyuk watched Di-chan calmly checking the time in silence. Shin Hyuk recalled his earlier exchange with Si-jin, she could probably win even without him. She smiled hesitantly and said, I'll try to win. He suddenly asked, making Si-jin fall silent, your biggest worry is still the WHCU, right? Shin Hyuk said abruptly, if you win the championship this time, I'll teach you the method. He smiled, so while I'm away, make sure you go win that cup, my student. Si-jin smiled and nodded, yes sir. A moment later, the referee announced to the arena, the martial arts tournament, hailed as the flower of the Hunter School Festival, now invites Kim Si-jin from Hunter School No. 1. The host continued, introducing the one standing before an unprecedented record, 3 consecutive tournament championships. Si-jin hesitated and said, hello everyone, I'm Kim Si-jin. The host looked at Si-jin and asked, throughout the matches you've maintained remarkable composure. Has there ever been an opponent who made you feel even slightly threatened? She hesitated, then answered, I don't think so. The host laughed. If a different student said that, it might come off as arrogant, but when Si-jin says it, it's not off-putting at all. Driving, Shin Hyuk listened to the interview and said, let's change the question a bit, assuming you win, let's talk about what's next. If you win this martial arts tournament, you're expected to enter the WHCU, right? He stopped in front of a high-rise, the reporter's voice from the arena still in his ear. It's a shame you faced champion Bianca in round 1 and were eliminated. Do you have any special strategy for revenge this time? As Shin Hyuk entered the lobby following directions, he heard Si-jin reply, back then I was too weak, so it was regrettable. She continued, but this time, thanks to teacher Kang Shin Hyuk, I think things will be very different. The interviewer asked, wonderful, how far do you think you can go at next year's WHCU? Shin Hyuk stood silently before a large door slowly opening, gripping his sword tightly. He stepped inside where Di-chan was already waiting. Si-jin smiled and said, I never really thought about how far I'd go. She looked at her opponent and recalled her own words, to be the champion. Si-jin muttered, now that it's come to this, I want to win the championship with my teacher. On the other side, Shin Hyuk frowned in silence. Di-chan wiped his sword and said, you're right on time, teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. I'll give you credit just for having the guts to show up instead of running. He sneered and added, now if you apologize and beg for forgiveness, we can pretend none of this ever happened. Shin Hyuk stretched his neck and replied, no need. Watching Di-chan frown and sigh, he thought. When proposing a duel, his only worry was that Kim Di-chan's enormous pride would refuse the challenge. He pondered that Di-chan might decline, saying a proud A-rank hunter shouldn't lower himself to fight him. The arena's protective barrier was activated. Di-Chan explained, the rule is one side surrenders or the match ends by knockout. The mages were finishing the barrier as he continued. If I win, Teacher Kang must become a son-in-law of my family. If Teacher Kang wins, I'll have no involvement with any WHCU schedules from now on. Di-Chan demanded, you have no objections, right? Shin Hyuk replied, no sir, please keep your promise. He pointed his sword at him and said, fine, I'll let you strike first. Shin Hyuk drew his sword and answered, very well, I will begin now. He thought to himself, that arrogant face, let's see how long that smugness lasts. He gripped the sword tightly and told himself, let's see what you've got. At that moment Si Jin also raised her sword, preparing for her own battle. The barrier was continuously reinforced by the two mages. One of them suddenly called out, hey. She peered into the arena, puzzled, that person's sword, isn't that a sword aura? The person beside her immediately retorted, what are you talking about? Don't you know only S-rank hunters can use sword aura? She hesitated, I know, but... She looked into the ring and said, I don't even know what I'm seeing anymore. Shin Hyuk raised his sword high and used Tianma sword technique, meteor ravaging demon steel. He swung and produced blades of wind that struck at Di-Chan while he sneered, take that and die, you cruel parent. Di-Chan closed his eyes and tightened his grip on the sword. He launched his own attack, making the protective barrier tremble violently. Both mages immediately reinforced the barrier. The male mage cried out, that's definitely sword aura. The person beside him shouted, I told you, who on earth is that? Shin Hyuk frowned and thought he wanted to go all out like when he fought the vice principal. But at his current level, if he used full power, everyone here might die. He watched Di-Chan's silhouette through the haze with quiet pride. See that? The power of meteor-ravaging demon steel forced 3 layers of barriers to struggle to hold. Di-Chan swung his sword, creating a gust that cleared some of the smoke. Di-Chan wiped the blood from his face and praised, excellent. Shin Hyuk was inwardly astonished. He managed to block all that. That force was almost on par with the fight against Kim Man-dong. Suddenly Di-Chan said, Teacher King Shin Hyuk, after that move, I'm certain about one thing. He continued, even if we assigned any guild trainer to Si Jin, it wouldn't be as effective as you training her directly. I admit that. Di-Chan licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and declared, that's why I absolutely have to win this match. Di-Chan licked the blood at the corner of his mouth and declared, that's why I absolutely have to win this match. Shin Hyuk trembled and thought, Si Jin, your father really is a madman. A mage outside shouted, boost the shields to 6 layers now. No, call everyone who's free to come down here. Di-Chan wrapped his sword in orange gold mana and charged amid the mage's desperate cries. If the hall goes berserk, it will collapse. Shin Hyuk felt Di-Chan's speed and marveled, too fast. He kept moving and struck straight at Shin Hyuk. While parrying with his sword, he thought silently that Di-Chan's speed was even faster than the vice principal's, though a bit short of his master's. Shin Hyuk gritted his teeth and blocked another attack, an S-rank hunter huh. He gave a bitter smile and exhaled in relief. Di-Chan widened his eyes in astonishment. Teacher Kang, just now you smiled. He remembered when they made their honor duel agreement. When that guy issued the challenge, he thought he was joking. He sneered, of course I wasn't joking about making him my son-in-law. I thought overwhelming force would be enough to end that challenge. Di-Chan attacked frantically while calculating. How long has it been? Seems like about 30 exchanges already. He assessed Shin Hyuk, not overwhelmed at all, he's like an enormous wall. Di-Chan gritted his teeth, thinking that bastard. He kept attacking while Shin Hyuk parried. Di-Chan wondered, what the hell is this? Shin Hyuk was dominating him. He asked in surprise, are you tired already? Di-Chan was inwardly stunned. Why didn't his expression change at all? He tightened his grip on the sword and shouted, I underestimated you. I'll raise my level to match yours. The mage nearby yelled, holy crap, here it comes, have the shields been reinforced? The other reported, 10 people just arrived. I told them to start right away. Mages ran over continuously, raising their hands to cast mana. The mana stream was immediately drawn into the barrier, gradually reinforcing it. Inside the arena, Di-Chan repeatedly slashed out streams of jet black sword energy at Shin Hyuk. He realized inwardly that he was forming strikes by shaping hardened energy into cutting blows to launch. Shin Hyuk dodged and blocked, then marveled. This form is almost identical to meteor-ravaging demon steel. Does he have an overflow of mana? Blocking these brutal strikes is just a waste of energy. He told himself to only block a few, dodge the rest. Di-Chan challenged him, planning to run away. He crazily swung at him again. Don't disappoint me, Teacher Kang Shin Hyuk. He thought in astonishment, is he crazy? He's swinging again, the force keeps battering the protective barrier. The mages trembled as they struggled to continuously reinforce the barrier. One couldn't hold on, a stream of red blood gushed from his nose and he fainted. A section of the barrier shattered and fell. The barrier broke apart completely and gradually disappeared. When the dust settled, Shin Hyuk stood unharmed in the center of the arena. Di-Chan exclaimed in disbelief, well done, truly excellent. Who on earth is he? From whom did you learn swordsmanship? Panting, Shin Hyuk thought, who else would be here but the strongest in the world? Going to master really was a brilliant move. He frowned and thought, it's strange. No matter how much mana one has, it's not infinite. He must have realized their powers are comparable, so why fight with such mindless attrition? Di-Chan suddenly announced maybe this match should end here. He asked, "Huh, why do you say that all of a sudden?" He sneered, "Look around." Shin Hyuk immediately turned his head and scanned the area. He saw mages lying scattered on the ground and realized the mages who maintained the shields had all passed out. That old fox intentionally targeted the barriers knowing he might lose. Di-Chan reached out and said, "It's a pity. Though victory isn't decided, I acknowledge your strength. So at your request, I won't force Si Jin into harsh training anymore and I will not interfere." He added, "However, if she doesn't win the championship, then you must join my guild. How about that?" Shin Hyuk sighed inwardly. This uncle is stickier than I thought. He sheathed his sword and said, "Fine, I accept that proposal, but in return I have conditions." Di-Chan exclaimed, "Really? Tell me." Shin Hyuk clenched his fist. Then he punched Di-Chan straight in the face, catching him off guard and connecting the blow. Di-Chan covered his mouth and yelled, "What on earth are you doing?" Shin Hyuk waved his hand and replied, "Honestly, you know full well I was about to win and you stopped the match to make a new offer." He frowned and retorted, "For me to agree and you only get to save face. That's ridiculous." Di-Chan listened in astonishment as Shin Hyuk continued, "I will make sure Sejin becomes champion, as long as you don't interfere with her training." Shin Hyuk clenched his hand and said, "If she wins and you still hedge like this, I won't go easy on you. Consider yourself warned," he thought. With that, all preparations were complete. He pondered, top talent combined with top-level martial skill. Though time was tight, there's no more outside interference now. Even I don't know how far she can go. Brace yourself, my student. Take 3 mountain ginseng roots and get started. Meanwhile, Si Jin had defeated her opponent. She smoothed her hair as the crowd in the stands erupted. The referee shouted loudly, "Champion, champion, Kim Si-jin, competitor from Hunter School Number 1. Cameras ready, crew in position." The host kicked off the interview with an enthusiastic tone. Yes, indeed, she dominated this tournament as well. The crew focused on the center of the frame where the host sat opposite the swordswoman Bianca Lowell. If you had to pick the toughest opponent in this tournament, who would it be? None of them were particularly tough. The smile on the host's face froze when she heard Bianca Lowell's answer, but she forced a grin and kept the interview going. "So that's how it is, only the next stage is WHCU, right?" "Yes, come on, give a longer answer, this is an interview." Bianca Lowell calmly lifted her glass, sitting as if savoring tea rather than giving an interview. "So let's change the question. In the upcoming tournament, is there any player you particularly have to watch out for?" She took a slow sip, movements deliberate and elegant, Iron Gauntlet Trails champion. Competitor Bianca Lowell, IG champion, last year's WHCU champion Bianca Lowell. Bianca Lowell opened her eyes, her gaze cold and piercing, "The one I'm wary of." She set the glass down and answered decisively. The host immediately shifted gears, trying to tease out more to keep the interview's momentum. "None. Last year's runner-up Rohan made a strong impression too, didn't he?" At that, Bianca Lowell only glanced with contempt and fell silent. The tired swordswoman closed her eyes and replied coldly, "I wasn't very impressed, is that all?" Looking at the gold medals displayed in Bianca Lowell's cabinet, it's easy to see why she could answer the host that way. "What about Japan's representative Nijikawa? Just average. And Brazil's Paulo, who's that?" The female host forced an industrial smile, though inside she was screaming, "What a hateful person." The interview was sinking into despair when someone from the crew hurried forward, leaned in, and whispered into the host's ear, bringing valuable information that turned things around. The host's eyes lit up at the news, suddenly energized. "We just received word that a South Korean rookie just won a championship. I heard she faced Bianca last year." Seizing the moment, the host turned to Bianca Lowell and asked, and at that name she paused for a beat, a familiar flash in her eyes, "Do you remember the Korean player Kim Si-jin?" The host and crew perked up instantly. "The one we met in qualifiers, right? You have to have at least one, don't you?" Bianca Lowell smiled brightly, confident. "She lost to me and cried her eyes out. That's why I remember her. Yes, that player might be stronger than some of the names you just mentioned." Hearing that, everyone was left speechless at Bianca Lowell's dismissive attitude toward opponents. "She's competing this year too. Let's see how many minutes she holds out this time, should be exciting." Then Bianca Lowell bowed her head slightly, smiled with a curled lip, eyes cold and cunning. "No matter how much others improve, none of my peers are my rivals." Si-jin stared at the 3 ginseng roots in the wooden box, face full of worry and confusion. "Coach, you said this was a championship prize. What is this?" "It's expensive stuff, kid, chew it well." At Shin Hyuk's insistence, she reluctantly picked up a root and bit down, gritting her teeth. "To match even half of Bianca's mana, we'd need it. Our strategy is just to take the tonic and pull tricks. It's so bitter." The bitterness made Si-jin grimace. She clapped a hand over her mouth and tears welled up. Seeing that, Shin Hyuk hurriedly offered a jar of honey. "There's no time to celebrate. We're heading straight to Mount Seorek in Gangwon for special training. The time left before WHCU is too short to aim directly for the title." After a long while, Si-jin finally swallowed the 3 ginseng roots, her face pale. Shin Hyuk looked at her and said gently, "You worked hard to finish them all without leaving any." He looked at her seriously, but the real hardship is just beginning. Can you trust me and follow my guidance? Si Jin was still grimacing from the ginseng's bitter aftertaste, but she snapped her head to nod when Shin Hyuk asked, her eyes full of determination. If I didn't have that resolve, I wouldn't have started. I'll do anything, so don't worry about me, coach. The next moment, Shin Hyuk pulled Si Jin back and without warning, immediately opened her Ren and Du meridians. Si Jin instantly regretted it and screamed, cancel, 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 take back the I'll do anything line. A while later, she dragged herself away and flopped on the ground like a beached fish, gasping for air, while Shin Hyuk stood watching, scratching his head awkwardly. Si Jin propped herself up on her hands trying to sit, her body trembling, sweat pouring down like rain. Seriously, I thought I was about to die. It's all over, right, coach? He silently watched her, thoughtful for a few seconds. Then he pulled Si Jin through it again. Her screams echoed across the mountains, sorry, this isn't the right place. When they finished, dusk was starting to fall, the sky slowly tinting a gentle pink-purple, clouds drifting through the dreamy light. Si Jin stared at her hand, now bathed in pure mana. Her eyes widened, mouth agape in astonishment. I've used the method Master taught to clear Si Jin's Ren and Du meridians. And partly thanks to Si Jin, Shin Hyuk was able to smoothly and steadily open her meridians. Because she followed the meditation techniques taught during mana control practice, converting available mana into internal power posed no major difficulty. Si Jin felt the pure energy flowing throughout her body and kept exclaiming, so this is the internal power you spoke of, Master. It feels incredibly light yet unmistakably present, so pure that mana can't compare. If it's this, I can do it. Shin Hyuk panted as he looked at her, forcing a smile. It seems you felt it, that's the internal power. Don't neglect your meditation practice until your body truly adapts. Si Jin turned to him, bewildered and hesitated before saying, I can't go back to being an ordinary mana user hunter anymore, Master. While Shin Hyuk opened Si Jin's meridians, she sensed the mana reserves inside her nearly depleted. The massive amount gained from the ginseng he gave had been mostly consumed during the meridian clearing, the Ren and Du work. Si Jin looked up at him thoughtful, then decided to voice the question on her mind. I clearly felt you using your own mana to make up the deficit to clear my channels, so why? From the costly ginseng to teaching these incredible techniques. Shin Hyuk seemed to anticipate her question and sighed softly, why have I helped you so much? He spoke gently. Si Jin froze for 5 seconds, eyes wide in surprise. What? He said a condition with your father, a condition, sir. Shin Hyuk exhaled and explained. If Si Jin doesn't win the championship, he must join your family's guild, and his condition was that he would not interfere in training to push Si Jin to the title. Si Jin pressed her lips together, turmoil inside. She couldn't understand why Shin Hyuk accepted that. No matter what, he made an unfair deal that only her father benefited from. Coach, why did you shoulder that? Before she could become emotional, Shin Hyuk immediately said, leaving her puzzled, so I bet some money. His hand trembled as he forced a crooked, calculating smile, the fortune. All the money he'd saved from doing gates and teaching over the years. Shin Hyuk clenched his fist, a dangerous smile tugging at his lips as he looked at Si Jin seriously. Kim Si Jin, I bet everything on you winning. Si Jin flinched and reflexively asked, startled. Seeing the brief tension on her face, he quickly reassured her. I didn't bet you like gambling, don't worry. It's a wager placed through the official legal platform designated by the International Hunter Association. But before she could exhale, Si Jin froze again when Shin Hyuk mentioned the price of a ginseng root. Si Jin, each root you ate is worth up to 500 million won. They're out of season and hard to find, practically priceless gold. Then Shin Hyuk laughed excitedly. I'm not some romantic philanthropist, besides, if I don't win the championship I'll be bound to your father's guild anyway, so there has to be some reward to make it worth doing right. Her mind spun, drifting through thoughts, while she felt pressured by the favor her teacher was showing her. Shin Hyuk looked at her, his smile losing any warmth. Yet Si Jin oddly felt relieved and even strangely reassured. If she wins, he'll give up teaching, and suddenly she felt lucky that her teacher was so pragmatic. After saying that, he leaned forward to stand and began to teach her. Seeing this, she jumped up excitedly, voice full of vigor. So this is the martial arts introduction. Now we start the formal teaching, right? Yes, sir. Where do we begin? Still with breaking form practice. Shin Hyuk slowly drew his sword and explained calmly. Breaking form practice is good, but you need to further leverage the strengths of internal power. In combat, when bound by chains, your ability to use skills can be nullified, even unable to affect an opponent. As you know, Bianca's signature is Mana Dispel, a broken game stat that lets her negate an opponent's skills in an instant. He suddenly turned and asked, making Si Jin start, but Si Jin, you're not using mana anymore, right? Then he swung his sword to demonstrate. Internal power erupts fiercely, and the sword aura forged from internal power cannot be dispelled. We'll practice a killer strike reserved for the moment Bianca is caught off guard. Si Jin froze and shouted, Master, could it be? Shin Hyuk immediately assumed a stance. The aura around him shifted and his face filled with confidence. Is this the technique you used against the deputy headmaster before, sir? Yes, it's the martial art of a great dark lord who once dominated the world. Internal power exploded in an instant. Thunderous light shot into the sky, tearing the space apart. A massive pressure struck the ground, making the mountains and forest tremble violently. Sijin stood spellbound, staring at the scene before her, eyes wide with astonishment. After finishing, Shin Hyuk ended the move with a neat flourish. Sijin watched from behind, her eyes shining with admiration. "I'll teach you the meteor ruined demon-slaying steel," he said. "Life comes once, so let's go all out." On a beautiful sunny day, golden rays of sunlight shone across the mountain range. Before he knew it, another day gradually slipped by. At this time, gathering firewood was the wisest task in the forest. Glancing at the calendar, he muttered, "Has it really been 3 weeks already?" Still, Shin Hyuk was very optimistic, as if just yesterday the master had taken leave to come down here for special training. He also thought that although the time had been a bit tight, the instructions seemed to have worked. The more he watched, the more amazed he was at the real talent. Shin Hyuk privately admired it. The meteor-raising demon strike, if it weren't a protagonist-level talent, one absolutely couldn't master it. Sijin asked eagerly, "How do you think, master? It's not as good as yours, but this level is pretty great, right?" He answered awkwardly, "Finally I can use this to aim for the championship." Inwardly more flustered, if my master saw this scene he'd probably stop pretending to be aloof and make a fuss about raising Sijin himself. Then Shin Hyuk suggested, "Let's get ready to go. We need to pack so we can make it to the airport." She quickly complied, "Yes, master." The competition time had arrived. The WHCU rotates among 4 countries, the US, the UK, France, and Russia, and this year's WHCU was being held in London. Sion HWA sent her best wishes, "Compete well, Sijin." Yseol added that with Sijin's ability, the championship was within reach. They kept telling them not to be nervous and to perform as usual. "Master Kang has worked hard too," he said politely. "Thanks everyone for seeing us off. You two be careful going home." As planned, those going to London were competitor Sijin and me as coach, and somewhat unexpectedly, the vice principal would come along as well. Then Mandong suddenly asked, "Master Kang, can I come too?" Shin Hyuk teased, "Bored staying at school, huh?" He offered an upgrade. "I'll bump you to business class." Mandong agreed cheerfully, "I'll serve wholeheartedly." Before the flight, people said going to the airport usually makes your stomach flutter, but unusually calm, the flight to London quietly took off. After a stretch of flying, they saw London's iconic clock tower. The prominent architecture reflected the style of the country they had come to. Their destination was London, Wembley Stadium for the round of 64. The prominent architecture reflected the style of the country they had come to. He also praised that Si Jin had already adjusted to the time zone and had come back from her morning workout. He laughed heartily, rightly called our school's captain. "I have high expectations." Seeing them loudly boast made the other contestants glance over with irritation. Some even stared straight at them. He felt puzzled. "What's going on? It seemed like everyone was staring at us. Is it because the vice principal is so imposing, or is it my face?" He suddenly remembered something. "Right, I heard from an acquaintance in London yesterday that talk about Si Jin had become quite a hot topic in the halls." Shin Hyuk was surprised. Si Jin. Mandong explained that the record Si Jin set at the National Martial Arts Tournament had spread everywhere. He was puzzled at his surprise. Didn't she defeat every opponent in just a few minutes? Bianca, the domestic press, also ran quite a few articles. Now Shin Hyuk understood. "Oh, so that's it, the two of us had been holed up training in the mountains and didn't know. Perhaps that's why they were attracting so much attention." They also noted that if Si Jin and Bianca were placed in the same bracket, people were saying it would be like an early final. Shin Hyuk recalled an earlier match. "Do you remember the one-on-one fight before summer break?" Mandong was puzzled. "How long ago was that?" "Of course I remember." He replied leisurely, "Well then, that explains it." Then he dropped a shocking piece of news. The younger version back then and Si Jin now aren't that different. Sure enough, upon hearing it he froze and an announcement rang in his ears. Representing Korea, Kim Si Jin. The host announced bracket A number 2, bracket A number 2. Shin Hyuk felt a pang of regret. That's practically the exact opposite position from Bianca's D64 spot. As the rules state, WHCU matches pit Seed 1 against Seed 2. The winner faces the winner of Seeds 3 and 4, so she'll likely meet Bianca in the final. So he called back, "Si Jin." She replied politely, "Yes, master." Shin Hyuk reminded her that the first match is A1. Her opponent is a weapons specialist from Ukraine, said to be one of the tournament's rising prospects. He emphasized that she should make an impression in the opener. "Don't hold back, finish it as fast as possible." Si Jin cheerfully agreed, "Yes, I'll be right back." Seconds later, the two competitors faced each other on the mat. The referee gave both of them final instructions before the match began. When the formalities were over, the MC declared that after the draw, Si Jin's round of 64 match would begin. No sooner had those words left his mouth than the referee put the whistle to his lips. Maybe only about 10 seconds after, the starting whistle blew. No one could have predicted it. The match ended so fast that the weapon countering aspect became meaningless. The referee gaped, the quickest fight he'd ever seen in his career. The entire audience was frozen by what they had just witnessed. The next round began. The round of 32 opponent was an Italian sorcerer. Spectators speculated whether she was trying to imitate Bianca's tactic from last year. Because from observation, she used memorize right at the start to cast a binding spell extremely quickly. Meanwhile, she let out a sigh of relief. Then Si-Jin clenched her fist and focused her mind. Her opponent stared wide-eyed at what was happening, because at that moment Si-Jin shouted, shattered the spell, and lunged forward, instantly forcing her opponent to surrender. Shin Hyuk inwardly felt pleased. This tactic worked thanks to the sizable difference between the opponent's mana density and Si-Jin's internal power. He wondered if it would work on Bianca, though no display is more decisive than overwhelming strength. He also thought to himself, Bianca lol, I know you're watching very closely. Shin Hyuk also guessed that she fully understood this level of skill posed no real threat. The MC excitedly announced Kim Si-Jin's match records. Round of 64, 10.64 seconds. Round of 32, 20.13 seconds. At the same time, Bianca lol dismissed the match records contemptuously, bored I'm out of here, while the MC was still reading results. Round of 64, 5.21 seconds. Round of 32, 3.73 seconds. That attitude made him smirk inwardly. Fine, keep that overconfidence and wait for the final. Shin Hyuk was eagerly anticipating the moment she let her guard down. Then we'd use a meteor shower to bring her down.